played.
This is insane! Too much damage is being dealt.
One more shot to go, the next is full!
Welcome, Summoners, to the Season 2 League of Legends World Playoffs. Broadcast live from Los Angeles. Please welcome your casters, Freak and Rivington III.
Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Bisson III, and with me as always, and usually forever, is David Freak Turley. We're coming to you from LA Live in downtown Los Angeles as we prepare for the League of Legends Season 2 World Playoffs. We're so excited to be here. 12 teams from around the world broadcasting in all different languages.
And we are here in a global tournament. It's spectacular, and there are people from all corners of the globe. They qualified from their respective regions, having to beat the toughest competition in their section of the world. The top 4 teams for the regional winners actually have automatic buys into the quarterfinals. M5, the winner from Europe, Team WE, number 1 in China, Team Solomid from North America, and finally the Taipei Assassins. And you can tell we have an American crowd behind us. I mentioned TSM, everyone goes wild. Taipei Assassins winning out from Southeast Asia and Taiwan. So it's a phenomenal competition in front of us. But there's a couple of caveats. These guys are regional champions. They beat the teams around them locally, but now we're in a foreign continent for a lot of these teams. We've got a lot of new competition these guys aren't used to. Let's look at one of the favorites like Moscow 5, BenQ. Sure, they beat everyone in Europe. Their worst tournament result, 2nd place. But they haven't left their home continent yet. Suddenly, now we're here in America. Half the teams here have never played in this continent before in a major tournament. We've got a lot of questions that need answering this weekend.
You know, Freak, these teams have been through a lot of losses, a lot of comebacks, complete team changes, and new teams coming into the light. This event has been a year in the making.
Yeah, these regional qualifiers that we mentioned, you don't get there for free. You've got to beat top competition in your region, even just to get there, and then you've got to win from that. So these guys have a year's worth of top caliber experience.
You know what, Freak? From that year, we are going to get the best and the most amazing 3 days of League of Legends action this weekend.
And it starts today with the group stage. 8 teams split up into 2 groups of 4. 2 of them are going to move on. 2 of them are going to go home from each of those groups. Those 4 winners will move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. That day, we start the quarterfinals, best of 3 single eliminations. So just like today, a couple of mistakes might send you to an early visit home. If you do well in the quarterfinals, you can move on to the semifinals, which will start on Saturday. Those 4 teams will figure out which 2 are playing in the World Finals next weekend in the Galen Center.
And Freak, you mentioned the World Finals. Let's just bring about again that this tournament is worth a total of $2 million.
Exactly. There is so much money on the line, and even just for getting here, the teams are guaranteed $25,000. All the hard work, the year's worth of effort, the top teams you had to beat, they deserve at least that much. But if you can continue and beat more of the world's best, that prize pool just goes up. The winning team wins $1 million on top of the pride of being the best team in the world.
You know, Freak, at these playoffs, we have 12 teams representing 12 countries. This is truly an international event with players hailing from all corners of the globe. Let's see what these players have to say for themselves.
I play League of Legends in Belgium.
I play League of Legends in Miami.
I play League of Legends in Moscow.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends.
I play League of Legends
In China.
In Vancouver.
in Vietnam.
in Spain.
In New York.
Korea.
And Scotland.
The odd one plays League of Legends in Calgary.
This tournament coming up, we've got teams from all over the world. There were 6 regions qualifying. So
you've got Koreans in there, you've got Chinese teams, so you've got Taipei, Vietnam, and then you've got Russia, you've got Germany, France, Spain, all mixed in, combined in 2 teams.
We're broadcasting in 11 different languages. We're going to reach millions and millions of viewers. That's more than some of these major sports can account for in certain scenarios.
League of Legends being an international sport is really sprung up out of nowhere.
I think Riot Games revolutionized online gaming by having a free-to-play game.
Normally, esports had been reserved for kind of Korea. They liked the esports scene before us, but now it's kind of starting to explode. People have parties to hold League of Legends.
Yeah, it's a really nice opportunity to see the world at this young age and basically get paid doing it.
I've been to Hanover, I've been to Sweden,
Korea,
Germany, Amsterdam.
We also went to Anaheim, California, Seattle.
Never really been outside of Europe. The first time in America for our whole team.
It's somewhat of a hassle, but then again, it's a experience that not many get to have, so I'm grateful for it.
Azubu Frost and Najib Sword are celebrities in Korea. Hotshot GG, when he was in Korea, would get mobbed when he'd go to a mall. It's just globally, these guys are becoming famous.
European countries, Asian countries, even Northern African countries. I just have fans all over the world, and it's really awesome.
There really is a global feel to this one. It's definitely going to be a tournament everyone wants to watch because there's so many teams that people have been matching just off internet results, and you're like, oh, what if these guys were to face each other? Well, they're gonna, and it's gonna be such a big day.
The caster's desk, as you heard there at the last moment, D-Man saying it's a very global presence, and as esports continues to grow, we've seen events get bigger and bigger. We're here with 12 of the best teams in the world competing for $2 million. As these teams put it all on the line over the next 3 days, we will find out who will be crowned the best League of Legends team in the world. Esports fans, get ready for the League of Legends Season 2 World Championship.
And I think this crowd proves it that we do have some incredible matches in store. Guys, are you ready to go to the main stage and kick this off? That's what I thought. Let's bring it over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I'm Marcus Graham, aka DJ Wheat. I love you.
I love you, Marcus.
Well,
and I'm
thank
Rachel Querico, and we are here at the League of Legends Global Finals. You guys excited?
We're going to be kicking things off here in an amazing fashion. Two incredible teams. You guys know them. You guys love them. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get right into the introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, starting as the blue team, the winners of the Azubu OGN, the Champion Summer Tournament from Korea. Give it up for Azubu Frost! Ladies and gentlemen, on support, give it up for Mad Life.
At AD Carry, it's Woong.
On AP Carry, we've got Rapid Star.
And in the jungle, it's Cloud Templar.
And last but not least, in top lane, we've got Shy. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Azubu Frost.
And now, playing as the red team, they most recently won the China Joy Invitational and have beaten top teams from China. Please welcome Invictus Gaming. In top lane, give it up for PDD.
At AP mid, give it up for Z-Tai.
In the jungle, it's Illusion.
On support, we've got Shosho.
And last but not least, the AD carry, Kid.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited for the first game? Let's send it over to two guys that need no introduction. Freak and Riv, take us into the match. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Marcus and Rachel. We're really incredibly excited about this next matchup, Freak. It really is a battle of two of Asia's best teams.
These are actually two of the favorites for the tournament as well. Talked with a lot of the players backstage yesterday. Reginald Special both predicted that both Azubu Frost and Invictus Gaming would be the top two slots from this group. So you might just be seeing some of the best games that this tournament has to offer right off the bat. Of course, Group A is heavily contested all throughout. There's a lot of great names in there. But even though a lot of these players don't know a lot about Invictus, they're kind of coming from a shrouded sort of realm. There's not a lot of video of Chinese teams playing. They are phenomenally, phenomenally good. We've got some great games in store.
You know, Freak, these teams have done their homework, but, you know, we did a little bit of ours and looked into the strategies and what they can do for keys to victory to this matchup coming up. And we're going to start off with Azubu Frost. Coming up for Azubu Frost, it's something that they've recently done in their history, and they really just need to stay cool under pressure, Freak.
This is a major tournament for Azubu Frost. Now, they are one of the heavy favorites in this tournament overall. They just won the OGN Champions Summer League. They beat Counterlogic Gaming EU, Counterlogic Gaming North America. They beat just a lot of great named, big teams overall to do this. They're phenomenally strong, but they've got a bit of a curse about them. They lose the first game of like every tournament and every match ever. If you go back to the group stage, they lost to ROMG despite beating everyone else in that group. That team didn't even beat anyone else in group stage. They lost to a total underdog. You go over to the grand finals against Counterlogic Gaming Europe. They started out 0-2 and had to claw back up and win the rest of those games. These guys tend to start out a little bit slow, and now they're playing on foreign soil. They've got to kind of regroup and realize, guys, we're one of the best teams in the world. Let's just play our game and get ourselves started.
And we will have to see, coming from that Western gameplay, very much more aggressive, low-economy game, and coming from Invictus as well, we're going to have to see Azubu Frost out-aggress Invictus in that early game.
Exactly. Invictus is a team that loves to push in and dive turrets. You're going to see their jungler Illusion. He likes to pick guys who are tanky early on, like Shyvana, dive in on turrets, do a lot of damage, and kill champions in 3-on-2s. Well, they're going to have to rely on Rapid Star to do that same kind of thing and roam from mid and put more aggression on the map and keep the pressure on.
And really, Freak, you just mentioned his name, one of the biggest players for Azubu Frost, statistically and in his gameplay style, Rapid Star.
Rapid Star really lives up to his name, both parts. First of all, it's rapid. He goes around the map. He's a heavy roamer. He makes a lot of plays. He's a really big deal for that team. Secondly, Star. He's the star player for that lineup. I know it's cheesy, but it actually works here. He's got the most kills and assists, the least deaths throughout that entire OGN Summer League on his team. When you're the best performing player of the best team, you know you're set up to be a world MVP.
And that's the keys to the match for Azubu Frost versus Invictus Gaming. Now, they have also done their homework, but are the team in the shadows, so they kind of come out with that bit of an upper hand. And the first key they can use actually to their advantage is to win through champion selection.
This is something that Invictus Gaming likes to do as a team overall, and to their benefit, they're actually the red team, meaning they have the last pick. They love to counterpick one of those solo lanes. Typically, it's mid for Zitai against Rapid Star. They're going to try to find some advantageous matchup. Additionally, they've got some tricks up their sleeve. Their mid and top lane player will actually switch champions at the last second, and so if they pick sort of an ambiguous mage like Vladimir or Kennen who can run top or mid, and they'll pick like a bruiser like Jarvan, the last second they'll swap it and they'll send Jarvan mid, they'll send Vlad up top, and they're looking to make some really big lane mismatches. A lot of mages run magic resist but not any armor, so if they're fighting a physical damage bruiser, they're in for a bit of trouble.
And next off, it's going to be looking towards the jungles a little bit, and we're going to have to see them avoiding the counter gank from Cloud Templar.
Exactly. This team is all about aggression and diving turrets. And normally when you make a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1 on the enemy turret, you'll come out ahead, so Illusion's plays will pay off. The problem is, what's Cloud Templar going to do? The jungler here from Azubu Frost, if he's watchful, if he sees what his team is up to, if he sees them under pressure, if he counter ganks and makes that a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3 with the turret to their advantage, they're going to win every one of these counter ganks. So Invictus needs to make sure that the jungler doesn't come up from behind and kind of screw them over.
You know, Freak, we do see that 3v3 situation happening most time in the bottom lane, which brings us to our next point, is that AD carry. They need to get Kid Ezreal.
Exactly. They want to grab Ezreal for themselves and deny it from Azubu Frost. Quick story time for you guys. Loco Doco used to be on the team as their star AD carry player. He left Frost, went to Startail, and they had to kind of regroup and get a new carry. They brought Woong down from the top lane and brought him down into AD carry. The thing was, he's only been there for a few months now. Now, he actually used to play Ezreal top lane, so he knows that champion in and out. But if you've only been in the role for a few months, you're not going to have all those champions to that same level of competence. So for Invictus's credit, if they can deny Ezreal away from Woong, they can really shut down part of that multi-pronged attack from Azubu Frost.
All right, guys, so we've told you what we think. Now we want to know what you think. Just like last time at the North American Regionals, head over to Twitter at League of Legends and the hashtag LOLWorlds as well. We'll be answering your questions on air later during the broadcast.
Okay, guys, this is going to be an amazing, amazing match, guys. The teams are ready to go. We are ready to go. Guys, are you ready to get into this game?
And we are into Champion Select. The League of Legends Season 2 Championship begins now. Azubu Frost for the first ban of the game coming out here. Now we have talked about the fact that we don't see much of the play from Invictus Gaming. Yes, Azubu could have done their homework and went and dug out a lot of those files, but it's going to be a pretty big mismatch here just for the picks and bans, since we said, you know, IG is very strong there.
So right off the bat, Azubu Frost banning out one of the ambiguous champions. Sorry, not ambiguous, but they're banning out Yorick here, who's going to set up a lot of strategies overall. He's a great top laner. He can set up for 1v2s. He's just a very strong pick in general that you're going to try to remove. Invictus here have grabbed out and banned out Anivia away from Rapid Star. That man is famous for his Anivia play. So right now they're really respect banning each other. And ooh, an Evelyn ban. This is might be the first time we've seen Evelyn banned in competitive play. So, Eve, welcome back to the game. You're now playable, and she's been banned out here. And again, Azubu Frost really recognizing that the immense champion pool here from Zitai, they want to drop that out and make sure they don't get caught out with a heavy roamer.
And we do have some aggressive support / mid from Rapid Star being taken out here with the Lux ban. And it looks like they're really just going for teams that will not allow a fight to be dispersed or broken up easily with these bans.
Yeah, a lot of it is also they're researching their opponents, and they know what their top champions are, what their best roles are. Anivia and Lux definitely really big mainstays. We saw Rapid Star pull that out against Blaze. We saw it actually put on the support there against Counterlogic Gaming Europe. It's been a really strong champion for them, so it makes a lot of sense. These guys are doing their research and banning champions that they know these other teams are playing. That ban coming out from Azubu Frost is Jace, who's a super dominant top laner, and they're finally the Skarner being the final ban. So now we're going to see what these teams are going to go for, what their favorite picks are going to be, and how they're going to set up their strategies.
A good amount of initiation cut out of this. And we do see the Ezreal pick going out first. We'll have to see if they are able to get that and take it away from Kid.
It makes a lot of sense. Ezreal's the most hotly contested AD carry here, especially when you've got sort of roster limitations in a way. So yes, that third key is going away. Woong's going to be on Ezreal here. He's going to be comfortable, and he's going to have a great match overall. So that's a small crisis averted for Frost. You saw them kind of click that right away, and we're like, guys, are we sure it's Ezreal? Yes? Okay, yeah. And they're going to grab that one out. But no other AD carries and no supports outside of Lux have been banned out. So there's still a lot of options for the rest of these lanes.
So we could see a double AP comp coming in with some good map control from Nocturne. It's going to be Vlad Nocturne on that pick. Possibly not locked in yet, but it is going to be looking good. PDD is a very switchable player. He has a gigantic champion pool to play from, so he could really pull out anything here.
I really like this overall here from Invictus Gaming. If they lock in these picks, Nocturne spells aggression. Now, if they had picked Nocturne earlier, you might have seen, other AD carries denied. If you get a diving champion like Nocturne who jumps into battles and deals a lot of damage, ooh, they've locked in Jarvan, so they've already grabbed one Dunk Master. They're going to look at Nocturne here for the second. There is a ton of get-in-your-face aggression here from Invictus Gaming. So the Nocturne almost definitely in the jungle. Now, if you go back in time and you look at a picture of a Goose, they used to run Jarvan Leona as a bottom lane aggression combo. That Jarvan could go mid. We've seen a lot of players run that. Zitai could do it. We've seen Froggen run it in solo queue. Jarvan, a great top laner as well. They've actually set themselves up for a lot of options here. And if you're Azubu Frost, you might want to be a little bit careful of your back line. They can dunk down on an Ezreal or another squishy mage and really deny some options. I think he's just kind of trolling us right now, picking up a lot of different champions. But I want to go back again to the amazing champion pool here from Invictus. It's a lot of melee, tanky, heavy aggression. They will jump into those fights and make life miserable for Azubu Frost.
So, Freak, not really knowing where these lanes are going at least for Vlad, but if that is against the Jarvan in middle, how is that going to match up?
So Vladimir's going to be interesting because he's weak in the early levels. He's very easily aggressed upon. His cooldowns are a bit long. He spends his own health to cast abilities, so he tends to become frail throughout that early mid-game. But Vladimir scales phenomenally throughout. He does a lot of damage. He amplifies his team overall. Vlad's eventually going to be in that back line just throwing out so much damage. And Alistair there picked up possibly as the jungler is just a crazy aggressive force. He's going to come around that map, gank people from behind, and deal incredible amounts of damage.
You know, Freak, we see again the aggression coming out from Invictus. Leona, Corki, Xiao Xiao, and Kid like to say, if we can get that lane swap to not happen and have 2 in our lane, we'd like to kill more people.
This is really good overall. Their team is just full out aggression. And I gotta say, I love the Leona Nocturne combo. They can pretty much shut someone down from so far away. Nocturne can dive across half the map to initiate a fight for himself. Leona with Solar Flare can stun someone for a good long time, follow up with their own combo, and continue that crowd control. So they can lock down individual targets. They can really shut down Ezreal or anyone in the back line and really make life miserable. Just within the lane itself, Leona Corki is a lot of damage. This is really a tried and true aggro lane combo. There is a lot of pressure available here.
And we do see a very global Shen picked up, as well as a Jax for the dueling.
This is going to be really, really nice. So Shy there on Jax, it's going to play into his strengths pretty well. He tends to play a bit more passively and farm a lot. And Jax is a great late game carry. This Azubu Frost team is just full of damage output, but they've got a giant front line to back it up. So Ezreal, Vladimir, and Jax are all going to just belt out damage in a team fight. Alistair and Shen in the front line. Jax even is going to be quite beefy as well up in the front there. And then if anything goes bad, that Shen, he has a global ultimate, teleports to a friend, gives him a gigantic shield and says, bro, you're not going to die, I'm here for you. And they can initiate these fights. Azubu Frost lineup is just so well-rounded. It's phenomenally strong right here.
Yeah, that lineup is so scary, Freak. Every one of them can dash, jump, pool, or just arcane shift out of a fight if they need to. It's going to be amazing. The last pickup here, possibly that counter, is going to be Swain.
So Swain making his comeback to competitive play as well. This is going to be really good. And again, it actually sets up Invictus for that lane swap. We used to see Swain a lot as a top lane, and these 45 seconds will tick down, and we can't even guarantee if Zitai or PDD is going to be in the mid lane, on Jarvan and Swain respectively. Now, if you look at the team composition in general, Invictus Gaming is all in. They want to initiate with a Solar Flare, dive in with Nocturne, dive in with Jarvan. Swain's going to be in the mix as well, and there's so much crowd control coming out that it's going to be hard for Azubu Frost to know what to focus on, especially if Jarvan goes attack damage based, gets a Hex Drinker, Brutalizer, Bloodthirster in there. He's going to be dealing so much damage. He's a gigantic threat, and he's going to be backed up with a big shield. Everyone here in Invictus is honestly either very tanky or very safe in the back line, and it's just full of damage output. There's a lot of gank potential. There's a lot of pressure. Azubu Frost once more. It's just a late game, just crush team. They've got a front line. They've got a back line. It's about damage.
All right, guys, the teams have made their selections and are about to start the Season 2 Championship. They're ready. We're ready. Are you guys in the audience ready? Freak, we said it before, Azubu Frost a little slow on the first game of a just of a best of 3, but they only get one chance here, and this is going to make it big because Invictus has a back-to-back over this in the group stage.
So this is actually, really, really important overall. They've got to make sure they start out hot. And that might be hard when your name is Azubu Frost. It's a bit of a misnomer. You've got to make sure that you're ready to go and able to push in here. Actually, this is great. Woong picked Frosted Ezreal. Thank you, Woong. You're so kind with the puns. I appreciate it. And we're finishing up the loading screen, but this game, it's really, really important. These are two of the favorites in the group stage. They're phenomenally skilled teams, and it's going to set the pace for the rest of this tournament. Each of these teams wants to start out on the right foot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting into game in just a second. We do see, actually, Shy had picked Frozen, not Shy, rather. Illusion picked Frozen Nocturne for us as well. So they're keeping the cold reel going with the puns.
That's nice.
So we have these guys getting prepared to be in game. Freak, are we expecting any one of a level 1 invasion? You have an Alistar for that ground pulverize. Mm-hmm. You have Shen to taunt everybody up, as well as Shy to jump in there and stun if need be.
It's scary. Both of these teams are actually really, really good at level 1. Now, there's one disadvantage for Azubu Frost, which is Vladimir, who's going to be doing almost nothing in a level 1 fight, but that rest of the lineup you just mentioned. Shen's got Shadow Dash, Alistar's got Pulverize, Ezreal dealing a bunch of damage from the back lines with Mystic Shots and basic attacks, and yes, Jax, Shy can jump in. The Counter-Strike is a stun as well. Azubu Frost, if they play perfectly, have like 4 seconds of dedicated area of effect crowd control. It's really, really scary overall. That said, though, Invictus has a similar lineup. They've got a lot of area of effect damage. They've got a giant root here with Swain. Guys, we are ready to get into the game. Let's get this started.
And as we start off this matchup, we can hear the pings going down. Teams playing this very careful. It is a game of 1 here in the group stages. They will play a few games throughout the day, but right now they want to start the momentum. That early game in the day is the hardest. A lot of the teams from Asia, from Korea, from Taiwan, China are all saying we're a little worried about the jet lag that's going to be coming in here. They're not used to playing, as we've said, on American soil, and you know, the first time for a lot of them. So this is going to be very big that these teams can come out fast with that first blood.
So Invictus is playing a bit aggressively from the start. Jarvan tosses a flag out there, tries to check in. Corky. Oh, this is super cute. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really interesting because he spots Cloud Templar there, and the rest of the team is ready to follow up. They know Cloud, he's the jungler there. He's going to start at the Wraith camp. Invictus, they're already starting out with the tricks. If you look at Frost lineup, it's all defensive. They're watching brushes. They're just camping around, trying to wait for things to happen, and they're just next to each other. This is I can't do anything but giggle here. This is going to be amazingly ridiculous.
You know, Freak, this is absolutely awesome. It's really just a high-level use of the Fog of War, knowing where they're going to stand, knowing that nobody really walks to that position, just already inside the mind of your opponent.
Here comes the invade. They're going to try to get Cloud Templar.
And they go in, they get the Zenith on a rapid start. Another Valkyrie from Kid. They will get the exhaust on, and first blood goes to Invictus. Beautiful aggression. Azubu Frost didn't know what hit them.
That was exactly the right opening, and just that overall strategy was perfect. Invictus starting things out right. They used Jarvan flag to check over the brush, make sure no one was there. Then they sent Corky over to Valkyrie, then he became a living ward. Sat there, you know, took on the role of Evelyn as a living ward, and made sure that they knew what exactly the other team was up to. Okay, ran into the Wraith camp, get it started. It was a very good opening start.
3.2 for Azubu Frost now not in the bag. They were not able to out-aggress there, but they can still turn it around. That first blood does not mean the matchup, so we'll have to see what they can bring out here as the buffs are somewhat being denied on their side. Good damage in mid from Zatai as he starts to go aggressive on Rapid Star. He is level 2 to his level 1. More than happy to deal out that pain.
That's what's going to happen when you come up there with first blood and a lot of extra aggression and farm on the jungle. And IG is actually lane swapped here, so PDD is going to be alone at this bottom lane as Jarvan. He's going to have to try to last hit against that turret. Meanwhile, Kid 1v1 up against Jax. Takes a bit of damage as a result there. He's got to be a little bit careful there. They've got an interesting sort of ranged versus melee dynamic in both of these side lanes.
Shy may be shy in just that, but he knows when to take the aggressive pokes and win that damage trade. Leona now returning to top lane. A very good push here coming from Zatai. Vladimir, not a horrible farmer of the turret. He can keep himself going, but Swain's going to want to roam that lane. Zatai gets all over the place. Back to top lane. Shy just milling about, trying to keep himself in a safe position. They do have an early ward down in that tri-bush behind them for Invictus. So we're going to make sure they see, actually, Cloud Templar coming up now. Or rather, they see Illusion.
Overall, this lane swap rather is really good for Invictus. They're trying to shut down Jax, that late game carry, and that's really, really advantageous here. If you compare to PDD on Jarvan, he's got 2 abilities that can farm from range, so he's more or less safe in this 1 versus 2. And actually a gank coming off in this top lane there, a lot of damage on a Shy.
Shy getting out, having to pump those potions. He is up with 2 more, so he's going to be all right in the lane for a while. He is going to want to go back and get a ward when he can, but he doesn't want to throw himself out of the lane so he can continue to soak up that XP.
Adlep doing a good job pushing on aggressive. There's a stun on the wall. PDD's got to run away from this.
Yeah, he is aggressive. He does have the blue buff, but he's got to be careful how much damage he takes because the blue buff, it's not going to heal you. Those potions are going to be gone quite fast, and you can still see aggression from Zatai in mid. Rapid Star isn't getting a chance to get in there.
This is really playing the Swain advantage really well right now. Swain is great at being a lane bully, especially if your mechanics can support last hitting, continue to keep your mana up with that passive. See again, Jarvan forced a last hit under turret, but he's going to be reasonably safe doing that. The Golem buff that was donated over, giving him some mana regeneration and lower cooldowns, allowing him to use both basic attacks and abilities to farm up onto minions. You can see here Jax at 15 and Jarvan at 17. There is a slight advantage here due to that lane swap.
PDD trying to get the poke down. As he does have the cooldowns and the mana for it, he should just be spamming those out, but making sure he can farm. Good push here coming from Kid and Jiao top. They do have the ward down, so they can now pressure Jax against his turret. Quite low mana for Zatai. Has to be careful in middle as he goes aggressive once again to Rapid Star, who's really keeping tabs on him, making sure he has to stay at the turret. It's really helping.
Absolutely. This is still, it's Vladimir's early game being very, very unsafe. You're going to see this pressure continue for a while. Once Vlad gets up to level 6 or 7, he'll start turning around. He can sustain himself and kind of be under the boot a little bit less. But you're going to keep seeing a lot of moves early on. Invictus also going for a lot of pressure. They're going for this top turret, dealing a lot of damage to it. This has been really commonplace for Asian teams as of recent, where they'll take that 2-on-1 matchup and turn it into a push lane instead of a zone lane.
Here comes Illusion from behind. The Dustbringer is out, so he has the speed. They're on to Shy. Here's the 3v1, but the counter gank won't be in. The turret is quite low. He could turn this around. Shy comes out with a kill in a 3v1 situation to run out. Now in pursuit is going to be Illusion, but they completely back off.
Oh, wow, and that was just a couple of missteps there. Corki managed to pull turret aggro. Everyone else kind of backing out long enough that Jax could just jump on. Knew that he could pin down Corki, leap onto that. Great kill picked up for Shy. That is a nice equalizer. The gold's still 300 behind, but Shy, you thought his lane was going to be bad, but now he's going to be in pretty good shape with gold picking up that kill for 300 gold.
And you got to notice that Cloud Templar was there by the time Shy reached the river on exit, so he was actually completely ready for that gank to go down. They're really, as I said before, playing in the minds of Invictus right now, but Invictus with that first blood still are 200 gold up.
This top lane actually is a little bit scary for Xiao Xiao. With Shy hitting level 6 right now, no, I guess Kid did show back up, but a 2-on-1, that could have been a potential jungle gank. You saw Cloud Templar come in support for a short time, but looks like that top lane once again be safe. This gank in mid though.
Mad Life is a Zubu Frost now roaming the map. It looks like Zitai could fall, and he does go down to Rapid Star. Still, more aggression from that bottom lane. Mad Life helping Rapid Star with some plays there.
That's a nice little inverse there from a Zubu Frost. Normally it is Rapid Star and roam, but when you've got that 2-on-1 lane, that's one of the things you can do. When you shove to the turret, you've got nothing to farm, you can kind of back off and do something else. Invictus was actually pushing the turret and dealing damage to it and setting up a tower dive. In this case, it was a Zubu Frost pushing that bottom lane and setting up a roam opportunity with Woong and Mad Life making that kill happen. Really, really nice play.
Now, Freak, with the swap, they're not going to be able to grab red buff as much. Obviously, blue buff not really assisting Shen as much as a mana-heavy opponent, but how are they going to factor that in if they still want to control the buffs?
It's actually really convenient overall because now both these teams have their attack damage carries near that lizard buff overall, so Invictus will be able to easily walk up, pick the lizard for Corki, and the same thing happens for Woong on Ezreal. So it's actually more equal right here actually, that overall the buffs are going to be transferred kind of to the same people over and over. Again, PDD taking that bottom lane so that he can grab Golem buff. He's actually walking over there right now. They're going to keep sending him that buff so he can lane a little bit better, cost that more shield, and cost that more poke.
We can see Shy doing a little bit better, I believe, than Jarvan is. No, Shy actually 23 CS to Jarvan's 46. However, he does have a kill, and I believe they're both level 6 right now. If we see Shy falling behind, what problems is that going to present for Zubu Frost in the late game?
They needed to get him to late game. 300 gold is nice, but now down 21 minions, that doesn't actually really keep up anymore. There's actually pressure at this top lane. Shen coming in.
Stand United is on. The taunt does not hit. Zenith plays very nice, leaving Kid on the outside to just continuously do damage. Cloud Templar flashes out of the situation, and Shy is forced to walk out as well. Very nice try there coming in, but wait, Illusion coming in. The counter gank once again. Shy is forced to run. He has nothing to jump to. The Dustbringer hits. Extra speed for Nocturne. Good job by Cloud Templar bringing himself back for that assisted jump.
That was really good play on both sides, and that is typical Illusion. Oh, here comes Zitai. He's going to find Cloud Templar. He's going to pick up one. Can he get the second? Oh, it is. Double kill coming out. That team roaming so much, picking up kill after kill. Invictus Gaming, the pressure is on. They've got their first turret kill. They're up 3-2 in kills. They're going to keep going.
Freak, you just said it. A clean wipe of the turret and a small minion wave down bottom. But it looks like they may just micro the damage in and out on this one if they lose it anyways. They're going to continue to attack. Illusion backs off. He trades the damage off here. And they are going to be able to grab a second turret. Now 10 minutes into the game.
This is absolutely the right play here in Invictus. Making the dives happen. 2 turrets. That is huge right there. There is a giant open window now. Shy is going to have a lot of trouble now dealing with this mid game. Now a really good ping by Zubu Frost. They know everyone's stuck on the other side. They get a free Dragon out of it, and that's nice. Dragon equalizes the gold lead that you get from picking off a turret. It makes that pretty much the same, but the loss of these structures sets up for some bad mid games. Oh my god. Wow, PDD, one after another. Can you get out of this one? Taking a lot of punishment here. This looks like it's going to be a trade kill, but a nice dunk onto Woong. This is just crazy now. Back and forth, these teams diving into fights over and over. Poor Woong actually had pulled turret, not turret, but dragon aggro from the beginning from that, so he was very low on health, allowing that dunk to happen there, PDD. A nice pickup there. So back on that turret point, though, there's a lot of now open map on the left-hand side. Side stays up top. He's very, very diamond. Expected to be very unsafe. Illusion will revisit that top lane a lot this game.
Now, Freak, how big does this factor in? Usually you see the bottom lane AD carries support, all bottom lane. That turret goes down first or mid. Now with that top lane down to the second inhibitor, or second turret, now to the inhibitor, they can almost control Baron as well and just kind of farm that top lane down.
They can absolutely kind of put a lot of pressure and make the minion waves, give them a lot of map control overall. Exactly. The Baron, those turrets are gone on the Baron side. There's a lot of opportunities there for them. Oh my gosh, Xiao taking so much punishment diving into the turret.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Wow, what a kill picked up. Mad Life, exact execution there. The pulverized, headbutting back into the turret. That was a great overall job. But now we've got a bad gank in mid.
Here comes Shen in as well. It's a 3v1, and they get their own gank. Cloud Templar onto Z-Tai. And there it is. They're just focusing on the aggression. They can find now, surgically removing them one by one.
Perfect moves overall. Exactly. This is really the focus here for this Zebu Frost early lineup. If there is a lot of early aggressors, a lot of crowd control is available. Cloud Templar now twice has actually used Stand United before the fight starts, saying, I don't care about the shield, I want to show up out of nowhere, and just piggybacks on top of a friend, making it 3-on-1 out of nowhere every single time. He's really now the playmaker here. It's not counter ganks, it's just actual ganks. Cloud Templar is really the force right now for this early game of Zebu Frost team.
So Freak, wow, Woong going down very low here. His mana just about the same, but the HP is not matching. The blast in, the last attack, the ignite hits the auto attack to get it.
Nice job, kid. Those plays. Notice that Woong burned his flag and said, you know what? I can land that one last missile. Did so. Excellent job. Let's see if they move on and push for some more advantages. They could go for turrets with a number advantage on the map.
You know, Freak, Kid may be amazing on Ezreal, and that's going to totally help him play against it in lane as well. So the factor to both sides, the dunk down, the kills just going back and forth right now. Cloud Templar to come in to help, but knows it's not enough.
That is again Illusion being so aggressive, teaming up there as well with PDD. This is Invictus Gaming. They will dive your turrets. You are not safe under your turrets. If you're going to play Invictus later on in this tournament, guys, your turrets are not safe. You've got to be careful. Their third turret kill now up. 6-5 in kills as well. Invictus keeping the pressure on.
Freak, it took them 9 minutes to take those two, but it only took them another 3 minutes to take that one. This is not looking good for Zebu Frost. They definitely have not stealthed that aggression that's coming from Invictus Gaming. They've been able to come out way too strong on each one of their ganks. Zebu Frost is keeping them some in it with those inch-by-inch fights. We did see him just take down Swain in mid. Z-Tai got a little aggressive, but they were able to come in with Shen. So they have a lot of possibilities, but we're seeing that all in the late game, and right now they may not get there.
It's going to be risky. Now, they're only down 1,000 gold, so they're holding on more or less. Zebu Frost, you know, they're not defending themselves to the ganks all that well. These ganks are succeeding really on all sides, but at the same time, they're still making ganks of their own. They're still pushing themselves ahead. You can see, again, 5 kills picked up because of the plays being made by Zebu Frost. They're not down really any significant margin of gold, so they want to keep those pushes going. And the saving grace here for Frost is that they have a great late game lineup. Again, Jax and Vladimir, if they can get rolling, and they're starting to, they're finally picking themselves up in minions. Actually, Rapid Star beating his lane opponent in minions. Jax from Shy pretty close by as well, so they will continue to catch up throughout this game. And when we hit like the 35-minute mark, you're going to see just the general champion power actually shift over. I think actually the impetus is really on Invictus to make the plays right now and keep that pressure on.
So we actually have Wound going up and grabbing the blue buff. They don't really need it in mid so much. They don't really need it up top. And they're going to give it to Wound. He's down 2 kills, but he's up in CS. So they're really trying to gain the advantage back in his bottom lane. Still has perfect turrets on it.
And that's going to be really the next point of contention, I feel. With the 2 top turrets down, the first middle turret down, Invictus is going to look for their next big advantage, I think, at this bottom lane. I would expect to see some ganks coming through in the near future. Now, it's difficult to gank an Ezreal and an Alistar. There's a lot of crowd control and mobility still available, but they've still got a little bit of time with Wound's flash still down. Professional teams will time enemy summoner spells. And so, and it's really convenient too, because Kid flashed at about the same time. Kid can easily time Woong's escape ability to say, okay, look, Flash is still down, Nocturne show up, let's make a 4-on-2, let's get some kills. I expect to see that if they want to go for this next turret.
And it's really what Invictus Gaming has been doing. They're playing inside the mind of a Zubu Frost. The homework has really paid off for them, and these lanes are, even though not so much aggressive for Xiao Zhao and Kid bottom, they've been playing it wonderfully against the Alistar Ezreal that just came down there. We saw picking up a kill, Woong, or rather Kid for himself onto Ezreal. Woong trying to pressure. He has that blue buff. He can just be throwing out his spell.
And he is. He's poking as hard as he possibly can and getting a lot of damage out of it. This mid lane, once again, you can see that blue buff is so nice, especially for Zatai, who can spend his mana basically on health. That Raven form, his ultimate, it just makes, it sends these Ravens out, they deal a bunch of damage, and they return life back to him. And so it is so hard to shove him out of lane. He will keep being a force.
There's the Zenith Blade. Very nice headbutt, but they're coming in still. The pulverized wait, but Illusion is just on the outside, and the 3v1 comes in strong. Mad Life forced to walk out of this one.
That is, again, them timing that flash. It actually is coming up in the next 10 seconds, but Rapid Star taking the punishment in mid.
Zatai forced to go back on this one. Cloud Templar is everywhere, and this shows you if they can span these fights out long enough and continue to have Cloud Templar in it, they're really able to stop a lot. However, this time they get Dragon. Last time they were top taking turrets. This time they're going to go ahead and grab the objective and have the timing on that as well.
Really, really good for Invictus. This is proper gameplay as well. Whenever you remove an enemy champion from the map, you want to do something for your team afterward. Getting a kill and picking up 300 gold and then going and farming, it doesn't help you all that much. Picking up a kill and killing 2 turrets, picking up a kill and taking away Dragon, that is a big boost in resources. They're now up 2,400 gold because they're not just getting a kill, they're getting a turret and an objective afterward. You're going to keep seeing these teams throughout this tournament convert kills into something else over and over and over again. That's the proper way to play League at a top level.
So, Freak, we have actually some builds coming out here. Oh, down bottom, some aggression on Illusion. He catches himself out. Shy is also down there as the top lane is really nothing to be had, and Woong finds himself a kill.
That was excellent. They actually snuck through the brush there and waited and kind of baited out Illusion to show up. So, Woong is chilling, not a big deal, but everyone else waiting in the brush and diving out of nowhere, that's really big.
So pressure on the bottom turret as we see them taking top as well. Cloud Templar forced to flash. And that's going to be noted by the team. We just said they're keeping control of those summoner spells. It's down to that point where they have to know what's going to happen in these team fights.
And that just really sets them up still for this mid game. I don't think we're quite into full-on team fights just yet. I don't expect a lot of crazy pushes. It's not going to be a Baron attempt, but a lot of pressure at the top lane. Cloud Templar really getting chunked down. PDD taking it down in a one-on-one. Burned his ultimate earlier to just get rid of the flash and then said, great, I've got cooldowns, let's do this. Picking that kill up.
Very nice job, and just known mechanics of that champion, able to close the gap between Shen if he doesn't have enough energy and just continue to beat down on him with that long range. And if he needs it, that Q. 6-8 at 18 minutes, Freak. 2,000 gold in the lead right after that Dragon in control of these turrets. Still holding off a shutout on turrets against the Zubu Frost. Invictus Gaming has really came into this one strong. They haven't worried about the buffs in a Zubu Frost jungle too much, but they're really controlling them once they're in the lane.
Exactly. They are absolutely making a lot of great moves. Really, both these teams are. They've both kept the pressure on 6 to 8 to 18 minutes. They're constantly showing up for kills. Now, sometimes they're getting away with the skin of their teeth and they're surviving just the last second. But these guys are obviously looking for lane fights over and over. They are trying to get into battles. They're trying to bully their opponents out of lane, picking that kill up. It's nice to farm minions, but you can farm champions. They're worth about 10 times as much, so why not do that instead?
So we do see the Wriggles Lantern onto Nocturne, a little objective focused as well as max control for him. That armor really helps just his build in general, especially against this team. You have the Shen, Jax, Alistar, and Ezreal. You're really only looking for Vladimir with that AP damage. Jax a bit hybrid, but not going to factor into that huge fight too much. You see the bottom turret going down. Invictus Gaming just globally roaming right now.
That's really strange. You don't see this very often. A 5-man just runs to a turret to pick up that kill, because here's the counterattack from a Zubu Frost. It's a 2-on-0. This turret's taking a lot of damage, but looks like they're not going to keep the pressure on. They're worried about getting counter-ganked here. So they're going to actually just trade a turret for nothing. Really, really nice move by Invictus, reading their opponents, knowing there was no push available, at least not enough push available at the top, and they're still going as 5. They're going to look for another objective for us.
I think they really considered how much damage was in that lane. You have Vladimir and Shen, not exactly the greatest tower pushers in the world. Somebody throwing off a ghost there.
Rapid Star has to run away.
Yep.
Again, this roaming squad actually working quite well, and I might have called it wrong. They're milling around here Baron. It seems really risky. I don't think they have quite the Baron damage overall. Okay, yeah, now you're seeing Leona recall back. They're going to be safe, but it's a nice little move, you know, out of nowhere. Invictus Gaming is like, okay, normally people sit in lanes, they'll force a turret, they'll force an objective or something. They're just like, guys, let's group up and like flank someone. They actually showed up at the bottom turret, pushed that bottom lane away, picked up the kill there, and then just showed up as a team in the mid lane, forced everyone else, Cloud Templar, Rapid Star to run away. They burned Rapid Star's Ghost, they looked for Golem buff, and they're back to the lane. So, you know, they spent 2 minutes roaming around the map, they picked up some advantages for it. Pretty good move.
Kid farming bottom still, the 80 carries quite close, 171 to 167, but still those 2 kills for Kid. He is really helping himself out here, and as Zubu Frost continues to roam, it looks like Mad Life is just hip and hip right now with Boom. He is not leaving him, and they are quite an aggressive group together, so they will go in onto some kills. Xiao Xiao trying to get a little bit of gold for himself here. Support's juggling.
Yeah, well, Support getting some gold. It's really what these teams are doing, you know, since the last year or so, is they've been really sharing the jungle as a team objective. You call one of the members on your team a jungler. His primary profession is sitting in the jungle, killing off minions and ganking for the sides. But setting up more gold for your team is a really, really good move as well. Zubu Frost finding a kill here on PDD, possibly.
PDD knocked up, the crowd control is on, but that's a pretty tanky person to focus with your first amount of abilities. He's able to make it out, and they have Cloud Templar's ultimate down as well. So we could see Invictus Gaming looking to initiate a fight here.
They're really going to want to set up either a direct team fight or a split push here. With Shen's ultimate down, it's a lot of team fight pressure and a lot of split pushing lost there that they no longer have. And so it's really good for Invictus to force objectives in various places on the map, knowing that for the next about 2 minutes, Shen will not be showing up out of nowhere. This is kind of a go time here for Invictus.
You know, Freak, even without the Anivia, even without other champions that are going to spread out that fight, they still have Jarvan and Cataclysm someone out. Jumping over the wall, they see Shy up top. He is going to be forced to blast, but he was feared out first by Terror, and he may go down. The Ignite won't kick enough, but the follow-up may just do that for himself. A beautiful Corki missile, and they find Shy up top.
Again, Invictus, as a team, roaming around and forcing their will on the opposition with Shy dead, they can absolutely go for pressure once more. They've pinged Baron. This really could be the Tetris. They've actually started 22 minutes in.
Super well. They do have the Triforce finish, really relying on that. Oh, wow, Wound getting crushed down. Not even a chance, and they go for Baron, Freak.
This is now, I think, the actual Baron fight. The first time was they know they had some ward sweeping. You know, they said not going to sweep out with Oracles, no big deal. They knew they'd force the opposition to stop them, which just meant they could start a 5-on-4 with no real worries. The difficulty, though, is Z-Time's running a little bit low on mana, and it's going to be a 3-on-5. This could be very, very close here.
They're going to let them take as much damage as they can. They are just watching that bar of Baron right now. Mad Life on the outside. Rapid Star coming in, throws down the Hemo Plague. It's all with Baron still alive. He is just trading damage to the closest. They slay Baron Nasser. It goes to a Zubu. And it looks like they're forced out of the fight, though. They lose 3 as they walk away. Invictus full team.
That was a really nice setup there by Frost. They focused the jungler. Oh my gosh, the true shot barrage is out! Shy getting chased on, but he shouldn't go down here. 2-on-5, the Zubu Frost can win right now. Xiao Xiao really getting shut down. Shy's gonna like his chances. Ultimately, it's a 3-for-1 with a Baron seal. I like that for Frost.
That was a really great job. A little miscommunication there by Invictus Gaming. Going into the attack, we saw the Zenith Blade just separate himself way too much from the team, but with that, they will be quite close now in that gold, still at the 2,000 mark. They're down 3 turrets, so they're really closing this gold gap now around 25 minutes into the game. It's 13-7. Invictus Gaming coming out early with the first blood, coming out very early with just team roaming aggression, and once again, they will control the dragon. The first dragon going to a Zubu, the second and third dragon to the victory.
But this is going to be really, really big for them. The turn trade is a good move there. Shy knows he is safe. He's wearing Baron buff. His flash is down, but he knows that he's very, very strong right now in this game, trying to finish up that Trinity Force when he can. Overall, there's a lot of power in a lot of really good places. That Baron buff, the Baron kill really helps so much. While yes, they are down in kills, you'll expect to see many members on a Zubu Frost negative in the kill-death ratio. They're keeping up in gold regardless. Again, it's an 1,800 gold difference, which is basically pennies at this point in the game. You've got to consider these teams on equal standing. The only real separation here is that actually Baron buff is being worn by 2 members of Frost. That's actually a pretty big deal. You're going to see to be a little bit bigger bullies in the fights right now. That might transition away, though, in the near future, because there's a lot of burst damage available on the other side here. Invictus, they're going to like their chances with Jarvan, Nocturne, and Leona. They're going to have a good chance here at shutting down Ezreal. There's really 2 to 3 major worries here on both teams. The Blue Frost needs to be worried about losing a squishy carry with the burst combos available on the other side. Invictus Game needs to be worried about the fact that there are 3 major threats. Vladimir, Jax, and Ezreal can all carry a game by themselves. And while their team is great at shutting down 1 champion, can they shut down 3?
So, Freak, I feel like once this gets to turrets, once a Zubu Frost isn't found with 1 or 2 people, you know, just walking around a turret, I think they're going to be able to hold these. If it's just the push that comes into the game, where is Invictus Gaming going to win if they have to start split pushing it and really spreading themselves out thin?
Split pushing is not going to be the best answer for them overall. It's half decent because they have not kind of segue from one lane to another without a lot of difficulty, but they're still against Shen, who's probably the prince of split pushing, second only to Twisted Fate, who actually takes a crown as king. But Shen is going to be able to, if Frost wants, he can split up to the side lane and work elsewhere.
But it's not even going to matter about the turret for Invictus as Azubu goes in. A great true shot barrage going through, and it's going to be too quickly for Azubu. The turret isn't even a factor in this fight. A double kill coming in for Wound, and they will focus now onto the turret.
That was a great aggression there. They knew they had Shen waiting in the wings. Alistair starting that fight properly. Mad Life living up to his name. He's an aggressive player. Really likes jumping into those fights. This could be a really good push for Frost.
That was such an extended initiation. Shirelius needed to get in with 3 or 4 steps before Alistar. It was so telegraphed to the team, but it still caught Invictus off guard. They were just not ready. They have not seen that type of aggression yet in this game from Zubu Frost.
Yeah, that was an all-out engagement that was really a one-of-a-kind sort of attempt here by Frost. And the good thing for them was they shut down Z-Tai right away. He actually got pulverized back into the lineup. He was killed off with True Shot, Barrage, and Ignite. That's exactly what they want to do. There are a lot of damage sets here on Invictus, just like there are on a Zubu Frost. But chief among them is going to be the heavily farmed Z-Tai, he's got Rod of Ages, he's got Sorcerer's Shoes done, and he's almost got his Abyssal Scepter. When that's completed, he's going to be tanky. He's going to be putting out a lot of damage, and he's going to be fighting opponents with no magic resist, making him continue to deal a lot of damage and keep his health bar sustained. Zubu Frost is very melee heavy. You can kind of consider Vladimir a mid-range mage. He's going to be in range of auto attacks with the opponents. So everyone but Ezreal is going to be subject to the damage output from Z-Tai. And that's going to be a very big risk here, and it's going to be the focus, I think, of the match from now on. It's all about Z-Tai.
So we do see Invictus Gaming coming in now, a 3 Aegis build.
Triple Aegis? Seriously?
Triple
wow.
Aegis.
They went triple Aegis. These guys want to be tanky. They really do. I don't know if there's communication or they just really like the stats on it.
That will benefit each person, though, with an Aegis to the other Aegis.
Yeah, so those 2 champions will have basically a double Aegis aura.
Right.
They'll get 16 attack damage, 36 armor, and 48 magic resist, but still, that's pretty rough overall. We've got a replay set up, though, of that prior fight to see just what went down. He has to jump off the slow initiation. Alistair jumping in, gonna just use as much damage as possible, pop the whole shit, and just goes to it all out and fracturing. You can see Swain just dropping way too fast, and now there's not enough damage output really available. Corki has to come in from the sides all too late. His teammates are already dead. It was ultimately somewhat of a 5-on-4 with too much aggression early on.
So Zubu Frost getting a little bit of a flame behind them there. Will they be able to melt the competition now? 30 minutes into the game, 13-10. Those 2 kills, 3 kills that they were able to get in that last fight are really bolstering that gold. Now they're 42,000 to 40,000 as they've taken the lead there. 5 turrets to 4. Zubu Frost now in the lead once again with that statistic. It's all like they turned this game around in a matter of 3 minutes.
It was just a couple of good engagements is all it took. Mad Life really taking the initiative there, and a great mechanic. Oh, but we're getting jumped on right here!
Forced to get out of that, and the ultimate from Illusion onto him. The Paranoia makes it. He does keep with it, and he sticks in to follow up his shot. They lose another one. It's now 1-for-1 in the battle. Swain coming out very big. You can see Z-Tai hardly taking any damage with that sustain, and he gets a double kill. Chasing down Mad Life, an ultimate finish from Kid, and it's now on to Cloud Templar. The slow, not affecting him enough, and they make it out into 3-1.
No,
4-1.
4-1,
yeah.
exactly. PDD, you are your team's new MVP. 20 seconds ago, I was like, Z-Tai has got to do well in the fight, and it's going to be great. Nope, PDD out of nowhere full dunk combo onto Ezreal, followed up by Leona and followed up by Nocturne. Those champions, those three working together every single time, trying to shut down Woong, trying to kill Ezreal. Every single time now, most of the time now, it's actually been working. When they're able to put their combos down, the AD carry drops off. And without that dedicated source of single target damage, they don't have an easy way of removing Zatai from the lineup anymore. He's so kiteable. He can deal damage while running with that ultimate. It just deals damage for him, so he can kite Jax. Rapid Star, he's area of effect based on Vladimir. He can't shut down a single target. He helps the entire team. And when your big single target damage source from Ezreal is out of the fight, and Shy on Jax can't really chase down the target he wants, Zatai's going to have free reign. So those two working together, making those fights happen. They needed one more team fight like that. If they can control Baron, they're really going to be in the advantage. But right now, it's a tie game.
You know, Freak, we've really seen definitive gameplay from both teams up until this 30-minute mark. We have a Zulu Frost just coming in full 5-on-5 fights when we saw them. They dove under the turret. Now, this could be a huge problem for Invictus Gaming. Each one of their fights has started catching somebody out in a quick 75% health burst, and then they're able to take the fight without that person being in it. So these 5-on-5s, we said it earlier, it's a late game team from Zulu Frost, and if Invictus Gaming starts to lose their jungle that much more, they will not have the Fog of War to work with.
And there's a couple of good things happening here for Zulu Frost as well. They picked up a Chain Vest and Negatron Cloak here onto Woong. His item build is Trinity Force Last Whisper. Oh crap, I need durability! And he's going for that. And if he can, and that's all he really needs. He just needs enough damage. He can rely on Trinity Force Last Whisper for a long time and just rely on base damages and Triforce procs to deal all the damage he needs. He just needs to survive that dunk team because the late game is so good from Frost. You need to withstand the early burst and then just team fight well. If he's alive, if that initial burst doesn't kill anyone, they can DPS through the time field. They're really relying on the time to stand a 5-on-4. If they don't have that, it's really good for Frost.
Looks like double Triforce as well being finished for Invictus Gaming. A very, very tanky, but mostly Glass Cannon Swain, except for that Abyssal Scepter giving him a little bit of magic resistance. He's got a lot of health to sustain the fights. Like you said, Freak, he is just walking around wreaking havoc and no. You see? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Basically, the big decision point here with the needlessly large rod is this going to be Death Cap or is it going to be Zhonya's Hourglass? Death Cap says that he feels safe and he just wants to be that hyper carry, and that's a possibility here. They've been doing a pretty good job in fights overall. Zhonya says, you know what? I'm still worried about their burst. I'm worried about Jackson Ezreal, and you're going to see what decision he goes for. It'll kind of tell you how he's feeling about this match. Whether he feels safe or whether he feels pressured. He's going to look at a glimpse into psychology in the very near future.
You see him once again going back and forth in the jungle with a little bit of vision. That says we have enough to do Baron. A 33-minute attempt at 17-11. The gold lead is pretty much even. They gain a 2,000 jump with that. And it looks like they are on the upper hand now. A 4-minute pause button to Invictus Gaming. Big for Zulu Frost. They are good on the fight under the turret. They're more than happy now to do it with Baron. That regeneration and strength that they get, Freak. This is going to be a very big push.
This is going to be the really, really big attempt here. This will be a game-defining battle here. That middle turret is down, so the inhibitor is free for them. I don't even think Invictus can really defend here. I think they'll lose if they go into a fight without kind of perfect initiation.
Oh, great arcane shift, and leaves Xiao Xiao in there by himself. A perfect use of abilities, but they trade 1-for-1. Again, DDP coming in for PDD use. Huge coming in. A good job by Cloud Templar focusing on the Nocturne, and it looks like this fight heavily going in favor of Zulu Frost. No, the turnaround. They catch out Vladimir and Jax. The double kill as they chase down Mad Life. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. They do have the proc from the phase on Triforce, and the triple kill for Kid.
Number one team fight call, NA. Invictus Gaming is showing up. Again, that dunk combo, I thought with Ezreal having a Negatron Cloak and Chain Vest that he would have been okay there. Turns out, not the case. There's just too much damage. PDD going for so much. He's got the Trinity Force and Hexbreaker. He is so deadly here.
Sick little dodge there, putting on his Nikes and lacing him up. PDD taking out Cloud Templar for a trade in damage. He's not really hurt right now, but he's just getting harassed around as they take down his turret. Nothing to do there, and a little bit of a rebuttal after an overzealous fight there from Zulu Frost, which I thought they had quite easily.
I really thought so too. They were up in gold. They had the Baron buff. Looks like they could have closed that out, but now they're really paused until Guardian Angel is done. Of course, as I say that, Guardian Angel is done now on Ezreal. Now Woong might finally be tanky enough to withstand the burst combo. There's no guarantee though. The one thing you've got to worry about is with Guardian Angel, you won't die right away. You'll revive a few seconds later, but you only come back with 750 health. If there are cooldowns back time for Invictus, 750 health is nothing for Trinity Force, Jarvan, and a Nocturne. So if they can initially dunk and chunk down onto Ezreal and kill off Wound from a Zebu Frost, they're still going to be fine. But all the resistances that he has now, he's running 150 armor, 128 magic resist. Honestly, I feel like finally he's actually going to be hard enough to kill, but who knows? If IG can keep scaling up, if they can keep over-damaging his defenses, that's going to be the make-or-break point here. Can Wound die?
And, you know, you can tell that at least Kid right now is having fun. He's completely set up his items exactly like Woong has throughout the inventory. He actually moved around the Negatron close as he bought it. So these guys still mentally in the game, but still composed as well. They're not down. They don't feel down on each other. They're really ready to play here in the championship. And they are just doing a perfect job. Right now, they are 9 kills ahead of Azubu Frost, and the gold is only a 400 gold difference. Barons and turrets have been taken down. Dragon Control has went back and forth. I believe it's at 2-2 now, and we are just seeing an amazing game here between two of Asia's best teams.
This is such an all-star match overall. I've loved everything that has happened so far in this game. The Baron steal from Zebu Frost really putting them back into the mix. I mean, they're 2-0 on Baron. It's crazy here. There's pressure really everywhere on the map, and the teams are very different in their team fight strategies as well. So it's just a mix of different styles the whole way through. And so, you know, it's going to be difficult here for Frost. You know, if Ezreal can live, that's a big deal. If he really can't, I think they're going to have to rely on Shy. And the pressure's on him. It's difficult because he's the newest member of that roster. We talked in the intro about Loco Doco leaving that team for Startail, and they had to bring Woong down. Well, the replacement for Woong's top lane was Shy. And, you know, his name, it's actually fitting just like with Ravenstar. He's a little bit more timid of a player. You know, the pressure's been on him the entire time. Could he fill Woong's shoes in the top lane? He's got to do it here if they want to win this match.
Quick jump on and then never move on to Jack. Now, Freak, we just saw Invictus Gaming win a huge fight. Let's talk a little bit about why that open inhibitor is actually keeping them from pushing any farther.
So the difficulty here is ultimately that anything can turn into a bad aggression here, but a fight's going to start here by Dragon.
Xiao Xiao going down. He may get quite hurt. He tries to jump back to his teammates. Jatai coming up with a kill, but he is falling fast. Xiao Xiao falls, and right there as well, the 1-for-1 coming out. And it looks like they will continue to pressure on this fight. A double kill coming up top for Shy as he puts himself in the middle. Illusion going down as well, and they are continuously fighting this one in the jungle. I think that's hurting them a little bit. The vision is back and forth denied, and it comes out very big in the side of Azubu Frost. Kid looking to finish off one more kill. A great arcane shift out of the Gatling helps him to stay alive. The Arcane Angel is still up.
This is so good now for Frost and Woong. Finally surviving the beginning of a fight. IG spent all their effort killing off Rapidstar's Vladimir, and that was a lot of damage. But when you have a living Ezreal with items in the background belting out damage, you can see they actually were able to kill off Zatai. Shy just went in there, picked up a double kill early on. Really one of the major impetuses here. It's a 3-on-1 in the base. IG needs to respawn to keep the Nexus alive.
Xiao Xiao just trying to pull the damage through himself, but Woong focused right on that Nexus turret. Drops the first one. And Freak, I think this would be a great time to just talk about how this is opening up the base.
This is really now a very open scenario here. You can't really let if IG goes for a Baron and tries to sneak it, Azubu Frost can just kind of dive in and just run down the mid base and win it for free. They've got to be very careful about exactly what happens here because Invictus has a base in shambles. Only one turret keeps their Nexus alive. They've got to kind of sit near mid at all times. The first thing they have to watch for is the minion wave in the mid lane. They can't let it shove back to their base. If the minions are there, they're just going to dive right in and close the game out. They've got to spend a lot of effort shoving these minions away. That gigantic super minion you can see shoving this mid lane is a very, very big threat here. They've got to keep those killed and keep that wave outside their base.
See Woong now picking up some finalized items. We'll see what he goes back to build here. Xiao Xiao and Illusion grabbing up some buffs. Or rather, that was Wraiths. And moving into mid, it's just Alistar, Jackson, Vladimir hanging out right now. We do have a replay of that last fight to really just see what happened at Dragon.
And pay special attention to Shy. The MVP here on Jackson. Initiation goes off a little bit caught here, but they're going to turn back around and go for the damage out. But look at the burst coming down, picking up that kill, but they just check it out. Shy in the front, damage, damage, damage the whole way through. You see them trying to flash out, trying to stay alive, but it just does not matter. He is wrecking everybody's day right here. Cloud Templar as well in the front line, taunting everyone together. And you can see Kid trying to help out, but he's not quite able to.
As they all quickly move back into position, the pings are going down. Freak, Baron is up, and this is the Baron dance. Who brought their shoes and who's ready to go for the longer amount of time? You see some movement from both teams. Invictus trying to move in as Zubu coming from the top. They will come from the bottom. Xiao Zhao getting hit with a mystic shot there. They will be able to tell. Looks like they're pulling the loop around. I believe it was Counter Logic Europe that did this, faking the Baron and loop around, but there's vision on it, so it's not going to play as much of a role as it did in that previous game. The Guardian Angel onto Jarvan is up. Wounds is up as well. So this fight is going to go for a little bit longer than usual with a special focus on those champions. Ezreal is going to be in the back of this fight, Freak, as they try to start it off. The dance goes out, and it looks like IG is trying to bait this one out, saying, yeah, we're taking it. But with the long-range initiation, they know not to. Jarvan jumps in, but it's on Alistar. The ulti goes off from him, mitigating so much damage. They jump onto Zitai. The Zonius goes off. Who will they focus next? Illusion is quite low as well. Zitai will fall. Kid goes down. Mad Life, Illusion, they're all falling. And it is going to be a huge pickup here. Another one goes down. PDD left with a sliver of health.
Reviving up with the Guardian Angel, trying to jump over the wall. Looks like a flash from Cloud Templar. Can he chase down PDD here? But it doesn't much matter. See, the minions are dead now. They've actually killed the turret on the Nexus. Woong's going to dive in for the base.
They do have Woong going. Jai and Templar are right behind as they chase from mid. He's going to be by himself, though, taking down the Nexus. The first game of the day. It does not daunt to Zubu Frost. A Zubu Frost will defeat Invictus Gaming.
Good job of Zubu Frost breaking that curse. Damage goes out. There's the kill. Next, the Zubu Frost starting up the World Championship 1-0, proving themselves to be that favorite.
An amazing game and one that really faltered for Zubu Frost in the beginning. Invictus had many tricks up their sleeve, but those instances weren't brought into the team fights. They said, we know how to team fight. Let's practice these that will give us the upper hand, but that couldn't be controlled.
Yeah, a great set of openings here from Invictus, but it was a couple of really, really nice team fights. They had a nice synergy there, Invictus. They had kill the Ezreal, let Zitai carry because he can't be killed anymore. But two major things happened. Ezreal finally stopped dying, and their top laner, Shy, just got the damage he needed. Even if Ezreal did drop out, it didn't matter. That Jax got to late game status. The lane swap was there trying to shut down Jax early on, and it worked. The strategy from Invictus was so good. They set up so many strong early and mid-game advantages, and up through the first 30 minutes, they had everything going their way. I mean, Baron steals aside, they had everything going their way. They made a lot of correct moves. But Frost, finally, with the Baron steal especially, really helped them catch back up, kind of level out that playing field, some really good pressure in the mid lane as well, and they finally got themselves the late game they wanted.
You know, Freak, let's see how this affects the standings. We said it earlier, Invictus Gaming to go on now to play a doubleheader, but that's a win for Zubu Frost.
This is really, really good. Frost, they're going to look at the rest of this lineup and realize, guys, we beat one of the favorites. We're ready to go for the rest of this. Now, if you don't count tiebreakers, you're going to sort of realize that you need to go 2-1 or 3-0 in your group. 2-1 still available here for Invictus. Again, Frost is a heavy favorite. Invictus losing a close match to one of the best teams in the world doesn't mean you're down and out. They need to be they need to have resolve and be resolute and realize, guys, we lost one match, but it's okay. We can win the other two. Invictus about to play their second match against Counter Logic Gaming North America. That's going to be a really important game for them. This is a very do-or-die moment for Invictus in the near future. Frost, they're going to feel much more secure. They've still got to win some more games to get themselves through, but they're looking really pretty right now.
So Invictus Gaming not getting all of their picks there, but we did see Kid playing against his favorite champion. We're actually going to look at a replay of that ace as we listen into the players as well.
이제한테 일단 공 썼어. 이제 앞으로 가. 아 잠깐만. 이겼어. 야 그렇게. 나 지금 뒤에 때리고 있어 지금. 녹턴 나 녹턴. 잘해봐. 이겼어. 미드가. 그냥 바로 찍고 미드가. 죽여 이 개새끼. 죽여 이 씨발 새끼. 야 일로 와 이 개새끼야. 이 존만한 새끼야. 죽여 이 갓나 새끼들아. 오케이.
Freak, it was a great momentum to just keep going for the base. That fight came out of nowhere. I think it was a wrong initiation on Alistar.
I think it was up to Invictus, though. I think that with the inhibitor dead, with the minions just, knocking at the front door, with Baron on kind of on the way, Frost had all the tools they needed to force any kind of fight they wanted. They knew Invictus had to defend their base. They had to defend Baron. Invictus had to make a one do-or-die moment and say, nope, we've got to go in now. We have to force this fight before they get Baron, before they bait our base any longer. An inhibitor down means the base will push itself and actually kill the turret for you. We saw that actually happen. That final turret fell on its own without any support from the rest of that team. Invictus knew they had to fight and win that exact battle. If they won, they could keep their base alive, get Baron, and keep it going. But Invictus had to fight there. But that do-or-die moment came a little bit too late. Azubu Frost just simply scaled themselves up, and it was just crushing from Shy on Jax, really the playmaker at the end there.
Freak, can it really factor into the gameplay that pushing that top turret does allow Shy to farm more, does allow him more chance to roam around the map and not have to worry about, a consistent turret lane?
I think it was overall the right choice for them to push down the turret. And actually, I would have liked, at least on Invictus' side, to see Illusion camp that top lane more. We saw him show up time and again and force those advantages. And getting 2 turret kills like that makes the entire lane bare. Yes, you'll be on your own side of the map. Yeah, it's a little bit safer for Shy. But with no turrets to run to, when you're fighting Invictus, not even turrets are safe for you anyway, but with no turrets there, they should have been able to dive Shy even more. They let him breathe a little bit too long, and he kind of caught up to that end game.
So we saw, guys, as Zubu Frost did what they needed. They didn't out-aggress, but they did help to get into the counter ganks, which was a key for Invictus Gaming. Zubu Frost coming out with the win, but we're coming up next. Invictus Gaming takes on Counter Logic Gaming, North America. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more League of Legends action. League of Legends Season 2 Championships.
They are trying to... A lot of great names in there, but... Late bullies by Super Mechanics really playing the swing advantage really well right now. Wow. Still does well. Invictus keeping the pressure.
第一是他的妮达列，然后给我们留下非常深刻的印象，然后是，他非常英俊的外表。
Hello, welcome back to day 1 of the World Playoffs. I'm DJ Wheat alongside Rachel, and we are bringing you all the action live from sunny Los Angeles here at LA Live.
Now our next match picks Counter Logic Gaming North America against China's Invictus Gaming. Let's take a look at the obstacles that Invictus had to overcome to get here.
In late July, Invictus Gaming and Noah's Ark faced off in a best-of-3 match at the regional finals in Shanghai. Noah's Ark took a lead early in the competition. But mid-game, Invictus had poured on the heat and turned things around to take the lead.
进化我们看到刚才姿态这个进化真的是完美啊，秒解对手卡牌的黄牌。
And they never gave it up. Invictus went on to rout Noah's Ark in the match 2-0, becoming one of 2 teams to represent China in the World Finals. Invictus Gaming is joined by World Elite, who battled a veritable gauntlet of challengers throughout Season 2, earning an early position representing China in the finals.
Now, as the blue team going into their second match of the day, let's welcome back Invictus Gaming.
And going up against IG is one of the oldest League of Legends professional teams in the world. They spent the last year in Korea, and they are looking to prove that their training and all their competition has played off. Playing as the red team from North America, it's Counterlogic Gaming. Give it up for the AD carry, double lift.
And on support, we have Chowster.
The AP carry, Big Fat LP.
And in the jungle, it's Hotshot GG.
And last but not least, in the top lane, give it up for Voy Boy. These teams look ready. I think you guys are ready. Let's go to Riv and Freak for the match analysis, guys.
Thanks, guys. We're back in full force here at the casting desk. This is a rematch of a contest that took place weeks ago in the IPL 5 qualifiers, where Invictus Gaming came out of nowhere to 2-0 CLG. It should be interesting to see whether or not that victory gives them the confidence to take this matchup.
Well, speaking of confidence, I'm feeling pretty good. I've got a Trinity Force hat on. Yeah. On the back, it says tons of damage.
All the damage. It's being done.
It's pretty nice. You know, you guys are missing out not being here, by the way. We've got sweet merch with Blitzcrank hoodies, tons of damage hats. We wish you guys were here in LA with us.
Completely.
But you know what? There you go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You guys are here in LA with us. These guys are awesome. These guys right here below me on the screen, but behind me in real life. These guys are freaking awesome. I love that you guys are here. You guys are amazing. Guys, anyway, look. We had a chance to sit down with the teams earlier. Here's what they had to say about their chances in this match.
We lost them in 3 separate tournaments pretty badly. And they underestimated us pretty badly, I'm sure.
虽然我们小组里面每个队友都很强，但是我们有大招。
I don't like the word cheese. Why would you call it cheese when it's cheese? Just means it's like cheesy, you know. It's like, But like strategy, if you got out strategized, when you lose to cheese or when you lose to cheese, you just say we got cheese instead of we got out strategized.
It's strategy.
We're lactose intolerant. Cheesing someone just means you have no skill, and all you did was win because you had this strategy that thought a little bit and you all in on one thing.
Winning is everything to me. You know, coming in last sucks. It's the worst thing that could ever happen. Winning is the best. You know, you want to win so bad. And we're going to play a solid block of not mozzarella.
And you can see, guys, how lactose intolerance plays a role in League of Legends. So let's take a look at the keys to the game for Counterlogic Gaming here. They're really going to have to, and it's what Freak said in the interview with Monte Cristo at PAX, or what Monte Cristo said at the interview at PAX with Hotshot GG, is that this game needs to unveil secrets and innovation.
This has been a really big thing for Counterlogic Gaming. Over the last year, they've been kind of reinventing themselves and figuring out how exactly are they going to play the game. They've got a lot of things in their sort of playbook that they can bring out here. Now, with the group stage, these teams know who they're playing against. They can prepare per individual opponent. CLG's got something prepared for this game. They've had, as you heard Hotshot say in the interview, they've lost multiple times to these guys, to Invictus Gaming. They've got to bring out something new, something secret, something that IG is not yet ready for.
And you know, Freak, this second point plays out perfectly to the match we just watched. They need to overcome the early aggression that was First Blood and a lot of kills for Invictus Gaming.
This really plays out to what we saw with the last match right there, where IG started out strong, but it also plays to how Counterlogic Gaming tends to play. Now, if you look at them a year ago, they were all about the late game. They picked late game, team compositions. They picked late game champions, and they won at 35 or longer. They haven't really broken that trend so much. They've got new strategies. They've got new gameplay, but it's still centered around that end game sort of composition and working out, as the game drags on. Just like before, they need to sort of respond to early aggression, withstand it, and get their strategies rolling.
All right, Freak, and if that doesn't work out for them, Counter Logic Gaming is one of the best all-star lineups in North America. They need to utilize that flexible lineup.
This is interesting for them because every player on that team used to play a different role at some point. Most of them for CLG, most of them elsewhere. So, Voyboy kind of got famous from the very beginning by kind of showing up with Ezreal and making Wriggle's Lantern really popular. You've got Hotshot used to be the top laner there. Big Fat LP and Chowster used to kind of swap around as AD carry and mid and stuff like that. Chowster now on support. And of course, I actually said Blitzcrank instead of Doublelift in my head, but Doublelift kind of famous for that Blitzcrank initially, and then kind of showed up as an AD carry player. All these guys really, they know all the ins and outs of different roles. All of them can really take over the match as a major carry, and they're going to kind of need that to pull through in this game.
All right, so now that we know the keys for CLG and how they can achieve victory, let's see if IG can do a repeat of their previous upset. For that first key to victory, they're going to have to react to the innovation that Hotshot's going to bring out with Counter Logic Gaming and react to new strategies.
Exactly. These guys know they're the favorite in this matchup. I talked to their manager backstage yesterday, and he said, we feel about 75-25 against CLG. We give ourselves 3-1 odds in this game. Feeling very, very confident. They know that they are kind of top dog in this matchup between these two teams. So they know CLG is going to bring out some special sauce. They know that's coming from CLG. They've got to react to that properly, get the counter picks going, whether they win in Champion Select or whether they win from in-game actions. They've got to react to something new from Counter Logic Gaming.
And they actually set up to do this last game. Invictus Gaming needs to punish Voyboy's aggressiveness with possible swap.
Yeah, there's a really interesting thing here where Voyboy, he used to play on Dignitas where he and Skara both would kind of like push forever and just farm and get over-aggressed. People would tend to camp Skara. And so Voyboy is kind of safe because no one's going to go, top lane. They can just kill Skara over and over. Why not? Well, Voyboy is on a bit of a more reserved team, and if he plays all-out aggressive again, he's going to be the one to get caught out and camped and killed. He's got to be able to check that aggression. Or, if he doesn't check it, IG can just camp him and crush him over and over in lane.
And Freak, their last point to victory, and if so be it again, it's a Valkyrie over the Dragon Wall to start off with First Blood. They need to take CLG by surprise.
It's really still, even though CLG has played them many times before, remember that, CLG's done a lot of research, and even though they've lost those last few games, they're going to learn from those mistakes. So CLG are going to be a different team here than we've seen them in the past. They are going to be new. They're going to have some new things going on here. And they've had a lot of time to research Invictus, knowing that that's their opponent, and they're going to know what Invictus is up to. So they're going to have to bring out something a little bit different themselves as well. IG needs to take CLG by surprise, because otherwise they're going to be read like a book.
All right, guys, so again, you've heard what we have to say. Let's chat it up on the social media. Head over to Twitter, @League of Legends, and the hashtag LOLWorlds, that's LOL Worlds, to voice your opinion. We'll be answering a few of those questions on air later in the broadcast.
All right, so here we go, guys. Champion Select is here to begin. We are ready. The players are ready. Audience, are you ready for this?
And Freak,
all right.
The Vuvuzela is so good. Right into the game, we have Doublelift being a focus ban. Sivir is out in the bans.
Yeah, we are in a Champion Select here, and you know that these guys have done their research. CLG, seeing Invictus, and seeing that the Ezreal being a top focus as well. These are just research-laden bans. Olaf was Voyboy's just best top laner. Actually, at the North American Regional, it was actually said, I forget who said it to me, but Voyboy was really only comfortable on Olaf the entire tournament.
Yeah.
It was really the only champion he wanted to play, and most teams hadn't learned that in time and weren't just chain banning Olaf to shut him down. In this case, some research has been done. You're seeing a lot of good bans being dropped in here by IG, picking out Doublelift and Voyboy specifically. You're seeing the rest of these bans, though, just phenomenal top laners. You're seeing actually kind of generalist bans from CLG. I don't think Triple Teleport Promote is actually the strat here. They've not dropped out the major initiators. They've dropped out split pushers. They've dropped out just strong champions overall.
Freak, they're once again going with that Alistar. He's pretty much seeing the most tournament play he really has in a few months now, being in these last two games, always on the ban list, but now we see Hotshot GG picking up that Cho'Gath. Very common to him as a champion to play. Used to play that top lane as well. We said this team is completely versatile, and we're looking for that pick from Voyboy now. Doesn't have to be his. He can choose for his team. Picks and bans is all about countering what you're seeing from the other team, as well as making sure your strategy is completely viable. So it looks like there's actually going to be a choice for Diana, and Hotshot's going to get his Mundo.
Wow, so right off the bat, CLG, actually I'm a little bit worried for them based on what we just saw happen. They picked champions. Okay, guys, I'm going to run Jungle Cho'Gath. We're going to run a top laner. It'll be fine. Wait, guys, hold on. I got an idea. We're going to run Diana Mundo, okay? Sure. And they switched at like the last second. And that, to me, actually spells a little bit of trouble because now, right off the bat, they're not on the same page just yet, right? They know they're against an Alistair. I mean, we know they already pre-planned their bans. They already knew coming into this that CLG was the red team. They knew they were second pick. They knew what their bans were going to be. They knew Alistair was probably going to be on the table for them. And then even still, they didn't react, confidently to that pick. They actually took some time and they said, you know what, it's going to be Diana Mundo. So it's a lot of assassination, a nice front line, and a really fast jungle clearer.
I want to say this is a little switch up as they do put Diana on Voyboy for assassination and move Big Fat up, but we'll have to see what they do. We see the pick coming out for Skarner and Yorick.
This is interesting here. So it's got a heavy front line and heavy initiation here from Invictus, and that Yorick's side lane, though, is very, very versatile. He can win pretty much any matchup here. Invictus has a lot of options open now to choose their 2 carries. CLG, though, you're right, it looks like that they are going to send that Voyboy to a side lane and give him a golem buff. Meanwhile, they've got Cassiopeia as a major mage here. Is going to be really good at wave clearing. They still have to pick their AD carry. That's still last up in this lineup, but they've got a very likely golem buff, bottom lane Diana, jungle Mundo, Lulu up with an AD carry, and Cassiopeia might be mid, might be top, but that would be a little bit risky here, and we're going to see what the rest of that lineup is going to be. Meanwhile, Invictus picking up their last few champions looks much more like a normal sort of standard lineup here. Corki's going to be teamed up with Alistair. We've got Skarner in the jungle as a phenomenally strong initiator. And actually, this is interesting because Cassiopeia is a great pick against Skarner. Skarner's going to be up in the front trying to dive someone and pull them back into his team. But when he does that, he just sets himself up for easy counter initiation from Cassiopeia. She can kind of stop him in his tracks and really set up a nice fight. So CLG finally now picking up that Graves for a full lineup here. There's a lot of area of effect. That is going to be the term I'm going to use for Counterlogic Gaming. Graves Lulu can push really, really hard. Cassiopeia and Diana can wave clear. Dr. Mundo, a great frontliner also with a lot of AoE damage. So CLG looking very, very strong here. This could be very, very good.
Yeah, this is really interesting, Freak. How many times in Champion Select of any huge tournament do you see really the AD carry super focused for both teams?
Yeah, it depends though, because with the only real super contentious ban being Ezreal, Sivir is more of situational. CLG runs her in a split push type of strategy, and that actually might have been a reaction there when they knew Sivir was banned. They had to switch pace and say, "Oh, okay, we're not doing triple teleport promote. Let's run something new," and they changed their bans around. That might have been the case here, but you kind of see an interesting scenario where they've run kind of more of a standard type of composition. And actually, Chester looked like he's going to Q dodge real fast. We're going to get that game recreated in a second here. But basically, you've now got a new situation here. It's an air effect comp coming out from CLG, making that reaction. Invictus Gaming looking just strong overall with a great front line and a great back line as well. As to your question, though, about AD carries, right? The first game we saw of the day, they insta-locked Ezreal because Ezreal right now is the hottest, most contended AD carry here between these teams. So when you drop that off the table, you no longer really care quite as much about what's there, so you can kind of pick your champions a little bit later on.
So, Freak, what do we see really coming in for these games after this? It's going to be IG 2-0 if they win, and CLG down 1. How is that going to work for them in this group stage to come out? IG is on their back heels right now.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, they've got to make sure they win here. This is do or die for Invictus. It's very, very scary. It is so hard to get through a group when you start out 0-2. If there was a tiebreaker, if there's a big three-way tie, and if there's any group that would have a three-way tie, it is Group A. These teams are really all on that same level here. You can see SK, CLG, Invictus, Frost. Any of those can pull ties together. But if you're Invictus, you don't want to rely on that. You want to get your record going forward and push ahead. Again, they said they were 75% confident in this match. They had a really good chance of winning it. They feel really good about that match overall, but there's still not a heavy guarantee here. They've got to make sure that they play this game right, they get themselves to 1-1, and they win that last match against SK. This is really, really big here. Now, CLG on the same side, they've got kind of a vengeance here. They've got to come back and realize that they want those same wins. Azubu Frost 2-0'd them in Korea just a few months ago on LAN. That's a scary place to be in. CLG is facing a lot of teams that have good records against them in professional competition. CLG needs to avenge themselves over and over in this group here. It's a major, major matchup for both these teams.
Freak, let's talk a little bit about that tie matchup if it happens. How is this going to work?
So if we end up getting a three-way tie, whether it's one team going 3-0 and every other team is 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, or if we have a three-way tie where one team is 0-3 and three teams are 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, it's going to be another playoff. The three teams going to go head-to-head again and see who's going to come out on top of that new, smaller three-man group. And they're going to keep doing it over and over until an actual winner is declared. Theoretically, we could be playing League for like 25 hours today if they keep tying with each other. I wouldn't actually mind that. I love this game. I'd cast for days. Crowd, a couple of cheers there as well. I realized that. We've got at least 12 games lined up for you today. We're down 1. We've got at least 11 to go. Tiebreaker could happen. We never quite know. But these guys have finally picked their champions back up. We're going to be getting into the game very, very soon.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, Freak. Invictus Gaming's lineup just says we are going to initiate on you over and over again. Once somebody gets pulled out by Skarner, you're going to be locked in by Yorick and by Alistar, and it's just going to be very hard to get out. How do you feel about the matchup down bottom? The safe ADs were gone for Doublelift to pick. He loves Graves, but with the movement of Corki, could that cause some problems in the lane?
Graves Lulu versus Corki and Alistar, actually, I gotta say I like the chances here for the Alistar Corki lane overall. I think it's a bit stronger. I mean, you saw they first picked Alistar going confidently saying, yes, we're gonna go for the aggression, we're gonna go for it, let's fight. And Invictus has a bit of an advantage here in coordination as well. They are all aggressive players, they want to go all in, laning with an Alistar together with a Corki. There's a lot of pressure available there for Invictus. CLG, though, it's going to be a bit harder. They're going to be on their back foot.
All right, guys, the teams have made their selections. If you want to see Invictus come out on top and take care of CLG for a second time, let me hear you.
However, if you want the home team here, Counterlogic Gaming North America, to represent their region on home soil, give it up.
All right, Freak, the game is underway. You're seeing these teams now gather together in their positions. Oh, seeing that Skarner come out. Hotshot puts himself in the push. Sees 3. Takes a good chunk of damage, Freak. A very good level 1 fight here to come, but it looks like that will stalemate it, actually, with the amount of damage done. We do see that CLG is going to be a little bit on their heels because of that and the amount of damage Hotshot took.
Well, thankfully for CLG, though, they've got some time still. It's only 50 seconds into the game. He can recall, get his health back up, and go back in. Ooh, Big Fat getting forced to flash away. Chowster winning out from the wings as well. This is interesting. CLG burning now 2 of their flashes are now really on the defensive here. They know that their teamfight presence is not going to be quite as strong. Hotshot actually choosing not yet to recall and is staying at low health. This is a kind of a risky proposition. I don't really... I'm surprised at that a little bit. Mundo is a safe jungler. His health bar will stay high for a good little while here, but it's still an interesting choice to actually stay around like that, not with full HP. Now, IG still waiting around a little bit. You can see them camping in this brush down by that lower side buff. They might be waiting for a gank here at this bottom lane. See what they can do. Diana waiting around. She's going to be given the golem buff, so Voyboy looks like he will be, in fact, going to that bottom lane on Diana in a 1 versus 2. You can see as everyone else sets up, Cassiopeia helping out Mundo in the jungle. There's early aggressive clearing here from CLG overall. And Voy has teleport, actually, so he's actually going to be teleporting to that top lane to do this. A pink ward goes down. IG wants to invade here.
And they are grabbing those up. Beautiful job of the wards. I was trying to figure out why people had CS already. And we do have it going down onto the blue. Looks like IG is quite far in there, but they're not even being seen. They're going to get out of this one quite easily. PDD now onto the other blue as well.
This is really, really a great opening here for Invictus Gaming. That wonderful invade put themselves in a great situation. PDD just picks up that kill onto that golem. He's going to get himself back to that lane. They do a 1 versus 1 with golem buff on Yorick. He's going to be able to outlane Voyboy, I think, pretty easily here.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for that top lane. Diana's very bursty. However, you have the sustain on Yorick, so it should work out both ways. We'll have to see if CLG can avoid that early aggression and take it into late. Zitai doing exactly what he did in the beginning to Swain on,
to Vladimir on Swain.
Rapid Star, yes,
yeah,
Vladimir on Swain. But now doing it as well to Chowster, or Big Fat in mid, so pushing Cass back. He's going to get pushed back as well. Once Cass starts to level, once that miasma is up and she can clear waves, it's going to be very hard for him.
The thing, though, is Zitai feels very, very safe here. He's against a Mundo who went flash, so there's no exhaust, there's no easy gank for Hotshot GG. And Cassiopeia, not the best pressure either. Oh my god, that
flashes down bottom, great job.
I mean, you get about a quarter of a second to time that. The flash dodging that headbutt from Xiao Xiao, that was amazingly strong. The difficulty, though, is they still don't have ward coverage. He's still going to camp that bottom lane.
And they do know he's still there, saying, all right, Double Lift is going to go back. He does have some good gold under his belt right now. He's got enough for some potions and to keep the lane safe with Lulu. So we're going to do that. Voyboy farming safely top, using that shield to mitigate some damage. You can just see how much the blue buff is affecting that lane. Voyboy has to go back already.
Hot shot spots Illusion, lands the cleaver. Illusion going to take some damage here. He's going to get away pretty much for free, though. Big Fat did come over to try to put some support down. Looks like not a lot was ultimately gained. We're seeing PDD still very safe with the top lane. The bottom right now, catching with a bit of pressure here, doing some good damage as a tie. This is the one thing that is advantageous here for Big Fat LP, is Vladimir is a mid-ranged mage, meaning that when he goes to last hit minions or do any kind of harass, he is in range for Cassiopeia's counterattack. And as far as a one-on-one battle goes, Big Fat LP and Cassiopea is going to have a better chance of this.
The big push in mid here, it's going to be the 3v2, or bottom lane rather, and they're going to get first blood onto Double Lift. A lot of pressure coming out, and that was just what they needed. It was very slow, came in strong, and they knew what they needed to do.
This is a really good play overall. Again, when they're laned up with an Alistar, Alistar is a ganker's best friend. He's got crowd control, he's got displacement, he's an immovable wall, he's going to keep people at full health, he even likes to tower dive. So when you gank for an Alistar, you know you're going to have a good time. They exactly had that right there. The first gank burned Double Lift's flash. All they had to know was that, guys, next 4 minutes to show up again, he's going to die. And in fact, they had that. So a great overall move there, knowing they could re-up that gank on the Double Lift. I would expect to see one more in the next 2 minutes.
Harassment from PDD as that blue buff has worn off. We can see Voyboy not having as much trouble in lane, using his mana to farm instead of really attack PDD and the damage straight, but PDD still pushing down strong. You see Hotshot over by the Wraiths. We could see him in middle at some point. No, that's going to be taken by Big Fat. They're kind of trading off on a little bit of experience there. Pings on Skarner show that he is down by Dragon. Looks like he's just going to kind of hang out. Illusion waiting for movement from one of the teams from top to bottom lane, but he's not going to find it. 5 minutes and 30 seconds in. Invictus Gaming did grab first blood once again of the Voyboy. A lot of aggression from PDD trying to stay in auto attack range, but the turret just too close.
This is really, though, it's a good advantage here for PDD overall, though. This is going to be a good matchup for a good long while. They picked that partially as a counterpick to that early Diana grab. This is going to be difficult for Voyboy.
Hotshot top, though. Getting taken out on PDD, forced to flash as Double Lift taking some damage down bottom. Very nice job. His kid just continuously hitting those auto attacks every time that he can to get the upper hand. A huge burst from Jouster. Wow.
Yeah, that turret shot plus all the spells coming out. Jouster with the Glitter Lance, a basic attack. He's going to do some good damage. Zatai actually just spammed his ability trying to shove away Cassiopeia. Actually burned his ultimate as part of that trade. Just wanted to put some pressure onto Big Fat. Flash as well on both sides here. So again, no cooldowns are available. And Skarner, as soon as Illusion hits level 6, someone's going to die.
It's exactly what they want, and that's what they are looking for. Jouster once again to the bush to kind of hold some control in bottom lane. Going behind, they found Countdown his own, or going through the jungle invading, and he will be taken out. Clean it up, 1-1.
Wow, nice reactions there by CLG, finding what they needed to do. You see Zatai will just keep shoving that mid lane. Not worried about, not really worried about that whatsoever. They could actually choose to stay after seeing that lane shove happen. He's going to have to go back for items pretty soon. He's low on mana, and he's got some gold to spend, so you're going to see him run back pretty soon.
More invasion coming in. Illusion feeling good, goes behind. They are going right onto the turret. A huge burst of damage coming out, and it looks like Illusion taking that first turret angle. Oh, they let him get away!
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You can't make that kind of mistake in a game like this. They had the pressure. Big Fat had to go back. He was low on health, had no mana, no flash, no ultimate. They let him walk away.
Simple miscommunication there. You know, the thought was right. Farms the tie in mid, give him the kill. But if you can get it, it's going to be an assist. Still go for it. 7 minutes and 40 seconds in, we see Invictus with a little bit of miscommunication there that they cannot afford to have any longer.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do bridge those gaps. The one advantage they have, though, is even though the kills have been traded back and forth, they're up 600 gold. A lot of that is coming from advantageous lanes. You're just seeing their gold just creeping up over time. They're just farming better than the opposition. That's a very, very big deal for them. You know, the early game was kind of what Invictus was going to be about. We saw that with Frost, where it finally petered off in the end. And we know that's how CLG likes to play, where they're going to get some late game strategy. Oh, Illusion's going to steal the blue away! They had the ward there already. They had that buff time. Nice play there. Illusion is walking by saying thank you very much. That's a very big deal. Big Fat LP on a
I can't think of Cassiopeia, sorry, really is going to be reliant on mana. If he has Thorn's Ring and Chalice will be okay in that lane, but still would have liked to see blue buff.
Yeah, going against Zatai with 0 mana, like you said before, Vladimir using his health to cast spells. That's a very aggressive lane, and he needs that buff. You can see Doublelift and Chalice are taking up as much experience as they can around the map, just trying to feed themselves in that lane. Bottom lane, not too bad. He is down about 15 CS on Kid, but that lane still 0-1. Kid has that kill, and it's going to be very big as they pressure on continuously. They did not lane swap this game. They left Yorick to go against Diana top. They like the pick on that as Yorick can sustain against that burst of Diana. So the lanes for Invictus are working well, but they're not capitalizing on their chances yet.
I really like the overall gameplay strategies though from Invictus. They're choosing their lanes based on the map objectives. So normally, you see teams default to a solo lane top and a double lane bottom because you want to kind of have some pressure around the dragon. It's really not what the choices here are for Invictus. They're actually choosing their solo lane based on the golem buff. You can see them, the very first game they gave Jarvan blue buff and sent him bottom lane. This time they're repeatedly getting PDD on Yorick golem buff and saying, nope, you're going to stay top. Even though Yorick is normally a great 1-on-2 champion, they don't care so much about that matchup. They're curious about giving that solo lane golem buff all the time, and it's giving them a really good lane advantage here. Even though you see the minion kills are similar between Voyboy and PDD, remember that kills on fools are tracked as well, so that's an artificially high number there.
So Invictus Gaming with more than a big enough wave to take down this turret. Especially getting the heals out from Alistar as well. Looks like they will back off top lane. Voyboy going quite aggressive as they hit each other out here. Vladimir actually going down bottom for the gank, but he starts to back off as he knows he can't get under the turret. Both fights here walk away without any damage.
So a nice gank attempt overall there. And that's actually a nice move by CLG. They actually sent Hotshot to mid, and he's completely shoved out that mid lane, denying a bit of farm from Zatai. That's actually really, really useful. It's going to bridge the gold gap just a little bit. Anytime they can kind of clear a lane and deny farm to the opposition, you're always going to start going ahead.
It's always good to remember separate harassment, knowing that's going to hurt Zatai as he goes bottom, even if he got the kill. Very well played by CLG right now in the mechanics of the game. PDD again getting blue buff as it came back around. Not much needed from Vladimir, and with the control of CLG's blue buff, they don't have to worry about that lane getting lost.
But the one really good thing here, though, is they're going to keep that pressure onto the turret. The first turret kill going down right here for Invictus. They're going to keep that pressure going. You're going to see, again, just farming against each other in the mid lane. There's not going to be a lot done there. There's great wave clearers, great minion farmers for both those sides. You're not going to see, outside of a giant gank attempt, heavy pressure on either of those turrets. But the sides, they're absolutely available. We could see Skarner come in for someone in the near future. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to gank for Voyboy all that well. Ultimately, the lane matchup does not really reward ganking Voyboy's aggression. Yorick is not the best at bursting someone down. He's just best at being a bully, leaving him alone and letting him make his play. So you'll just see him grow over time, and they're going to let that be sort of a late game lane because they're going to like what Yorick does here. Instead, their pressure is going to be on Big Fat LP. They've got to worry because his flash and ult are back up, but they can still make the moves there. And the pressure has been on that bottom lane as well.
So Hotshot going for 2 Doran Shield in the jungle. What's the purpose of this? You just get himself tanky for early aggression?
He's basically worried about a lot of attack damage early on and allows him to sustain himself just in general in that jungle. He's got health for gems, those Doran Shields, a lot of health and armor as well. I think it's actually not even so much a counter strategy, but Hotshot realizing that Doran's shields are hyper efficient items and realizing, guys, just buy Doran Shield. They're really, really good.
All right, Tear of the Goddess going out on top to Yorick as he builds up his mana for himself, continuously sustaining in lane. The blue buff and everything just synergizing very nicely with that lane. However, the kills have been quite scarce this game. 13 minutes in, we saw about 3 or 4 kills between the last matchup of Azubu versus Invictus. Now, Counter Logic Gaming has avoided that very, very early aggression. They did lose the first blood, but they've kind of thwarted it since then.
Yeah, I really only expect to see moves at the bottom of the map right now. We've got oracles now on both junglers, so you're going to see these lanes get a lot less safe very, very soon. You guys have invested 400 gold in an item, lets them see invisible units such as wards, clear them off the map, and really sort of deny that vision so that ganks can come in blind and get behind people. So you're going to see a lot more aggression coming very, very soon from Illusion and from Hotshot GG.
Great CS in mid so far by Zatai. He's looking at 118 minions that he has farmed up. That's going to be gold and experience for himself while even being denied. We saw Hotshot trying to get to lane and harass him a little bit as he went down bottom. It was a good job, though, that the lanes followed each other
Each team is really keeping themselves in the game mentally here, especially first game of the day for CLG.
Oh my gosh, that was a near steal. That was a nice attempt there by Kid. But because of Hotshot's Oracle, they had that swept out. There were no wards in that brush. No one was able to time that buff and clear it away. Otherwise could have been another golden steal. That's actually the first blue buff that CLG has even gotten in this game. So we're finally starting to get their own buffs on the map. You're going to see this mid-game start to get a little bit better for Counterlogic NA.
You know, Freak, something we noticed last game is they didn't have Oracles until about 25, 26, 27 minutes into the game. Invictus was knowing which lanes the champions were in because they were pressuring so hard. Now with Hotshot going in and clearing out wards, they actually have picked one up as well because they know that map awareness is so crucial.
So they're going to start off on Baron as they know they swept the wards out. They had Kid from the bottom lane. The difficulty though is Voyboy has teleport. If the fight starts, it would be a 5-on-5. However, they just did such an amazing job of sweeping out the map and denying vision. They got a completely free dragon attempt, 3,000 gold up. Voyboy making a good counterattack move. He's going for the turret here. The problem is he's been denied a lot in lane. He's not going to kill this turret too easily. There's not a really all that important of a counterattack. Some minions were lost there to the turret. There's a little bit of farm that PDD's not getting here, but really that dragon move was the right call. Invictus continue to claw themselves ahead in this game.
So it is going to be 19,100 gold to 15,600. A lead that used to be in favor of CLG for just a few hundred gold is now quite in the favor of Invictus Gaming. Cassiopeia getting that blue as we saw them. Said that Oracle's paying dividends so far, and really if she were to continuously be denied that blue buff, it would be a very easy lane for Zatai in mid, and Big Fat would be forced to just farm under the turret without any aggression. Hotshot coming in here, the Oracles to face off against each other, but Voyboy comes in as well. You'll see movement from Zatai here. Big Fat's kind of trying to hold him off as well. They get the flash out of Illusion. This is already an amazing play if they can get out without wasting the summoner. But it's going to be a big fight as PDD comes down. They find themselves in the 3v3. No, Voyboy flashes as Twin Fang comes out to spit out a few bits of damage. Xiao Xiao very close. They take out Voyboy. Big Fat forced the flash as well. This is quickly going in favor of Invictus Gaming.
See if they can close anything out. Looks like everyone else trying to run away. Hotshot, though, a bit isolated in the jungle. Can he make it out? Walks into Zatai and Xiaoxia. There's the stun. That's going to be, oh, blast Hotshot! What a move right there!
Amazing job. Xiaoxia now very hurt, but that's not the focus. Kid trying to put some damage onto Doublelift so he can't turn around back in this fight. A beautiful push here in mid. Invictus on the aggression that we saw very early against the Zubu Frost now as they just continuously go for turrets. It looks like they will full on go for this one. Xiao Xiao taking some area effect damage from Big Fat. And it looks like he will be able to clear and save the turret at 16 minutes.
And that is one of the reasons you pick Cassiopeia. She is great at clearing out minion waves, really up there with Twist of Fate and Anivia as really good counter pushers. So CLG keeping that turret alive is actually hugely important for them. They cannot give up more mid-game advantages. They need to withstand that IG aggression. The fights have been going in their favor, but only down one kill. The turret's been going away, but only down one. The dragon's been going away, but only down one. CLG are just barely holding on, but they need to get something back in their favor pretty soon.
Freak definitive minion kills in lanes. 129 to Yorick, 103 to Diana. And Voyboy losing that top lane quite a bit. Middle lane goes down, however, and they get everybody some very much needed gold. We see Zatai against Big Fat, 142 to 107, and the AD carries Kid versus Doublelift is 132 to 99. That average is about 25 to 30 more CS on 3 of the heaviest carries.
That's actually a huge deal overall because individual power just means so very much. Getting gold on a carry means more than getting gold on a support overall. Hotshot chasing down PDD. He's going to get something out of this, but I don't know if it's too much. His team does chase on down, but Hotshot not able to put enough slowing down. He couldn't slow him long enough for his team to show up. But CLG kind of taking a page out of Invictus's book. Suddenly they're 5 strong on one side of the map out of nowhere, and they're going to go for some pressure. But a little bit too long. That last minion wave kind of stopping that aggression. The rest of Invictus did show up to that top lane, stop that push from really happening. But CLG would really love to get some extra turret pressure here.
Yeah, it's going to have to work out that way for Counterlogic Gaming. If those instances where they travel as 5 do not work out, they're still getting less and less experience. And with the minion count being so low for their team, the late game is going to be quite difficult around the mid game. Until those fights start going 1 or 2 in their favor, they're not going to get their core items as fast. You can see Doublelift trying to get that Bloodthirster most likely out as quick as he can. Corgi has already finished a try for it.
Yeah, that just came in there, and you buy that item for two reasons. One is mid-game power, and two is to keep bullying the opposition. You know, when you come into that game and you realize, like, hey, I'm doing really well, I'm chunking my opponent, we got first blood, I'm doing a lot of good things, you want to get that Trinity Force to cement your advantage. He's got a gigantic item swing over Doublelift right now. He just grabbed the BF sword. If they get into a battle, while the basic auto attack damage is a bit better for Doublelift, there's just a lot of damage sources here for Kid. He's got some extra ability power for his spells to come out, and he's got a lot of damage due to that Trinity Force proc, whether he slows his opponent down and keeps chasing, or he just gets a lot of bonus damage every time he bursts an ability out.
Freak. Oh wow, Xiao taking a lot of damage, and I don't think his ultimate's going to be enough. He does turn back around to go down.
Nice move there. CLG really, they're collecting themselves together, and Big Fat LP is being a force to be reckoned with. He's landing those crowd controls and setting up his team for a lot of good situations. It's the kind of thing that CLG needs. They need constant aggression. They need things to go their way mid-game.
Now, Freak, 2 or 3 of the wards just went down, but we can see the control, the aggressive wards in the side of Counter Logic Gaming, all the way up to that red buff, and then down towards Dragon. As well, 3 wards on Zatai, the AP carry, and 1 on his support. Huge pull-in, impale onto Doublelift, and he goes down. Zatai with 1 more.
That was exactly what they wanted to have happen, and that is why you bring Skarner into a lineup, is he makes your attack damage carry just suddenly die. And this is going to be hard because Doublelift is still trying to finish the Infinity Edge. He's going to have to spend another 1,200 gold to finish that item, and then spend the other 1,600 in order to get a Quicksilver Sash. He's 3,000 gold away from being able to survive Skarner.
Boy keeping that global presence down. Oh, they're coming on the turret. It's going to be a huge invade here by Invictus Gaming, but it looks like they push everybody out of the attack range. Kid could go down. He gets the ultimate thrown on him, and they do grab a turret out of it. So that's going to be good gold, good pressure. They've got him on their heels, but Boy, meanwhile,
up in the top lane is just going for that turret pressure over. Actually, a PDD might get jumped out here. Hako's going to keep trying to clear him out. He lands the cleaver down as well, taking some damage from the backside. Those minions in there as well. He's trying to buy time for his teammate, and Boy coming in from the side. Xiao could fall. PDD could fall. There's 1, there's 2. And the Dragon was killed, but those 2 kills are worth it. Nice job, CLG.
Very nice job. Coming down from the top, I like how Hotshot stood in the middle, kind of pulling their attention as Voyboy could come in strong there. They see that that was thwarted out, but like you said, grabbing those 2 kills, Invictus kind of won that fight.
You know, it's very, very back and forth there. You know, Invictus getting that Dragon does keep the gold lead the same, but if CLG could turn those kills into an advantage somewhere else by taking a turret, that's going to be ultimately worth it for CLG. If no capitalization happens here, then it's pretty much a wash. You can kind of continue, you know, as you were and realize, hey, it's still Dragons in 1 lead, hey, it's turrets in lead there. You know, but looks like with 3 members bottom, they are going to turn those kills into a push.
So Voyboy bringing himself back into this game. Now only 10 CS, which was 30 off of that Yorick top. Zatai getting harassed in middle here, trying to continuously slow for Big Fat to get there for more damage. Looks like they're just forced to farm at that second turret. A lot of ground has been gained by Invictus Gaming, but that turret being taken down, the second tier in top lane, could pay huge dividends in late game's push. Hotshot is very good at just splitting off with his team, and they also have a Team Freak that can fight as 4 effectively.
Ultimately, though, I like the overall team from Invictus. Their team fight potential is just so very, very good. If you look at CLG's roster, it's a lot of backline damage effort with Cassiopeia, you know, played by Big Fat LP, and Doublelift on Graves. There's a lot of damage there that's going to be, you know, thrown out and putting out a lot of pressure. They've got a nice front line with Hotshot GG on Mundo, and some good utility from Travis Lulu. The wild card here, though, is Voyboy playing that Diana. She's going to want to jump in primarily as an assassin. You can see Sword Shoes and Abyssal Scepter already done. You're going to expect a Death by her Grasp likely to be up next, or very, very soon overall. She's going to try to kill off Kid's Corki. That's kind of the primary target here, the primary kill attempt for CLG. Kind of like what Invictus was doing last time, where they were diving an AD carry. They're the same kind of choice here. The problem is they've got Yorick. Yorick shuts down that kind of strategy. He's just going to clone Kid, and if Kid falls, that Revenant's going to revive him, and he's kind of just going to be back in the battle.
Xiao being taken down, about 1/3 of his HP, forced back here. Now, if they saw that happen, this could easily be a dance for that Baron. The damage is out. Looks like Doublelift still trying to finish that Infinity Edge. He is about 500 gold off of that with a little bit more to add on. So he's got some work to do here. He is not getting minions in lane anymore. He's not farming. These kills are going to come a lot slower. So the fact that he has not finished his core item between that 15 to 18 minutes is going to really affect the team.
So let's see how this actually ends up panning out here, because you've got a really scary situation where CLG's got to buy a little bit of time for them. They need Doublelift to finish that Infinity Edge. And the thing is, it might not even matter if he gets caught by Skarner. So CLG needs two major things here. Doublelift needs a couple hundred more gold. He's currently at 800. He actually needs to get back to base and buy an item, ultimately. But he doesn't have time. That Baron, of course, getting damage for it. But after that, he needs to be safe in a fight. There's so much dive potential from IG. Now, they're not going to focus him with bruisers so much. You know, Vladimir's not going to dive onto him. They don't have like an Aurelia or a Nocturne or a Jarvan like we saw last game, where they're going to go and fight with Doublelift. It's really, they're going to pull Doublelift out. It's all about Xiao and Illusion. Can they make that happen? Can they pull him in and focus him out? If they are not able to, Doublelift with an Infinity Edge is going to out DPS Kid on Corki. The overall damage per second is going to be higher for an Infinity Edge with Quick Draw, with Lulu in the back giving you a shield, having that pick steal some extra damage with you as well. There's a lot of damage output there.
Oh, we have Aurelia's on, Impale into Hotshot. Can he get his ultimate up? The Ignite is on, and it's just too much front-end burst. They take him down in pursuit. No, Freak, it looks like they turn for Baron.
This is a great attempt. The jungler is dead. There is so little chance for a steal here. If the steal does come out from CLG, it'll be the most magnificent play ever. It's already 4-on-5. Their jungler is already out of the mix. It's already down to half health. This is looking like a very, very safe Baron attempt for Invictus with a very slim chance to steal.
Hotshot did it with the Ionic Spark last time. Zitai on a killing spree as Chowster goes down. They're trying to get into this one too quickly, and it looks like they may be able to take out a few in their favor. Skarner smiting down Baron. Big Fat takes down Alistar, and now they will pursue into this fight. We do see just above them, here comes Zitai on top. PDD getting the Ignite down. A nice petrifying gaze, trying to slow this in. And I like how Boy tried to stand behind Big Fat, but it just was too much burst for Phosphorus. Boy looking to go down here. There's a lot of chase, but it looks like he will make it out alive. Corki is on that top side, going towards Tribush. He will have the movement as Valkyrie comes in, and it looks like he will be able to get the chase on. He's just within range. Valkyrie is 2 seconds from up. He's going to be on Boy right now. The attack goes in. Boy trying to burst, and he comes up with the pursuit kill for Kid.
Nice job overall. Invictus now up in kills. Dragon's turrets and Baron. They are in the driver's seat here. Now it's a 7,000 gold lead. That initial pull on a hot shot, and that's what happens. That Invictus Gaming team is roaming as 5, starting from like 20-minute mark, and they just look for that one guy to pounce upon. The initiation here, the flash, the Shirelias, everything coming on from Skarner, just trying to find a champion to kill. They do it, even when it's hot shot, even when it's a tanky Dr. Mundo, they just have the damage to make a 5-on-4. And from there, they just control every other advantage. I like what they did with the Baron attempt, where they sent 2 out of the pit just to zone out the CLG opposition, trading some kills out, but securing that Baron kill. And now it's still that Baron buff. They're going to keep pushing on.
They have a great team for pushing these turrets. Wild growth going out on Hotshot, but again, the Ignite goes down and he is just obliterated. The ultimate not even saving.
This is really one of the weaknesses of Dr. Mundo, is this mid-game crush is when he's least tanky. Now, a lot of times you see them go for early gold generation, you know, Nautilus and Maokai, they'll grab a Philosopher's Stone and a Heart of Gold, and they'll just sort of try to get a Glacial Shroud finish in time to be tanky. Dr. Mundo on Hotshot, he's still trying to finish major items. He's got the Soul Shroud Spirit Visage up there, he's got Mercury Trades, he's got a Heart of Gold, he's got Doran's Shields, he's got a lot of like moderately good items, but he's not to the point where he can face tank a team right now. He needs a Warmog's armor or a Sunfire Cape or a Randuin's Omen to withstand what IG is throwing out there. So the next 5 to 10 minutes, as Hotshot tries to get some gold on, he's going to keep dying this way, and they're okay to focus the tank. Invictus have 10,000 gold. They can just keep picking off one kill and picking up a turret. Picking up a kill and picking up a turret. They're up 6-3, they're going to keep that going.
You know, Freak, I like the last donation. We saw Corki, there was Kid, and PDD going in for red buff, and they gave it to PDD. What's the point of giving your melee that red?
Well, there's a difference between giving a melee champion and a ranged champion that lives inside. When you're a melee champion, your slow is actually much heavier, and you're going to kind of just see him in general, be in the front line and land a lot of basic attacks. On the other side, though, of course, Corki with that Trinity Force has a slow anyway. They don't need to stack them.
Good slow back, keeping Illusion off at last. Impale as Chowster is the one in the backside. Zitai, however, they're looking quite aggressive as he builds up his Tides of Blood. He gets more spell vamp in his attack. A hit out on Chowster, and they are the one to find him. still, I believe, not having the headbutt. No, they go for Chelsea. Wild Goat pops him up. A good slow for the entire team. The Glitter Lance could not be enough here. The Valkyrie in. Kid picks up another kill. 5-0-2 on the match now. And they are going for the inhibitor turret. Not enough minions, though. They're going to be forced to back off, but they have a full control, and they're just more than happy to ring or go around the horn here of CLG's base.
Yeah, they've got a giant minion wave in the top lane. Whenever you want to push, try to ride the minion wave in. And there's the initiation. They got to catch up to the Boy Boy.
Boy Boy goes down in a second. Hotshot GG once again. The Chemo Plague doesn't even get time to proc. They wipe out Counter Logic Gaming in their base. One more attack onto Big Fat will be the ace, and they're just chasing him down. He can't get a kill. The double kill coming in for Big Fat, and now they're forced to just mill about. They can't hit the inhibitors yet. They need some waves to get in here. You can just see PDD. He's like, I think I can back here. Give me 8 seconds.
Well, they're going to try to regroup here. Invictus, oh, looks like the GG call is out. They don't even care. They're just going to die to turrets for free. Why not? GG called out. The surrender vote is in, guys. Congratulations to Invictus Gaming, bringing it back 1-1. They're taking the win over Counter Logic Gaming.
An amazing game played there, and sometimes in the group stage, you really need to just sit back and say, this isn't our game. You know, it's not like we can go into a best of 3 here. So let's rethink this and come into our next matchup.
So here's where you're at. Right? You've got Invictus Gaming sitting at 1-1. They've got one deciding match still to go against SK. It's very tense for them. They've got a good win here against CLG, one of the best teams in the world. They just took a commanding victory here, and they've kept their reputation up. The teams that they've beat in show matches, they beat CLG 2-0 for the IPL 5 qualifier. They beat them here again in the best of 1. They're still feeling pretty good. They're winning the games that they know they need to win. So they're feeling pretty good. They're going to go into SK, but I think they're going to feel confident doing that. Counter Logic, you know, they knew that they had rough chances here against this matchup. They know they've got tough competition still ahead of them overall, but they know they're a world-class team. CLG, they know they have what it takes to pull this one still through. They can beat Frost. They can beat SK. Heck, they can go for a 3-way tie if they really want to, but the cards are still here for both these teams to make it through.
And let's see what this does to the standing freaks. We do see the 1-1 for Invictus, that 0-1 for CLG now, and a Zubu Frost 1-0.
And this is really, really good. It's just close overall. It's still a neck-and-neck group. You've got to watch the rest of these games come out because there are just no guaranteed victors no matter what. None of these scores necessarily are you know, any kind of a final standing yet. You're getting partway through the group. You're seeing some of these things shape up, but you haven't seen SK play yet. They could crush everyone under their boot. You never know. There's a lot of different options available here. You've just got to watch the rest of these games come out.
We could see it happen very big, and the curse of first blood actually broken on that game. They did go through with it the first game, but they were able to find the way this time, and it was really all due to that composition. It was just so amazingly picked.
Exactly. So we're going to see what that composition was all about. We've got to replay one of those last few fights. See, as Nexus and Inhibitor all open, Mundo up in the front, and they just picked out Boy Boy completely. The damage output was just too high. That Skarner over and over isolating champions. Vladimir diving in onto the turret, and they tried to pick up Big Fat LP. They honestly weren't quite able to, but it just didn't matter at that point. Their initial opening has been too strong over and over. The Skarner pulls got them kill after kill. Great job to Invictus.
Yeah, they came out very strong. It was not the early aggression that CLG was able to stop. They came out quite strong just after that. The 1-to-1 kill as they were like, hey, that was pretty tricky bottom lane. Let's go ahead and do something of our own. They came out with the kill, but it just wasn't enough. I think Hotshot going for the Dorans put him 2 all in and a little bit of money for items that would have kept him a little tankier in the later to mid game. But then that's when you said they caught him in that mid game where he doesn't flourish the most, where he is kind of in that situation of limbo where he's coming off for being very good at dispersing a fight and really peeling somebody off, but he can't continuously do it as a tank.
So, you know, that's them kind of falling off. Very unfortunate there for CLG. Starting out 0-1, but you just saw Invictus start out 0-1, and they still turned it on their head and won a bunch of games. They just won a game very convincingly here and are poised to stage their comeback in this group stage. CLG can mirror that performance. They can lose their first game, but come back and make it out strong. It is still anybody's group here. There are just crazy matches still, you know, in line for us today.
And we've really seen what Invictus Gaming has to bring. They do love the 3v1 situation. Getting their jungler down to that bottom lane when the support has to back, when somebody's out of position and warding. They really take advantage of something like that. We saw Zubu Frost able to counter that with their Shen pick, but Shen wasn't on Chronologic Gaming. They couldn't get to that point very fast. They couldn't stop those fights. So Invictus Gaming is all about the aggression on those 3v1s.
So let's talk about the rest of this group here. We've got another 4 matches in Group A and another 6 matches in Group B. So with Frost 1-0, how are you liking their chances against CLG and their chances against SK?
Frost was very good and strong, particularly. They came into the match. They did get first blooded, but that was off what you would call a cheeky strat. Just the Fog of War was used perfectly, and then they really regrouped and they figured out what to do. SK is going to be very aggressive as well, so they're kind of ready for that from Invictus. I think they're going to take a little more consideration in the early game of their jungle as well, and then against CLG, I think they can play not quite a normal game, but they have to feel CLG out first, because I don't think we saw anything that CLG has been working on up into this tournament in that game.
Yeah, this looked like a very, very standard Counterlogic Gaming sort of lineup. And I got to believe that their picks and bans were sort of revolving around, oh, what is Invictus good as and what are they good against? But I think Invictus picked a lot of counter lanes overall. Giving them Alistar right there at the very beginning, he set up the Flash Force on a double lift, and then Alistar set up that kill. That felt like a little bit of a champion select mishap here from CLG, where they just gave away a lot of power and it enabled a lot of kills there right off the bat for Invictus. Now, the top lane counter pick was great as well. Yorick having a great time against Diana. The mid lane was fine. It was back and forth. A couple minions in the favor of Vladimir, but overall still a pretty close match. So CLG is going to have to come up with something a little bit different. They didn't show up with any kind of special strategies. They kind of did not withstand any of that early aggression. The early lane plays, the early ganks, they all came through very, very well. And Hotshot, though he picked a farming jungler, Dr. Mudu is going to come in and not gank nearly as hard as Skarner, not set up his lanes nearly as hard as something like that. If he came up with Nautilus or Maokai or even a Shyvana who can kind of get into those fights a bit better, that might have worked out a bit. I think they played a little bit too late game there. Muda was not able to quite catch up and become that tanky tank in the front line. Their lanes, just due to the pressure from Alistar, the pressure from Yorick, the pressure from Skarner, they were not able to keep themselves really safe in that mid game. So CLG, they've still got 2 aggressive teams coming up. We saw Frost pretty much match IG's aggression. As ganks came in from Invictus, they picked up the first blood, but you saw that kill score 7-6 really in that mid game, because Frost would keep showing up for ganks themselves. They would have Shen teleport onto a ganker so that they would come in together and make 3-on-1s. That's the kind of play that Frost is going for. CLG's got to realize every team in this group is about those really aggressive early mid-game plays. If you look back at the European regional SK Gaming against CLG Europe, they did the same thing. They invaded that jungle. They took, I think, 7 of the first 8 buffs on the map. They just denied every resource. That kind of looked very similar to Invictus for CLG, where the first 2 golem buffs, not only were getting their own golem buffs, but the first 2 of Counterlogic's golem buffs went to Invictus. From the jungle invades at minute 1 and at minute 8, they kept denying those resources. So, CLG needs to realize, guys, everyone here is aggressive. I don't think they can really pick Mundo again, because he doesn't put any pressure on those lanes. He doesn't make those ganks happen. The early Diana was there for a nice mid to late game sort of carry assassination, but when you're up against Yorick, not only do you not have a good laning phase anymore, but you also can't kill that carry anymore. He's going to get revived by that Yorick Omen of Death, and then, what did you just do as Diana except pick up some gold and then die in the team fight? So I think CLG needs to kind of go back and realize, guys, we've got cool strategies, right? We've got this. We know what this is, right? We're lactose intolerant. It's not about cheese. It's about strategy. It's about preparing for the game and seeing what your opponents are up to. And it seemed like IG prepared a bit better. They won a champion select, honestly.
They really did. They did their homework, and I love the nets they set up for themselves. Just kind of supporting. They took the Vlad in mid. It's a viable AP mid. And they also banned out Sivir, which is usually run in the 3 teleport promote strat. And Vlad's very good against a 2v1 situation. So they were preparing themselves for really multiple things to happen in this game.
They were. It was nice overall. IG just picked up a lot of great picks in Champion Select. And again, that early Diana grab, it set up risks. I don't know if CLG hasn't played against Yorick in a while and didn't know that was a good counter lane, or if it was just amazing play by PDD. He did show up to lane with a golem buff. That's going to really sway. Well, of course, yeah, but it's going to sway, how that lane plays out. Normally you say, okay, it's a one-on-one, he's got some ghouls, I'll deal with it. Omen of Pestilence costs a bit more now, so maybe he'll run out of mana. Suddenly he shows up with a golem buff there, and he's got no cooldowns and no mana concerns to worry about. Okay, you're going to have a bit of a different matchup here, and CLG losing their initial golem buff as well to the Great Jungle Invade, I can see how that would have panned out a bit more difficult, because they were actually planning on giving Void Golem themselves. It was actually the opposite of what they were anticipating, where Void ran Summoner Teleport. They sent 3 members down, and Lulu and Graves were there to support him on that golem buff grab, while Cassiopeia helped Hotshot GG jungle on Mundo. But the invade came in. IG read the strategy. They know CLG, when they picked Diana, it's a Void by 1v2. We called it in Champion Select. IG called it in Champion Select. They called it in the beginning strategy, where they said, oh, they're going to go for blue and give it to Void, so let's pink ward the invasion ward, and let's go walk in. Oh, look, Void's there. Our blue, thanks very much. And you just saw Skarner have a great time of it the entire way through. So, IG, they prepared so beautifully. They called the strategy, they called the early game moves, and they reacted to every single one of them. And, hey, they reacted to CLG strategies.
Yeah, no, they really did. The huge key to the match. And the thing for them was, and that I like about Invictus Gaming, kind of just, growing, is that it's not just the early game. It's not just the snowball there. They control that beautifully. They did say, hey, we got those early buffs, but let's focus that lane a little bit. Let's make sure Void Boy has a really hard time, even though PDD has blue buff, and we'll keep going at him.
And it's absolutely going to work really, really well overall. Invictus, they played their mid game beautifully as well. You just said, it's not just the early game, it's not just Champion Select, it's everything, and they completely played it to the advantage. I mean, this was a pretty low kill game, 12 to 7, and a lot of those were just right at the very end there, where they picked up a lot of kills on tower dives, and they got kind of traded back. This game was neck and neck in most cases, except for the laning phase. So Invictus kind of said, look, guys, we won the laning phase. We're up in gold on minions. Let's find out how to close this out. And that is difficult sometimes when you're winning early on. We saw it against Frost, really, where they had a lot of leads and they couldn't close it out. They tried to force Baron, but Frost played it beautifully. They forced Illusion out of the camp and then got the Baron steal themselves. That's the kind of thing. Those are the kind of moves you need to make as a team. Guys, we won early game. Let's close it out. They didn't quite get it against Frost. They did get it against CLG. It's a Shirelia's Flash Skarner. That's going to be a pull almost no matter what. They just will keep chasing, keep hasting, keep going, and they'll pick up those kills. They'll make them happen, and that is exactly what Invictus did. They made that mid-game happen.
All right, Freak, that's that game. We've had 2 amazing matches. 2 of Asia's best teams in the world, and then North America versus Asia as well here on home turf, and we saw that Asia still very strong in their gameplay. Coming up next, we see SK Gaming make its first appearance in the tournament against Azubu Frost. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with Jat and D-Man here at the League of Legends Season 2 Championships at LA Live.
Playoffs. I'm TJ Wheat here with Rachel, and guess what? We've got another amazing game coming up here. We are live from sunny Los Angeles here at LA Live, and it is gorgeous out.
It's a beautiful time, a beautiful day for some League of Legends. Our next match is Europe's SK Gaming against Korea's Azubu Frost. It's been a long road for Frost. Let's take a look at what they went through to get here.
Korea, home to some of the most dedicated fans in the League of Legends community and arguably the most competitive esports teams in the world. 2 teams will represent the region here at the Season 2 World Championship, although it's not the 2 teams most people predicted would qualify. Azubu Frost's strong start to Season 2 set up their qualifying chance at OGN's The Champions Final, where they squared off against one of Europe's top teams, CLG EU. After falling behind 0-2 in the best-of-5 series, a determined Azubu Frost turned it around, winning the next 2 games in a row. In the blind pick 5th game, they dominated CLG EU to secure the win, giving them enough qualifying points to advance on to Los Angeles. At the Season 2 Korean Regional Finals, all eyes were on heavy favorites Azubu Blaze, as many thought they would join their brother team at the World Championship. But Najin Sword, led by MacNoon, shocked the world and defeated Blaze 3-2 in the best-of-5 series. The upset moved Najin Sword on to the Season 2 World Championship and left Azubu Blaze on the outside looking in. Azubu Frost and Najin Sword will now look to put all arguments to rest and prove once and for all that the best teams in the world come from Korea.
now playing as the red team. You've watched them dominate up on stage once already today. Let's hear it for Azubu Frost.
With players from France, Germany, and Spain, give it up for one of Europe's most popular teams playing as the blue team. It's SK Gaming! First up on support, we have Nif.
The AD carry for the team. Give it up for Yellow Star.
The AP carry, you know him, Ocelot.
And in the jungle, we've got Arane.
And last up in the top lane, it's Kevin.
And if you guys are ready, let's kick it over to our casters here for this match. Give it up for D-Man and Jets.
Thanks, guys. I'm Joshua Jat Leesman, and here with Lee D-Man Smith.
Yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here at Season 2 World Finals, you know. People said it wasn't going to happen, but it was. It was always going to happen. I was always coming here. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, wow, SK game of Azubu Frost. We saw Azubu Frost this morning against IG already, and what a fantastic match it was. It was incredible. I mean, IG started off super strong, but Azubu Frost showed it again, didn't they? They showed it in the OGN finals. They came back.
And it's going to be really scary here for SK because we saw how well Invictus Gaming did against COG in the last game, and Frost, even though it was a very close game, beat them somewhat handily in the end there. So, man, SK really has to bring their A game into this very first game. So this is really, really exciting for me.
This is scary stuff for them. I mean, because we were watching that game and we were just saying, you know what, we think Frost have got this in the late game, but there was such a back and forth match. You know, IG are so strong. So IG have sat 1-1, and Azubu Frost have 1-0. SK Gaming have, they've had the advantage to sit and watch these teams play. You know, they've got a bit of an advantage in that way, but these teams are damn good.
And even SK, people have been counting them out ever since the European regionals. They went on and destroyed COG EU in that tournament. So every time people count SK out, they seem to come back again. They have so much emotion. You saw just in the back, they did the scream on this, and this is just going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. So we had a chance to sit down with the players about competing in these playoffs. You know, it's such a grand occasion. Let's have a look at what they had to say.
SK 게이밍 정말 잘 알고 있고요. 경기 정말 많이 챙겨봤고.
We need all of us to step up our game. Maybe not step up our game, but play like we did in the bootcamp, and everything's gonna be all good.
We have to win 2, but we are going to win 3. SK 팀이랑 할 때는 아무래도 SK가 굉장히 게임을 즐기면서 하는 게 느껴지더라고요. 특히 오셀로 선수의 세레모니라던가. 저희도 같이 즐기면서 이 게임 내에서 겨뤄볼 생각입니다.
I think our chances are pretty good. They are really high. I think we will probably go into the final.
We will go through. All of us are playing lately extremely well, and we're in a good shape and ready to rock.
He is ready to rock. That's what Ocelot. He is always ready to rock. So, I mean, we've seen what they've got to say for this. Let's have a look at the keys to the game for this match. SK Gaming coming into this one, you know, as really, people weren't expecting them to get second place in Europe, but they did.
And a lot of it went down to their emotions. They are the most emotional team in this tournament. And the very first key there is just to let those emotions flow. Let them take over. They have to play with the passion that they have always come with. And when Ocelot's screaming, when RNA's screaming, and they're going in for those team fights and coming out on top, that's when they're at their best.
Yeah, that's how they were made popular. I mean, when we were in Poland, people were saying, oh, SK are about to get a kill. They can hear them before they saw it.
On stream. There was no mics on Ocelot, by the way. He was 100 feet away from the caster booth, and we could hear him scream.
Yeah, and of course they've got to match the aggression of Frost. We saw it earlier on, the crazy play they have.
And that's what SK does when they're at their best, too. Ocelot flashes into team fights, much like the Korean teams. So SK's never been good playing defensively.
Yeah.
They can't let Frost take it over. They have to take it to them.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of Ocelot, you know, there's the new team that's melded together. They've only been together, it's probably, 2 months now. You know, the fact that Yellowstar came in there, Areneas took pressure off them. They've helped Ocelot get involved.
When SK wasn't working, it was because he was almost trying to do too much. What they've done with Kevin in the top lane being there for so long, Yellowstar in the bottom lane, RNA in the jungle, they have support around him so they can get him going. They can let him get rolling. And when he gets rolling with all that emotion, they win games.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen what SK are going to do. Let's have a look at what Azubu Frost are going to do. We saw them earlier on this morning. If you missed that game, you missed a corking opening to this series. First of all, though, Jat, they've got to control the pace.
And that's what they did when they took control of that IG game. They were getting pushed around a little bit early, but they won the 4v5 team fights. They took that Baron steal, and then later in the game, they just took the Baron without even fighting for it. So they can take control of the game, and they can push. And that bottom lane with Woong and Mad Life is the core of that team. When they were down in the OGN Season 2 finals, it was the bottom lane that brought them back. There was a support Lux band that got drawn out in the first game against IG. It's really, really key. They have to take that lane.
Yeah, and we saw how much IG were focusing on Woong, actually, earlier on in that first game.
Everything was trying to go on.
Everything was on Woong. Got himself caught in a few positions. But, you know, we talk about that. But the jungler, Cloud Templar, has got to get himself in there.
And the last thing, if they can disrupt Ocelot and Arene with all their emotion, they're the two screamers on that team.
Yeah.
If they start getting them on tilt, if they kill Ocelot early, if they shut down RNA's jungle, that's not going to translate well into SK's motto. They got to get those guys out of the game if they want to take a quick win.
They do have to get them going. I mean, these teams, we talk about the emotions of SK. You know, God damn, if they lose this game, they were going to get down themselves. If they win it, they are going to be hyper. And you guys at home are going to see it on the camera because these guys can scream. If, you know, the North American scene's probably not really seen SK in full flow apart from when they were at IEM New York. But nevertheless, we are going to get in towards Champion Select, so let's see what these guys are going to do. Will IG leave everything open? You know, Azubu Frost, they got the free picks against IG.
Against IG just let them have a lot of those things and almost took them out. Whether SKs decided against that or not,
bans are fast.
They have prepared for these bans because now in Champions Select, 4 bans going out already. The Ezreal ban, not letting that get through. Azubu Frost actually got the Ezreal with the first pick. Since they don't have first pick in this game, they made sure to get rid of it. And just back and forth, these guys.
And interestingly enough, you know, I think both teams maybe want to leave Alistair open. I'm not too sure how much Azubu Frost have researched SK Gaming, because if Alistair's left open, SK will pick it first. RNA absolutely loves that champion. Jack's being banned out there. Definitely an interesting one. We saw it in game 1. You know, we saw how strong Shy was on that one.
So just the bans going out very early. Skarner ban is just something SK doesn't want to get taken to them. Skarner's something that he initiates. He's someone who takes it to the other team. They wanted to block that off right away. Other bans very targeted here. That Orianna ban by Ocelot, that is what he was keying with. But here we go. Alistair on the table. If SK doesn't take it here, they're giving it to Azubu Frost.
They're
because
basically
Mad Life will block
have
it up right away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Orianna, I mean, that was a given. That shows that they've watched the EU regionals, they've practiced, and they've checked out SK Gaming. They've done the research. I mean, that's a Korean team. Of course they've done their research. They are the kings of esports, and they'll be expecting this one. So 30 seconds to go on the timer. I'm expecting Kevin to lock in Alistair here.
Surprising amount of discussion.
If they didn't take
here,
Alistair, who do you think they would go for?
Right now, Alistair is by far the safest pick. If they didn't want that, they'd go with something like Sona. They'd try to pick just a generic, safe, really good support, and then try to mix it up elsewhere. But, you know, there we go. Alistair right away.
Yeah, so it was kind of expected, and it's a pick. It's Arane as one of his favorite champions that are in there. We expected it. Mad Life would almost certainly have taken it. We are seeing Shen coming in. We saw Shen in the jungle before. Very strong pick.
And this is something, in the previous tournament, Shen was banned almost, I'd say, 90% of the time, but he's been getting through here, and teams are ready to deal with him. They think they know how to take fights to teams. They're not as worried about the split pushing, but in all of that, Shen's done quite well in these last 2 games. Jungle Shen last time for Cloud Templar, just the general of the team. Shen ulting in aggressively on top of Jax a few times. That's kind of like how they like to play that. The great thing about this, though, is even though Cloud Templar played in the jungle, he can go top lane as well.
He can go top lane. He can go anywhere he pleases. He's not quite Mundo, though. We're just waiting for the final pick to come in from then. It will be Corki. That's interesting because Graves is open and Gunwong is choosing to go Corki rather than Graves.
That is interesting. He must just have the favoritism on there, or he thinks that the Corki matches up better with Graves and he'd win that one-on-one matchup. So much of these AD carries have been the big three. We've seen Ezreal, Corki, and Graves. Ezreal kind of emerged as the champion of that group, and everyone started prioritizing him, now banning him out.
Absolutely.
So there's just the two left. If these teams want to switch from that a little bit, something like Sivir does work very well against Corki, but I just don't know if Yellowstar is going to bring that out. Also, Kog'Maw, any of these things that aren't part of the big three are still really strong. I'd be excited to see him come out.
You know, it's just dawned on me, the Twisted Fate being banned out there. That was one of the super secret champions that Ocelot had tucked away for EU Regionals that we began talking about. That shows they really have listened to what we were saying. Wow, somebody does. Somebody has to listen to what I say. It is going to be Aurelia looking like Kevin, of course, out Aurelia at the EU Regionals. He just made that dance around the top. Going to switch it possibly to Graves. We talked about the fact that he's open. I expect Aurelia to be picked in there later on. There he is, locked in straight away. So Aurelia going to be on Kevin on that top lane and Sona down the bottom mid.
And there's something interesting here. The Korean teams have said Nunu is not a strong pick in their meta. They just do not like him. Normally, they do prioritize the Sona pick, so SK taking that away right now, instead of taking Nunu and trying to go up against the poke-heavy Sona, really actually blocks the Nunu pick entirely. Not only does Azubu Frost not value him as a strong pick, but also Sona's a really good high poke counter to Nunu, so they couldn't run it even if they were just kind of playing it, saying he's weak, just to hope to get him.
So what are we expecting to go alongside Corki in that bottom lane? Will it be a Janna? I mean,
I'm really surprised at the time these guys are taking, because normally these picks are just rocketing back and forth, but these guys really wanting all this. If they go support Lux, that would be really entertaining and exciting, because he played a bunch of that.
Well, we saw IG banning Lux
in the finals, and it was banned as well.
It was banned in the first game, so IG obviously realized there is something in there that Azubu Frost have in the pocket. Well, Singed, could we see Singed? I mean, Dyrus is here watching. He'll be happy with that one, surely.
That's really exciting.
And it is locked in. It is going to be Lux. Is that going to be Lux support or Lux mid, though?
They still have the versatility here. That's actually really good, because this is going to depend on what Ocelot picks for his mid lane here, because we know Kevin's playing Aurelia. We know Yellowstar and Nif for bottom lane on support. We know the Alistair pick. Ocelot has to now pick against blindly. Normally, it's just...
Yeah, he's got no choice.
No choice. They may have picked their soul lanes. If it's anything for him, he's played a lot of Anivia.
Kassadin is available.
And Kassadin's available, but I think it's too dangerous to pick Kassadin here with the counter picks. If I had to guess, which I guess we have time, I would say... I was going to say Anivia, but he might just go for Karthus here.
Of course, Karthus being available, he's heavily banned in the European scene, certainly with Frog in the action. It's definitely something we've seen Ocelot playing Karthus, but we don't see it that often.
He's normally not his go-to champion.
Yeah.
It's interesting because he does like to flash in a lot on something like Morgana. He can do the same strategy with Karthus. He lands a good wall. He could flash in with his Defile on and try to take them out. This is still very interesting, though, because something like Singed, if it gets going in this game, he's going to be able to run amok around Karthus and just flip him where he pleases for the most part. And speaking of Anivia, we might see that coming up against Karthus. That's a really good matchup for Anivia.
We could see it, and we've talked about it. Rapid Star talked about his matchup against Frog in the OGM finals. How he thought he matched him pace for pace, and it's no surprise that Anivia would get picked up here. It's one of those champions that everybody always talks about. He can stall the game out very strong for a late game, which is a definite possibility for Zubu Frosty. The late game would certainly suit a Singed.
And Rapid Star also has huge respect for Froggen, as well as saying he matched up for him. So it would make sense that he's learned his Anivia, tried to replicate what Froggen can do, and really just learned all the tricks of the trade here. If this is going to be the lock-in, we get to see that support Lux that was banned out in the first game for Zubu Frost, and we get to see why it's so feared.
We get to see why it's so feared. And you could think of it. I mean, it's a utility champion who's got a great slow. You've obviously got the Pew Pew Laser, which you've renamed lately to, Much Avail, I guess you could. I'm not too sure. It was a mixed feelings on the rename of that one. It is going to get locked in. It is going to be Anivia in that mid versus Karthus. So Ocelot is going to be well prepared for this one. He's played Froggen a lot of times, just as much as Rapid Star in that mid lane, especially as Anivia.
These lanes are going to be really interesting. The Ocelot Rapid Star matchup, as you say, tough matchup for Ocelot. He really has to play and get support from RNA, because Anivia normally could just bully up on Karthus, but with the Alistair presence, he might be able to come in from that lane. Really, just getting the jungle Alistair gives them the early game lane advantage, almost regardless of the picks, because of the presence that Alistair can add into this game from the jungle. something would have to happen level 1 to try to shut that down, but early on, all the lanes are going to be in SK's favor just because of that presence.
Yeah, so until the summoner spells do get locked in, we will not announce them. I mean, obviously the players can't really hear what we're saying, but they can't see them until the game loads. So it's only fair that we save those things until the game is actually underway. You guys can see them on your screen, so it's all good. So what are you going to go with on this one? I mean, we're seeing the two teams setting up here. We've got a bit of global presence. We've got the Castles ulti. We've got the Shen ulti. Could come in from any angle. Which way are you going to swing on this one?
So much of this, I think, is just Azubu Frost and their team fight presence in a lot of ways. Because support Lux, as fearful as it is, really shines in team fights. The shield that comes out is vastly underestimated, and especially that there's no high amounts of burst damage coming out from SK, the spam W shields are going to be absolutely crazy in team fights.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the first 2 times these teams have ever met. SK have never met Azubu Frost. They've never played a Korean team, and I don't think a Korean team has ever played SK Gaming. I mean, there's no other team that's ever gone in that way. I'm trying to think, obviously, back to Counter-Strike. There's probably something in there. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see Azubu Frost take 2-0, taking SK Gaming, give them a cheer.
Now, if you guys want to see SK Gaming take the first game out of this set and just give themselves a good emotional start, let's hear it for SK.
Okay, so it sounded like the SK Gaming seems to be the crowd favorite. Just waiting for things to get underway. And honestly, which way are you really going to swing with this one? I mean, you kind of sat on the fence with that one. Are you thinking Azubu Frost? We saw them earlier on against IG. They were fantastic. But SK Gaming, the European team, coming into this one, they absolutely outshone CLG EU in the regionals. You know, it was a different SK Gaming. We were not used to seeing that. They showed glimmers of potential while ECT Poland. They obviously went 2-1 versus CLG. They topped them, but when it came against Moscow 5, they kind of folded. So which team are we going to see today?
So much of SK Gaming is about growth. I mean, even near the end of Season 2, they were still a very fresh team, and you saw all of their potential when they beat SK, but then they went to the finals and just kind of fell flat on their face.
I feel they may have partied a little bit the day before.
They may have partied a little bit, right?
They were
had all the
They're in
relief.
Season 3. They're here in LA. I mean, what a fantastic feeling that's got to be as a player. I mean, as yourself as a player, how goddamn good would it be to be here right now?
It's absolutely incredible. This is the Super Bowl of League of Legends in a lot of ways. This is the grandiose finals. This is the biggest tournament I've ever seen in North America.
In North America.
For esports, easily.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a bold statement. I'm trying to think of other North American tournaments, but that's definitely out there. I mean, we're sat in this massive lighting rig that's been set up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the crew that set this thing up, this is the biggest lighting rig that LA Live has ever had in the history of LA Live. This is a pretty damn big thing. You guys at home that are watching, sucks to be you, doesn't it, really? I mean, you're not here watching it, I've got to be honest. But, you know, all credit to the crew that set this thing up.
It is absolutely crazy as the fans give it their all here. Yeah. Wow, this is just an amazing setup. Looking at these team comps a little bit more, though, the matchup in the top lane is going to be very, very interesting. Kevin has teleport on Aurelia, and Singe is just Ghost and Ignite. So this is actually all going to be about Shy just trying to split push, trying to pressure, and then trying to make 4v5s out of the rest of the map. Shen's going to be the roaming guy who can make 2 in one spot or 4 in the other, and he's really just going to be farming his jungle. That's the strength of him.
Yeah, so
I really like Azubu Frost chances in all this,
effectively,
honestly.
we're going to see probably Aaron here diving down the bottom. We're going to see Kevin going down because he's going to have to match Shen, because Shen's going to ulti in there. He's going to have to teleport down. The question is, can Shy interrupt him? Can he get that flip on him? Can he get the poison out? Anything to interrupt that teleport. We're going to see Ocelot popping that ultimate coming off as well. So it's effectively going to be a 5-on-4, possibly down that bottom lane.
It's potentially SK's chance to jump out at them is just... It's tough, though, because Kevin has that teleport to counteract the Shen ult, and they're going to fight against each other. So unless he comes down there before Shen's level 6, he's not going to be able to do much. And if he does go down there before level 6, that's going to give Shen the free farm, Singe the free farm up top. And when he gets back there, it's not going to be friendly. If Singe gets his ult before Aurelia, he's going to completely crush that lane.
Yeah, but the good thing is, as Aurelia, he's going to really be able to bully that top lane.
It's true, at least early, until Shen gets his ultimate. It's just... Oh, man, these matchups...
So many possibilities. I can see your mind is actually blown right now.
Trying to cycle through all
You're
these
trying
real
to
quick.
cycle through it. It is our first game of the day, and what some great games we've had today. I mean, IG beating CLG NA, that's in this group, so that's in itself opening things up. We're going to see CLG NA versus SK Gaming after this match, so, you know, if SK can go into that one with a high, CLG obviously going to be down on themselves. The fact that they surrendered before they lost an inhibitor is a pretty big deal.
CLG has to win the next game after this, and it's going to be up against SK when we finish up. That is actually going to be a very deciding game, I think, for both of those teams.
Absolutely.
I think the loser of the SK CLG team is going to have a really hard time making out of the group.
Well, they could potentially go into it both 0-1.
They could.
That's assuming that Zubifrost are currently the favorites in the group. You know, they beat IG, who have beaten CLG. So I guess it's safe to say we think Zubifrost, the OGN champions, are now the favorites in this group. Could they go 3-0? I mean, SK Gaming are going to do their best to stop them right now. Could they go 3-0?
I think they have a very good chance of going 3-0, actually. If you look back just at the Zubifrost history, they've been down and they've been up. They were the A team for MIG even back in OGN Season 1, and they got 3-0'd in the finals by their sister team, Blaze, actually. They lost Loco Doco, moved Woong to AD carry, picked up Shy, and then they were really kind of the B team for the whole rest of that season until they beat Blaze again in the semifinals, flipped the tables, won the finals against COGEU, and really just kind of back on top, really confident, and we haven't really seen them lose.
Yeah, and the European viewers and the American viewers may not have seen them too much. I mean, when OGN is on, in American time, it's like
4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, so you guys don't get to see it. Me as a European, we get to watch that. It's usually on around about lunchtime. You know, we've seen it, but the English viewing crowd probably has not seen a great deal of the Korean teams, the Chinese teams, and certainly the Taipei Assassins and Saigon Jokers that are here. So they probably wouldn't have seen a great deal from them. So they're having their eyes open to them right now. I mean, Azubu IG, the first game of the day was wild.
There was so much unconventional stuff, even just the
Valkyrie
Jarvan pick.
level 1.
The Valkyrie level 1, but just the Jarvan pick in general is something
Yeah.
we haven't seen much of in North America. People say he's good. They play him in solo queue, but no one brought them out in the tournaments. And Swain, also both on the same team comp, and they really took it to him. That level 1, which, speaking of, is going to be something we see a lot more of this tournament. We were talking with a lot of the other players. I know Crepo from COGEU was saying so much in this tournament is going to be decided at level 1 because you can only do so many things at level 1. So much of it is about surprise, and so much of it is about just catching the other team off guard. These teams have months and months of rehearsed level 1 strategies that they've been hiding because so much can swing with these early things. And that Valkyrie Jarvan thing is a great example of what happened.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing because from a European perspective, we're so used to not seeing level 1 fights. But like Crepo said, you know, you cannot give it up. You cannot just let them take your buffs. I mean, we saw it at the very first game of the day that went straight in. That level 1 fight from IG forced the red buff. They stole that red buff straight away from Cloud Templar. But you know what? They got themselves back in that game. They had the late game comp. The question is, late game comps. What are we looking at here? We've got Singed is going to get very strong late game. Anivia is always strong late game. Shen's definitely going to get stronger and stronger. Lux may even get stronger late game.
This game is potentially going to stretch just because we have Anivia. If Froggen taught us anything, it's that Anivia knows how to stall these games. And it's just going to be a matter, actually, whenever you have a Singed on a team, the things that can shut him down aren't really the AP damage, it's the AD carry. So if Yellowstar can get fed up here and Shy can get going, we see the Bigs cheer going out. Good stuff can happen.
Good stuff can happen.
Sorry, I got distracted by the crowd.
You got completely distracted. But when
we
we're talking about Karthus and Aurelio, definitely strong late game champs. Caitlyn, we're seeing a return. Caitlyn, we've not seen in a tournament as an AD carry for quite some time.
We haven't, but that's the big thing. We were talking about the big three and how one of them could get broken out. Graves was available, but they decided, no, we're not going with that. Caitlyn should be able to outlane Corki on Wound just because of the range, because of the poke combined with Sona. Sona's got one of the longest harassment ranges in the game with her Q. Caitlyn has the longest auto attack range of anyone in the game. And Corki's there sitting at 550. Lux has absolutely no sustain, so they're going to be able to punish that lane if they decide to play aggressively.
And now I'm looking at the two team setups. I've got to be honest. I think Azubu Frost have got such a strong level 1 team fight right now. I mean, they've got the stun, they've got the flip, they've got the taunt, they've got the prison. They've just got so much in there that they could possibly use and just disrupt someone. I mean, if, say, for example, Yellowstar or Ocelot, or even Nif, for that example, got caught out, they would definitely, absolutely get destroyed.
And so much of this can happen. We've seen some sneaky level 1 Qs. They can just... everything would lead off with the Anivia Q, right? Or the Lux. If they can shoot around corners, get behind things, just pop them off, then obviously so much of it can fall off, as you were saying.
Yeah, apologies if you notice I'm looking around. So I'm looking to see what the disruption is. At the moment, the sun, being that we're in an outdoor arena, is actually shining across, and something's catching the player's eyes. So you can just about see, if you look on the right-hand side, you can see there's a beam of light coming right down. It's actually catching, I think is it Shy's screen? It looks like it's on the Shy screen to me. Looks like it's catching straight through. So that's the current problem we've got at the moment. So they're trying to sort that out. So apologies for the delays, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are at home, we are sat in beautiful.
What are we waffling on about?
We're in beautiful sun in LA. So what can I say? These outdoor events. This is the problem you get. The sun shines always in LA. Apparently, I've been here since Monday, and I got to be honest, as an Englishman, it's a pretty warm town.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been here February, and it's rained twice that I can remember. So.
As a Canadian as well.
Yeah.
I mean, do I call you a Canadian or American? I mean, am I bringing up some dodgy ground here with WCG? I'm not sure.
I think it's all been smoothed over at this point. I'm very much a dual citizen. America is homeland as well as Canada.
Anyone
so
that's aware of Scumbag Crepo will be well aware. Scumbag Crepo, Scumbag Jat.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with it.
I like the fact that while we were in the offices earlier on with you, the Riot staff even call you Scumbag Jat.
It happens from time to time. It's a very easily catch-onable term.
So, once these guys sort themselves out, getting ready to go, I mean, let's talk about the rest of the tournament. There's a lot of games to play today. I mean, there's a lot of games to play today. This is going to be the third game of the day. There's 12 games to play in total, so 10 more games to go at the very least. If we don't have a crazy draw situation, we could be here legitimately till 1 a.m. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, the production crew behind the scenes probably are saying, don't say that, don't jinx it, don't do it, but it could happen.
It could happen. And it would be crazy because everyone would just get to see more League of Legends. The best teams would go through. We want to see the highest tier of competition, which is what we've already seen from these teams. The first game was honestly such an amazing way to kick off the tournament. Even going on to the next group, still got COG EU to come, who we haven't seen. This is our first game of seeing SK Gaming. We're going to see Dignitas, who say they have some pretty secret strategies wrapped up.
Well, apparently so.
Revolutionize the game.
I'll believe when I see it. TSM are talking big as well, as you'd expect. Reginald is
TSM
talking big.
Talks big.
They always talk big. The American teams are talking very big, but look at that. The sun's shining on your screen. You can see it out there. It is a beautiful sunny day here in LA. It's great to be sat doing League of Legends in the sunshine. I mean, I'm happy with that. This venue itself is pretty damn awesome. We talked about the lighting rig, but the LA Live itself, we've got the Staples Center right behind us. We've got a massive arena there as well. I mean, there's just everything a player could want here, other than sunshine. I'm not too sure if players want sunshine.
I just look at how far esports has come, even since I just started shoutcasting.
Yeah, since you were a player.
Even since I was a player, right? The events have only gotten bigger and bigger. I remember doing my first big shoutcast thing with you during Kings of Europe in my house, in my room, closing the door, hoping no one interrupts me or knocks on it, waking up at 5 a.m. And now we have this, which is broadcasted to potentially millions of people that are going to tune in over the weekend.
Absolutely millions. I mean,
we're going to have thousands of people here. Next week, we're going to be in the Galen Center with 10,000 people. There's $2 million on the line. It grew so fast. It's breathtaking.
It's only going to get bigger.
Yeah.
I'm not going to throw too much out there, but it's only going to get bigger.
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, this is a big event. I mean, let's talk about, as you as a player, you're talking about, when you came into it, you went obviously over to Korea, you went to WCG. We got roles reversed effectively here for the Koreans. They're coming over to America. The nerves that these guys must be feeling here in the sunshine.
The nerves are actually way more than you would think. You see so much people have those hand warmers out before the game, and it's just actually, sure, it's not cold here, but I'm sure some of these guys' hands are cold because the anxiety gets to you, and you get kind of that fight or flight response where the blood just leaves your hands.
Yeah,
and
the adrenaline.
Your hands are just freezing after the game, and that happened to me all the time. It's it's a really, really hard thing to deal with. You have to calm yourself down. You have to simulate these scenarios, and at least for these guys, they've played so much on LAN. At least Ocelot, he's been in it since Season 1. Azubu Frost in Korea, they play on LAN all the time during
he played
seasons.
Warcraft before this.
So these teams are probably ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Froggen talked about it as well, how much he likes a warm environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back underway. Finally, it is going to be Azubu Frost versus SK Gaming. We talked about that level 1 fight. Will it happen? We will find out, that's for sure. We can count the screen at the moment. Jan, I mean, from a level 1 point of view, I said myself, Azubu Frost definitely have the stronger level 1 fight.
They have the stronger level 1 fight if they want to go for it, but honestly, so much of this nowadays just comes down to strategy and catching the other team by surprise. And if you have a vastly superior level 1 team and you get caught off guard, it won't matter. But surprisingly enough, with all the aggression we saw in the first 2 games, both these teams coming up with very, very defensive positions.
Absolutely defensive. Just keeping my eye on what SK Gaming are doing. Playing very defensive here. I think they're expecting it. Maybe they're in the exact position that IG went for as well earlier against the Zubu Frost. I don't think the Zubu Frost are going to push for that one. Of course, the blue team.
They would have a Corki to Valkyrie over into a brush, and that would not be a good brush to Valk into right now.
It would not be the wisest choice. He has actually leveled up Phosphorus Bomb already, so no craziness from Woong this time around. Just seeing where Cloud Templar's going to go. Is he going to go across for that red buff? It's looking like they might well think about it, you know.
They could.
I think they're going to go try to
invade. This is something that teams have been getting better and better at. Instead of invading right away and blowing all your cards, they go in late. This is something blue team always goes for double golems with Sona and Caitlyn. They're going to maybe try to disrupt this with 4, but they step on a Caitlyn trap.
Straight onto that trap. SK Gaming are going to be completely aware of where they are. They've got to be careful though. Kevin is on his own at the Wraith. So Kevin taking the large Wraith away from the fact. Cloud Templar now going to come in, going to spot him, but he's already taken the large Wraith. That's the only thing that Zubu Frost were really aiming for there. They were gunning for that. Blue buff, meanwhile, will be given across to Aranea. So Aranea is going to be happy with that one. Shy returns to top lane.
Disrupt this.
Yeah, in that red buff, they can see they're continuing to disrupt. Their ward goes down. Can they get it? They do manage to get the steal. It was Cloud Templar that picked it up, so they have managed to steal that red buff.
So, and also going over to the side, RNA picking up that blue buff, but his red was stolen, and now he's going into his own side of the jungle. So, Azubu Frost has a potential to clear 3 of the 4 buffs here, which would give them an early game experience and gold advantage.
Okay, so it's looking like we're going to have some standard lane play coming here, Jan. Let's just take us through exactly how these are going to stack up. We talked about Kevin versus Shy earlier on.
So Kevin versus Shy, right now, Aurelia might be able to jump on him a bit early, but the problem with this is Kevin spent time trying to defend the red, so Shy got early experience. Now he has a slight edge on Aurelia and might actually be able to bully that lane. You go across into mid, you have Ocelot and RNA, you have Ocelot against Rapid Star, and that is where he has to be fearful of RNA's ganks, because he has an advantage on Karthus, but not if the Alistair ganks come, and then you swoop down into the bottom lane, and this is the poke heavy comp by SK, trying to punish the support Lux. Support Lux is all about pick kills if you land a Q and team fighting, not necessarily about laning and poke. So SK is going to try to jump on top of that no sustain lane.
So meanwhile down the bottom, you can see the shove coming from Yellow Star. They're forcing Gunwoon back to that tower. Kind of expected. I mean, Caitlyn with that Piltover Peacemaker will be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, certainly in the early few levels. You can see he's level 3 versus level 1 already. That's a big advantage.
And that's just the fact that they've been able to push them back. They spent Azubu Frost a lot of time in that red jungle. They also missed a few early minions, which is what's contributing to this early XP advantage. They should be able to get some of these creeps on the tower, but you can even see they're far behind their tower and still getting a fair bit of poke damage from Sona. It's going to be a very difficult lane early on for Woong and Mandla.
Let's see how that one's going to progress through. Yellow Star, as you can see, he's aiming up, trying to get that Piltover across both members of Zubu Frost. Meanwhile, at that top lane, we can see Aranea is in position to possibly go for something on Shy here. I'm going to try and keep my eye on both lanes. He is going to sit this one out. We saw earlier on, actually, IG sat in that bush for a full minute waiting to try and get that gank. Kevin is trying to bait Shy in there, but I don't think he's going to fall for this one.
It's rather clever. He placed that ward in the brush, trying to make sure he had, trick him into having vision. Gets the ghost to be blown, but that's all they're going to do. He might go back to that brush and camp, but nope, he's just going to walk right away. Still a successful gank, despite not touching it.
Yeah, absolutely forcing that summoner spell to be used there, so Aranea returns. Let's see if he's got anything to go for. Rapid Star is pretty much pushed against his tower. He's going to try and see if he can steal the raise. Puts the ward down. Going to check out that red buff, maybe, but may just go back towards Shy up that top lane. Golems are available to him, as it is at the moment. Cloud Templar just taking the wolves, so he's a long way off. They have good positioning here at SK early on. You can see Shy continuing to be harassed, and that bottom lane still very much a level advantage for Yellow Star.
He actually steals the blue right there, but gets spotted out by Cloud Templar. And they've done a really good job shutting down RNA and making sure his ganks don't dictate any lanes. The red buff steal was a big part of that. They kept his XP down, they kept his threat down, and now he's heading back up against top. But Shy's so close to his tower, this would be a very difficult gank to execute.
Yeah, we've also got Cloud Templar on the way up the river as well. So this is a dangerous, dangerous game that RNA is playing. He's going to take 3 tower hits there, less than ideal, and you can see immediately that Cloud Templar's like, yeah, I think we could have a go at this one. He's double buffed up. He just needs to get that taunt across on towards RNA. Good stun from Kevin defending his jungler, and immediately turns our attention down there. You can see that the Rapid Star was making his way up the river, so wise play from SK Gaming. Very cagey stuff here from both teams.
Actually, a lot of caution coming out from both of these guys. It's really just on Azubu Frost to stall and wait for Alistair to no longer be effective. So all of this posturing is coming out in favor of them quite strongly. Once Rapid Star hits level 6, the wave is just going to be cleared by the Anivia ultimate. Especially the Cloud Templar is an energy-based jungler, so the mana and the blue buff getting handed to Rapid Star is not going to set him back one bit. Can't say the same for SK with Ocelot and Arane, because Karthus is going to demand that blue buff and Alistair's not going to have it.
Yeah, Yellowstar in that bottom lane, he's got to be careful. He's playing it very aggressively. Just have 1 minion. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught by that light binding from Mad Life. Easily could get pushed on. Just a couple of shots from that tower would definitely be very harmful to him at the moment. A flip coming out on that top lane. Kevin versus Shy. Kevin puts the stun down, but Shy hits level 6 before Kevin, which means he did return to
be
that
pretty
lane early
big.
on.
He's now just going to shove that lane entirely into the tower, and he would actually have the potential to even run behind the tower temporarily until Kevin hits level 6.
So Yellowstar on his own down the bottom. He has been caught by the line binding down the bottom there. He will get the damage down. He should be able to back off from this one, trying to be aggressive on towards Mad Life and just tank through that damage. Hasn't really got it to face against Gunwung, and he's going to have Nif rejoining him in that bottom lane, but he has taken a lot of damage. I expect to see Yellowstar go back at some point. However, he's only just used his first health bar.
RNA is just not able to put any pressure on this game. We just saw Shy hit level 6 on Singe and just go behind the tower and clear a wave. That's not a good lane for Kevin right now. He's getting, despite being even on minion kills, he should have been ahead of Singed early on at this point. Even bottom lane, though, it's coming around a bit to the other side. Once Azubu Frost hits level 6 is when the threat's going to come on for them, but SK doing a really good job poking him down. 46 minion kills for Caitlyn, only 28 for Corki. Doing a really good job out poking them early, D-Man.
Yeah, very even on the top lane as well. We've just seen Shy going back. Actually, looks like he's going to go towards the Hextech Revolver rather than going straight towards a Catalyst to Protector. Definitely a different start from a Singe player.
Interesting choice there. The Hextech Revolver is just going to allow him to lane and sustain more and more, which would make sense since he does not have teleport. A lot of Singes do that. That just means all he wants to do is sit in that lane. All he wants to do is just push past the tower and create as much 4v5 pressure for his team as possible. Spellvamp is one of the ways to do that, and when the teamfight phase does come out, if he gets a Will of the Ancients, it'll help. And here comes RNA.
Very much coming in now. I think the Ghost is going to be available. There's the ulti popped. RNA, and he's got to be careful. He's very low on health. Shy nearly finished him off. Couldn't quite get the flip down on him, and instead Kevin's going to have to back away from that one. So from a 2-on-1 situation, Shy continues to just trot on past that lane and continue his farming merry way. Meanwhile, in the middle there, you can see that Ocelot was also being pushed out a little bit by Rapid Star, so we've got to be careful, but this is all buying time for Cloud Templar to get back into that jungle, go for the invade, and steal away the red buff.
And Shy is going to be trouble for SK because they just sent 2 people up there and had to run away. He went in and counter jungle. He is beasting right now. There's not much SK can do against him unless they have 3. And here comes a potential big fight bottom lane. Cloud Templar sneaking all the way behind SK.
This could be first blood. He's just taken the red buff. He's surely going to get on towards Nif there, but he's had to flash away straight away. The light binding catching on towards Yellowstar. The damage going to continue onto him, towards him. And Cloud Templar looks like he's just going to back away from this one, but Azubu Frost kind of winning out that farming session. We saw the Wolves already being taken away by Shy there. He's been very aggressive. Like you say, just went straight past it. It's like, yeah, you're going to try and gank me. I don't mind. I can pop my ulti and continue farming my merry way. 73 CS to 67, so not that much of a big advantage right now. RNA did go for the boots of mobility early on. They're just not working out for him yet.
He's really quite far behind at this point. Still hasn't hit level 6. Not going for any GP10 items early, but still not pulling off successful ganks. When you go boots of mobility, you're all about getting the ganks. He realizes his red's been stolen once again. And this is going to be trouble for Alistair as this moves on because he's actually too weak to assist meaningfully in a lot of these ganks right now. He has to find a way to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, Cloud Templar almost a full level ahead of RNA now. He's just about to hit 7, while RNA is only just about to pick up 6. Rapid Star, meanwhile, going and getting them wards down. Look towards that top lane. Now is Shy working out towards Kevin. Shy has been back, got himself that extra gunblade. And he has actually just popped his ulti there on Kevin. He's just using it to farm, so he's not even really worried about the fact that he could get ganked. He's just quite happy to pop it and just continue his farming his merry way. Kevin definitely starting to struggle up here.
He's on a 90-second cooldown, and he has all that spell vamp. He's just but free farming, and bottom lane has the Alistar camping, trying to bait a Zubu Frost in and getting aggressive, but they don't seem to be falling for it.
Yeah, Aaron is sat there. He's going to have to back away, and again, look at Shy. Shy is in the jungle. He's taken away, actually, the siege minion, and he's just looking for the wolves. The wolves were not there, but he'd quite happily taken them, and we are seeing Cloud Templar beginning the dragon.
They have so much pressure here. The thing is, though, Kevin has his teleport up, has not been harassed by Kevin. He's just getting pressured, so they have complete control. Actually, sorry, SK could turn this around if they had a ward, but they actually don't have vision on the Zubu Frost right now.
They have no idea this is happening. I'm guessing they realize that people are missing from it. Aranea is heading down there. May even get caught out here. Just puts the ward down. Rapid Star could have stunned him there. Possibly the rest of the team could have followed through, but first dragon of the game on 11 minutes, just going straight towards him, and Shy once again, almost playing Dyrus style. Remember, we've never seen Dyrus doing the exact same thing. I guess you could say Darien as well from Moscow 5, pretty much taking everything away from that jungle, and it's just all snowballing against Aranea. Aranea falling behind, and Ocelot now, the ping goes down. Ocelot wants to go for this one. He's going to have the help from Kevin at the moment. Can he close that distance? No, he can't, and Shy just walks away again. Singed is causing himself problems.
Even though Shy is even in minions pretty much with Kevin, the pressure he's applying on the map is putting RNA very far behind. So he's actually disrupting RNA and Ocelot and all of SK just by being where he is at these times. Really, really solid Singe play by Shy, and that's a great counter pick to Aurelia just by the way he's playing it and how he's been able to take advantage.
Yeah, the saving grace right now is Yellowstar down this bottom lane. 93 CS compared to 65 for Gunwung, but we know that Gunwung will certainly come into it late game. He was bullied out of that lane against by IG earlier on today, and he still managed to get himself involved. And it's like, you put the pressure on me, the rest of my team will carry the load. And as it is right now, Shy is definitely going to become a problem late on. The question is how much they could deal with that harass if he was to get involved, which it looks like they're going to try to gank him again. We can see Aranea, the ping goes down. They are going to target on towards him. There's the headbutt. Hasn't used the Fulbright yet. There's the Fulbright going down. The tower getting dropped as well, which means there will not be any tower damage coming down here. Shy is going to surely try and walk away from this. The Carthus ulti is not going to be enough. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, they're also going down the bottom lane. Nif should go down. First blood comes down. It will be Gunwung that picks it up. Gunwung goes down as well to Yellowstar. You can see Mad Life going to get caught out. Yellowstar's not got enough in him. Shen should be able to get the taunt. Just flashes out of it. There's the teleport from Kevin. Can he get on towards Mad Life? Mad Life will surely go down. Yes, he will. Yellowstar picks it up. 2-on-1 exchange. Kevin wants to get on towards Cloud Templar. Cloud Templar should be able to get away from this one. What a crazy, crazy exchange in that bottom lane.
Flurry of action. The Ocelot ultimate actually attempting to assist two places. They could not get Shy, but the bottom lane fight pretty much just collapsed everyone. That was one of those try to appear everywhere fights, and it's pretty much what happened in the bottom lane. They had a 3-on-3 that went on, and they traded kills actually just 2 for 1. So something SK had to do because they are getting out farmed, they are getting out pressured, they have to start getting kills because if they continue this farming game, things aren't going to work out.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Ocelot's tower is pretty much gone, so there's absolutely nothing left of that one, so it should be 2 towers for Azubu Frost next time they push on there. Meanwhile, the bottom tower of Azubu Frost is also very low, so Yellowstar's been pushing heavily on there, so it's working out both ways at the moment. Shy, though, is definitely farming up so well against Kevin at the moment. Kevin will become beastly. You can see he build that wits end to try and sort of counteract what Shy is doing, but Shy, honestly, now he's got that catalyst in now. Expect a lot of ages to come out shortly. It's just so strong.
Got a bit of wind coming in here, actually.
Yeah.
Shy just continuing the pressure, and look how much he's sucking RNA into that lane. RNA's not been able to do anything to Shy right now, and just that took the pressure from mid. RNA would have been able to maybe hold that mid tower, but because he got pulled over there by Shy, they're just pressuring everywhere here. That's 2 towers to 0 and the dragon. So global gold-wise, they're actually up by quite a lot.
Yeah, as it is at the moment, keep my peep on that bottom. Well, the wind, I mean, the LA wind, who'd have thought that? The LA wind picks up a little bit. But Kevin and Shy, just eat. I think don't feel he can really do a great deal about it. Meanwhile, Rapid Star in the middle there is pushing Ocelot back. RNA was there to try and go for it. As yet, they've not even popped the rebirth once on Rapid Star. Definitely having problems down that bottom lane. Yellowstar certainly going to hopefully be the saving grace for SK Gaming. He has got that BF sword already. And looking towards where's Rapid Star going. Aranea is going to come around the backside of him. Ocelot may get caught out here. Has to flash away. What a great wall! But he's managed to dodge away from the crystal ball. Surely will get taken down. Yes, he will. And that is Rapid Star picking up the kill. Aranea was there, but Kevin had already been bullied out of the lane, so he was unable to help out there. And Ocelot drops, and there's not a lot he could do about it.
I'm going to keep harping on this because what Shy is doing is absolutely winning them the game right now. That created the kill on Ocelot. They couldn't stop him with 2, so they sent a 3rd, and with that, Rapid Star was able to cut him off, and Arnie having to burn his ultimate to save his oracles there. Rapid Star pressuring mid lane almost as hard as Shy is pressuring top. They're not necessarily needing the team fight, they just have so much pressure on the lanes right now, and it's absolutely handcuffing SK.
Yeah, meanwhile you can see that, well, that red buff has been taken away for the 3rd time by Cloud Temple. He's now absolutely controlling that jungle. Meanwhile, Kevin goes back towards Shy. Can he manage to fight him this time? But Shy at half hit points. I'm not sure if Kevin can even manage to match him this time. The ultimate has been running. Is it going to be enough? Just managed to get in there. Should be able to get the stun down on him, but it's still, you can see. And here comes the Shen ultimate now, going to be coming in. They're surely going to turn the tables up towards Kevin. The flip will come down. There's Ocelot's ultimate. It's not going to be enough. They're trying to pick up the kill on Shen. Instead, it's not going to happen. Here comes Rapid Star. Surely going to pick it up. There we go. Rapid Star finishes off and puts the wall at Ariane and says, get the hell away from me.
Unreal coordination by Azubu Frost right now. The aggressive turnaround on the fight there by Shy. Kevin thought he might have a chance to kill Singed. Nope, Shen was there.
So was that desperation moves from Kevin? Was he feeling, I can get this one? He had no help anywhere near him. He just went for it. And, you know, he should have realized that the Shen ultimate will be available. Ocelot was struggling
bottom
so
lane, they
heavily
get
mid.
Woong.
Meanwhile, Dana, but yes, see Gun Woong in trouble here. He should go down. He's trying to do as much damage as he can to Yellowstar. Will go down. Of course, the Shen ultimate was just used on that top lane. Can SK turn this into anything? You can see Nip and Ocelot getting aggressive here. The Dragon will be due in another minute. I believe, actually, no, it's due now. I was going to say it was on 11 minutes. It is due right now. And SK should be able to take this one away. Remember, Shy has no teleport. He can't get involved. Cloud Templar has no ultimate. They are not anywhere near this one. So SK Gaming trying to save a little bit of gold there, and they are still 5k behind. There's the looks trying to get the steal just at the end. Wasn't quite enough. Mad Life trying to get in there.
That was really the first lapse of judgment by Azubu Frost in this entire game. Woong getting caught out in the bottom lane there completely enabled the Dragon. You could tell SK was trying to turn that around. They actually had 4 people down in the bottom lane early, hoping to get something like killing Woong, which they were able to get the Dragon. The first lapse in pressure really that has happened the entire game. Azubu Frost continuing the pressure though, Shy, popping his ultimate once again. RNA's down there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything.
Well, he's got the tower damage. He's had about 3 or 4 tower hits this time. It should be enough. They managed to keep him stunned there for quite a while, but you can see Rapid Star coming across.
Everyone chasing him down.
There's a beautiful wall across. Kevin now split, and Kevin's got to be careful. Tables are going to get turned. He's going to get stunned down. Rapid Star picks up the kill again, and Kevin is dropped one more time.
The synergy between Rapid Star and Shy has created so much for them right now. Applying the pressure, Rapid Star comes over and just finishes people off as they try to collapse. That was technically a 2v4, and they came away with a kill.
Absolutely, and you know, that tower hit Shy probably about 4 or 5 times in there. They managed to keep the stun control on him, but it's just not enough. He's managed to get that tanky stun to become troll mode, and it is a dangerous, dangerous thing. Meanwhile, Gun Woong is starting to catch up on that farm. You can see it's 155 to 119, but a 3-0 Yellow Star is still the saving, only really saving grace for SK Gaming right now, because Ocelot has struggled out in their mid lane. You know, I'm not convinced by an Ocelot pick on Karthus. It's just not one of the champions I'm used to seeing him on.
He is getting a little bit pushed around. He's getting outroamed by Rapid Star, but here we come. RNA actually getting the catch on to Rapid Star.
That's not a good exchange. You can see RNA is going to get caught out straight away. They were from a 4-on-2. Ocelot's going to get caught out in this one. He gets exhausted. Cloud Templar continues on to passive. Cloud Templar now might be in trouble. He does take down Ocelot. Cloud Templar should get dropped. He's got an Oracle on him. He needs to try and save it. There's the crescendo coming across. Kevin picks up the kill. Now he's going to try and chase Rapid Star. Rapid Star still has Rebirth available though, so he doesn't want to go for it. And Shy joins the fight. He's going to have to back away. You can see that Caitlyn trying to keep him back there, net shots across, and just backs away from that fight. A 1-on-1 exchange, a 2-on-1, sorry, exchange there, as RNA and Ocelot, the initiators, get taken out.
And you said that one of the only saving graces for SK was Yellow Star, and that is so true because early in the game we showed how Singed doesn't necessarily care about AP damage dealers, but a really fed 80 carry late game can actually take down Singed. So if Yellow Star can keep it up, keep getting kills, keep getting his farm, he might be the thing that could finally take down the monster that is Shy right now. They need him to get going, and really, right now, nothing can touch Shy. They need to get a lot more farm on Yellow Star before they can even hope to win.
Yeah, now what's going on here? I mean, SK Gaming are trying to farm this one out as long as possible. They want the late game. They know Aurelia is going to get stronger. Karthus seems to be getting stronger. Obviously, will get stronger. Becomes a hyper carry. Yellow Star is going to get stronger, so they are not pushing for the 5v5 fights yet.
They're really not, but even if they wanted to push for the 5v5 fights right now, they probably couldn't, just because they have no one to deal with Shy. They need to put 2 or 3 members on his side, and Azubu Frost is not going to just group up with him and allow the 5v5 fights to happen. Either way, Azubu Frost doesn't necessarily have a bad late game, it's just they're much stronger right now than SK, so SK has to stall regardless of team comps. Overall, the team comps are fairly balanced when you look towards late game.
So as it is at the moment, Team Rapid Star, who has picked up 4-0-1, got that Theme's holy grail early on, and walls off Aaron Ayer here. Aaron Ayer may be in trouble. Shy comes around, doesn't manage to get the flip on him though, and there's a good wall they'll paint there. Mentioned to keep him away from that tower. The stun's going to come around. Nif's going to be a little bit careful. Can take another burst of damage from Rapid Star, but Azubu Frost had to back away there. Shy came in a little bit cocksure of themselves, and they just weren't able to back it up. So Aaron Ayer tanking out that damage. That's going to be a good sign for them. That's the first time they've been able to tank that initial burst.
This is a 6,000 gold advantage, though, coming out for Azubu Frost. The last Dragon was given up, but soon they're actually going to be able to posture around Baron or just continue the split push pressure. They've done such a good job controlling. They also have the first Aegis of the Legion coming out in this game to Cloud Templar, so if they do want to start forcing those 5v5s, they would have the small advantage on there right now. They're ahead of them in many, many ways.
But they are allowing Yellow Star and Kevin to continue farming. They've both stayed in top and bottom lane while all that was going on in mid. They just stayed around there. Shy has been taking all the jungle, and then see the pings going around. Madlife spotted it. Madlife with that Oracle should be able to take that ward down. He's just making sure he doesn't get ward baited. Has to back away. Now see SK starting to gather in the mid lane. Yellow Star realize that inner turret is dangerously low. As it is, 3-0 in turret, still no turret for SK Gaming, despite the fact that top-bottom turret was taken exceedingly low by Yellow Star early on. He chose not to take it. He had the opportunity, instead continued to farm. He was happy to farm it. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, Cloud Templar continues to pressure. And this is what the Korean teams do. They will go for those turrets. If they're available, they'll take them.
And this is also why they pick Shen, because his split-pushing presence is so high. They're going to have Shy up top on Singed, Cloud Templar on bottom on Shen, and then potentially 3 people pushing mid. And SK is just so stretched that they won't really know where to engage. They have to try to force something. Yellow Star trying to fly through onto Rapid Star. This might get turned around on.
Yeah, might well do. There's going to be luck managed to get the ult across. Crescendo went across, but it was a bad call because he only hit Shy. Cloud Templar autos himself in there. You can see the damage going down on Nif. Nif should drop down here. Cloud Templar picks up the kill on that one. Kevin and Ocelot trying to dive in. Ocelot trying to do as much as he can. Should be Rapid Star, but he's got Rebirth available. That's going to be the ultimate from Karthus. But no, he managed to block it off. How on earth did he manage to survive through that one?
Right at the end.
Failed just at the right time. Shy picks up the kill on Aaron Ayer, and Azubu Frost should walk straight through and pick up this inhibitor. You can see that Kevin is the only one available. Is he going to try and suicide himself on there? Rapid Star has got that egg available. It would be crazy to go for it, just trying to use that ulti to try and pop him as much as possible. But there goes the tower, there goes the inhibitor, and Azubu Frost looking strong now, 10-4 up. And 9k gold advantage.
Just the combination of so much pressure they'd applied earlier in the game. They had a big gold advantage. They had the team feed items, and there was no way they were killing Shy, especially when Cloud Templar came into the fight on his back. Now the only fear they have to worry about for now is SK trying a Desperation Baron, getting some picks, but if they actually start staying together or keep only Shen away from the team, there's very difficult roads ahead for SK because they can't win 5v5s and they're having trouble getting split up. So they pretty much have the Desperation Baron play ready to go if they need it.
Yeah, they have to go for it right now, and it's not going to happen because Yellow Star is down that bottom of the map. He was looking for the red buff. It's not available. Instead, SK are going to try and ward this one out. They realize they don't have the timing on it. That's why Azubu Frost backed straight up as soon as they took that inhibitor. And as it is, Cloud Templar is just going to pick up another red buff. So as it is at the moment, Azubu Frost, correct me if I'm wrong, have taken every single red buff of the game.
They've taken, you're absolutely correct, they've taken absolutely every red buff of SK. The only objective they've given up is that one lone dragon when Woon got caught in the bottom. They've yet to give up a tower, they've taken 5 themselves. Really systematic domination of SK so far in this game, just taking them out of the match.
Yeah, and that big advantage that Woong had, that Yellow Star had over Woong is slipping away as well, because Woong's quite happily picking up the free farm. You know, they've got the control of the map. Yellow Star is desperately trying to keep things at bay here. Fight off those super minions. They're going to try to go for Shy again, but honestly, this double combo of Aaron Ayer and Kevin, they just do not have the damage to deal with Shy there. The headbutt pulverize combo came out, and he just did nothing.
He just ignored it, and this could be why they just allowed Alistair to get through to SK, because they knew they'd be able to take tanky enough laners and just out-pressure Alistair. They had a plan for this, and it's worked out quite well.
Yeah, that plan looks like it might backfire. It looks like Azubu Frost are going to dive him on the turret. They wisely backed away from that one. as it is. You can see the split push once again.
And look at this. Shen
Cloud
is in the
Templar down
bottom lane. They're going to poke around Baron. If SK comes to fight, they're going to peel off Baron and fight them. If they decide to just poke around, then Shen's going to get this bottom tower. SK essentially has to go headlong into a 5v5, which they're most likely going to lose, or just give up the game.
As it is. Lightbind is going to go across. It does catch on towards Nif. They will have seen that. Are they going to try and sneak around the back side of them?
Zubufrost will stall as long as they want because Cloud Templar is unstoppable in the bottom lane right here until they send some opposition. Kevin's teleport's down, so they can't even send him down to teleport back up. It's either force a 4v5, give up towers, or give up Baron.
Looks like they're going to have to give up that bottom tower. They know they can do nothing about it. Kevin was motoring his way down there. They don't want to lose that second inhibitor. As it is, Zubufrost are in such a strong position. Yellow Star's got to be careful. That's a double light binding catching on towards the AD carry. They could drop him very quickly. Aranez get caught out. He's had to flash away from that wall. And now he's down to half health. He's going to have to back off towards the turret. This may well be prime time for Zubufrost to pick up that Baron. They realize they've done the damage. They realize that Aranea has the jungler with that smite. And there we go. Oh, Ocelot just walked straight into a light binding. Dropped in second. Aranea now getting caught out as well. Are they going to finish it off? Crescendo comes across with a double kill from Madlife. Picks it up. Very nicely done. And that is going to be a Baron. Thank you very much, Zubufrost.
Here's the support Lux kicking in for you. He lands a light binding and finishes them off with the ultimate as well, giving them the Baron. While Cloud Templar didn't even have to use his ultimate to join the team. So once again, just systematic destruction of SK's strategy, and they're potentially demoralizing them with this victory, just taking everything from them and giving them almost nothing.
Absolutely. We talked about how much the moral high ground is used for SK Gaming. They really do get themselves G'd up for this one. You know, with CLG Prime coming up after this, it's a desperate, dangerous situation for SK Gaming. As it is, though, a Zubufrost just so strong right now. Who is going to be able to stop them? IG tried. They had a damn good go of it. It didn't work out for them. SK Gaming are being rolled by them right now.
This is a display of domination so far by Zubufrost as they pick up the dragon. They had the one hiccup in the lane, which was let's survive the Caitlyn Sona lane so we can get support Lux and Corki into the game. They did that just fine. Their other two lanes were absolutely crushing. Cloud Templar didn't even need to gank on Shen. He just farmed up to get to the point where they can split push. Everyone took care of themselves, and overall their team strategy was just so strong.
Yeah, honestly, I feel that SK Gaming got the team they wanted out of this fight. The picks and bounds, I think, went well for them. We talked about in the IG game how Zubufrost, we felt, got given everything.
Yeah.
But IG knew better than we did. I mean, they knew to take away that Lux. Lux seems to be working very well for Madlife. You know, they took away Alistair from him, or they tried to in this game. But he pulled out that Lux. Well, 2-1-7 right now as the support. Not a bad score. 4-0-6. For Rapid Star in that mid lane. You know, Gunwung's been focused so heavily with that Ezreal ban, but he just switches to Corki and carries on regardless.
He just carries on. They're pushing in for the inhibitor here. You can see some elixirs coming out from SK. They're trying very much for a last stand. Yellow Star with that green elixir. So far behind, though, they don't even want to fight despite not having Shen there. He could always just ult in. They're going to try to systematically now, as they have the entire game, just take out one inhib after the other and just push in for a victory.
Got so much crowd control, of course, that wall just blocking him off. If anyone gets caught out, if Yellow Star or Ocelot pokes their head out too far, that light binding, or again the stun from Rapid Star just being poked out there, that's what's happened at the start of every fight. Again, like I say, they've still not had a chance to have a full-on 5v5 because Kevin is being kept busy. First it was Shy, now it's Cloud Templar. They're just having so many problems. And Zubufrost time to push in and on towards this one. You can see Rapid Star getting there. Shy goes aggressive. Nif gets dropped instantly by Gunwung there, and Yellow Star's trying desperately to back away, but Shy is causing himself
in
all
between the
sorts of problems, just running through the turret. Exhausted, doesn't matter. Flips Yellow Star just before looking out towards the fountain. Yellow Star gets dropped finally, and the whole of SK Gaming forced to back away from the fountain. The Nexus turrets are going to go down as Zubufrost should take this one. It will be 2-0 as Zubufrost. They are looking shoe-in for the quarterfinals, and honestly, they are looking like one of the #1 teams right now.
Quite a display there by Zubufrost, especially hands down in that game. MVP is Shy on Singe. That is some of the best Singe play I've ever seen in tournaments. He knew exactly when he needed to push down. He never died that entire game, despite spending the entire match in SK territory. He drew RNA away from everything. He shut him down. He was the one who disrupted jungle Alistair more than anyone else. and he just completely schooled them right there.
Well, that's it. I mean, RNA focused on that top lane. We barely saw him go down that bottom against Goonwoon. It was always at the top. He needed to help Kevin out. Kevin, a very, very good Aurelia player, struggled so heavily against Shy there on Singed. You know, it's simply a case of he just wasn't used to playing Singed, because coming into this game, we've done our research. I was not expecting Singed in that top lane.
That's something that Azubu Frost hadn't pulled out really in the OGN. They were doing different top lanes that entire time. That's just what they had ready for Aurelia, because they knew, maybe just out-researched SK or out-thought them or anything, because, you know, Kevin's a great player in a lot of ways, top lane. Indeed. He got destroyed by Shy on Singed there.
Yeah, we saw some excellent, I think it was 2v1 or 3v1 play at the EU Regionals where he was just dancing around with Aurelia, but this time it was not to be. And honestly, Yellow Star 3-2-1 at the end there, he just couldn't get the damage. You saw him get the Bloodthirster early on. He wanted to get the Infinity Edge, had to change it, needed the lifesteal, needed the Phantom Dancer in there, and he was the only saving grace. He was 3-0-1 at one point, ended 3-2-1, just could not get going, SK Gaming.
So much of that was just a really good dive buddy comp they had there. The Singed would run in, and Shen would be right on his back. They were so far ahead and trying to dive in, they'd just double up on Yellow Star, and even though he had the Bloodthirster Phantom Dancer, he's not taking down those two guys in time.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the tables and see how this one works out. Obviously, Azubu Frost now looking incredibly strong. 2-0 already. IG and SK Gaming out the way. CLG NA left to play. IG, on the other hand, 1-1. And now, you know, going into the next match, they're going to be against CLG. And SK CLG now is everything. Everything on the line. Both 0-1 going into that match. It's going to be pretty damn crazy. But let's have a look at the highlights for this game. I mean, honestly, what would you call the highlight in there? Because Azubu Frost were just all over them the whole way through.
So much of this was just split pushing and pressure. It was just showing you don't actually need to group up and team fight. You don't necessarily need all the AoEs. You can just run through and pressure with Singed the entire time.
Okay, so we're going to check out one of the player audio replays. This is something we've got going on.
These are really
cool.
cool.
If you guys have seen this already, but it is pretty cool. Let's have a look.
It's in killer, guys. Just let him in. It's done.
Damn.
Holy shit.
It's SK. A little blooper in there, I believe.
Bound to happen.
I think it's safe to say they were kind of caught by surprise there.
They weren't expecting that much coordination from Azubu Frost or just that much preparation. Overall, the support Lux is something that they thought they had the counter for, and in a lot of ways they did in teamfight phase, in the laning phase, because they outlaned them quite strongly. Outside from that, though, across the rest of the map, SK kind of just got obliterated.
Absolutely obliterated. Yeah. You know, top lane was obliterated. Mid lane, we didn't really get to look at it too much, but Rapid Star clearly came out on top. 4-0-6, I think it was, by the end of the game. He was just so 4-0-8, in fact, by the end of the game. He was just so strong. Ocelot just didn't seem to get going. It's one of the keys to the game we talked about earlier. He needed to get him going because RNA was just kept so busy, he had no free time.
Yeah, they didn't get Ocelot going. RNA got disrupted. They didn't take the game to Azubu. They fixed their names around. Sorry about that.
Easy for you to say. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, how will this affect SK Gaming? It's going to be SK Gaming versus CLG North America. That will be up just right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've already been now 3 games into our group stages here, and we've still got Group B, who the players are anxiously awaiting to get going here later on this afternoon. But already we've seen pretty much, I think, dominance from a team that a lot of people expected to see. Of course, Azubu Frost had that sort of unique scenario where they were one of the teams who was seeded into it, but through random draw, they had to actually then go into the group stages. Now, Rachel, I mean, Azubu Frost, they get a lot of momentum if they come out of those group stages, especially on a 3-0, and they're already sitting at 2-0.
I mean, Azubu Frost has had a crazy journey here. I know you saw their little video, but I remember back in the day, way back in the day, Marcus, when they were MIG Frost, and they won the first Azubu championship. Excuse me, they lost to Blaze, their brother team.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm surprised they're not here, but really, really two incredible teams that worked very hard, and it's very exciting that at least Azubu Frost was able to join us. I hope you guys are a bit more familiar with the roster. I know you all are big Loco Doco fans, but they've really, really stepped it up since this new pickup.
Yep, and we've obviously still got more games to be playing. It is looking like Azubu Frost is going to be setting up to potentially walk out of the group, but there are still some games to be played. Of course, coming up next, we've got another matchup. We're going to have, we've got SK coming off fresh off their game against Azubu Frost, this time facing the North American veterans. You guys know them, CLGNA. And I know that you're excited to see this match as we are. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. You guys excited for SK versus CLGNA? Any predictions out there before we introduce our teams?
See, these are two teams with two, very famous polarizing players on them. So do we have Hotshot GG fans in the audience? And do we have Ocelot fans in the audience? Yeah, we're split kind of right down the middle here.
Yeah, and you know what else I like about this is that you've got two emotional teams. Two teams that play with their hearts on their sleeves. You've obviously seen Ocelot and his emotional moments, but you've also seen CLG in their emotional moments as well. So I'm very excited. So let's go ahead and introduce our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, coming off their earlier match with the Chinese team Invictus, Counterlogic Gaming now tests their skill against Europe as the red team. Let's give it up for CLGNA.
Now you loved them in their last game, led by the charismatic Ocelot and playing as the blue team. Give it up for Europe's SK Gaming!
Two very emotional teams. Fireworks are about to happen, and let's shoot it over to our casters who will hopefully bring their emotion to this match as well. Give it up to Jat and D-Man.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and live, and it's great to see DJ Wheat at a League of Legends event. I gotta say, I'm a long-time fan of DJ Wheat, alongside Rachel as well. It's good to see those two guys.
They've been doing a lot of esports stuff for a while, and it's great to see just everything coming together here for just such a great, giant esports event. And both these teams, SK and COG, have also been around League of Legends for a while, so to see them face off in a do-or-die match is really kind of awesome.
A do-or-die match is exactly what it is. They are both 0-1, but there is a chance if the team that lost this could sneak through. You could get a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 situation, or a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, which means someone would have to go either 3-0 or 0-3. The question is, nobody wants to go 0-3.
It's very true. I mean, both of these teams, if COG wins this one, they pretty much have to beat Azubu just to make it in.
Yeah. But it's possible. They played each other before.
Right.
Azubu Frost obviously won that game. That was it in the OGM quarterfinals, I believe it was, where COG get knocked out. And the interesting thing is that we looked at the OGM championships when it was happening, and we were like, we were seeing the Western world teams getting knocked out. We're like, oh, look, they've gone to Korea and got knocked out again. But we're seeing just how damn good these teams are. Hotshots talked about it. I took my team there because I feel these are the best in the world. Azubu Frost right now have proven him correct.
And we also have SK Gaming here. We got a chance to sit down with Ocelot in actually his hometown of Spain, I believe. And we have a great video feature here, actually, of Ocelot. And there we go. I'm sorry about that, man. That's my bad there.
That's all right. You know, it's nice of you to throw us into that one, but I don't think they were ready for that. It's good.
Maybe not.
No. I was just gonna let you hang there, but we are gonna be ready for that shot now. Let's check out what Ocelot had to say.
Hi there, I'm Carlos Rodriguez and more known as Ocelot. I'm an eSport professional player, but it's been in my home for like 22 years. And I'm really happy living here. My family is pretty special.
Yo me llamo Blanca.
Mi nombre es Emilio, padre de Carlos y Alejandro.
No me gustaba realmente porque pero me di cuenta que lo llevaba muy dentro y que tenía que sacarlo. Indiscutiblemente le apoyé en todo.
I believe qualifying for Season 2 finals of League of Legends and Season 3
Double kill for Ocelot.
was the best moment of my life, I think.
Sorry, I think Ocelot might be crying right now.
I think they
guys
are, and they
are
deserve
so
it.
happy.
That's beautiful to see.
So here's my room. As you can see, this is where I stream when the magic happens. This is my life, basically. Actually, my family accepts it a lot. Like, even when the door is open, they don't disturb me at all. My father is really passionate as well as me. He actually knows a lot of the game.
Bueno, yo entiendo lo justo. Entiendo lo justo, pero sí sé cuando se juega bien y cuando se juega mal.
Pues yo, hasta hace muy poco me enteré cómo era el juego. Yo veía muñequitos por ahí, colorines por allá, pero no me enteraba muy bien.
Es que hubo un momento que me animaba al contrario.
Y yo es que cada vez que me decía mi marido, cariño, tu hijo está en un torneo.
No, yo decía, cariño,
yo digo, pero
es que me estás animando al enemigo.
Sobre todo cuando ganan, me encanta.
When I realized I could help financially at home, I felt actually pretty good because it was the very first time in my life I had in my hand the chance to make a change in the home, you know.
Entonces, la verdad que es una bendición de tener un hijo, de que tener a alguien de la familia que nos eche una mano.
The main part of income is probably streaming.
Lo dio de corazón, como siempre lo da todo.
It's really great doing something I love and helping people I love as well.
Yeah, and it's great to see, don't you think? I mean, you love him or hate him. There's a lot of people out there. Ocelot's got a lot of haters. There's a lot of fans as well. I mean, he's at 115,000 Facebook fans or something like that. You know, there's a lot of people that like him. He's a very personal person. You know, he's very, very family oriented. I mean, I got to know him. Luckily, I've met him for over the years since Gamescom 2011. So back in August 2011, when really the pre-season season 2 started. You know, and it's great to get to know these guys. You know, he's let you into his home there. He's let you see his family. I don't know many players that quite happily have their parents talking about you in front of a gaming crowd. I wouldn't.
It's his passion. I met Ocelot also when I was a player, and he is so just into League of Legends. It's his life. He's been so dedicated from the start, and it really just comes out in the way he plays and allowing people into his home like that. It's
Absolutely. Great. So, well, without further ado, should I say, and let's get things underway. It is going to be SK Gaming to start with. Let's have a look at their keys to victory. I mean, they've come out on the back of a defeat, which is a very much thing they've got to forget about.
Yeah, have to forget about last game. That's honestly the first key. SK has been known to tilt in the past. If they lose the first game of a tournament or if they get down into the loser's bracket, that usually means they're out of the tournament. They have to turn that around. They've had a lot of time to grow as a team, though, so they should be able to take around for that. Emotions aside, game plan-wise, they have to be ready for a CLG split push. That is CLG's main strategy that they've employed when they've been successful. They need to have hard-initiating champions. They actually got split pushed by a Zubu in the previous game, so they have to regroup. That's the same style they're going to be getting out of CLG, so they have to be ready for that.
Yeah, and it didn't work out for them so well. The third point, you know, we've all seen the video. I think we've all seen Doublelift talking smack talk against SK Gaming. They've got to shut him up.
Yeah, Doublelift, a little outspoken against SK, saying that they were the weakest team in this group. SK needs to take that away from him. get him to eat his words and hopefully shut him down and get him thinking about himself a little bit, that he's not doing well. Doublelift always thinks he's the greatest, everyone is trash, but SK's got to show him otherwise.
Yeah, it's possible they shut him down, but, we've seen Doublelift pulling quadra kills out in the OGN. He is definitely a champion, a player you need to shut down. Or summoner, I guess I could call him, is definitely the way to call him. But that's what SK got to do. What have CLG got to do? They're coming on to this one on the back of a surrender, a very early surrender against IG.
That was a really tough game against IG, and if there's a team in this tournament, CLG talked about cheese all through the North American regionals and how they're just going to prepare it. But if they truly believe SK is the weakest team in this group, they need to save their cheese for next game against Azubu when they eventually play them later in the group. They have to hold off on the cheese this game, try to beat SK with your standard split pushing strategy. Also, they need to let SK come to them, because when SK plays aggressively, when SK feels like they're at home, they're going in. But when CLG feels at home, it's counter ganks. It's punishing other teams' aggression. That's how they've always been successful. They have to let that happen.
And one of the things I remember back to WCG 2010 was Big Fat LP. He was the player. He was the man. He used to be Ash in the mid, to be fair, which, the game's changed a little bit these days, but he's still that strong mid champion.
They have to let him shine, especially against Ocelot. Ocelot, as we saw in these videos, and even just emotion-wise, is the heart of that team. Big Fat has to match that in mid, and when CLG is at their best as well, Big Fat's doing a lot of that work in middle lane. He's the focal point. You can't split push well unless your mid lane has a big presence, so they really need to help him shine.
So we are into Champion Select, so without further ado, let's get in there. You can see the bans already beginning, and as we talked about pre-tournament, the bans are going to come thick and fast. These guys have prepared against each other.
And you can see two really heavy target bans coming out very first from SK. The Sivir is targeted at Doublelift. They love running that. They actually have a 2v1 mid they run with that often. Got rid of that. Number one pick for Void Boy is also Olaf. They got rid of that. Counters back and forth, going really fast. You see the first pick, Shen. SK is not going to try to get split pushed.
Yeah, Sona taken away from Nif, of course. Alas, become a universal ban, I guess you could say. Gangplank being taken away. Remember, Kevin used Gangplank in the EU regionals to really great effect. And Aurelia, so really they've targeted Kevin pretty heavily in that one. Kevin replying, taking that Shen. We talked about it, the split push, the cheese that they've been using. I mean, CLG, I used to get bored casting these guys because they are the split push kings. They were for so many years. And I can see years because they are the oldest team in League of Legends history.
They had so many games where there would be 1 or 2 kills at 26 minutes, and people were thinking, well, this is how you play League of Legends. You just stall and farm, and this is what CLG does. Since then, so many teams got better. They got more aggressive. They pushed on hard. They've really taken CLG off of their throne. And now CLG's had to mix it up. They've had to change their picks. They've had to play more aggressive. And now they're coming out. Lulu and Cho'Gath coming. They had Lulu in the last game. Didn't quite work out for them. That jungle Cho'Gath should be real strong.
Yeah, jungle Cho'Gath, definitely something Hotshot's been running with lately. I believe he used it in the NA regionals as well.
He has. Snoop is the only other professional player I've seen do jungle Cho'Gath. He used to love top lane Cho'Gath. And man, these picks flying back and forth. Something we didn't catch is Ezreal, who we thought is a very contentious ban this tournament, makes it all the way to the 5th overall pick. Steal there by SK, if I got to be honest.
Absolutely, they're going to be happy with that one. Pairing it up with Nunu, something the Korean teams do not favour. They do not expect Nunu to be wrong. Not too sure about the summoner spells he's picked up. Clarity and Surge there, I believe. It's not quite going to be working out, but Orianna left available and Graves, so great pickups. Double lift on Graves is a very strong pick.
CLG really at home on a lot of these picks. Hotshot, as a top laner, loved Cho'Gath. Orianna came up big for Big Fat OP when they're in the North American regionals, and Graves is just a standard for Doublelift that he's very good on. The extra bonus they get out of this, though, is they're denying the Orianna from Ocelot, who just crushed with it in the European regionals.
So the question is, how would Ocelot respond to that? He knows he's up against Orianna. He was very good. I believe it's 8-3-5, I think, against Froggen in that mid lane. And it is possibly going to be a Jace in that top lane. We saw Kevin running Jace early on. We saw Soaz running Jace as well. Very strong champion in that top lane. So Lux is going to get locked in for Ocelot in that mid lane. Wow, okay, this is definitely opening things up for SK Gaming.
So they saw the support Lux in the last game, and it looks like, unless they do some kind of new solo lane with the support Lux, that we're going to be seeing Ocelot picking up the Lux and trying to attack Orianna with that. Must have been something Ocelot's been keeping in his back pocket, because that's not something we've seen from him in the past.
Which may have been why they didn't ban Lux out. Maybe they wanted to pick it themselves in the last game. Who knows how that works out is until you actually get to speak to those players, which is something I always try and do during these tournaments. It's definitely something we didn't get to see. However, we are going to see Diana locked in. That's something we saw Voyboy playing against IG.
Voyboy, almost going back to his Akali days, he used to love Akali in the top lane. Diana does play somewhat similarly. He just likes the tools a little bit more for her. He loves to shove up the top lane very early and then get back. He's going to be really careful about those early ganks. Other than that, is just trying to combo Diana with the Orianna ball on top is a lethal combo when she dives in. COD's going to be trying to pull that off.
Yeah, you got the moon pull, the Orianna pull. It's just going to control
Vacuum
it, and
City
the
right
rupture
there.
on top of the. There is a hell of a lot of CC involved in that, and of course the Lulu on top of that. There could be a massive amount of crowd control from CLG. So they are your picks. Really, the question is, who the heck do you think is going to win? I mean, honestly, CLG coming into this one on the back of a defeat, they've had time to prepare. SK Gaming, however, have also come into this one on the back of a heavy defeat. However, would they have expected that defeat against the Zubu Frost?
I'm thinking that if SK had to plan out their ideal group matchup, obviously it's 3-0, but if there's a tier list of power right now, Azubu is the #1 team in this group from a power list. They're 2-0 to start. This is a game they can attack and win. If they're singling out a team, they want to beat CLG right now. They have history against them. They had plenty of time to scout them. They know how they play, and this is the game that really both these teams have a very good chance of winning.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have the game getting underway. If you want to see SK Gaming coming into this one, picking up their first win of the group stage, give them a cheer.
If you guys want to see CLG come out on top of this one, let's give them a cheer.
I think it's safe to say the home turf advantage is definitely going to play in favour of CLG. CLG definitely picked up themselves as a bit of a favourite since they've returned to Korea. They're streaming pretty heavily. They've definitely returned and pleased a lot of their fans. We are into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So the blue team, if you've just joined us, is going to be SK Gaming, coming off the back of a defeat to Azubu Blaze. Azubu Frost, sorry. Azubu Blaze not here. A team I definitely expected to be here after MLG. However, CLG coming into this one as the red team. Or purple team, whichever you'd like to be in blind mode or not. But they are the red team on your screens. And honestly, I do not know how this one's going to work out. I'm intrigued to see how Lux Mid works out. This is something that many players have talked about. We've heard Froggen talking about it for a while, that they want to run Lux Mid.
Ooh. So what is going to happen, level 1? That was SK's try. They tried to catch out Voyboy in the triangle brush, but the light binding from Ocelot missed. Now they're all going to be invading in. They don't actually see that they've continued to invade. The pings are coming down, spam. CLG trying a defensive formation. SK trying to sneak around. I don't know if Voyboy caught them out with vision there.
No, he couldn't quite catch them. So I think they're going to be well aware of the fact that Invade could be around here, and it's looking like Doublelift is going to go for the Major Wraith, I think. It looks like he's in a position to try and push themselves across. CLG do not want to have any of this. They are keeping well away from that jungle area, and you can see Hotshots heading down towards the blue golem. They do not want to get involved in this fight, which means SK could take away that red buff if they really want to. The rest of the team are backing off, so they're not, despite the fact they've pulled a massive advantage, going to go for anything.
It's interesting because we've heard the players talking about this. You can't give up for defense level 1. You have to go aggressive. Otherwise, the other team is just going to take all of your buffs. And we see Wraith steals actually coming out from both teams. Doublelift and Chowster taking the blue Wraith. RNA taking the red Wraith. So just a trade of jungles and everything else starting actually very standard.
Yeah, everything is starting standard, but we are seeing Doublelift sneaking around towards this red buff. Yellowstar has been vision spotted. Doublelift is sat in that bush. They haven't checked it whatsoever, and it looks like they're going to try and give the red buff across the Yellowstar. Now Nip's going to walk straight face plant in towards Yellowstar's going to have to back away from this one. Doublelift did manage to get the red buff steal, and they're just going to stroll away from this one. They did take down both Lizards. Probably shouldn't have done that one. They have got the timing on that one, so we'll keep sure where the hotshot returns to that lane. But that is a very good start for CLG.
Both teams had their gimmick pulled out there. They wanted to go for the early red, bully the lane with Ezreal Nunu. He bought the consume first so they could 2-man it, but Doublelift just stole it clean away. And Kevin, at the same time, took the blue buff because Shen does not require it in the jungle. He's going to try to out-harass Voivo with his extended mana pool here in the top lane.
But that is going to, in turn, cause problems for RNA. He depended on that red buff, I feel. He looked like the Yellow Star was just trying to pull it out for RNA, so he didn't have to use that smite up on it.
Oh, really?
Instead, I think, that's going to really hurt his experience. The fact that he hasn't picked up the blue or the red. We are seeing RNA in that mid lane at the moment. They're looking like he's going to try and go towards Big Fat LP. Already walking away from that one. Never going to make that gank. Bottom lane, however, is also being pushed. Yellow Star chugging those health pots down already. He had gone back. So you can see he's got 4 in his bag, had an extra 2 on the return trip as we see the gank in the mid lane. Big Fat LP getting out of that one. Flash is burnt there from Aranea though, and didn't manage to land anything.
And Aranea, the denial of experience from not getting either of those buffs is pretty large. He's trying to camp lanes and make level 2 ganks work, but he's going to be really, really pressed to get experience because Hotshot GG happily full clearing his jungle, got both of the buffs, only had the raids denied, so he's going to be sitting pretty as Aranea is quite far behind.
As it is, let's have a look through the lanes as they're starting to shape up. It is pretty standard play. We are seeing Hotshot GG making a roam at the moment. He's in that tri-bush in that top lane, looking like he's going to go towards Kevin. It would be a good kill because he's still got that blue buff available on him because
Kevin's
he's forcing Voivod back.
Here.
He has to be very careful, but Hotshot GG is not in that bush, not in position. Now he comes around there. We're also seeing pings in that mid lane. Kevin's going to surely get caught out. There's the silence. The Rupture goes down. He dodges out of that one. Uses the gate. Didn't quite catch the speed buff though. But he will be able to walk away from that one. Meanwhile, you can see again Aranea just causing problems for Big Fat LP in that mid lane, just forcing him back. Bottom lane actually, Doublelift is going to get caught out down the bottom. Doublelift should be first blood. Yellow Star will pick it up, and he's going to go down. Chowster also now caught out, keeping himself really distanced there. Yellow Star should be able to get away from this one. You can see with the red buff. Can he catch him? No, he did. He got the double kill, but Lulu managed to pick up the kill. Chowster playing really well on that one. He has no right to pick up that last final kill on Yellow Star.
But if we're talking about shutting up Doublelift, they had the red buff early in that lane, and they gave it up in that fight, getting the double kill onto someone despite having the red buff advantage. Huge misnomer there by CLG. Huge play by Yellowstar. We'll see if he can punish him now with that early gold on Ezreal.
Yeah, and that Doublelift, the fact that he went back, obviously got killed. He went back, he got killed, got sent packing. 2-1-0 though means he's got a double Doran's Blade straight away. Vampiric Scepter, however, choice for Doublelift. So Doublelift could have gone for that double Doran's, instead chose to go for the lifesteal early on, trying to save himself a later gold, make that build items a little bit quicker for the Bloodthirster.
Before that kill, there was a huge minion kill advantage for Doublelift as Hotshot tries to catch Aranea out at raids. So even with the 2 kills, the gold is very close for them due to the 35 to 14 minion discrepancy. 1750 for Doublelift and 1780 for Yellowstar. So that double kill actually just brought them back to even in that lane.
So let's have a look at the lanes now. We've actually got a chance to. I think things might well settle down a little bit. Let's look at, Jace versus Diana at the top to start with. It's not a lane we've seen really a great deal of at all.
This one I have to give the edge to Kevin on early. Jace is so good at harassing down melee champions, and that is what Diana's trying to do. The only way Diana countered that in the past is to shove really fast, but Jace has excellent shoving potential as well. So that's really just going to be a lane where he has ideally the huge advantages on there if Hotshot doesn't gank him a bunch. That first gank is the only thing actually keeping Voivod still in that top lane.
So the mid lane at the moment, you can see Lux versus Orianna. It's again a lane we've not seen a great deal of. At the moment, Lux with a slight farm advantage, both pretty much going for the same build.
We haven't seen that much of it because we haven't seen that much mid Lux. So the whole thing of this, both of these guys are fairly mana heavy. There's a lot of poke back and forth because of that Chalice of Harmony as Hotshot tries a gank or just a shove up top. Both those guys going Chalice of Harmony, we're very unlikely to see them hit each other since they both have that magic resist. They're going to be trying to just farm up and reach the late game in most cases.
We're seeing aggression down the bottom there. Yellowstar putting a bit of damage down towards Chowster in turn. Doublelift returning the favour onto Yellowstar himself. And the Blood Boil definitely starting to come into its own down this bottom lane. How would you favour this bottom lane? We've seen Ezreal banned out quite heavily. Obviously, of course, Graves is always a famous one. He's a very popular pick. We've seen, I guess you could say, a Zubu play is really amazing play from a Zubu player's bot lane in the MLG Summer Arena. And really, a lot of players off the back of OGN were picking Graves again.
I still have to give this favor to Yellowstar, but Voivod comes down all the way from top for a gank here.
Yeah, he's going to go in. It looks like Nif's going to be the target. He managed to avoid it, though. He's going to get the moon pull on him. Nif should just be able to hop, skipping away from that one, and it was a good bit of play. Yellowstar to start with, Arcane shifted away from it, and a great bit of avoidance of that major damage. Meanwhile, Hotshot GG is keeping the free farm, and this is all about the fact that Jace has been sent packing earlier.
And unfortunately in that gank bottom lane, Voivod missed his Crescent Strike, so could not stick and deal enough damage to get that kill onto Nif. All that investment running all the way down bottom lane just to fail a gank is going to put him back, and it's going to let Jace get a bigger advantage. He had pulled up, but now it's just 37 to 58. Really trouble for Voivod looking at this lane.
Yeah, now I'm just wondering whether Voivod is actually going to get given the blue buff here, or will go to big
He's
fail.
just passing it off.
He's going to pass it off, so actually helping out Hotshot GG, farming out that blue buff. So interesting way they're working it here. They're giving a little bit more farm to Hotshot GG than you normally would as the jungler. Kevin O is going to keep that lane pushed heavily. We are at 8 minutes coming into this game, so expect to see possible movements for that Dragon. CLG famously one of those teams that really don't often go for Dragon. If they don't feel they got the team fight won, they just won't bother involving it.
And especially, that's why it's a little strange that Voivod roam bottom even, because there's so much about just farming top and leaving an island up there just to become a monster late game. If there's something that SK wants to do, it will be Kevin going down with that huge advantage and just taking the Dragon. Because there's no pressure now on Voivod, and there's Hotshot trying to come in again. Kevin doing a great job recalling that game.
Yeah, very good job. Managed to just smash Hotshot back just at the right point there. The damage there, collateral damage actually used on Yellowstar from Double Lift there, trying to keep Yellowstar at bay. Having to burn that ulti just to keep him away from the tower, which is danger mode for CLG, which means they're really getting pressured in that bottom lane. Looks at the moment, Ocelot has gone back to buy, got himself the Katie's looking pick this time, so continuing that GP fight down to keep ticking it up. GP5, GP10, I never know. I mean, it's from the olden days, I guess you could say GP5, GP10 these days.
Technically it's gold per 10, they just... Not that many of them coming out, though. We have more so on SK than on CLG. Yeah, 3-0 when you look at it. So, out-farming them a bit, out-pressuring them a bit, and the early game is going slightly to SK. It's been a fairly not big game so far on the kills, but the gold slowly taking into SK's favor.
It's definitely a slow start to this time. And how would you favor these teams? I mean, looking at the two teams, SK Gaming looking like they've got a good farming session. They have got about 1k gold advantage, which immediately says yes, they are doing better in the farming session at the moment. But late game teams, who are you favoring?
There's so much initiation potential out of CLG if they get to that point. The combos of Orianna, or Diana into Orianna all into all the CC from Hotshot and Chowster, they can just start fights whenever they want. Which late game, when every fight matters more and more, that does, I think, give CLG an edge. It's a matter of SK having to win before that point.
Yeah, again, the pressure coming out there. Nif's got to be careful. He went very aggressive in Yellowstar, taking very low. Double Lift not falling for it, not putting the pressure down on Nif, instead keeping that damage on towards Yellowstar, and Yellowstar now forced back away. Had a big creep wave, and now we're seeing Hotshot GG making his way down. SK realized they got to back away from this one. This could be the chance for a CLG to try and take that Dragon. Looking like Hotshot GG might try and go for the Rupture on towards it. You can see the Ezreal ultimate will come across. Gets shot straight across there, not enough damage though. And also ulti just nearly catching Chowster out though. They couldn't quite finish him off, and that has definitely forced COG to back away from that one.
That was the attempted promote push that got expertly repelled by SK. Chowster, we haven't commented on, has that promote. They've tried this strategy in the past, is to aid in their split pushing. They were trying to make a power play there for the first tower. All the ultimates though came out from SK to just absolutely shut that down.
So as it is at the moment, 2-1 to SK. There's that 1k gold difference, 11 minutes gone. No towers really pressured either. Apologies if you do hear wind. Believe it or not, there is wind in LA, which is something I certainly wasn't expecting. I'm quite grateful for it at the moment though. It's definitely keeping me a little bit cooler in this casting position. But Jan, honestly, at the moment, this is kind of what we expected. CLG, we know they like to split push. They like to farm it out. SK are just matching them in that phase.
This is really good play actually by SK so far, because they're winning the laning phase, they're containing CLG, and there's really no one on CLG right now getting strong enough that they'll be able to split push. Because right now, I see Kevin on Jace as being able to take out anyone split pushing. Bottom lane, we have the Nunu ultimate going down, but it's not working out on double.
Yeah, absolute zero popped off there. Not really doing a great deal from it though. We are seeing Jace continuing to push that top lane. Arrowhead is lingering, was in that tri-bush. We've seen pings on Hotshot GG with that Oracle on him. And Ocelot needs to be careful here. He has been caught out though. Aranea spots him, both Oracles actually junglers. The Big Fat LP could have gone for his ulti, has used the ulti, but a flash out from Ocelot there. Just managing to dodge out of the ulti. Meanwhile, back down that bottom lane, they continue to try and poke back and forward. Yellowstar is really trying to keep the pressure on, but Double Lift honestly is untouched and went for a very early BF sword. So really low on the hit points at the moment, but high on damage.
And looking at Hotshot's items, this is a term I learned the other day. Normally, in North America, before you get an Oracles on a jungle, you go for 1 or 2 GP10 items. But in Korea, a lot of guys go boots mobility straight into it as he tries to catch an RNA. There's the feast. Will he finish him down? No, he flashes away. But they try to get that term. As we see fights going about, I'm trying to get this in, D-Man. I'm going to get it. They call it the naked Oracles when you go boots mobility straight into Oracles because you have no GP10 items on top of it.
The naked Oracles may well be working out for them, and it's something they could have picked up in Korea. We did see a boots of mobility coming out from Aranea in the last match. This time he's choosing not to go for it so quick. As it is on Shen, he's very much gone for that harder gold. Chauster getting caught out by the Ezreal ultimate there. Yellow Star trying to push that wave. Is he going to go aggressive? He does catch double lift out there. Gets Arcane Shift on him. Doesn't quite manage to slow him enough. Is going to go for the aggression, but the ultimate from Lulu turns things around. And now he could catch him out. Yellow Star's there. Here comes Hotshot GG coming from behind. Can he catch on towards Yellow Star? Nif trying to do a fantastic job. The Chen ultimate coming in. You can see Voivod joining in. That should be the rupture. Yellow Star is still just hanging on in there. His Arcane Shift will be back available. Teleport comes in. Big Fat LP picks up first blood. Now Nif may well go down. Big Fat LP trying to get in there. The double kill on Big Fat LP. The Lux ultimate though, could they turn it around? Orianna catches on there, the ball defending on Voivod. Aranea may well go down here. He's going to defend the Oracles. The Oracles is burned. Double picks up the shot. He's going to go down, but it was totally worth it. A 3-to-1 exchange for CLG Gaming. Beautiful.
Everybody appearing into that team fight. CLG burning all of their teleports to get there. And even after all that, SK coming out only slightly behind there. They lost the Oracles, however. Hotshot maintaining his with all of this, gets that GP10 item. That's not split pushing right there. That is just brawling in the bottom lane. So much coming out, and overall CLG did a good job collapsing just a little bit better than SK.
So Big Fat LP coming off the back of that one with the double kill. 2-0-1. Picks himself up a Fiendish Codex. We also see a needlessly large rod now being picked up by Ocelot. So Ocelot going for that brutal damage right now. Meanwhile, the man on cooldowns coming out for Orianna, which is good because he needs it for that ball control. The Ezreal also going across, Chauster catching it again there. Yellowstack still not quite with the damage to burst down those creep waves.
This is SK's moment actually to take over a little bit. All of the CLG teleports are down, so they're able to pressure without worry of collapse. Kevin has the big lead on Voivod up top. He needs to push in that tower. And we actually have a replay of that last fight where absolutely everyone came crushing in.
Yeah, I mean, the triple teleport being used, well, technically 4 teleports were being used because we had the Shen ultimate coming through.
We actually have Yellowstar going there. He's trying to get the flash away with the Lulu. Hotshot comes in, he misses Rupture, but everyone is actually pouring in from behind. We have Voivod, we have Jace that are all coming up. The Shen'll comes in, and here comes the chain of teleports, one after the other. Kevin tries to jump in, finishing off. Now it's just a cluster. SK completely on the run. They're waiting for Ocelot to show up. They're hoping to be able to turn this around. They get the kills, so Ocelot lands, cannot quite finish off Voivod with all these ticks, and because of that, RNA tries to jump in for a last Q, but he doesn't get it, ends up losing his Oracles, and that fight went on for some time longer.
Yeah, meanwhile, back in the game, we are starting to see a Dragon fight forming up here. Bottom lane was actually being closed in on by CLG here. SK backing away from this one. They have got the rest of SK coming down the river, though. Going to follow on. They are going to walk past the ward. Aranea going aggressive. He went straight for Hotshot. GG takes a lot of damage straight away. Voivod also trying to catch him out there. The Lux ultimate missing most of CLG there. Did manage to catch a few members. They are going to catch him. Voivod's gone aggressive. There's the Orianna ultimate. Ocelot gets called out. Ocelot drops. Kevin goes down as well. Absolutely destroyed. And CLG certainly coming out on top of this one. They should be able to pick up the Dragon off the back of that. SK Gaming cannot contest this one. They need to be careful. They don't even get dived on the turret. But SK Gaming are going to continue to try and cause themselves a nuisance. Aranea is still here. He's got the possibility to get in, get the smite on the Dragon. Can he pick it up? You can see Nip. He's going to try and bide them away. Aranea has been spotted. The Graves goes across. Yeah, the shot was there. The Ezreal ultimate trying to steal it, but it was not to be.
That was the combo that CLG wants to pull off. Diana into Orianna, into Lulu, into Rupture. Absolute destruction on all of SK. Really smart play there by Double Lift at the end there. They knew Arne was waiting in that brush. They threw the smoke screen in to completely blind him of potential Dragon Steal, so he just had to back away. And with that, CLG pulling out a little bit ahead here.
Double Lift meanwhile down this bottom lane. How is it working out this time? You can see Hotshot once again. He gets spotted. He realizes there is a ward there, and actually Yellowstar trying to put forward some damage down this. And we see Bloodthirster already picked up by Double Lift. So Double Lift has that farm on already. We mentioned the fact that he didn't go for that second Doran's Blade. So obviously with that slight advantage, we are seeing Trinity Force being built up by Double Lift. 2-2-0.
Snuck into that brush. They don't see him.
And there he is. He managed to miss the light binding though. That's what he needed to catch. Flashed out of it. I don't think miss it. He flashed it. So it's not really a miss. He forced the flash. So they are going to continue to put pressure on this bottom three. Can they try and take first turret of the game? Because see Kevin making his way down here as well. He's getting basically bullied by Big Fat LP at the moment. Top tower did go down by Jace actually. Kevin managed to take that turret down while that replay was happening. It was a while ago, so it is 1-0. So second turret of the game. And SK Gaming, you know, we saw Azubu Frost completely pushing and taking those turrets very early on. We are seeing very much a late turret push. Back to a standard EU NA game.
A little bit, and Doublelift actually with a 1.5 level advantage or so on Yellowstar. They're now trying to counter this push. They have the promoted minion there once again. They're trying to focus it down, but look how beefy that thing is. They're just powering down this tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they can't seem to stop it, and Hotshot GG already with that 6 stacks on the Rupture. It's going to continue on there, manages to blast the silence across, doesn't catch him out. Rupture's going to come down, Yellowstar Arcane shoots away from that one, no problem. Meanwhile in the mid lane, we are seeing Voyboy and Kevin exchange a little bit of blows there, and just having to both back away from that one. Nothing coming from it. How is Ocelot and Big Fat LP working out in terms of farm? Big Fat LP slightly ahead in that farm, but Doublelift not giving up on Nif there. Nif trying to take those columns away. Doublelift just sticking around saying, nope, I'm not letting you have anything for free. And, you know, we talked about the keys to the game earlier on, but you needed to open Ocelot up. He's not been having the chance to free roam again because Yellowstar is being hammered by Doublelift in this bottom lane.
But one of these things about letting Big Fat LP shine, he's on the Orianna, but everything channels with him. He doesn't need to have to throw a Q into the team. He can just put the ball on top of Voyboy and create the kills for himself. All he has to do is keep his farm up and remember to ult on the right target in team fights, and that's going to be enough for COG to take these. Whereas you have Ocelot, who doesn't necessarily have things or people that line up his skill shots on Lux. We saw early in that Dragon fight, he missed his ultimate on all 5 because there's not the same setup that COG has created. So really, this is an environment where COG has much better team comp synergy.
Yeah, and we're seeing it from COG. I mean, the Crescent Strike's going in, he's Luna rushing in, he's got the ball on his head, he's getting the Lulu ultimate to knock him up, he's getting the Orianna ultimate to pull him early. He's just got so much control, and then the Rupture just lands on it. It's the easiest Rupture that Hotshot GG will ever land in his life, you know, once they're all stacked in that position, and you're guaranteed at least 1 or 2 kills if that were to land, which is why when we get to the Baron fight, it's such a dangerous team comp for SK Gaming.
SK's got to try to avoid that point or just surprise COG, because for that to be pulled off, everyone on COG has to be together. They, in essence, have to try to split push COG a little bit, and that's going to be on Kevin if he wants to get really strong on Jace. Once he gets that Trinity Force, he'll try to pressure around a bit, because right now, Voyboy trying to get Yellowstar off that tower, but they do pick up their second tower of the game.
So, looks like Doublelift has switched around. Voyboy's gone down the bottom. Doublelift is now up top, and the farming continues. 20 minutes gone into this game, just 1 Dragon down, 2-1 in turrets, and the gold advantage currently with the North American Counter Logic Gaming. Of course, their EU brethren are here, and they are watching, and they're going to be playing in Group B later on. So don't get confused when I say 2 CLG later on, because these 2 teams are definitely famous in their own rights right now. And at the moment, SK Gaming are very much against it here. They're 1-0 down already, Azubu Frost. They've seen IG play. IG looked phenomenal, even against Azubu Frost. You know, it was such a close game, very back and forth. Against CLG, they just looked so strong. So they realized this is a do-or-die game for both teams.
Both these teams still having to face extremely strong opponents for their third and final game. This is a must-win for both of them. Quite a close matchup so far for COG and for SK. Split push now coming in from Voyboy. COG trying to control a little bit. All their teleports are up again, so if they want to force another crazy chaotic team fight, they're going to be able to do that. They're now actually trying to move into invade, taking control of this game a little bit. What is SK going to do to answer? They have to catch out something with Ocelot. He's got that blue buff. The Lux pick is for a reason. You try to win fights before they start. Light binding into his E, into that Lux ult, can destroy a squishy in one go. Starting to group up here. Nif with the Oracles. What will they be able to force?
Yeah, they want to try and find something. They were trying to think of any initial roaming gangs to open things up. You know, they could have possibly gone towards the Baron on the back of that if they'd have picked up a couple of kills. It wasn't to be, and there is backing off though. He's got to be careful. There's still heavy CLG presence in this mid lane. We are seeing Voyboy farming up, free farming effectively on that top lane. Already picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass, so I expect to see he's going to be diving in there. So this is what we talked about. He's going to be Luna dashing in there, and immediately they're going to use Zhonya's, and they're just going to pull everything around him because he doesn't need to do anything. He's just effectively the target.
He is essentially just a channel for that ball to get in there as fast as possible. Great item purchase in that way. Overall, everyone on COG actually building quite well. The Aegis Legion just completed onto Hotshot GG. He beat RNA to that item, so if they can force a team fight before they get that, his team will have increased armor, magic resist, and damage. Perfect timing for that Dragon fight. If Hotshot can get down there before SK forces, this could be a very large battle.
Yes, Bloodthirster and Phantom Dancer on double lift is definitely ahead of the singular Trinity Force that at the moment Yellow Star has. Double lift with that
COG's going to look to pick a fight here real quick.
They're going to try and catch out. There's the Rupture coming across. Oh, Nif, he's gone straight in. He tries to pop the Absolute Zero. Has to back away from that one. Use the gate, and that's going to be COG now with the advantage. Really, Void taking the brunt of the damage, and there was not a great deal of it. I've got to be honest there. Big Fat LP throwing that ball out, continuing to keep the control. Are they going to give up this mud turret for a Dragon? I'll be surprised if COG were to do that. Now they should be able to catch them out. There goes the Rupture. The game doesn't catch it. Void dives in there. Didn't really catch the one he wanted. Did manage to catch the Cushion Slash across on towards Ocelot, but did not dive for it. Again, he wants to catch multiple targets there. Seems to be what they're aiming for, and as it is, SK doing a good job at avoiding the damage, but it seems to be only a matter of time.
SK really trying to keep their distance here. They wanted to trade that mid tower for the Dragon, but COG was not having it. Now Hotshot trying to take out the wards around Dragon so that SK won't be able to so freely stay away from them. At this point, you can very much tell COG has the upper hand as SK is just trying to avoid them. Because of the upper hand, they are starting on this Dragon. They're behind them. They're trying to pick this fight. If they can land one pressing strike into Void, they'll combo everything.
Oh, Void was in prime position there. He just couldn't quite manage to land it. He saw they had full vision, full 5-man ward, and I thought he was going to pop it across the wall there. Void ready and waiting, but his team weren't quite in position. COG backing away from this one. They're trying to bait SK into something, I feel, here. Because they are still very much in a stronger situation. They're going to pick up the walls. They are never going to let SK have this turret for free, surely. The other star is certainly working it down. Ocelot, the collateral damage coming out from double lift already. That's an interesting way. The fact that he's used that ulti, not saving him for the end team fight. Already popping that down. That is a big burst of damage. That turret continuing to get pressured. And well, Big Fat LP had to go to that top lane.
The top lane was pushing extremely strong, which made COG pull back there. That's why they burned the ultimates on that wave. They really care about holding this mid tower, which just falls. And now they got poked down fairly substantially by Ocelot and Kevin's Shock Blast. Still, neither team really able to fight each other right now. SK dodging around of COG, and COG not quite able to get them in their grasp.
I think RNA are trying to bait something to be pulled towards in there, deliberately going slower. COG, again, this dance continues as they work their way forward. They've got no turret to defend this time, so I guess they're just going to go for that Dragon and say, we've got nothing to lose. Arna is not there at the moment, so Big Fat LP is a little bit late to the party, which could be an advantage. They do pick up the Dragon, though. And RNA are trying desperately to get in and smite it. It was not to be. Void picked it up.
That was an extremely close steal. You actually see RNA's smite went off, but Hotshot did not feast or smite it, which means RNA barely missed his smite, and then a tick of damage from Void finished it off. So really close attempt there by RNA.
Unlucky, but Hotshot, I tell you what, he's clearing out those wards. He's picking up a lot of gold at the back of these. One of those counters I'd love to see in League of Legends is just how much he's picking up in wards, how much gold he's burning off it. As it is at the moment. COG trying to pick up that red dot, they will pick up their own one. So we're into it. I guess you could say the mid to late game was 6-3 in favour of CLG. We are pretty close on gold. 3k is not the greatest, it's only a 10% gold difference at the moment, which I guess you could say is a pretty big difference for CLG. Which way are you favouring this one currently, Jack?
If CLG can create team fights on SK, they'll get it. But in the last 10 minutes, all CLG's wanted to do is create a team fight. SK's been dodging them. They're keeping their farm up. And really, if SK's able to pick these fights, they'd have a small chance. I do give SK the favorite right here. A lot of big landmark items are now out for them. They have 2 Trinity Forces out. They got the Rabadon's Death Cap. They've beaten Big Fat OP to that because he went Athene's Unholy Grail. His Death Cap's going to be coming shortly. So a lot of back and forth here. SK still needs to avoid COG. COG needs to get their mitts on him. If they don't do that for longer and longer, SK gets a higher and higher chance.
The ability power, once he does get it completed though, Big Fat LP will be much stronger. So I'm just getting 90 AP off that Athene's. He's only about 30 AP behind the ability power, I should say, rather than keep things straight here. There was a ping on the Baron there from SK Gaming. Going to see whether they simply want to get in the ward there. They realise that Hotshot GG is continuing to clear out all of those wards. Definitely making his money out of that Oracle. And as it is, the Oracle on Nib not really being used to great effect there. Yellowstar stealing a lot of Ocelot's farm.
And look at this, Big Fat OP is actually 248 to 202 on top of Ocelot, so keeping that Orianna farm really massive, which might be why he's pretty close in that ability power. Beans is not a cheap item, it gives a lot of stats, so with that death cap, when he completes it, he'll be actually fairly far ahead of SK Ocelot.
Yeah, the one thing that really has been noticed is the fact that Jace, or Kevin I should say, has continued to farm. While the fact that Voyboy's been trying to roam, they've been trying to set up those team fights, but Jace is continuing to pick up all the farm as he goes. Double lift down the bottom lane, continuing to farm. He's going to show himself vision here. Will SK try and produce something out of the fact that double lift is a long way from the fight? He has got teleport though, remember, so he can join in. It's definitely an interesting strategy using those 3 teleports. As it is, Hotshot GG does manage to catch out Linebind and Hotshot GG. Hotshot GG just manages to flash out of the ultimate there. Every ultimate catching down. The Orianna goes down, but he will get dropped there. That's a 6 stack, but Orianna, oh my god, Arani just got away down the bottom there from double lift. He used his ultimate to get away from it. Double lift was absolutely burning him and effectively saving himself with the ultimate. They are going to try and collapse in on double lift here. Voyboy's going to join them and they're going to back away from this one. Double lift could take this bottom turret.
They're just trying the split push here. Hotshot getting caught out, but they're trying to capitalize on it. They're just potentially getting themselves in trouble here because this is not the synergy they need. It's strange. They picked a triple teleport, split push team comp, but their team fight ability is all about being together. So Chowster getting cut off by Yellowstar. Will he be able to train him down?
No, he's not, because he popped his ultimate, flashed away, and then Big Fat LP comes in from the side. Ocelot having to use the shield to save him there as he backs away, tries to pop the ultimate, completely missing, tried to burn down the creep wave, but it wasn't to be. Big Fat LP trying to get aggressive on towards Ocelot there, but Big Fat LP getting caught out. They've got to be careful because this is the split style that SK will be happy to fight. They want the volume ones. It will work out for them. CLG really want to have those 5v5 team fights.
Jace is such a skirmish character. I'm wondering when Kevin's going to try to get these one-on-ones. There's someone like Graves on double lift or Voyboy's Diana just gets trying to split push. I expect them to send Kevin for them actually instead of RNA because Kevin can deal with them and Kevin can kill them. Still trying to poke down mid. CLG going really hard for that middle turret.
Yeah, double lift down, definitely burning out the damage now.
So there's a promoted minion up top actually trying to take down that tower.
The Ezreal ultimate going across. This is something we saw them running as well before in the OGN Championships. It almost worked out. It should be able to catch it, but double lift. The turret will go down eventually. That top turret, you can see Yellowstar had to get up there to deal with that promoted minion. So this is some tactics we've seen CLG running in the past. It seems to be working out for them. They're just really confusing SK Gaming as well as me.
They also confuse themselves sometimes.
Yeah.
Something that CLG has to be really careful of. They tend to have very sloppy team fights, and while this is a great strategy, they sometimes have trouble executing because it is so difficult and so chaotic. They need to be careful to not make any mistakes because with this game stretching longer and longer, the death timers get longer and longer. One quick mistake by CLG or one capitalization on a mistake by SK could just decide the match. Everything getting very tense in this match.
So 30 minutes gone. Remember, both these teams are 0-1 in the group. CLG losing out to IG. SK losing out to Zulu Frost. If you've just joined us, I've just give you some big spoilers, but that's the way it's going to be all day, I'm afraid. If you are, deal with it. Deal with it. It's one way of putting it. As it is, SK Gaming, you know, with that Shen, they really kind of want to push towards that split pushing now. Aaron is at that point where he wants to just be farming as much as he can.
It's actually really, really strange because you do bring the Shen for the split push, but CLG brought 3 teleports, and you obviously bring that for split push and pressure as well. There hasn't been a team fight in seemingly eons here, D-Man, and it's wondering just when it's going to happen. And at the end of the day, it might just be a chaotic pick or a quick mistake that just creates a bunch of action. The last one had all the teleports being burned at the bottom lane. Something like that could happen again in this Dragon. Yellowstar getting caught out up top, though. This could very well just go straight to CLG.
Yeah, it's a long way away from this one. And I think the Dragon's just going to get burned down before he even gets close. He's not even going to get it to the mid lane before this
Dragon. Go for a steal, though. It's also on here.
Oh, no, we didn't quite get a steal in that. And again, that was the Feast picking it up. No problem at all. They're going to pick up the blue buff and back away from that one. So SK Gaming caught with their fans down effectively there, but Aaron continued to farm up. He's just continuing to pick up all the gold in that bottom lane. So COG taking the global advantages. They are 4k gold advantage at the moment, 6-4 up in kills, 3-3 all square in turrets. Very much an even game. It's going to go down to one big strong Baron fight, I can feel it.
And in all honesty, 32 minutes into the game, that 175 gold a person for a Dragon just really isn't as impactful as it would be early game. They already have a lot of the items they want. It might help complete some, but at the end of the day, that won't change the outcome of the next team fight very much.
He's got the steal there. Did you notice that?
What a steal
Kevin got the
by
steal
Kevin there.
Very nicely done there. He had got the ward in that bush and just used the accelerator gate to pick up the steal. We are seeing Nif clearing out the wards around the Baron area. And actually, Yellowstar has started onto the Baron. This is a 2-man Baron, 3-man Kevin comes in.
No wards in there, and lots of members of COG aren't close.
There's the
They're
Shadow
trying to get a ward in there. They're going to maybe teleport in to stop it. This is going to be really close.
This is going to be close. They put the ward down. They immediately see it. They've got vision of it, but surely the Baron will get picked up. Yes, it will. And SK pick up a very quick Baron, catching COG completely off guard.
I'm wondering why they didn't try to teleport onto that ward inside. They had enough people there that everyone could have arrived. It could have been potentially disastrous. They would have been extremely vulnerable inside that Baron pit. But now they're also extremely vulnerable because SK just got a free Baron. They didn't want to throw potentially by all trying to stop that. Now they're just poking down mid. Now they have the Baron buff, a blue buff on Ocelot, a red buff on Kevin. The Lux plus Jace poke is actually really, really close. CLG would have to hard engage onto a team with Baron if they want to stop something here. Double Lift is actually the one they've decided to try to split push, and will that be able to pull SK off of this?
Wow, Ocelot just using his ultimate there, just to capture Chowster and clear the creep wave. They're trying to push this creep wave as much as possible, but honestly, don't think you need to use it. I mean, the cooldown is pretty damn quick, so maybe wasn't too worried about Arnair.
They have to respawn. Double Lift taking down that tower.
And there's the ultimate going across, and he's just going to chomp through that turret. He's got the minion wave with him. They're going to have to react. The turret's going to go down, so Double Lift again, split pushing on his own down the bottom. Instead, they're going to turn it to an engage. They're trying to catch on towards Jouster. There's Jace. There's going to be Nif trying to catch on towards it. He already used his absolute zero, remember. Doesn't have it available. The Orianna ultimate just catching him out. Big Fat LP will get dropped on the back of this one. Kevin's going to finish him off there. Nif also picking up the kill on Big Fat LP.
Chowster's still split pushing too.
Continuing to split push, you can see the inhibitor will go down. Aranea is going to come around the back of him. SK Gaming can turn this into a full push. They can take the inhibitor of their own here. They're going to push through. They've already taken 2 of the major damage dealers out there. Boy doing as best he can with Hotshot GG to stop this going down. SK Gaming may have it in them to continue pushing through. We've got a 36-second cooldown on Big Fat LP. Double Lift is now backed off. No, he's still in there, still on that turret. The
he's trying to take the base tower.
He's trying to take the Nexus turret. Aranea misses the taunts on him. He does manage to get one Nexus turret. Meanwhile, SK Gaming are taking the Nexus turret off their own. This has effectively become a base race. Boy getting in there. Orianna's just about to spawn. They're going to continue on the pressure. The Nexus turret did not go down. And SK Gaming forced to back away from this one. So CLG picking up a base turret on that one. Now we're seeing Boy teleporting. They're going into the base. CLG are pushing into the base. Boy's gone for the final Nexus turret. They're going to try and catch up towards Aranea. Have they got the damage?
Everyone teleporting in.
The second teleport comes in. Big Balfi. Orianna ultimate. The Nexus is exposed. The Double Lift is going to take the Nexus down. No, Kevin gets in there. Absolutely obliterates him. The Boy drives him back. And it's won it. I do not believe the game. What an absolute epic finish to a fantastically slow game. And good God, everything happens at once. 35-minute game. CLG just pulled off a crazy, crazy victory.
Trying to think through what happened there. And we knew that as soon as something started, everything was going to get created, just like happened at the start there. But one of the closest, most chaotic base races, SK getting caught with their pants down a bit. They got double, triple teleported onto there, and the emotion is pouring out of these players after that match.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So we now have a 0-2 SK Gaming. They've got to go beat Invictus Gaming. We also have CLG now at a 1-1 situation, tied with IG in the group. Let's take a look at the group stage if we can to see how it works out. I mean, Azubu Frost, we know, are already, they're 2-0. I say they're already. You know, yeah. They could still be a 3-way tie with Azubu. They could lose to CLG.
What could happen is we could see potentially if SK Gaming goes 0-3 and they do lose that game, we'd see a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 tie, and that would create an extra playoff. So CLG keeping themselves alive in this one. Technically, is SK still potentially alive or no?
They still are potentially alive.
They could go 1-2 and get 3-0 and triple
IG. We could have a triple way, a 3-way if Azubu were to go 3-0. Right. So it's still very much open group still. You know, things are not over until their fat lady is singing. I'm not seeing any fat ladies on stage just yet, so maybe things will get underway shortly. We're going to try and get ourselves a replay of that last split push. And Jat, if you can keep hold of the sanity throughout this one.
No problem, Edgar. So we saw them trying to push down this extra tower in the top lane. Voyboy doing his best to disrupt them, but what's the real story here is Graves down, trying to push down onto the Shen. This actually goes on for a while. Doublelift continues the pressure down at the bottom lane, and everyone on SK is actually trying to fall back, but they are not able to recall because you can see Hotshot chasing in after them. Nobody is allowed to recall, but because they're falling back, everyone on COG is able to get the teleports in because they have no way there to disrupt them. They get the damage down onto RNA. At this point, they have been able to recall down. Kevin tries to kill everyone here, and they're just not able to crush it. So they just finished off the base race, but we couldn't quite see the end of that replay. Absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy now. And it was all created by Doublelift. We said at the start, they've got to shut up Doublelift. Doublelift was talking about SK, where, you know, he trash talked them. He said, SK are trash. Wow, they've won it. That's going to really infuriate SK.
I'm going to be honest. They're not trash if you have to do that to win a game. You have to pull off the crazy triple teleport.
Would you call that cheese?
7-7. I just call that crazy strategy right now. I mean, that's split push. That is CLG. Cheese is something that's unexpected. CLG brings 3 teleports more often than they don't. Like, the 3 teleport promote is what they relied on at the North American Regionals, and it's what they continue to use against SK.
They used the promote in OGN as well, and it nearly worked. They actually nearly took an inhibitor with a single promote unit.
Against COG EU in the group stage, was it, right? It's got to be.
No, I think it was against Zubu Frost.
Well, maybe it was.
I think it was the game they lost. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was Zubu Frost, but... You know, it's good to see good sportsmanship there. You can see the team shaking hands. You know, SK Gaming, you've got to realize they are on the back of possibly going out of the group stages already. CLG really showing a strong hand. But honestly, it was a close game for a good 30 minutes in there. We know we talked about how the team comps were working. But SK Gaming, SK Gaming, that's such a nervous last game for them.
They did such a good job of avoiding the combo initiates from CLG for 15 or 20 minutes in that game. And they never actually let themselves get combo initiated. Aside from that one fight early on at Dragon, they left themselves open to the teleport, though. And even then, if Voyboy didn't get that last hit in, he was at a sliver of health, that game could have turned around again and went to SK. That was a razor-thin finish. Yeah. And the death timers were long enough at that point, and they pushed far enough into SK's base, that they might have, into CLG's base, that they might have been able to just go straight back up the mid lane and end it on the other side.
And just end it, because they'd already taken the inhibit. They had major units going up there. They've had super minions, but nevertheless, we are going to have a quick break, and well, coming up after that one, we're going to see CLG NA. Can they take it 2-1? Will they be 1-2? Who will know? They are up against the Zubu Frost. It is a replay of the quarterfinals of the OGN Summer Championships. We'll be right back.
Didn't go to OGN Summer to get smashed and, you know, losing the round of 8 again. And they're the ones who embarrassed us. The best they can do is go even because the support can only do so much. I just want to smash them. Easy money.
Welcome back. What a game. Pretty awesome. We're back here at LA Live with more League of Legends action for you. I'm DJ Wheat alongside the very lovely Rachel.
You just read that because I wrote that.
Yeah.
Our next game will be both teams' last of the day. CLG North America goes up against the Korean challenger, Zubu Frost.
The oldest team in Group A, CLG NA, has weathered trials and tribulations during their 2 years of existence. You've seen them in victory. You've seen them in defeat. Well, now their final Group A game is here. And playing as the red team, let's give it up one more time for CLG NA.
all the way from Korea. This is Frost's final group game as well. Playing as the blue team, welcome back to the stage, Azubu Frost.
Azubu Frost has a chance to go 3-0 in their group. It's CLG. Obviously, they want another win under their win column. Let's find out what Riv and Freak have to say about this upcoming game, guys.
Frost 2-0 CLG in the Zubu Champions Summer, which was a quarterfinal matchup. A Reddit poll put Frost as number 1 and CLG as number 2 in the group, Freak.
And these guys are absolutely stellar competitors overall. These guys are incredibly powerful. But this match is going to be really interesting. Now, Frost is in really good standing. If they win, they're 3-0 in the group, and they're through. They make it to the quarterfinals. The difficulty is that CLGNA, no matter whether they win or lose, they don't actually know what's going to happen here. So you look at these standings, right? If CLG wins and they go up 2-1, well, Frost is 2-1. And if Invictus wins against SK, they're 2-1, and you've got a 3-way tie. If CLG loses, they're 1-2. SK could go 1-2, and Invictus could go 1-2 if SK wins the next match. So no matter what CLG does here, they're going to be biting their nails clean off during the next match. CLG, no matter what happens, don't know their future just yet in this tournament. Of course, they want to win. It gives them some pretty good chances overall, but it's really, really nebulous for them. Frost in a little bit of a better situation. Of course, if they do lose this, they could hit that 3-way tie. But at the same time, if they win, they're guaranteed through. It's going to be close overall. Everything's going to be on the line here in this match.
So, Freak, these teams are warmed up. They've seen what other teams can do in the day. And with that placement in mind for the brackets, let's see the keys to the game for Azubu Frost as they come in against Counterlogic Gaming. They really, again, pull it back to relying on Rapid Star and his gameplay and statistics.
Exactly. Rapid Star is still just an amazing player overall. He's been putting up numbers all day, and he's been really putting that team into great situations over and over and over again. Whether it was his Vladimir up against IG, where they pulled out the win in the end, or their matches later on in the day as they took out SK very, very cleanly. It's got to be the Rapid Star show. And, of course, everyone on that team is amazing as well, but you can never really lose when Rapid Star goes crazy.
Exactly. You cannot stop a Rapid Star. And the next thing is we've only seen Counterlogic Gaming bring out really 2 of the strategies that they've been using. The first one in that game, they just did not want a team fight early. It really hurt them. We saw the surrender come out in the mid-game. And then in the second game, the teleport promote was the one to win the base race for them with a huge play by Double Lift. So they're really going to have to work against those strats and figure out what they're going to do.
Exactly. CLG's been off in the background trying to research their opponents and trying to build their own identity here. You've seen them run 2 completely different setups here, different summoners, different strategies. Do they have a third? Is it unknown, or will it be another teleport promote that Frost has seen before? If it's something unknown, they've got to make some very fast adjustments mid-game, mid-champion select. I mean, we saw those split-second decisions just in the match against SK, where if they had gotten someone back to base earlier and they could have stopped the push, they would have been fine. So these second-to-second decisions can completely turn games around. They've got to make the right reaction to CLG's moves.
All right, so we know what they need to do for CLG, and while they can counter, let's see what the CLG needs to do for Invictus. And really, as you just said, Freak, they really need to bring out the strats.
CLG does need to bring something special here. Frost just has so much raw personal skill on paper that CLG needs to bring out that strategic mind. Chauster, really the leader here, the main theory crafter, he's going to be the guy to bring out those strategies and really try to outsmart their Korean competition. Now it's doable. You saw a great sort of early game lead into comeback into victory for CLG against SK from the strategic options. They need to bring them out again here for Frost.
And although with minor changes and team swaps around the map, they really need to leverage that long competitive experience.
This is a team that has played tournaments in every continent.
Yes.
They have just so much match experience. And Frost is one of these 6 teams here that have never played a tournament outside of their own home continent. Now, sure, they're starting out 2-0. They're doing some great work so far. But CLG have been in this kind of situation. If you want to go back to WCG 2010, they lost that first game against SK and then went back and 2-0 to clean it out with some good picks and bans. This could be the same situation for CLG. They can absolutely bring this out.
All right, guys, enough of that. we may be right in it, but we're going to find out for ourselves. It's time for more League of Legends action, so let's head into Champion Select with our two teams.
All right, we can see what they're opening up for right here. Right now, the Orianna being banned away from CLG. The Evelyn as well. This is the second time that Azubu Frost has banned out Eve here. They really do not like that champion wreaking havoc among their ranks. Shen and Skarner. I know, CLG is going for triple teleport promote again, guys. They've dropped out 2 heavy initiators in Shen and Skarner. That last ban, $5 is Malphite. Calling right now.
So we're going to see Alistar there. Freak calling out the Malphite, the heavy initiation to stop that strategy of the teleport promote strat. We'll have to see if they can do it, or if it's going to be just a pick that's going to allow themselves to get something else that they want to trick Azubu Frost into. Now, we do know Azubu Frost, Shy having an amazing game just against SK, and we're going to have to see if he can do that again. They drop out Ezreal, and Woong is going to be quite sad about that one.
No, that does still leave some initiators open, though. Azubu Frost, they've got a lot of options open. Right now, they're looking at that Vladimir first pick. This is a team that will run double AP, so that Vlad could be the mid lane like we saw in the first game. He could be up in the top lane as well. There's a lot of still options available here to Azubu Frost, but you know, we've seen a lot of different options. We've seen guys go for first pick on AD carries when it's Ezreal. We've seen first pick on support. We've seen a lot of different options available here. Azubu Frost have a wealth of options really here. A lot of the initiators are gone, but again, there's still champions like Malphite available. There's still, you know, actually with Orianna gone, you can't really use Shyvana as a major initiator either. A lot of those major initiation combos are kind of dropped off the map. They have to consider that there's a much narrower pool here of initiating tanks, of fight starting, but they're going to have to pick themselves very safely around this. They're going to open up with Maokai, which is a very good opening pick. It's a jungler. He's going to have really good gank presence. His jungle clears are pretty fast as well. He's going to be putting on a lot of pressure. Another great thing about Maokai is he's very team fight centric. His ultimate will make all the allies around him take reduced damage. So if you get into 5-on-5s, it's going to be really hard for the opponents to shut you down.
So whether it was the combination of seeing Orianna in the game, they're going to put that one out. But however, Voyboy's Olaf is left in the game as well, and they're going to take out Lulu for Chouster.
So that is his, I think, third game in a row now onto Lulu. We keep seeing her picked up there as that primary support for Chouster. Voyboy finally getting on his comfortable Olaf top. That's going to be good for him. Olaf has a lot of really, really great magic. He's one of the few that can stand up to Jace and perform well. He just has a lot of great moves available. He can dive in and crush down an attack damage carry or anyone squishy in the back line, or he can hold the front, be a big beefy tank, and just absorb all the initiation. And there's a great combo here because they've got Lulu on that team. She is the one support you pick. Now, you can pick Janna as like a support the squishies and use Monsoon to keep your squishies alive. Lulu's really the support a tank support, where you put that wild growth there, you're going to kind of knock everything up around him and slow enemies around that initiator. You can put help picks down and throw on Glitter Lance and kind of crowd control everyone around. Lulu is there to be comboed with Olaf. He's going to be diving in and crushing someone in the back line.
It's going to be huge, and we do see that Sona down bottom, so there is going to be a little bit of harassment poke there, but still a safe, sustaining lane, and the Jax pickup as well, which was about to be their first pick, but they went with that support utility in the jungle.
Yeah, I like that idea in general, because when you pick a top laner early on, you open yourself up to getting counter-picked, and that's kind of a weakness where the opponent's like, oh, okay, you're Olaf, cool, we'll go Jax. If they had picked Jax first, and maybe CLG would have chosen a different top laner there. Now they're going back to relying on Shy's Jax. We saw him carry that game one out against Invictus in a very, very narrow victory, so that's going to work out pretty well. The Sona in there for a support can work with almost anything down to that bottom lane, so you're going to see some pretty good pressure from Azubu Frost all over the map.
And that's maybe a little bit of a better choice as a Mundo with an Olaf running around as well with Ragnarok on, but it's going to be that Mundo into double lift with his Graves.
So you've got a big front line for counter logic game. You can hear the crowd in the background as Azubu Frost kind of chooses their picks here, what exactly is going to go in. But with Mundo and Olaf in the front line and Lulu to back that up, there is a big beef wall there that's going to be very hard to break through. Graves just, behind there as well is going to be putting out a lot of damage. It'll be really hard to get to him. I think if they don't have another diver to go along with Jax, Graves is going to be safe the entire time in the back line. Jax can't dive in 1v5 like Olaf can. So this is a little bit scary for Azubu Frost, depending on what they pick up here, that they're not going to be able to shut down double lift or whatever Big Fat LP picks up for the mage pick.
that's going to be a bit of a risk.
And Freak, we do see Corki being picked up with Karthus, actually switching back to Misfortune here. And I believe they did that for so much area of effect now from these ultimates.
This is the one thing that I've heard described for Azubu Frost. They're a team with strength in so many places, it's hard to pin them down. You know, we pin CLG as a team that brings out crazy strategies. SK and Invictus are the aggressive teams. They've got these very harsh focuses. Azubu Frost, their only real focus that you can really pick out about them is that they love area of effect and these team compositions that actually work as major groups. So now, you look at the combo there. You've got Rapid Star there on Karthus, Woong there on Misfortune, Mad Life on Sona. So Crescendo's going to set up so much area of effect damage. And then on the back of that all, Shai is still running in there as Jax. And now if you're CLG, you don't really know quite what to focus. But it looks like what CLG is going for here is actually not that 3 teleport promote after all, but maybe much more similar to that first game where they pick up that Cassiopeia, that disengage mage where, you know, the Petrifying Gaze ultimate, it'll stun you if you're facing her. So if you're running into CLG, she pops the ultimate out, stuns everyone, says, hold on, you know, step back. Great wave clearer, great overall at stopping the aggressive plays. And honestly, if CLG can keep themselves from fighting in a 5-on-5 engagement, which is all Azubu Frost wants to do is fight 5-on-5, if CLG can stop those, they've got a really good split post competition. Olaf can solo anyone. Mundo's going to get too tanky for anyone. Cassiopeia is a great duelist overall, and I mean, don't even get me started on Doublelift getting fed on Graves. That's a scary place to be if you're Azubu Frost.
And Freak, both teams have played great all day. Azubu Frost 2-0, and if you want to see them come out on top, let me hear you for Azubu Frost.
All right, and if you're a fan of the North American team, Counter Logic Gaming, let me hear you give it up for CLG.
All right, guys, we are into the game. Counter Logic Gaming, your purple team. That blue team coming in as, well, I guess they'd be the red team as well. The blue team coming in as Azubu Frost. And it looks like these guys are going to just keep themselves in their jungle for this first bit. It looks like Counter Logic may play that Fog of War game here.
Yeah, they're going to start setting up to see what their level 1 engagements are. We saw at the beginning Azubu Frost playing defensively, you know, kind of scouting out all the initial engagements, whereas CLG is more, they might be going for something a little bit more crazy. You can see them actually grouped up here at the bottom half of the map. They might go for something right now.
Words have been being placed down. They're starting to move closer. Chowster put that one right over the edge, so they would have vision of anybody waiting to stop the golem push there. Blue team can grab those golems and surprise level 2 in lane and become very aggressive. Now they're denying out the jungler here somewhat. They're hiding in the camps, making sure not to move too fast. You can see them all staying pretty much, if you will, at a line of scrimmage. They're not going one by one by one. Power in numbers here.
Oh man, they just got spotted on that jungle invade. They tried to get around that brush and not get seen, but they got pinged out. So Woong knows exactly where CLG are. There's a ton of ward coverage for Counter Logic Gaming. You can kind of see they've got that tri-brush warded and 2 of those spots around the lizard buff. They've run a single teleport, so Voyboy might come through and try to jack something in the jungle. They are actually still waiting around, looking for something a little bit cheeky. We'll see if they can get some kind of kills out of nowhere.
Cass returning back to the jungle to grab, or help rather with Blue and get a pull on that. Looks like Counter Logic will stay here. Woong coming up, still knows they're there. You can see how cautious he was about that. Did not just run to start firing off on them. And they're going to push down the first wave. This is going to deny so much experience. Now, Doublelift isn't grabbing this as well, but all of those minions are just going to start going into the turret. And Woong actually may be able to grab this. That timing seems a little bit off.
Well, they're going to force Misfortune to defend at her turret, but they're going to immediately go for more pressure. All that ward coverage means they get to go for a 3v1 at Lizard. If Azubu Frost wants to stop them, they give up a full minion wave worth of golden experience. They don't want to do that. Meanwhile, they've sent Voyboy down to clear out the jungle, get level 2, grab a golem buff, and then teleport up top for a 1v1 with a buff advantage. This is a really, really good opening for CLG.
Oh, Woong getting hit up quite hard here, and he is going to be pushed out of that for a second. Now, Freak, if to look at to our little bit of a featured matchup for this is going to be Chowster and Madlife in the bottom, just the battle of the strategies.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting overall. Chowster, that main theory captain for the team, really setting up a lot of these strats. You know he had a hand in what just happened right here with those buff steals, and that's a big deal. On the other side of it, you've got Madlife, who's a great support player, but if you heard Doublelift earlier, he said their bot lane is easy mode.
Oh, we do see Cloud Templar getting poked out, and this is a very big detrimental effect for Maokai if he is in the jungle, and he is getting hurt. The Ignite goes down. Big Fat LP, first blood.
And that is the kind of opening that CLG wanted. Making a lot of moves, and actually Voyboy again in fights with Shy, and with the extra experience advantage, that's going to be a really, really good lane for him.
That blue buff is going to help out so much. Just throw down the reckless swing. The true damage cannot be stopped by that Jax dodge, and he's just going to be able to push him back to his turret. Mundo waiting off in the wing. They're giving him pings, saying this would be a great time for a counterattack if we could really put it on. However, we are seeing Cloud Templar coming back in a little bit slow. Voyboy taking a loss in the damage trade here, and he puts himself on the wrong side. A little extra damage he did not want there. Hotshot GG coming around the back. Shy doesn't have much to jump to here. It may be another kill. The undertow thrown just short, but he picks it up again. He misses the undertow, but it's all at the Hotshot. All by himself with a quick assist to Voyboy.
That's when you combine crowd control with more crowd control. Voyboy on that Olaf, landing undertow just enough to slow his opponent down. Shy, finding that rare aggression, actually got kind of burned for it. He went in there, went for that fight onto Voyboy, using the Counter-Strike cooldown in order to deal more damage, and it simply got burned in the end. Hotshot came up. There was no ward coverage. He had no way of knowing the jungler was about to show up. A great game, great foresight there by Hotshot. That's a really, still, again, a great opening for CLG.
Bottom lane getting pushed out. You can see both teams are a little bit hurt. The AD carries more healthy than the supports, and as we said before, the supports can win the lane better than just the AD carries right-clicking each other, and that's really our featured matchup. Jouster and Madlife will see what they can provide to this game in that bottom lane action. 5 minutes into the game, 2-0 in favor of CLG, so it looks like they have overcome that early aggression.
And this is going to be, I think this pace needs to be kept here by Counter Logic, that they have to realize they are against a brutal late-game team competition. Karthus and Jax especially will scale so much harder than Olaf and Cassiopeia will. Those lanes will become worse and worse for CLG as the game goes on. They need to keep that pressure going. They need to keep picking up those kills and keep putting on the damage.
Wow, a burst shot, at least 500 HP taken off of Double Lift there, and that's the poke from Sona. It may not be a super aggressive kill lane, but they are going to get that poke damage in. Shy trying to win the damage trade here as they both chug down the potions, and it looks like they just returned to farming after a quick battle out.
Yeah, they're really cooldown based, both these champions. Before they get any major items, they're mostly about just doing damage.
Big Fat in mid, the exhaust is down, and he does go! The transfer over from the blue buff, going to Rapid Star. Very good aggression there. You know, Cloud Templar needs to make things happen for himself because of that early misgank, or invade rather, but they did it well there.
That was absolutely correct. Those junglers, really the emphasis for these games. Those first kills, all of them, actually every single kill so far has come from the hands of the junglers showing up.
Voyboy again, but he's in front of his turret here, trying to drag Shy into the turret. Shy kind of jumping out of position with his name. Usually that's his play, but right now he feels very confident in this tournament. Azubu has played very strong, now 2-0, and Shy has really upped his game. We saw it last game with Zinj, now with Jax against that very, very good Voyboy Olaf.
And we're seeing just constant pressure, actually. All these lanes really getting into fights all the time. These junglers are going to be highly stressed, and they're going to have to keep roaming around the map, getting to these fights in time. When every lane is aggressing, you never know where to go. And especially as they get closer to level 6, there's going to be even more burst available. Right now, that Karthus is 6. There's an advantage on the map for Azubu Frost. They can set something up for Karthus to pick up a kill with Requiem.
Jouster doing as much damage as he can, every chance that he can. You can see Madlife just trying to get power chords in and then move out of the fight, having enough mana to sustain. The buckshot will push. His Double Lift returns to buy. Looks like he has about 962 gold, so he'll definitely get some Dorans under his belt there too, in fact, and he will return to lane much, much stronger. Now, if we don't see, yes, they're going back now, Wound, that lane would become very difficult, especially if they weren't there with the minions. So doing this and timing it very well with the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. When you're ever in a lane against an opponent, you've got to realize that picking up a kill or picking up a bunch of minions doesn't mean anything until you spend that gold. I've seen so many times where a player will pick up first blood, then stay in lane with no potions, and end up losing the lane again because their opponent came back with full health, mana cooldowns, and like an extra cloth armor. You know, these players are constantly aware of the fact that when their opponents go back to base, they're going to show back up with more items, and you on your own side have to make sure that you don't get burned by that and start losing out in items basically because they bought and you didn't.
So usually you see Olaf go for either, undertow or reckless swing, but he has put 2 now in undertow and 2 in reckless swing. Is he just looking for consistent damage?
He's basically trying to hedge his bets and make sure everything's going to be pretty strong. Both his abilities get a lot more efficient as points go in. The 1 point in Vicious Strikes just kind of makes sure he has some health sustain with that lifesteal there, and that's going to be really useful. But splitting the points is actually really, really smart. It gives him a mix of wave clearing and trade damage that's just going to work out overall in that lane.
Looks like we have Hotshot GG milling down to the jungle already with an 8-minute Oracles on himself. CLG always getting that very fast map control to help them in the early part of the game so they can find the late somewhat. And Boy backing off here. Nope, throwing a little bit more aggression down as the potions continue to go out. Hotshot still in that bottom lane as they mill about. He hits Mad Light for the cleaver. There's going to be some damage. The force splash there. Very nice and pure shots onto Hotshot. He can't get the heals on. He may go down from this, but it looks like he's going to make it out. The ultimate goes off, and they're all just out of range. Cloud Templar taking a turret shot, and he's just a little too late on the gank. Great aggression for Zulu Frost, though.
This is a phenomenal fight, but Big Fat's not in a good place in the mid lane. Rapid Star and Shy trying to jump onto him.
So much aggression in every lane right now. They do get the jump onto him. Petrifying Gaze goes to Karthus, and he jumps over the wall, but he gets double splashed on. Big Fat LP will surely go down in the fight. The ping still going down bottom lane. Mad Life absolutely obliterated. He goes down as Sona. Boy on the chase, but with very low mana, getting himself in quite a sticky situation. Cloud Templar will not go down, and now it's Jax, the duelist, to clean up the fight. Shy coming in and doing exactly the opposite. Will he have enough for another leap? The blue buff for the cooldown, and he gets polymorphed right before the turret. Looks like they will still aggress here, Freak. Rapid Star is coming in. Can the Wall of Pain go down? The flashes are down. Jumps in. Double Lift will fall, and Lulu goes down as well. They pick up overall 4 kills.
What a great turn of events there. Rapid Star, you normally don't see it on Karthus. If you look at Froggen, for example, he'll sit in lane and farm raids and be like, yeah, you get Requiem, and then go back to farming some more. Rapid Star here, again, living up to his name, making these plays. Those last 2 kills were a result of him showing up and getting that wall down.
Oh man, they're going to go hard for this streak. That is the Oracles, and that is the Oracles down. 8 minutes into the game. Hotshot with no gold generation items.
That is a scary situation. Getting an early Oracles like that is a bit of a gambit. You're trying to rely on that ward sweeping to set up ganks for you, and Hotshot was moving around into these fights. He was very present for the last few minutes, but the problem was that they ran out of steam, everyone dropped off the map, and they didn't have any ward coverage anymore. He walked into 4 champions out of nowhere.
Now slowing them down a little bit with that fight. Hotshot always saying that he doesn't pay enough attention and focus to his camps. Now he's only 9 behind right now, and his lane presence is very good. Losing that Oracle will definitely set him back. 6-3 now as Azubu Frost completely turns the tide of this game, being down 2-1. And now it is 13,700 gold to 12,400. They have a lead in every aspect right now, and they're looking to hold this. Dragon just being grabbed as we saw Hotshot GG go down in the attempt to smite it out. But Azubu Frost is really controlling the map right now.
Yeah, ultimately they've not capitalized these kills on any major objectives. Even though Hotshot did go down, he bought enough time with the rest of his team showing up that Dragon had to be aborted there. They've gotten no turrets as well off of this, so even though you're seeing a 3-kill lead and a couple of minions here and there on the advantage, it's still only 1,000 gold difference.
Crescendo just reaching at max range, and the global Requiem going to go down. Great kill and assistance from all the team of Azubu Frost.
And that's just the corner of Crescendo, just landing onto Double Lift's little shin right there and making that fight happen. Requiem, the gank from the jungler as well. That is teamwork right there, just making these fights happen over and over again.
Jax going for that tanky sustain build. The Triforce first is going to help him. Petrifying Gaze goes off. The Wall of Pain did hit. Karthus could retrade the damage here. Standing right in Defile. Big Fat has to separate himself from Karthus here. He does a great job. But Cloud Templar just on the outside. But again, aggression top lane. Shy, not even looking behind his shoulder. Oh, Hotshot gets out. The help is there. They break it back and forth. Oh my God! Big Fat makes it out alive. Amazing play from Shy.
That counter-strike just came back in time. Hotshot landed the cleaver, tried to walk back in. He knew his health bar was super low, and he just didn't estimate that counter-strike to get up just that second. Damage there, the dodge keeping him alive. Oh, wow, that was a second away from a double kill versus a death.
We got to change his name to Not So Shy. This is absolutely ridiculous. Coming into this tournament, all of our notes just say he's very laid back. We're actually going to see a replay of this and just show you how wrong that really is.
Yeah, we had 2 fights at the same time as well, that top fight and that mid. Let's see exactly what went down.
Replay starts off. Mundo jumps in there, getting kind of chased away, but look at that slow. That undertow so perfect right there. And he starts belting out damage. But watch, Hotshot walks back in, and he wasn't ready for it. The dodging is too good. The counterattack damage really, really high. Just excellent, excellent play by Shy.
And he is just totally vamping up on these items now, and he actually got himself 2 wards. He knows he's happy in lane. He just said, I took on Olaf and Mundo by myself. These 2 wards are going to keep me in lane forever. And we can just see how much control Frost has over everything right now. A good attack there, gives them blue buff still. They're going for the attacks on a Hotshot, but not enough from double up. And they just control the map. CLG can't even enter their own jungle.
The good thing was, though, they at least did get that golem up. It was really, really good coordination there. As the poison was down, Hotshot smote right before that poison ticked and still gave Big Fat the blue buff. Now, yes, they were forced out of lane, and even though you don't need a kill to do it, forcing your opponents off the map will give you enough map to be able to take things like Dragon or like a turret. You can see they've got 1 of each now as Zubu Frost, so they've finally started to capitalize these kills into objectives that snowball the game forward. You can't just rely on getting kills, you've got to get something after that. Well, Shy's got all the kills, his team's got all the objectives, and they are pushing this game forward the right way.
How do you feel about these mid builds? We have the Rod of Ages going against the Haunting Guides. Not as much health is going to come from that as you enter into the game, but still both of these champions' main objective is to face each other and fight.
This makes a lot of sense really on both sides. That Karthus wants to survive early aggression and just get to the late game. So by grabbing a Rod of Ages, you've got a lot of sustain there. You've got some extra health to survive duels, and it lets him go for that Death Cap and the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Void Staff and everything else to scale into late game. What Big Fat's going for, and he actually did it really well so far, is he wants to duel his opponent. He wants to try to shut down Rapid Star over and over. By getting early magic penetration, he makes sure that he's dealing full damage to his opponent. He'll get ability power and more durability later. He's trying to shut down specific frail opposition, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. We just saw at the same time that Mundo, gave the double kill to Jax, he actually got into a duel with Karthus and came out completely clean from it. So, right now it's on Big Fat LP to shut down Rapid Star, and CLG as a whole needs to find something to shut down Shy.
A lot of pings going down, and Counter Logic Gaming moves through the North River here. Kind of just milling about. Big Fat with that blue buff, getting harassed out by Woong, trying to miasma down the minions and keep them out. Cloud Templar buying that 15-minute Oracle. We have not seen it come back on Hotshot yet. That money is still trying to be regrouped. He does have the Heart of Gold to get that money back as he's not getting killed. It will help him out a little bit. And the Blitzkrieg, like they try to sneak this one out. We've seen this happen from teams lately.
Wow, and it's right after 15 minutes. This is dangerous, though. They've got a lot of damage, and it's been seeing CLG pink out Baron, but it's down below half health. They're getting low. This could be a Hotshot Smite steal. He does not have Flash, though. He can't reach it to Smite, I don't think, from outside the pit unless he runs around. Boy comes in from the side, who's going to jump in on a Cloud Templar.
They do not get Baron. It's going to go to Azubu, but they're very low in the fight. The focus is Maokai. He does not get his ultimate down, and they continue to go 1-for-1 here. Boy looks to fall, and Hotshot can't do anything from the outside.
That ends up making it a 2-for-1. Excellent job there. And just like last time, Doublelift alone to the bottom lane, trying to shut this one out to turn this one back around. The fortunate thing here for CLG is that, it's still early enough in the game that the Baron buff itself is not actually providing a lot of armor and a lot of ability power and attack damage. The actual buff itself scales over the course of the game, so the purple orbs aren't granting quite as much before. The major advantage you're already seeing on the scoreboard up top. Mostly it's the golden experience, and that's going to, not grow any more over time. So this was like the one fortunate thing for CLG is they can trade a turret, which is a permanent advantage, and try to stabilize here in the mid game. I think they can defend turrets in a 5-on-5 if they want to.
Freak, I really like the MF Sona. Not so much powerful in lane for its poke, or it's powerful in lane for its poke, not so much its kill, but the ability to fly around the map is just huge. You can see him taking turret after turret.
And that's huge overall. And this is really what Azubu Frost wants to do, is just like when you pick up champion kills, when you pick up the Baron buff, you want to run around and try to find aggression on turrets. The extra mobility that they have because of Sona Misfortune really sets them up for turret kills out of nowhere, which is actually a very, very big deal for them. But on the same side, I really feel that though there is a 6,000 gold difference, CLG still does have turrets, and they have a very good anti-team fight composition. Olaf's very disruptive, Hotshot's very, very tanky on Mundo, and again, they still have Big Fat LP. With the counter initiation on a Cassiopeia, if they play defense, they should be able to hold the line.
11-5 here as we pass just about 15 minutes, and the biggest deficit in the game that we've seen so far, 6,000 gold this early in the game.
Azubu Frost is up by quite a lead here, pushing down these turrets. They have lost their bottom turret, but that's not near that Baron buff. It just went down. It's going to be highly contested as it comes up again, seeing that Azubu Frost took it at 17 minutes. So if they go for that once again, the bottom lane is open to push after they have their way with it.
And so let's see what they end up going for here, because you know, there's a lot of turrets really still available on the map that should theoretically be killable. You've got 2 outer turrets still, you know, out there on Azubu Frost side. You've got another outer turret just right here at the top lane on CLG's side. These are killable structures really either way, whether they send Voivod with a teleport to an undefended lane, or they just send Doublelift on a split push again to counteract a push from Azubu Frost. You might see these turrets go down. I still think Frost wants to push this advantage. They've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left on Baron. They could go for one more turret here.
Looks like Shy putting more aggression onto Voivod. He cannot even duel that fight anymore without using his ultimate, and it's really not worth it to him, rather. His lane getting pushed right now, the blue buff being contested, however. Cloud Templar coming in from the right, just throwing a late sapling. And it looks like with the vision of those champions down bottom, Shy should be able to take out this top turret.
Yeah, with Voivod gone, I mean, he could have run teleport to try to defend that, but ultimately, he still would not have liked that 1 versus 1 matchup very much. You just hear chunk, chunk, chunk. That turret does go down. No one from CLG really even tried to defend that. That's just, again, more and more advantages here for Shy. He's left alone to farm that minion wave, and he's going to get beefier and beefier and beefier as time goes on. This is looking more and more like, you know, Shy taking this game over in the next few minutes.
I love how Azubu Frost buys wards throughout everybody in the team. We just saw Wong, wow, going under the turret. Voivod going down quite low. Shy doesn't even care about how many shots he's taken. We saw this happen before, and he could get himself a double kill again, but Rapid Star takes that with Requiem. Voivod chased, or rather, Shy chased out of that one by Hotshot GG with his ultimate on.
Hotshot, just again, like the first time we saw him on Mundo, does not have any items behind him. He delayed his Heart of Gold in order to pick up an Oracles, and it backfired horribly. He'd be in much, much better shape if he didn't get burned for that aggressive play. And you just see he's behind items, trying to finish up maybe an Aegis, maybe a Ninja Tabby, and a Spirit Visage, but he's got no major items here. You would have thought that a 2-on-1 behind a turret would have been the chance for CLG to turn back onto Shy. There's a 4-level difference or a 5-level difference here against Mundo, and he's got no items to tank this out. It's looking better and better for Azubu Frost.
This is amazing for Shy. 4-1-3, at least 60 CS over, 60 minion kills over Voivod, and he also has not gone back to buy yet, has 2,400 gold in his pocket. Just finished the Triforce, still has 1,300 gold.
Yeah, right here you typically see Guardian Angel be the next major purchase there, so Chain Vest might be in store. He's actually instead going to go for more damage out with picking up the recurve bow. That's going to be, it looks like Wit's End there, and that's going to be another very, very tanky man. He's not worried about any physical damage. I guess he's just worried about Cassiopeia and Lulu going for a little bit of magic still.
There we go. Voivod and Hotshot kind of juggling together right now as they trade some golems back and forth. Seeing that bottom lane farm it out as the turrets are down. It's only farmed to that river area, and then the AD carries really don't feel safe to do it. 12-5 at 20 minutes. Huge 10,000 gold lead, almost 11,000 actually separates these teams. 5-1 on the turrets, and that means so much map control for Azubu Frost.
The good thing here, though, for CLG is they're going to run out of things to do. They're down to 1 turret left. Baron is still dead for just a couple more minutes. And then, of course, then it comes back up, and yes, they can farm it again. But they're running out of easy objectives to take. So if CLG can stall this out, which really hails back to the old CLG from a year ago, if they can hold on to it, and they have the champions to do so, they can wait around for a little while and finally get themselves to a late game situation. I think Doublelift on Graves will have a better late game than Woong, and I think Bigfoot LP can, if he manages to stay safe in the team fight, which will be hard but is doable, he'll be able to be just as big of a team fight threat as Rapid Star is on Karthus. So in that theoretical end game where everyone's got max items, CLG does have, I think, the champions that it takes to put up a very, very good fight. At least certainly better than the fight they've got right now in front of them. So to CLG's credit, what they need to try to go for is buying time and stopping the pushes. And thankfully for them, there's not much else for Frost to do without getting inside CLG's base, which makes those fights so much easier to win.
And Freak, they are looking to do just that. Very heavy initiation coming from Cloud Templar. There's Shurelia's Aegis and Boots of Mobility to get himself in the fight and sustain until his team can close the gap that he made with Twisted Advance. Throwing down that ultimate Maelstrom, he is going to be able to mitigate a lot of damage. And with the AoE, the area of effect of his team we talked about before, they can really close down some of these fights. If you do you see Boy trying to get himself some help with that Giant's Belt, slowly piecing together items as well. Looks like he may finish Shirelius for himself, or Randuin's as well. He needs to put out some damage for his team though. Big Fat trying to help Hotshot as he just pushed out of the fight by the AD carry Wound. Now MF is playing huge dividends for them with the speed of her and Sona around the map. Here they are again, free to dance out the Baron.
This is really smart for Zubu Frost. They know that they're in the driver's seat and that even with Baron putting out some pressure, that they've got the ability to take a 5-on-5 fight. This time, Hotshot flashes up, but his smite is down for a few seconds. He's got to buy some time there. Double It's not in a good place against Shy. The Baron does not get stolen. Nice try by Hotshot. Shy's going to pick up that kill as well. This could be a push to win the game here for Frost.
They do get a flash out of Chowster. He is getting chased, and he was pretty good at kiting last time. He's going to throw everything up, and he's really biding time here. They want to stall a Zubu Frost from even hitting the front step, but it's going to be big for them. They have so much wave clearing here just with Karthus. They're going to be able to go right onto this turret, and if need be, Cloud Templar is going to face tank. This inhibitor turret is going to mean big things for them. Super minions come after the inhibitor. They're going to have that open the entire time. So even if they don't get it here, they're more than prepped for the late game.
They're going to like this one overall. You know, if you don't care about minions, you can backdoor turrets. Cassiopeia is not going to do much to stop that push. Normally you pick her because she'll clear minion waves, and then sometimes players are afraid to backdoor. But if you know it's a 5-on-2, you won't care about the turret very much, and Frost will continue to push in.
There's that twisted advance. Can they close the gap? Looking for the Crescendo to come out. They don't have the room for their area of effect, but it does huge damage so far. Still focusing Shy in the middle of 4 people. Goes down from the turret, but Chowster gets the pickup. Mavlight forced back, but he grabs one as well. 2-1 on the exchange. This looks bad for CLG.
But they did kill that major carry with Shy being down. Double might have what he needs to keep pushing on through. The rest of the cooldowns are all gone for a Zubu Frost. CLG will keep their base alive, but these were actually the right lanes to push here for Frost. So take stock of what CLG has. They've got 2 dead inhibitors with Baron off the map, and they're going to have to sit in their base and farm, and get some gold back. This is, you know, almost a good situation for them because they will keep having the influx of minions, and they will keep scaling up. They'll finish that Phantom Dancer on from Doublelift, and he'll have a better chance of fighting this game out. However, for Zubu Frost, that top lane, there is no way CLG will look to defend that second turret. They just simply have too much on their hands with the middle and bottom lane super minions coming in that, you know, Zubu Frost, even though they can't push on for Baron because they've already got it, even though they can't really push on for Dragon either, what they can do is get a couple of free turrets on the outside. And then if they want to go for the base winning push, now they either say, you know what, screw it, we're more tanky than you, and dive, or they will let those bottom lane and mid lane minions push up, they'll wait for CLG to defend it, and then dive on the turret just like they got that middle inhibitor a few minutes ago. So Zubu Frost, you know, they have a lot of cards to play, and if they play a measured, confident game, I think they can take this one. But if they don't, if they screw up that one fight, CLG's in great shape.
Oh, Boy could not. Oh, he does get the teleport out, throws on Ragnarok, so he cannot be crowd controlled. Very nice there. Gets himself out, but the teleport is down. And Freak to make mention of how much a Zubu Frost is choking CLG right now for experience and for gold. There is 1 core item, now a 2nd core item finished to an average of 2 on the side of a Zubu Frost for every champion. The Bloodthirster and the Shirelias are the only standing core items on Counter Logic North America right now.
And they need to make this fight happen right here. They're going on for that top turret, and here comes the dive.
The twisted advance. Boy's Ragnarok is down. They catch him up in the fight. It's going to be bullet time. Dropping down Mundo. Hotshot will not be able to help his team as that tank wreaking havoc running around. They lost 2 of one of the tanky people. They lost Big Fat LP for the reinitiate on the fight from Cassiopeia, and it's going to be turret takedowns on the Nexus now for a Zubu Frost. They look to go 3-0 here on the first day of the championship game. A very nice wild growth keeps them off, but the Nexus is the only thing standing in their way after this 1 turret. They're going to have that open, forcing CLG back to their fountain. A Zubu Frost goes 3-0 in the group stage, taking out CLG in their game.
Congratulations there to the Zubu Frost. They are our first quarter finalists. They are maybe watching, the 5th quarter finalists. 4 of them did automatically qualify for winning their region. So Frost putting all down to the side, saying, yep, we are amazing. Welcome us into the next round. Thank you very much. Now CLG, they are 1-2 in the group. Their hopes lie with SK Gaming. They are going to be watching and cheering as hard as they possibly can for SK because they hold their hope alive. With Invictus being 1-1 and SK being 0-2, if SK wins this next match, we've got a 3-way tie for 2nd place. That is going to be so very massive.
So, Freak, you just said it a little bit. There's a few situations that happen, but let's take a look at how this impacts Group A overall.
Okay, so Group A overall, we have a guaranteed first place. The Zebu Frost, they are 3-0. They are through. Period. End of statement. Frost made it. There's two other situations. If SK loses, Invictus goes 2-1, and Invictus will be the sixth, well, they'll be the second team to come out, and they will be the sixth quarterfinalist. If SK wins, we force that three-way tie. When there is a three-way tie, this is what happens here. Those three teams, Invictus, CLGNA, and SK, will play each other once more. The one team to actually beat the two others, the one team to actually go 2-0 in that little miniature group stage, will be the second place team here. So again, CLG, their hope to stay alive is with SK winning and forcing that three-way tie. Otherwise, if Invictus takes it through, we've got a clear-cut first and second place as they move forward.
So, Freak, we've seen some things from Azubu now as they go in as the fifth qualifier. You said those teams definitely taking their homework for the day 2 matches, but a lot of things coming out from Shy here today. You know, it was the Rapid Star, get behind him and play, but Shy was all over the map, starting plays himself, double kills in situations where nothing looked like it was going to be going good for him, and he just played outstanding. 6-2 and 5, finished the Triforce. Well, you know, Voyboy was kind of just left with his defense.
Yeah, Voyboy had just a couple of unfortunate situations. Even though they had a couple of early game ganks and he got ahead early, it got turned around. We've got a replay of that last push going through, of what it took for Azubu Frost to close that game out. You're going to see All-Stars just putting out way too much damage. They're up on the turret. They're happy to let Cloud Templar face tank it, and they're going to go through as 5. The problem is there's no ultimate. There's no Ragnarok for Voyboy, so you're going to watch what happens when he tries to get into the fight. Luna's up in front, but has not many items. There's the initiation. They're going to catch almost everything with bullet time. The Vengeful Maelstrom keeping everyone tanky as well, and there's just not a counterattack option here for CLG. Doublelift tries as hard as he can to put out some damage and try to wear down Cloud Templar's health bar, but he's just consistently unable to do so. The damage comes out, but the tankiness is too much over and over and over again. CLG just not able to kill anything, they're told. Just too under-farmed because the pressure was on from second one. You can just see, you know, in any one-on-one fight, the guys from Zebu Frost would win that by being so much more farmed. They're able to kill champion underneath the Nexus, or sorry, the inhibitor turrets even, under the Nexus turrets, under the base and fountain turrets as well. Frost just with a stranglehold all game. CLG had the great opening strategy. They gave Voyboy a nice shot at the top. They got the blue buff. They stole the red. They had a lot of wonderful options, but they could not quite hold that mid game. The ganks coming in from Maokai, the Requiems from Karthus, that one roam to the bottom lane, that kind of said it all.
It was absolutely huge, and Shy was pitted up against the blue buff for the first 3 minutes of his lane. So that was going to be absolutely difficult for a Jax to get in there. You can't dodge Reckless Swing. So that was all the true damage, just hitting him in the face for a few levels. Hotshot GG even came up. They got a gank on Shy in the beginning. Still came back to double kill them later. Huge play all around the map. We saw that Cloud Templar had a lot of trouble as well in the beginning. They found him. The Ignite from Big Fat LP took him out as he flashed over. So that means your jungler early in the game lost his flash. Can't be as aggressive, especially because his Twisted Advance gets him into the fight, and that early is not tanky, so you may need to flash out. A lot of things slowed down for Azubu Frost, but their ability to just get behind each other and figure out how to make it happen differently was amazing.
And what they really did there is they focused on that mid lane again. They said, okay, look, we just gave Big Fat double buff. We knew he's going to bully you. We need to reset that. And this is one of the really interesting decisions that a team has to face. Is you know, your jungler only has so much time that he can spend assisting his team, and you have to decide: do I snowball a lane we're already winning? Do I bring a lane back to 1-1? Or do I try to desperately save you and stop the bleeding and apply a tourniquet to a lane that's hemorrhaging gold badly? And in this case, it was, okay, look, we gave Big Fat first blood. He's got double buff Cassiopeia. That's scary, but it's still, it's only 1 kill. It's only 400 gold. Let's go for it. And they got him behind Cassiopeia, one of those a bit unsafe mages where she has no innate escape tools. They came in pretty much right at level 6, got in behind her. Maokai, a wealth of crowd control. The Wall of Pain and consistent lay waste hits is all it really took. That was really Rapid Star having the accuracy to land those lay waste in that fight, completely out-damaging Big Fat's Cassiopeia, and that's really what turned that fight around, because now it's Karthus with buffs. Now it's Karthus with a kill lead. Now it's Karthus with lane control.
All right, guys, and that was Azubu Frost for CLGNA. Azubu making it through 3-0 to be our first qualifying team to go on to the 4 that have already qualified with the berth into those finals. Coming up next, we have Invictus Gaming going up against SK Gaming in the final match of Group A. Don't go anywhere. We have way more League of Legends action coming for you up next.
Welcome back to LA Live. Rachel and DJ Wheat here with the final matchup of Group A.
Yeah, our next game features a rematch from early on in Season 2 at IEM Guangzhou. Facing off is China's Invictus Gaming and Europe's SK Gaming. And I think you guys all know about the implications of this matchup. Of course, our casters will go over that in full. Let's introduce our players. They've played decently all day long. As the red team, let's give it up for SK Gaming.
They've battled through Group A to get here. Playing as the blue team, please welcome back Invictus Gaming.
Azubu Frost is through, and this match has the potential for a 3-way time. But enough of that. Let's head on over to our casters to hear what they have to say. Riv and Freak, give it up.
Thanks, guys. These guys matched up a year ago at IEM Guangzhou, but the teams were completely different. A few of the members remain. These guys are both aggressive teams, but it doesn't even matter. And it could a little bit for SK. If SK doesn't take this, they're going home with a $25,000 for making it out of the region. But if they do, they can force that tie.
Yeah, and that 3-way tie is the hope for SK, it's the hope for CLG, and it's the one thing Invictus is dreading, because if they force that 3-way tie, only one of them are moving forward. Invictus, they can just close it out. Great, second place in the group, move on forward. Quarterfinal, thank you very much. No worries. CLG, well, they're actually... The funny thing is CLG is not even guaranteed $50,000, if they do end up closing out the group in second to last, because they've still got to look for that tiebreaker match. SK has all the potential to make everything just so much more complicated than it needed to be at the beginning. This match is so very important for both these teams.
And Freak SK rides on emotions. We've seen it from Gamescom. We've seen it from all the other tournaments they've been at, and now here at the championships. Let's take a look at what the keys to SK's win are, their victory here within this matchup. First of all, they're going to have to win the early aggression. We've had it for Invictus almost every time.
Yeah, all these teams here, really saying Frost, have been making a lot of crazy moves at the very start of the game. They've always been going into the jungle, looking for kills. It was really how SK beat Counterlogic Gaming Europe in that semifinal match at the European Regional. It's when SK makes moves and just collapses from there and keeps the pressure on, that's what it takes to win. They've got to make those moves, make them work, and then keep that momentum rolling.
Freak, it's been a long day. These players have had homework to do while they're here, and they need to utilize that knowledge.
So they've been able to research the game online to whatever knowledge was actually there. but now they've watched Invictus play 2 matches. They themselves have played twice. SK, they can look at their games and identify mistakes and figure out, what were the mistakes we made, what were the good things we've done, what picks, what bans, what kind of strategies have been working for us. But more than that, they need to look at Invictus and say, what have you guys done every single time here? Now, they might not, repeat the Jarvan flag and a Valkyrie invade another time, but they have been able to look at this general play style. They figure out that Kid is kind of the MVP right now. He had a crushing game on Corki. He went legendary in the first match of the day. That's pretty awesome overall. That they've got to look at who's the big performers here of Invictus. Can they shut them down? What strategies can they run? They've got to learn from that.
All right, so we have our ideas for Invictus, or for rather SK, and what they can do to win the match. Let's head over to Invictus and see if they can answer it through SK, or through their game against SK, and these are their keys to the matchup. First off, they're going to be coming into this game creating a lot of pressure in that bottom lane.
Exactly. Kid is right now their MVP. He's been doing all the work here for Invictus, and they want to keep that pressure on. They get him ahead by going for kills early on. Yes, he's able to win in farm, but that's like a 10% gold. That's not that big of a deal. But if they pick up kills, if Yellowstar and Nif die over and over again, I mean, look back to the European regional final where Moscow 5 just started crushing the bottom lane. Diamond on Udyr killed Nif like 4 times in a row in like 8 minutes, something like that. If they can create that pressure bottom lane and snowball that lead, they can just ride on top of on Kid's Corki's Rafflecopter, and they're good to go. Yes, it's really called a Rafflecopter. It's in the lore. Look it up. And if they can just ride that wave, they're going to have a really easy time.
All right, and another thing Invictus has yet to do, they can do a lot of things with their lineup. They have a huge champion pool. They need to surprise us with some crazy picks.
Exactly. SK is going to come out and pull out all the stops, and they're going to have researched everything here. They know what they've run so far. Invictus is the one team, I think, above all else, who has just crazy things in the background that they could show up with at any time. Now, Invictus has shown some really good games overall, and they might be considered the favorite in this match. But even still, when you're up against a team who's done their homework and plays all out aggressive, they've also got to bring out something special.
All right, Freak, that's enough of that. It looks like we are ready for Champion Select. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what these teams have for each other.
Alrighty, so things are opening up, and you're seeing some pretty respectful bans coming out. Orianna being denied here from Ocelot. Yorick and Vladimir, they're really trying to deny a lot of options. They didn't like the Yorick that came out earlier when we saw Invictus versus CLG. It really shut down Boy in that top lane, and they want Kevin to have a nice, easy time when he's playing, and they're shutting down that Vladimir away, that ambiguous pick that, again, PDD can swap with Zitai, and they don't want to leave those options open. IG, interestingly enough, I think they're trying to force something with with Shen or Ezreal, though. By banning Alistar, there's 2 other really high-profile picks left, and that's Shen and Ezreal. We see if SK wants to leave one on the table or just ban one and give the team the other. It's actually a very important ban here. I don't know if they're quite expecting this.
And the one final Sona ban going out. Is this ban targeted, or are we going to see this coming in so they have to pressure a different pick?
I think they're playing the pick game right now, because blue team right now gets 1 pick, but then the purple team gets 2. Yet that Shen's going to come out. It's going to be Ezreal and probably their second favorite support. Nif's been playing Janna a lot. He loved that champion all throughout that regional. Like 80% of his games are with Janna there. That's a pretty likely pick here, unless they've decided, you know what, the support wins have changed. We've got something else going on. I would honestly expect Ezreal here. Otherwise, this doesn't make a lot of sense. If they weren't going to try to deny Ezreal from Kid, who was doing amazingly with that champion so far. Oh, I'm completely wrong on both counts. They're actually going to rush that top lane out with Jace and grab Nunu as a jungler or maybe a support.
Yes, they are going to do that very nicely. Jace, for that top lane, you said Nunu support and whatnot. This is kind of pokey for them if they continue the comp we're thinking of. How is that going to work out against Kid's Ezreal and that top? We're going to have the PDDs at Aurelia.
Yeah, it looks like Aurelia right now. And actually, now that they grabbed that Nunu, I get it. If it's support Nunu, the one bad matchup that Nunu really has there is against Sona. The Ice Blast harass just gets healed over and you can ignore it. The long-range poke that comes from Sona, Nunu doesn't have any recourse for that. He can't heal his teammate up. It makes a really risky situation. I actually like, though, SK's bottom lane, the potential for the bottom lane here, because they've got Nunu, who wants to just kind of fight. He's going to Blood Boil a teammate, Ice Blast the opposition, and they're just going to get into battles. And it's not going to be very hard for SK to win a straight-up fight. Invictus, they just picked up Leona, which is an all-in. She's going to dive in, stun up a champion, try to go for a fight, a hardcore fight, and follow up with Ezreal. But I think as far as just kind of fighting a 2-on-2 little tango, I think Nunu outperforms Leona there. So as long as they pick a good,
high fight potential AD carry to team up here in this bottom lane, I like SK's bottom lane chances. Now, we know that they've got Jace there. The thought here on Aurelia is weird because I think they already have their top laner. Corki is a really, really good pick here. That's exactly what they need. That Corki... okay, they're just doing all kinds of... I'm just going to stop talking about potential picks here. But they've got a very heavy all-in here from Invictus. They've got a lot of diving combos, and now this composition makes a lot more sense. They're going to put Udyr into the jungle, Nunu on support, Jace up at the top lane, and that Nunu Corki bottom lane I think is going to have a really, really good time against Leona Ezreal. I like SK's bottom lane right now.
It's going to be very good. I like the combination of accelerating Udyr to start these ganks and giving him a little bit more speed. We have the Cassiopeia once again. Usually she has not been seen a lot in competitive play. It was said that she's kind of easy to counter, but with the right composition, it's exactly what she does the best. Reinitiating the fights where the team is staring right at you and you can go back into it. They also have an unstoppable force with Malphite to do that as well.
This is looking like a very, very good team from Invictus. They've got a lot of diving potential. And again, when you look back at Nunu being the support there, it's not a defensive support, it's an offensive support. It's like when you grab Leona there, you're there to start a fight and deal a lot of damage. And your carry is going to be kind of like on his own and be like, hope you don't die, bro, I'm going to go kill people, peace. And that's a little bit risky for Yellowstar. And so what Invictus have done when they have Leona and Shen and Malphite is a lot like their first team comp with Jarvan, Nocturne, and Leona. Corki's going to get dunked on a whole lot here. With those lock-ins in place, they can send 3 people in to dunk on Corki, and his life's going to be miserable. And back on that front line, they've got Shen to stand united back on a teammate, Cassiopeia the counter initiation with Petrifying Gaze, and then Ezreal just so kitey in general. It's going to be hard for I guess it's not going to be easy, it's going to be Kid. It's going to be hard for Kid to really die here unless SK pulls out some kind of crazy dive composition. So now they've locked in their final pick here on Karthus. Wow. It's a very big change of pace for Ocelot. Now we did see, of course, that Karthus the very first time around when they played against the Zubu Frost didn't quite work out for him. But it seems that Ocelot finally wants to play Karthus again instead of being that permanent ban. So adding that champion to his roster does help them in champion select overall. But the difficulty here now is how are these team comps going to work? There's a giant dive composition now here that can shut down Yellowstar's Corki, and that could be very, very scary for him because he doesn't have support there. He's got offense, all offense on that team. And if they start out a 5-on-4 and then Shen can reset and stand united a friend, you've got a very bad situation.
You know, Freak, Ocelot coming in, playing a lot of Karthus lately, usually the #1 banned champion for SK Gaming. I really saw an Orianna for that team. You have Blood Boil, you have Acceleration Gate, you will be able to shield Corki. As you said, the other team is just going to jump on him and dunk him over and over again. And you can utilize all of those to really put yourself on the top or shield somebody. With Karthus, do you think Orianna would have been the better pick?
Well, they couldn't have grabbed her. That was actually the very first ban from Invictus. This was actually them
good thing
from
I'm paying
Champions
attention.
League. Yeah, exactly.
It's a good thing. I'm here. We're
here.
We're here.
Her whole weekend, right? So that was really, I think, Invictus going the strategy from day one, where, you know, just like the very first game, which I think they could have had against Frost and come out, really, really strong there, is they knew they wanted to go really dive heavy. By first picking Shen, they denied that global shield. By banning out Orianna, they denied, a lot of that safe, protect the X, champion there. So, and honestly, with Vladimir banned out, they're not going to run double AP. It's like, sure, let's go a bunch of bruisers, let's dive onto enemy champions. And I think anytime you put Leona in the mix, I think that's the right way to play it, because she can initiate the fight, and as long as you get 2 more dive champions on that roster, you're going to start fights, and someone's going to drop out really, really fast. SK actually choosing that Nunu grab for an offensive support does leave Yellowstar available to some very rough situations. Now, maybe he can channel his inner Captain Jack. I don't know if you guys saw that video, but he breaks like 5 ultimates he spell shields Malphite ultimate as Sivir, flashes Morgana ultimate, Quicksilver sashes I forget what the next, it might have been like Leona or something like that, and then cleanses another one and just like gets out from an entire initiation combo. Now, being Corki, he's got Valkyrie. I don't think he's bringing Cleanse into the game, but he might bring something like a Banshee's Veil or a Quicksilver Sash, so he might be able to withstand some of the aggression that was coming out, but it's going to be very hard for him to dodge Malphite's unstoppable force, and the rest of that combo that follows up is going to be risky as well. But even if Yellowstar does die, they might still have what it takes. They've got double bruiser here with Udyr and Jace putting out a lot of damage on the front line. They've got Ocelot on Karthus, where if you spend your initial burst trying to kill Corki, then you have not spent any time trying to kill Karthus, and he's going to wreak havoc throughout your team. they've got an exhaust there. They're going to have one on Nif, on Nunu, and they're going to have one on Ocelot on Karthus. So if they can land 2 exhausts in a row onto Kid's Ezreal, he won't be putting out any damage. Illusion would have burned all of his cooldowns. Xiao is not going to be putting out a lot of damage once he's already used Solar Flare to try to combo out Corki. So you might see these fights kind of turn like we saw really with Frost versus Invictus, where they kill one champion, but then someone else carries it through. You might see that repeat again because you've got a lot of hyper carries available to SK.
So, Freak, with a matchup like Yellow Star's Corki, also a favorite on Ezreal, but that Kid's Ezreal, they're going to be having that. How do you see this one going with that Leona and that Nunu?
Overall, I think it's going to go really, really well. As far as the laning goes for SK, I think it's overall a better lane for SK Gaming. And, you know, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, skill factors in much more than anything else. But both these teams have run very disruptive junglers. Udyr on one side, actually Malphite on the other. So they're going to come in, be able to land a bit of crowd control, and contribute quite a bit of damage. So it's going to depend really, can Aura outperform Illusion or vice versa? That's going to mean a lot in this lane because both of these supports come in with a wealth of crowd control, whether it's Leona with a Solar Flare or Pre-6 just simply the dash in and the Shield of Daybreak for the stun, or is it going to be just all about Nif's Ice Blast? That can be enough lockup for Udyr to finally follow in. It's going to be very, very close overall, and there's going to be just some very close factors. There's no guarantees either way.
So, Freak, for those of people just tuning in, just getting to us, Rivington III and Freak here at LA Live, tell them about what we're looking at. SK can force the tie, or they're going to be going home.
So we're here in the 6th game of the group stage. We've got another group in front of you guys. If you've been just tuning in, we're only halfway through today's festivities and only a third of the way, as far as days are concerned, throughout this tournament. So we've got so much more in store for you guys. We are seconds away from this game starting. Group A about to be finished out. SK looking to force a 3-way tie to keep themselves alive. Guys, are you ready for this game in the audience?
All right, guys. Be sure to get to your teams, get behind them. If you would like to see SK Gaming take a final win on their day here in Group A, let's hear it for SK Gaming.
If you want to see Invictus close it out and take second place in their group 2-1, let me hear you for Invictus.
All right, guys, and we are jumping into the match now. Your red team is going to be SK. Blue team, Invictus Gaming. These teams have pretty considerable level 1 team fights here. They definitely have good crowd control, but that Shenton and Leona is going to be scarier on Invictus' side. So we can see the cautious play coming from SK.
Yeah, last second swap actually came in from Invictus, then PDD to the top lane on Malphite and Illusion into the jungle on Shen. Just the same as before though, that jungle Shen is going to come out with a wealth of crowd control, much like RNA as Udyr. So you're going to honestly see quite a bit of jungle pressure. The one advantage that SK has, which is actually pretty important, is that Udyr is a much, much faster jungle clearer than Shen. And so you should expect to see him level up faster and put pressure on the lanes more frequently because he can clear his jungle and get to a friend much more often. However, once Illusion finally hits level 6, that's going to flip on its head. He's not going to have the jungle clear speed, but he will have Stand United. He will be able to assist his teammates much more frequently on the map.
Oh, coming out, Xiao is going to see this. I don't think they're going to take him on. Nobody's really paying attention to him, actually. He puts a ward right next to him as they take a Polaroid of this, and it looks like he may be able to make it out alive. Sleeping on the job. SK could have missed the first blood there.
Now, overall, they put down a lot of pressure. They forced the Ignite and a Flash away, so the Summoner Spell advantage now actually here for SK. This bottom lane just got a little bit easier for him.
That is going to help. That HP being down, the aggression is on. A little bit of help here, BDD, as he mobilizes himself around, actually getting the experience in the jungle as they start bottom, so he's taking everything from Wolves to Blue and not just that blue buff.
Well, Invictus with a nice move, though. They're actually setting up for a lot of aggression. Getting PDD that blue buff for the start. We've seen that from a lot of these teams here. Shosho actually putting out an early pink ward in that Tri-Brush, denying vision from SK. This could be a level 2 gank from Shen.
Coming up, Shen going down through Tri-Bush. That early ward is theirs. They have one in the river. If they can push this lane enough, he can come up through the forward brush, but they're going to see him now backing off. That Valkyrie should be on Corki. No, he's level 1. He may not have it, and he's forced to flash out. They get the taunt down. The exhaust has already been thrown. The heal from Summoner comes out, and he gets himself out alive, preventing first blood.
Good flash, good Summoner heal. Yellowstar had his finger on the flash button
waiting for some kind of animation from Shen, but that animation was Vorpal Blade, not Shadow Dash, so he got kind of juked out there. Illusion landed that stun. If Kid had still had Flash up, or sorry, still had Ignite up, that Ignite would have overridden that Summoner heal and pretty much chunked down Yellowstar and might have guaranteed them first blood. It might have been worth diving for, but in the end, that actual level 1 engage really worked out for SK. They burned enough Summoners that Yellowstar was able to escape from that situation because he had actually saved all of his.
A really nice super early ward stops RNA from having any fun top. And it looks like PDD, he's going to know though. PDD is just staying there farming slowly. RNA returns to the jungle. We'll have to look for movement here from Cassian mid. I don't know if they're really going to want to throw them out of the lane right now and make this happen. But we do see Karthus is moving up for a little bit of help for them. This may turn into a 3v3 or 3v1.
And what they're doing here is actually having Jace shove that top lane really, really hard to set up an early push here onto PDD. They've got Karthus from the side, they've got Eater from the side. Kevin is going to keep shoving as hard as he can. He'll have a big enough minion wave that they can take the turret and really just jockey for position here.
Zatai taking a very dangerous route, and he chooses to go back. There hasn't been any movement top, so he says maybe I shouldn't chase. But this could be the demise of PDD here. With that blue buff, may be able to make it out here. He does have his cooldowns to grab some movement speed from Q, and he really plays that one well, just putting himself on the left side of the turret, so it actually denies movement from the team.
That was really, really nice overall. Tanked enough damage, was able to dodge everything. Now, he did have to flash. Once Udyr finally initiated that fight, he said, okay, you've got turret aggro. You can't chase me. I'm going to buy a few seconds by flashing down. It only takes about a second and a half to walk the distance that it takes to flash, but that was all the time he needed to spend. Yellowstar, though, in a tricky situation, Illusion is waiting at the bottom.
Illusion sitting on his own ward. That one has been taken out, actually. Yes, that's a vision ward. Blasting, and he just misses it. He's going to get slowed down, but it does not look good here. The Ignite is on. Nip makes it out, and he gets first blood as it turns around onto Illusion. They will follow here. It looks like they continue to farm, rather.
That was really good vision by both of these players, actually. Yellowstar and Nif both realized he was going to take a lot of damage from that turret on the engage. They simply turned around on him. That last Ignite tick there to close the deal. And Yellowstar narrowly escaping that flash shadow dash. I mean, he really expected to hit that. That was honestly just an unfortunate mistake there from IG.
The Zenith just missing, forcing a little bit of mana out of Yellowstar, though. He's going to have to be careful as he gets to this turret. He is a bit tankier than that Ezreal, running that defensive masteries.
Well, he's going to be still in a little bit of a tricky situation. He's getting pushed around just a bit. And, the poke is still going to be here. Even though they've given Nif first blood, it wasn't giving Yellowstar first blood. Lizard buff on a Corki is going to be incredibly frustrating to lane against. With Nunu, it's really less that way. He's melee range. It's harder to apply that buff. So it's really kind of a non-factor in most situations.
See Zitai getting harassed in mid, very low on mana, finds RNA coming down from the top side of the brush, but now they have a location on RNA. The jungler, again, Illusion using this to their advantage, and he says they probably won't expect this once more. I just won't have flash this time. He's getting slowed down. Nip maybe taken down this time. Second time's a charm for Invictus Gaming.
Nice gank there, and that is really the jungler spent, or not the jungler really, but actually the support, Xiao spending so much money to constantly vision ward that river and that lower jungle to make sure SK does not have vision on what they're trying to do here. And they are absolutely focusing that bottom lane, trying to get Kid farmed. Right now it's working, up 50 to 33 in minions.
With a flash down bottom lane, Yellowstar looks to be taken down, and the 3v1 is just too much for him. Pure aggression from Invictus right now, Freak. They're really starting to turn it on.
That's exactly what they've wanted to do from second one, is go for fighting all the time, every time, and constantly going for that kind of a battle. Kevin putting on some nice pressure to PDD. Right now, he needs to be the saving grace, and he's doing that. 47 to 28 in minions. The unsuccessful tower dive still worth it overall because he is winning this lane. Very, very good for him. But the problem is Kid is on his way to being a total menace. That minion advantage we talked about top lane is going to be the exact reverse for that AD carry, and you've got a scary situation on both sides.
We'll see if PDD can push this one out. We have backing from Jace. We'll have to see what Kevin gets for himself. He does have the Dorans for a bit of sustain, and he only has 700 gold on him. Looks like he will go for a Vampire Acceptor to stay sustained in lane. This is not going to be an AP Malphite. You see him going for a regular build. Bottom lane is seeing a little bit of pressure. Looks like Leona trying to ward his Nif. Just playing mind games right now, staying in between himself and his AD carry. Just trying to absorb any damage that could come out. And then once again, the Vision ward is down. And Illusion sets himself up for that 3v2 this time. It's going to be on Nif once again. Yellow Star is just going to Valkyrie out of this one. So usually you go for the AD carry, but they may just focus Nif.
And Nif's the only one without an escape right now. Yellow Star has heal, flash, and Valkyrie all up. Aura, oh, this is so good. This is the counter gank that SK really needs here. If they can bait this fight out, Aura is going to sneak into the brush, but he's going to get spotted by Xiao Xiao. It's not going to be a fight, but here comes Illusion.
They do go on to Nif. It could have been miscommunication. A lot of pings were going out saying Illusion was there, and he wanted to taunt so his team could get there. They realized the situation was not going to be advantageous. Everybody backs off. You see it pushing the tower. Jace, pretty easy time farming at the turret, knowing the method to the madness to hit it. Looks like Udyr running back up top. Great wards right now from Invictus Gaming, holding off that raid section, but right now we see Udyr and Arne waiting off in the distance as he turns around again. Going from each lane to each lane, finding unsuccessful ganks is not going to help.
This is not looking good for Asa either. They're taking a bit of harass there from Cassiopeia, but shoved behind his turret, he is going to be safe here. Did save his flash as a result, so no really big deal. But now there's an interesting kind of twist of fate here. So Invictus has spent almost 400 gold on vision wards, clearing out the wards at bottom in order to kind of set up those ganks. And they were successful, of course. You're seeing a 400 gold lead and a 1 kill lead for Invictus as a result. Aura, however, invested in an Oracle's Elixir, which as long as he doesn't die, will actually pay dividends much more successfully as this game goes on. He's waiting in the bottom brush to try to start a counter gank here, or just try to bait in the opposition. You can see SK really trying to poke in on the kid to get Leona to actually engage this fight.
It looks like a lot of lanes have actually gone back before they're able to finish that gold generation item. Udyr coming through quite fast, and it's only going to be for a ward clear, but aggressive ward clearing with Bear Stance. You just gotta love it.
Yeah, well, but they managed to blind the enemy team. That's super worthwhile. They're pinging out all the possible ward locations. Aura can get himself rich pretty quickly by just sweeping out wards right here. As long as he does that successfully, it's going to be really good for the team. Udyr right now is going to be a crazy big menace around the map if you can keep moving.
Xiao Xiao getting some hits down. True Shot Barrage goes out. So much damage on the Nif. He will for sure drop in this fight, but the Requiem coming down. IP still looks pretty good. They are going to contest on a few more shots, and we see as well the Vorpal Blade taking him out, taking that one away from Kid. But Yellow Star falls.
A 2-for-0 despite Requiem, despite Aura being nearby. It was mostly that shield from Shen really saving the day, and that's exactly what it is. Illusion finally hit level 6, and just in time because that fight had just started there. That was a huge move.
Bottom lane will be pushed. We're going to see your first turret dropped here. The pings are onto RNA, and they say, yes, we can get him, but he runs just out of Zenith range. 4-1, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into this matchup. A pretty nice 2,000 gold lead in favor of Invictus Gaming, and that first turret to regain map control. Dragon is just within their reaches, so there's more global gold and experience coming to them in just a short amount of time if they play it right.
Invictus is absolutely controlling this early game properly, even from second number 1 where they set up that vision board gank at that bottom lane. It worked very well, and they're going to keep this pressure on. Now, SK has a counterattack opportunity. Usually it's when you kill an enemy champion, you go something like Dragon. But in this case, they know all bottom lane had to recall back. They are off the map. SK, a very good call to know that even though they're down in this map, they've got the control for at least those 15 seconds they need to kill Dragon. That's the kind of moves they need to make. SK are very smart players. There's a lot of experience on that team. They've been pretty much everywhere and seen it all. These guys have played at the top level for just so long that they know things like this. They're going to try to accrue these little advantages to get themselves back into the game. Ultimately, they are really far from out here, and they've got such amazing late game. Again, it's a burst combo from ING, but eventually that will fall off as Guardian Angels are completed. The very end game for SK is absolutely better here.
So going into this one, without wanting to really break the crowd control the team brings, we see Malphite picking up Sork Boots. What's the point in this on an AD Malphite?
So what Malphite's really trying to go for here is playing as a diver. He's not trying to be a main tank. That's actually Shen and Leona's job. His goal is really to play like he's a Kali and just dive in onto the back line, stun someone as a result, and just throw out damage. Malphite's base damages are high enough that if you actually just run magic penetration instead of like ability power, you actually get more damage on squishy targets. And his goal, again, is to kill Yellow Star over and over, so he wants to do damage to a squishy target. Getting magic penetration, you might see a Haunting Geyser or Abyssal Scepter as the next really major pickup. And Abyssal is especially good when you're teamed up with a second ability power champion like Cassiopeia. That magic resist shred that you're putting out just by being nearby and having that item
is also going to assist your teammate there. It's going to be a very, very good situation if PDD can keep getting farmed, can keep from getting ganked, and finish those really good magic damage items. You're going to see a very tough situation for Yellow Star.
D-Tie in mid, up against Ocelot, 114 CS to 105. These two are keeping it quite close, and really neither of them in mid have seen any action yet. Nothing is happening. It's all about the top and the bottom lane right now. We're going to see what these guys have going as we check out some of the builds. No real core items being finished. Still very early in the game. We have had a Dragon go down in favor of SK, and they were just able to have the timer on that. That's big. It's a small step, as we said, but it's a step they need to take to get to the top of the stairs right now, because Invictus Gaming is just hugely on the aggress.
And one of the best things about that overall was that it was snuck out of nowhere. Now, maybe Invictus kind of realized... There's no tells. Oh, look, the initiation in from Cassiopeia. Shen following as well.
Petrifying Gaze gets Ocelot right inside the turret range. They're a little too far out there. Great job. Requiem is coming down from that Death Defy, and they are going to be able to make it out quite easy. Corky Nudu from the right side, and even though he was 2 turrets deep, Ocelot gets taken out.
Yeah, really, really nice job. We've seen this from Azumi Frost as well, but Illusion using the Shen ultimate just to dive onto a teammate and follow in from there. You know, walked up onto Leona. She landed a solar flare, and he's like, great, he's stunned. All right, let me land the Shadow Dash. Thanks to the taunt. Easy kills picked up. Really, really good awareness there. This team making great calls, saying, yes, we can get Ocelot, even despite being behind a turret. Let's make this dive. We're tanky enough. We have the crowd control. Let's pick up that kill. That's the kind of moves that Invictus needs to make. SK are going to get global objectives pretty well. They're going to have that Dragon timed. I would expect to see them even get the second one, despite still being down in gold overall. I think they've still got what it takes to do things like that. But the difficulty, though, is IG, the ever-aggressive team, will continue to make moves like this, where they try to pick down enemy champions. They dive in. Again, they've got a great diving initiation combo here with Malphite, Leona, and Shen. We haven't even seen Malphite in these fights yet, but he's going to make this even worse.
The Illusion picking up his red buff right now. It does not look like that will go to Ezreal. He makes his way over there now. Kid is going to continue to farm that lane. The AD carries 108 to 93. We can see their CS, or their minion kills, are a lot lower. The focus on those lanes have really been about kills, ganks. We've seen counter ganks coming in, and a lot of 3v1s. Once on Nip, and then once onto Yellow Star in the beginning of the game, where Invictus was able to take a bit of a lead. Looks like they're going to be donating this blue buff over to Cass. More than happy to carry that and refresh up. And a good push in the middle here. They have quite the minion wave, and nothing coming up for Invictus, so this may be some good turret damage.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time to put some pressure on. That wall actually is really good. They get a lot of pressure onto Illusion if they want it, but they don't follow up. They're afraid of that counter gank once more. Shosho, he's got the ultimate back. That solar flare on Leona, so very strong. Yellow Star's got to keep his fingers on the W button at all times in order to be able to Valkyrie out and away from these scary situations. Actually, being a French keyboard, it would be a Z, actually. So, an Azerty keyboard for the French players, but he's got to make sure he can press that button and Valkyrie out away. It's a scary situation. He's got to have perfect reflexes to react to this enemy team.
Well, because I just mentioned the 3v1 situation, PDD finds himself in just that top. You can see his team now transferring over. Leona and Shen right there. The ultimate goes in right under the turret. Yellow Star grabbed aggro. He will make it out alive with a sliver of health, and it won't be Leona quick enough to reinitiate once again and capitalize on a kill.
There we go. That Malphite initiation, so incredibly strong. There's a lot of great potential there. You saw it, just the follow-up from Shen. But thankfully for Yellow Star, he had Summoner heal. He had the ability to Valkyrie out. He flashed away as well. Nip helping to slow that team down by channeling Absolute Zero. So the cooldowns are down for a short time. There's no Malphite Unstoppable Force for another few seconds. But is that going to matter too much? There's still a lot of great potential over here. Leona still got her spells. Illusion's ultimate is just about to come up. That Stand United on Shen going to turn fights around. They've actually picked out Nif a little bit. He might be a focus pretty soon.
We'll see what they have to do. RNA finding Illusion. Both junglers now with an Oracle. That will not turn into a high priority target, but there will be a chase for that champion if it comes down to it. You want to get that off the map. You don't want them clearing your wards. Zitai coming in very fast. Missing the Miasma, but catching a bit of the slow. Grabbing one of his own as Karthus returns the medicine.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight overall in this mid lane. The difficulty, though, is that Ocelot is very, very far behind. Now, he's got Exhaust, so he can do pretty well in a one-on-one trade. But anytime Ocelot aggresses, he has to worry about taking Petrifying Gaze to the face and dying as a result. SK, they're getting these globals, though. They're picking up a turret right here. Yes, they've lost mid, they've lost bottom, but Kevin, Ara, and Nif have constantly run back to the top lane to try to get something out of the top lane. There is that second dragon as well.
1-to-1 on dragons.
No, 2-0.
SK
Oh, wait, no, I got that
SK
backwards. Sorry, that's IG.
An illusion, yeah. Or an illusion, yeah. Invictus, rather, grabbing that one. Looks like they will be able to defend that bottom turret, and they feel like they pressed down a little too much. Invictus Gaming as well. All these teams on that western side, very good at warding, complete control of the maps. We've seen them grabbing oracles now as they play against other teams from around the world. We didn't see the first ones from Invictus and Azubu until about 28 minutes into the game. So we now see them grabbing those a little bit earlier, understanding that map control, but still keeping that aggressive game that they come with.
Yeah, IG's going to keep really putting their boot farther and farther down on SK's neck right there. They've got them in a pretty good situation. It's a 4,000 gold lead. That's a pretty good margin for 18 minutes. Of course, they're up in kills. That's been the large portion of that gold income, but the minion kills are also really factoring in to this lead here. Now, again, those top laners have never really been in a major team fight. We don't quite know how it's going to fare out. Kevin, really more of a persistent damage source than PDD, although PDD, the great initiator.
Initiating in right there, and he gets caught under the turret. It looks like Shen will come in to help here, and he's just going to be there for an assist on his kill, and that's awesome from Illusion as well. It's like Soraka wishing during the fight on bottom. I just want an assist.
Exactly. It's just so strong over and over and over. These three champions will keep diving and find kills. And if they're able to kill Jace in a combo, you know they'll be able to kill Ocelot's Karthus or Yellowstar's Corki in a combo. This makes it a very risky situation here where SK has to know that IG's dive comp will kill whatever they try to dive. What SK needs to do is either somehow be immune to that, which isn't possible. They can't keep splitting up like this and getting picked off because it will keep happening. They've got to start a 5-on-5 pretty soon and somehow come ahead in doing so. The difficulty though is ING is getting a lot of pressure across on this map. They're pushing turrets all the time, and they're up 5,000 gold. So trying to fight a 5-on-5 when you're down this much money is very difficult. But it's what SK, sadly enough, needs to do because they will keep getting picked off. They will keep losing turrets, and that's a very scary thing to have happen when you're trying to push to the late game. You need some way to stop losing champions every 2 minutes whenever the ultimates are up. They need some way to slow that pace down and then get their gold income finally start going up.
We have 20 minutes in the match now. Teams really bolstering their items. The core item on Cassiopeia, nice Abyssal Scepter for her, as RNA giving a little bit of harassment to Xiao Zhao on Leona. See that Bloodthirster being finished, as well as the quick Sheen pickup. So the Bloodthirster was finished and he bought a Sheen. So that's going to be a huge burst in damage that he gets from that, as well as if he continues to farm, he'll get even more damage per stack on his Bloodthirster. Rod of Ages on to Karthus. These teams are really getting into their full builds, and the potentials of the team are going to start coming out of their compositions.
And in these team compositions, I think Invictus Gaming just wants to keep going for pressure right now. And the good thing for them is they have Shen. When you have Shen, you've always got the tools you need to put pressure on the map. They can split 4-to-1. He can push one side, maybe the top lane. They can send everyone else on the other side of the map. And they're going to force engagements and just let Shen teleport in and make those fights work really, really well. Now, in the near future, Stand United is still down and on cooldown, so they're not going to split push too heavily and engage too hard just yet. But once he gets level 11, which actually just happened now, that pace actually starts turning up. That cooldown gets shorter. He's able to split push faster and be in more and more of these scary situations.
He could get jumped on here, but he chooses to go up the lane, just leaving the Yellow Star to farm on that. Kevin getting chased down here. Ground Slam does a good amount of damage, and he's not really even trading with PDD. He's just pumping through those potions. RNA on his left side, and PDD says, I haven't seen people for a while. Be careful in this. But the wave is too close, and he wants it still. Illusion coming back down to the bottom lane, and this is that Oracle situation that I was talking about. He may run away, but they are going to super chase this. And there it is. The attack goes on. He taunts right into the wall. He couldn't get it to happen. They're going to lock him into absolute zero quite early, though. The kill coming down. He flashes over the wall. Great positioning by Illusion, but he finds himself in another 3v1 situation. Just back and forth from these teams. Unstoppable force. Kevin finds himself in a 2v1. And they are just utilizing pressure all around the map. RNA, petrifying gaze to his backside will only slow. The miasma down as well. Another 3v1, and he's taken down, and Xiao Zhao would have just put the cherry on the top of that.
Nice moves by Invictus. Ara just getting caught out a little bit too much, tried to support the team, and was unable to. Really, really good opening setup here. Yellow Star just finishing his Trinity Force. That's going to be a power surge that they desperately, desperately need.
Both these teams are without Oracles. This is actually a very good situation for SK because really Invictus is going to be in all sorts of corners of the map. They're going to be very, very spread out around, and so ward coverage becomes very, very important. They don't want to get those lost.
We see now that Shen Stand United being used to move and get mobile to Baron. That's another thing of having Shen on the map or a global to quasi-global ultimate champion. You have a lot of movement and control over everything, especially with the amount of turrets you have down. Yellowstar on the outside getting locked up. They grab Baron, maybe here. Yes, they do grab Baron. That lockup from the Solar Flare was a little early, Freak. They really could have capitalized big.
I think they are ultimately just trying to waste time more so than turn Baron into like a 5v5 team fight where they would win. I think they're okay just taking the Baron advantage, healing back up, buying some new items. They're in fact all recalling right now. Now they might lose a turret for it, but you know, I'll kill Baron for a turret almost any day. And so, you know, in the end here, IG is still going to have a good advantage. SK are still making the right moves though, right? They didn't lose any champions in the Baron attempt. They're counterattacking everything with turret kills, so they're lowering those losses as much as possible. But SK are still in this really, really scary situation. They are fighting for survival in this game. They're down 2 to 8 in kills. They're still relying on their map control to go for a Dragon attempt. This will actually equalize all the gold that the Baron buff gave and most of the experience as well. The only difference now from that move is the fact that they are actually wearing these bright purple little tulips here that give them that Baron buff. That ability power and attack damage and regeneration is going to mean a lot in a team fight. And again, SK has to worry about that burst combo. Will Yellowstar survive, or will they go for Kevin and knock him out? He does not have yet his Trinity Force. That's a very, very big deal. He needs to get some more gold, finish that up. Got Mercury Treads, though, instead. He's still very, very far from completing any major items. This is a very bad situation, though. SK does not have much of their builds completed.
You know, yeah, Freak, you just said the Triforce finished on Yellowstar, and it's going to help him to put out damage, but the 2, 0, and 4 and 200 minions of Kid is just so huge. Finishing just that Sheen earlier, he went ahead and just bought the Zeal, finished the Triforce, which isn't a huge amount of gold, but is still, for the amount of time that everything got into his inventory, is just way too much for the levels that SK is hitting right now. There's going to be a lot of burst damage. They don't have the levels of experience to stop. You can just see, shredding right through the shield of Turtle Stance. Can't get another attack on. You can usually get 3 fangs out in that poison time, but he wasn't close enough.
Pressure is still going to be on. Cassiopeia, while she's really good at stopping push, she's also really good at aiding them. She can put down a lot of zone control. These abilities that say, hey, if you run through this, you're not going to like life very much. Please don't even try. And you can see she puts Miasma down, just spams Noxious Blast, and really keeps SK from initiating in. SK still needs to hold on for late game. Ocelot really needs Rabbitin's Death Cap, but he's about 1,000 gold away from finishing that item. I don't know if they can last this long to build it.
It is going to be tough to have minion waves pushing down every lane that is at least past the river. That definitely means they have the advantage. They are not giving SK time to focus on pushing these lanes either. They don't even really have an inhibitor turret yet, and they're dictating how this match is going.
An Illusion now with his ultimate backup at Stand United. They will split in for a 4-1 split push here. They're going to get the pressure down. The initiation misses from Malphite. Will they still fight here, though?
They are throwing back and forth quite a few of those long-range pokes. Mystic shots coming in as well as missiles from Corki. They choose to back off from this fight. Now, during that fight, they were able to take a turret and push off SK as 5 with Illusion top. That's not what you want to see. SK really needs to regroup here, figure out how they can counteract that. Without him there, he's going to be there quickly, but if they can get the burst damage down into the right person, they'll be able to win that fight.
The difficulty, though, is IG really has both sides of the coin. They've got really, really great fight initiation. We've seen it over and over and over again. Malphite, Shen, and Leona start fights and they kill someone really, really fast. But at the same time, if they miss the initiation or the fight doesn't start out very well, they've got really, really good defensive abilities just on that same side. You know, those same champions can really, use their crowd control for the forces of good instead of evil and keep their teams alive and, crowd control opponents. They've got their exhaust. All their flashes are up. Ezreal just innately is very, very defensive. He can kite backwards, blink over walls, be very, very safe. And, of course, the crown jewel of all that is going to be Cassiopeia. That Petrifying Gaze ultimate works best when they're coming at you. She's going to crowd control everyone and really make life difficult.
We have a lot of backing, probably some purchases to go out here. Cassiopeia grabbing that Rabadon's. Looks like we're going for the Bloodthirster on Corki as well, unless he just gets that sustain from somewhere else, which I don't know. Won't believe he will. They don't have that sustain healer. It is new to Bottom lane is getting poked out there. They said we can push this easily. It's still past that river. We can see Illusion still toying top. They got the triple split push going now. Nobody's really going to focus on mid, so they're going to try to draw them away from Illusion here.
And that's going to be really the case. They're just going to, meet up. As for, I don't know if they're going to go for mid or bottom. Really, they're pretty much equal lanes. I think bottom makes a little bit more sense just because it's geographically split up a bit more from that top lane push. But they're going to kind of keep this train going, and maybe this time they'll actually land the Malphite ultimate and start that fight off right. But it's going to be kind of the same, that same story once again, where SK is going to be stuck under their base, 9,000 gold down, trying to hold on to a battle. Their ward's getting swept out by the Oracles from Xiaoshou, and it's just going to be a push once again for Invictus.
They are going to stay on that bottom lane. Shen's ultimate is up, so they can get him whenever they need to. Putting some good damage onto the turret right now. It's found just above half health as they have the minion wave clear out of there. They have another one right behind them though, and all 5 members are honed on that bottom lane. Illusion's going to be able to do whatever he wants top. Nobody's even trying to stop him. So much damage onto Kevin, and the fight hasn't even started yet. He gets hit one last time, and it looks like they are pushed out of this one. They say, let's go hang out with Illusion. That inhibitor turret falls. They're looking to drop in super minions on this bottom lane. BDD standing on the outside. The wall goes down, and the initiation could be here. A beautiful petrifying gaze. Ocelot trying to get back in with the file on here. He goes down. He is forced in that position. Chase will fall as well, and they start to melt in their own base. The fight really didn't even have Illusion there for the first hand of it, Freak, and the triple kill for Kid on Ezreal.
And now it's just Nip alive. This is not looking very happy for SK Gaming. Their hopes might be dashed right here as they are pushing in for that Nexus.
The Nexus turret going down. They look for the second turret here. They don't have any minions though, and they're forced out. They miscommunicate, and they only have a sliver of health between Cassiopeia and Leona. That is definitely the right choice here.
And they are recalling back out right now. Nif making his way out of the base. GG well played is actually said in all chat, but it looks like they're having to go back to base and regroup for one more attempt later on. We're a bit worried about that comeback attempt as they were coming back up. If they didn't quite have the damage they needed, it would have been a bit risky. Shosho getting pushed out. Nif kind of going to push in right here. That Oracle's can actually fall as a result. Trying to get the damage, but here comes Kid out of nowhere. Nif getting baited out. We'll pick up the kill, but this could be a trade.
And he does take him down. Udyr, RNA knows Ezreal is the kite man, and it looks like he's good. Could get dunked on here. Kevin is going in strong for it. He doesn't have any mana left, but he's got the blue buff. They dodge the cruise top barrage and take him down. He has 18 HP.
Oh my god, SK keeping the shambles of their base actually alive. They've got one turret still on their Nexus. They've only lost one inhibitor. Also, sorry, good game, well played. The surrender does go out. Okay, I was going to say, like, you don't say GG and then keep playing. That seems a little weird. So SK making it as far as they could, but it's Invictus with the win right here, taking second place in the group. Moving on, DLG, SK Gaming not making it out of Group A. It will be a Zuzu Frost and Invictus Gaming, both teams from Asia, moving on to the quarterfinals.
An amazing matchup, and it just shows us how strong these teams are, what they put, the dedication they put into training this game. Those teams with coaches bouncing ideas back and forth. It just helps so much to visualize what's going to happen before it happens. And you know, doing my homework, I read that a lot of these teams do that with their coaches. And I guess it pays off. I mean,
absolutely. It's great when these teams have someone that they can kind of come to who's not, narrow focused on one champion or one role in the game, whether they're watching the entire team, they're watching the entire matchup saying, okay, you guys as a team, you tend to not focus here, and it tends to burn you because, they'll out-gank you at mid, or they'll out-gank you at bottom, or, their buff control is better. And if you're narrowly focused on your role in the game, you don't always see that. These teams with coaches, it helps them get that clear view of how the game is being played, of what needs to be done to win these games. And you're seeing these Asian teams come out on top right now.
Yeah, an amazing game there. Just so much to be had by Nids. Zatai playing a beautiful 3-0-3 on Cassiopeia, the 4-2-5 Illusion. And they played the split push just like the old CLG we used to see. It was just back and forth. Hotshot would stay top lane. Nobody could even fight him. And then they would just push 4, and they'd have to put 5 there eventually. Really, he actually almost went to that top turret by himself as Shen, and that's not the fastest thing in the world.
It's not really fast. He didn't really even build for it either. Sometimes you'll see a split push-oriented Shen go for something like a Sunfire Cape or an Ionic Spark to try to clear out minions really, really fast. But in the end, that was not the case here. He just simply, walked forward, was tanky, was very, very powerful, did a very good job of all of it. That team playing just very, very strongly. Invictus, from minute one, looked like they deserved that win.
All right, guys, so let's see what this does to the scorecard. We will see that SK has dropped out, but not going home empty-handed.
Now $25,000 still going to the 11th and 12th place teams in this tournament. Counterlogic Gaming North America, 50 grand to them for winning that one match and being right above that bottom spot. So still a lot of competition still to go. The teams that make the quarterfinals, the numbers just go up from there. These guys, you know, they've deserved the prize they have won so far. Of course, we've got a lot more games underway. Of course, we've got Group B also starting in just a few minutes, and we've seen a couple of teams now qualifying for these quarterfinals, and there's just more action to come.
It's going to be huge, Freak. The next game, Dignitas versus CLG EU, is going to be awesome. We really, I don't think, have seen these teams face off in a tournament setting.
They've never matched each other in any major tournament officially. They've been in the same tournaments in the opposite side of the bracket, and they'd both get eliminated before making it through. And now I know a lot of you guys at home kind of pull for CLG EU. There's a lot of people at home. There's a lot of you, right? Them. And I know every one of you actually by name. And actually, I wanted to make a quick aside and happy birthday everyone whose birthday is today, because there's a lot of you. Some of you, happy birthday today. Thank you for coming out. But we've got a replay we want to bring up from that last fight of just what it took for Invictus to close that game out. And it looks like they're diving in from the Nexus. A lot of damage putting out on the inhibitor. You can see them poking back and forth and back and forth. Ocelot tries to go in out of the fight. That's really his role there. But the great initiation pushes out Aura, making a 5-on-4. And look at the damage output. He gets burned down. Kevin goes down. Ocelot was actually 50 gold short of a death cap. That Requiem stopping him from picking up those last couple of kills that actually might have made a little bit of difference. Like 2 more minion kills could have meant a death cap for Ocelot. Nice try overall.
You know, an amazing job there, and I guess the key to victory was true. Keep Ezreal away from Kid. So that was a big point there. That bottom lane was aggressive the whole time. We saw that Nunu and Corki. It wasn't really working out for them too well against that Leona Ezreal. Just too much aggression. They kept pushing in. And really, what we've said top a long time is top lane isn't going to see that much more from the jungle. It's that bottom lane. They had so many 3v2 situations, and that one point where they took out Nif and then just came back again after they lost Illusion to do it again.
And that was just like this chain focus on the bottom lane for Invictus. They knew Kid was their all-star carry. He was going to make the big moves. You know, he had been putting up great numbers the entire day, and they said, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to focus that bottom lane, and we're going to crush out Nif and Yellow Star, and it's going to work really, really well. Their opening strategy was about that. They had a lot of vision wards early on saying, okay, Tribrush, they know that Shen can start red side because they know that he doesn't need mana, he doesn't need the golem buff, he can get level 2 off the lizard and then go gank. SK knew that. They put a ward in that brush right along the path. He didn't even care. He's like, oh, a ward, that's nice. Pink ward, bam, put it down, sweep the ward out, walk to lane anyway. Managing to burn Summoner Spell is a very near kill there at the very start. And he just kept coming back and kept coming back and kept coming back. They brought Vision Ward after Vision Ward, denying all the vision from SK and making sure those ganks came in blind every time.
All right, guys, you've just seen the match. SK going home with 25,000 as Invictus moves forward. Coming up after the break, it's a group analysis with our very own DJ Wheat, followed by the vital draw to find out who will play against the Zubu Frost and Invictus Gaming in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Very well played.
刷1，但是苏浩被换到一个。
This is insane. Too much damage is being dealt. One more shot to go. The Nexus falls.
Welcome, Summoners, to the Season 2 League of Legends World Playoffs. Broadcast live from Los Angeles. Please welcome your casters, Jat and D-Man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here in the World Playoffs, and we are coming to you live from downtown Los Angeles. If you did not know already, it is quite sunny here. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be, and it's a great place to hold the World Championships. It's been quite a day so far with two teams already advancing. If you missed it, well, you've missed a hell of a lot of action.
You'll be able to check out the VODs, but we saw an epic Group 1 stage, the very first game really to kick it off between Invictus Gaming and Azubu Frost, were the eventual two teams to move on, and then they drew for the next round, and we had them up against TSM and M5 for tomorrow. So everything already starting to get set up, but we still have a whole other group.
There is a whole other group to go. So, I mean, just the games we've seen already. So far, we've had a discussion. I mean, I've been blending with the players, with the various media people, and we've been talking about what's been the best game so far. Azubu versus IG, the two teams that have progressed. We're not surprised that these were the best game of the day so far.
They were predicted to be the teams that would probably move on. There was some fans for COG that thought they'd be able to come through. SK was a bit of an underdog in that group. Overall, though, that pretty much went towards predictions. Frost dominating so much in Korea, only having that one loss. They've beaten pretty much everyone else. So them being the #1 seed, expected, even though it was very impressive.
And speaking to the players, there's already things that are coming up, like COG. They played on red side all 3 games.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is done, they're like, well, if we'd have had a blue, we might have had this strategy play out well, I don't know. But these are all things, as a former player, are these things that you like begrudge, or do you just get over it and get on with it? I mean, Season 3 is coming up. These teams are all already qualified for them. So, just suck it up.
I think that is something you ultimately get over. But at the same time, them bringing it up when they see issues like that, totally justified. I would do it as a player as well. If there's not these separations, I wouldn't want to be red side 3 times personally.
Yeah.
But it happens to them. I don't know if that actually decided the games they lost, because when they lost to IG and Azubu Frost, they did lose fairly convincingly. So we can't say that there were these super tight, razor-thin games. I mean, maybe you could if you're a COG fan.
Maybe
I'm not taking anything away from them. That is not necessarily the right thing to happen. But, you got to suck it up.
And as a former player, how would it have been to sit and play in an event like this?
Incredible, actually, and pretty nerve-wracking, if I'm going to be honest. You know how many people are watching. You know how pumped the fans here are. You have the completely noise-canceling headsets. It's got to be such a strange feeling to only hear each other's voices when outside there's over 1,000 people just screaming when something happens. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it is pretty nuts. So anyway, for those that have just joined us, let's have a look at how the tournament's been going. If you just missed it, you've missed Group A already. The competition spans across 4 days, so that is for all playoffs today, quarterfinals tomorrow, and as well as a quarterfinal on Saturday. I've got to get my days right. I put it completely wrong on the Reddit post. And, of course, the semi-finals on the Saturday as well. There's 12 teams that have came here, across the last 2 weeks. It's been a pretty crazy approach to the whole tournament. We have all sorts of things going on in the background as well, and that's the beauty of a live event. But anyway, we're going to be reduced to 2 teams from this group, and 2 more teams, obviously, from the quarterfinals, all going to get drawn. That's going to happen later on today. That is why we're here for Group B. And at the end of the day, there is going to be a World Playoff Final. That's going to be next Saturday in a massive, massive venue, the Galen, and it's going to be a huge tournament. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, Jack, the whole event is massive.
It's really crazy. So we already know we already have 2 teams that have been eliminated. That's got to feel, unfortunate for those guys. You come so far and to just drop off. They'll still be in it for Season 3. They can come back. They'll be there. Right now, we have the last 4 teams of the day duke it out in the remaining group stage. So each group will play best of 1 round robin to determine who advances to the quarterfinals, and then they're going to match up against World Elite and Taipei Assassins in the draw. So the top 2 teams in this group are going to be the ones to move on, and we'll see 2 more teams be out of it by the end of this.
And honestly, I think the teams that possibly get through from this group are going to be happy with that draw, because TSM and Moscow 5 are now out of the picture. So, I mean, they could still get drawn that side. The top place will obviously fall into Moscow 5's side. Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. And the second place will fall into TSM. Now, how cocksure of yourself can you be to say, I could get second, I feel I could take that, guys, through the quarterfinals into the semifinals and make it to the final? I mean, that's a pretty ballsy play, but some of the teams may even be thinking that already.
In all honesty, some of the 2 fan favorites, so to speak, are Moscow 5 and Team Solomid in this whole tournament.
And they're on the
and with that draw, they've been on separate sides of the bracket. So the top 2 teams in this, really, I don't see a definitive advantage for either side of the brackets, because there's actually a lot of strength on both sides. So really, it's just all about getting top 2 2-1 or 3-0 in this group, probably going to get you there. There's a situation where 2-1 wouldn't get you there in a playoff, but it's rare.
Yeah, so if you've just joined us, I mean, we've already got a Zubu Frost versus TSM. That is actually drawn already. The players themselves drew that. So Gunwung drew that one out and said, yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. You know, he was very humble in it. IG have drawn Moscow 5 as well. And from what I can tell, the manager was kind of okay with that. I'm not too sure the players were. Moscow 5 were like, yeah, that's okay. It's not TSM. It's not a Zubu Frost. At least we avoid Zubu Frost. So they'll be happy with that one. So anyway, Group B, that is what is coming up right now. It is going to be Dignitas, CLG EU, Najin Sword, and of course the final one, Saigon Jokers, I can get my words out, which, you know, were a surprise package, honestly. But they have got here on merit. And honestly, anything can happen in Group C, as we've already shown. So the two top teams from this Group B will qualify. Obviously, the quarterfinals draw will happen. It will be Taipei Assassin and Team WE. So let's take a look at who will be battling out for those last two spots.
Tossing that to me right there, Dean. I'm sorry, I dropped a little bit. But so, you know, these last two spots, really, Saigon Jokers have to be the dark horse. The very first game that we're going to be having here, though, between COG EU and Dignitas is just an absolutely crazy game because there's been a bit of drama going on in the Players' Lounge. There may be some kind of secret strategy that Dignitas was planning. Some teams may have leaked some things. I'm sure if you're curious on the outside of fans that you might be able to figure this out. But Dignitas says they have something special planned, and we're going to probably see it here against COG EU. Yeah,
so enough talk. Let's get the action started. Let's get back into introducing the first two teams. It is going to be DJ Wheat and Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm DJ Wheat.
And I'm Rachel, and we're incredibly excited to be here with the best League of Legends teams from all around the world.
Yep, 2 teams have already moved on, and after these upcoming matches, 2 additional teams will be one step closer to their dream of being crowned Season 2 World Champions. Of course, coming up first in Group B, Team Dignitas against Counter Logic Gaming EU. A mainstay in North America takes on a team that has competed in regions around the globe.
I'm sure these teams are eager to get started, so let's bring them out.
You ready? Starting as the blue team, finishing second at the North American Regionals. Show your home team some love. It's Team Dignitas. Give it up for the individual players as the AD carry. It's I'm a Cutie Pie.
On support, we have Patoy.
As the AP carry, give it up for Skara.
In the jungle, it's I Will Dominate.
And last but not least, in the top lane, give it up for Crumbs.
And now, playing as the red team, they won DreamHack and finished second in OGN Azubu's The Champions Summer Tournament. From Europe, please welcome Counter Logic Gaming EU. In the top lane, we have Wicked.
In the jungle, give it up for Snooper.
The AP carry, Froggen.
The AD carry, Yellow Pete.
And on support, he's not a scumbag. He's Crepo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kick off the first match of Group B. Let's kick it over to our casters. Give it up for Jack and D-Man.
Thank you very much, DJ Wheat and Rachel, and we are back, and well, it is a classic straight away. North America versus Europe, straight into it, and crazy, crazy match to begin the group stage with.
And even though this is a classic NA-EU battle, these teams have never met in competitive play, which is crazy to think about. COG-EU has been dominating a lot of Season 2. Dignitas has been around since the end of Season 1 and never played.
They've never played, not in offline, not in online. It is a crazy, crazy situation. So, honestly, we don't know how this one's going to turn out. I mean, Dignitas have always performed well on LAN. You know, look at the World Championships at CBIT. They came second, Moscow 5, and nobody rated them in that one. But they got to that semi-finals, the finals, completely on their own merit. COG-EU could not compete in that, but when they have started turning up at these events, they have looked amazing. Moscow 5, the only team to stop them so far.
And really, just looking at this matchup between COG-EU and Dignitas, COG-EU is so much about stalling around, reacting to the other team's play style, trying to farm up and win late game. Dignitas in the past is also very much about farming in late game, so this could be pretty long one.
So, at the moment, I mean, honestly, COG-EU coming into this one off the back of OGN championships. They finished second. They're going to have the confidence. So let's have a look at how the COG and the other European teams made it here.
8 of Europe's top teams and only 3 chances to qualify for the $2 million Season 2 World Championships, as well as a spot in the Season 3 Championship Series. The action in the semifinal round would prove to be some of the most intense, with the underdog SK Gaming taking on fan favorites Counterlogic Gaming Europe.
I want to beat the CLG pretty hard, actually. I want to beat them so hard.
After taking Game 1, SK's Ocelot dominated on Oriana, securing a 2-game sweep that sent an emotional SK Gaming to the finals to face Moscow 5.
This is my goal, this is my dream, you know? It's my life. And that's the reason I'm so emotional over it.
It was win or go home for Counterlogic Gaming Europe and Fnatic Raid Call in a hotly contested battle for 3rd place. After several missteps against SK Gaming, CLG would once again find their stride. Using tricks they learned in Korea, Crepo and Yellow Pete would lead CLG to the win, and on to Los Angeles.
Well, we just won pretty much the most important match we ever had.
In the final showdown, SK Gaming's upset would fall short against powerhouse Moscow 5. Led by Diamond's play on Udyr, M5 would roll to an easy 2-0 victory to collect the $40,000 first place prize.
Thanks everyone! Moscow 5 for the win!
Moscow 5, SK Gaming, and Counterlogic Gaming EU will now represent Europe in the Season 2 World Finals.
So that's exactly how they got here. And Jat, how do you think these guys are going to have to do? I mean, they're coming up against Dignitas. They've never played each other before. What are their keys to victory for Dignitas to start with? Coming up against CLG-EU, they're going to watch the videos. They're going to have studied them. What have they got to do?
Very first thing they have to worry about is how Scar matches up against Froggen. These are 2 legendary farmers in mid lane. They are so good at really just creating pressure for their own lane and not necessarily roaming. So it's going to be on Dignitas to make sure Scar wins that matchup just because it's so focused in there and it will translate later on into the rest of the game.
And secondly, I mean, they've got to shut down Wicked. We've noticed this before from Curse EU, from Moscow 5. It's how they do. It's how they control CLG-EU.
When teams beat CLG-EU, it's by keeping Wicked down. He's so much about their late game diving in. He's the one who shuts down the other team's carry. He goes in with Snoopy, and when they don't have that going, they just can't win late game. And as another thing for Dignitas is they just have to pick a late game team. Almost all of COG-EU's games go late. Dignitas is also very skilled at going late game. So if they just don't have the comp to take it late, we know COG-EU can stall. They could get it there, and then Dignitas would be in trouble.
So that's what Dignitas are going to do, you know, veterans of the sport. They've been around a long time since joining Team Dignitas, I guess you could say. Didn't quite make it to Season 1, but can they redeem themselves here in Season 2? Let's see what COG have got to do to take down Dignitas.
Really, the big thing for COG-EU is the Snoopy ganks have to work. They have to support him, and they have to protect him in the jungle. When they lost against Azubu Frost in that OGN final, it was because Snoopy ganks fell down. He wasn't there. They didn't protect him in the jungle, fell behind. Also, they do have to take the initiative because they've been getting invaded early on at level 1 in these games. The reason Snoopy falls behind sometimes is because he gets counter-jungled, because COGEU knows they can stall so well that a lot of times they just forget to do things. And then very last, obviously never give up. We've seen that 70-plus minute game they had against Moscow 5 over at DreamHack. They don't surrender. They could be down 20,000 gold, all 3 inhibitors. They're going to keep going. These guys never surrender, and they've turned around games from really dire circumstances.
Yeah, and a big key part of that was having Anivia in there as well. Karthus as well. 2 big, strong champions that Froggen can take, but Skara is definitely a wild card. I have no idea which way the picks and bans could possibly go for this one. I mean, there's so many characters. We've talked about it in the past, of how you ban out CLG. How do you ban out Dignitas? Both have got such a huge pool of champions they can play.
A lot of people just take out Anivia immediately against Froggen. You don't want to deal with it. You want to be able to push into the game. That's probably going to be the first ban. And here we are into Champion Select. First ban's coming out. There goes Anivia.
Yeah, immediately. And we talked about how quick these were going to come out as well. We expected it. Anivia, Malphite, and Alistair all banned straight out by Dignitas. Keeping real, really, what the Korean teams have been doing as well. It's exactly the same as happened at ECC Poland and Gamescom. They expected these bans to come through. Katarina, Skana, and Draven being banned out by CLG. That shows they've been doing their homework against Dignitas.
I was talking with Crepo earlier, actually, and he said, I don't know how to play against Draven. We're going to ban it. He was he knows AmaCutiePie's practiced a lot of Draven, and he just hasn't had the practice against it. So they threw that ban specifically because Crepo and Yellow Pete haven't had experience against Draven's lane, and it's actually a bit of a fear ban.
A bit of a fear ban, but Ezreal being picked up. This is something we've talked about.
This is fast.
Kid on the IG, you know, that managed to go for it. Well, there you go. You've got Wicked on Aurelia immediately. This is something we expected, but Crepo on Sona, I did not expect. We've been seeing him playing a lot of Leona lately, but he's gone with Sona.
Both these teams did spend time in Korea. Dignitas lost in the group stage, the craziest group stage actually. Azubu Frost and Najin Sword were both in that group to knock out Dignitas. And as these groups fly back and forth, a lot of these lessons that they've learned from the time in Korea, like the Alistair ban, or like the Ezreal picking it up very early, even Sona is now across the world, not so much of a secret, but one of the #1 supports you can pick early. Both these teams just really going with power picks back and forth.
It's something we may see Najin Sword using later on, which is Sona. They're very strong on that one as well. But let's get back to that later. It is going to be... I can't even see it on my screen. It is Gragas in there. Well, Gragas. Of course it is. It's Skara. This is something we've seen so often. Effectively playing it like Kassadin. Going back to ECC Poland, this is how Alex Itch was playing it. And we've seen Skara doing the exact same thing. Get that Deathfire Grasp in early, get the Abyssal Scepter, just blow people up.
Even in the regionals, I can remember he killed Chouster's Sona in 2 spells. He ulted and Q'd, he ulted him onto the barrel, and he didn't even need to DFG him. He just exploded him immediately. And these picks and bans coming in real fast. We have Froggen onto Orianna. Well, yeah, he will actually be playing Orianna, and the Maokai pick, which is going to be falling into Snoopy. And these are really happy picks. Wow, Darius Tarek.
And furious.
That is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that is very quick picking. And that top lane is immediately a scary thing. Darius, with Shyvana diving in, would obviously going to have exhaust. I've seen players, playing it lately with Flash. Thinking back to you in the office, I've got to be honest. Flash, but, Shyvana, very strong champion. Made famous by Moscow 5, some would say. A lot before that, nobody's really using it before IEM Kiev, and suddenly everybody uses this. Shyvana now, very fast jungler. Who will be the final pick for CLG, though? You can see Maokai going in there. Snoopy will be happy with that one. Froggen, I'm not so sure on Orianna. Has played it quite a few times, but honestly, I would never, ever doubt what champion Froggen could play. But that is definitely a different one. This is the first Cogmore of the tournament, as far as I'm aware.
Looking really quick down these team comps, actually, we see COGEU, do they have enough to protect the Cogmaw, which is what you have to do in these scenarios. Orianna, very, very good at protecting AD carries. Maokai puts up that damage reduction. It's a little soft on the Cogmaw protection, in all honesty, though. Darius can get onto Dunk, and Skara can pretty much kill him in a couple spells if he gets going. This is interesting here because Dignitas has been talking all this time about their secret strategy. If it's coming out here, you can't necessarily tell it from the picks. But if they have something going on, we're probably going to see it early.
Yeah, and this is the game they've got to do it against. COG, you've got to think they're going to see the groups as a threat. That COG EU, they feel we've heard Skara. I've been on chat shows with Skara before, and he's talked about how strongly he feels Najin Sword are. So he's going to feel, is that a game we can win, or do we have to sacrifice everything for the very first game of the day?
I think they're going all in right away. Dignitas coming in. We were talking with Odie earlier. They say every tournament they come in overly confident. This tournament they're in, was it optimistically confident or quietly confident? So they know what's at stake, and they know the quality of the teams in this tournament, so they would be very wise to go all in right from the start.
Yeah, so, I mean, as it is, looks like going to be loading into the game, and honestly, which way would you favor this one? CLG EU coming into this one as, I guess, technically a number 2 seed by a lot of votes accordingly. Well, I'm not sure about that one. Moscow 5 definitely up there. I mean, Azubu Frost, Jesus, just showed they showed it earlier. 3-0 in the group, looking very strong. But ladies and gentlemen, we have had the teams make their selections. We are about to get Group B underway. Are you guys ready to watch this game?
All right, the game is in, and both teams are just running out of their bases. Will there be anything sneaky level 1? COG EU so dedicated about saying level 1 is incredibly important and games can be decided on it. Everyone has their gimmick, their strategy, what they're doing level 1, and all 5 quickly have Dignitas running in. They get spotted by Wicked and place a ward at rates. That's actually a very standard early on play. Not much creative going on here. Actually, they have the Orianna ball down to Scout, and really they just have complete vision of each other. Nothing super sneaky happening this far.
Nothing super sneaky really going on so far, but you know, we've seen some crazy level 1 fights already in these previous matches. Are we expecting to see them in this one? I mean, honestly, at the moment, COG EU definitely the kings of grinding a game out, I guess you could say. And Dignitas are also known to be the same thing.
Dignitas has been known to take things late and just pick late game team comps. A bit of an exception here, to be quite honest. Tarek is not known as a late game support. He's all about roaming, crushing early, and winning lane. Darius as well, very snowball. He needs to win early, so Dignitas kind of going all in on COG EU here if you look at it from team comps. And really, standard start, Dominate starting near blue.
Dominate starting near blue. We are seeing them just get things off. That's going to be Dominate picking blue up. COG EU looking towards taking that red. You can see Orianna ball going out to start with, trying to push things out.
Oh, 4 members of COG EU.
Oh,
Skara trying to think
don't go for it.
Don't check, Skara.
Don't go for it, Skara. He's not going to go for it. It's all good. He's being sly. I mean, I think you barrel straight in there anyway. Is he going to have vision of it? No, he's completely backed away. So, let's talk about the lanes. You can see they're going to be setting up in a different formation, chat. We've heard about this. We've heard rumors about it. This is a new tactic.
So let's actually look at what's happening here. They have an AP bottom and a Darius top lane standard. What this really is it's a solo AD Ezreal early, and then Shyvana and Tarek are going to be trying to roam around and kill the other jungler. However, COG has been ready for counter jungling. They have a ward where I Will Dominate and Patoy are taking that red, so they're giving that up, and they're just going to try to play this out, I think.
Yeah, so I Will Dominate going for the invade. Looks like he's going to take the red away. We are looking down at the bottom lane, though. Or the mid lane, I guess I should say. I'm so used to calling it the bottom lane, but you can see it is already reactionary from SK Gaming. You know, they can see immediately in that middle lane. I'm just looking at where Patoy is going to go. Are they going to try and level 1 dive on towards Wicked? Level 2 dive, I guess you could say.
We've seen TSM do this kind of in the past. They'll try to get behind the tower when it's level 3v1, but it's just not quite there yet. And you can see they're trying to counter roam a little bit. Crepo was in middle. They were probably expecting a 2v2 mid, but the Tarek is literally just following Shyvana around Patoy, now working his way back into mid lane potentially, maybe trying to get level 2. This is going to be potentially very action-packed because when you have a roamer, these games used to happen in Season 1. It's really action-packed. Everyone has to react everywhere. Otherwise, you're going to be down men. It's all about who has more people in what spot. And with all these early wards by COG EU, they seem very well prepared.
It does certainly do. And Snoopy's just taking a walk around there. He's going to know the red's not there because he's taking it himself. As it is, we have a possible 3-man stack down that bottom lane. We do have Cogmore there alongside Skara. So they're 1v1 in it. Snoopy's going to come around, but it's just awful timing because Patoy and Dominate were there and immediately they are bought. They just caught it at the right split second. Otherwise, that could have been curtains for possibly Snoopy. Definitely walking in, just really lucky timing more than anything.
Let's be completely fair here. Patoy spent so much time roaming around. He's level 1 at 4 minutes. Everyone on COG EU has been getting experience, so this early gambit of the Tarek roam counter jungle hasn't really granted them all that much. They got their red stolen, and they stole COG EU's red, so all this early game gimmickry has actually not benefited them in the slightest.
And this is still was the danger with cheese. As we could call this cheese, I mean, it's more of a gimmick or whatever you want to call it. Snoopy currently down in that bottom lane, again, just keeping Yellow Pete happy and safe, really, if anything. Now, here's the anti-mage down there against Skara. Skara's Gragas. He really wants to, just satisfy, trying to burst him down. And Yellow Pete, actually, his pick's pretty clever here, because he's got a fair bit of range on Cogmore, and he's quite happy to sit on the turret and just farm this one up.
He's doing quite a good job just keeping his farm up. He's out-farming Skara 26-19, as well as
Mid-lane
having large
flash.
Here comes the big gank mid.
They go towards Greppo. Can they manage to make it count? No, the exhaust goes down. Greppo's going to surely get burnt. The Ignite's running. Is it going to be one last tick? Yes, it will be. First blood goes down. It's I'm a Cutie Pie that picks it up, and I'm a Cutie Pie is going to pay for it with his life. I Will Dominate also went down to Froggen. So despite the fact they went for the initial dive, it was a 2v1 exchange for CLG EU.
That's big for CLG EU, and that red buff coming down onto Froggen. You wouldn't think it, but the red buff on Orianna is lethal in lane. So much of her harass comes down to her auto attacks, and going up against Ezreal, the attack range is actually mesh. So
Wicked,
that's going to be close.
low.
And Wicked getting dumped on by Crumbs, but no.
Wow.
So close, so tight trading up there, and Maokai's running up. He needs to get out of there.
Yeah, and he had the 5 blood tick on him, and he just needed one more shot. Snoopy's going to maybe try and catch on. No! He stopped. Did he realize? Did he think he could get that twisted advance down? I'm not too sure whether he realized just how low it was. There was a whole creep wave of minions there, and he's happy to let Wicked farm that one up, which is actually dangerous now, because Crumbs is going to go back, and Wicked has got a double lane to farm freely.
Wicked actually getting a bit ahead of Crumbs in that lane. Up 10 minion kills, up in experience. Crumbs is still level 4, whereas Wicked is halfway to level 6. Scar trying to catch out Crepo in the bottom lane with that body slam, but Yellow Pete's going to send him right back. So early on, CLG doing a fantastic job repelling this Dignitas strategy.
And of course, I mean, you've got to think back. Their time in career, both teams would have taught them exactly how to react to this. You know, we talked about in the earlier key points how much they need to react to these types of crazy tactics. You know, they've been up against IG, they've been up against Taipei Assassins, they've been up against Zubu Frost. They have played the best in the world, I guess you could say, with Moscow 5 as well.
Top, hoping Wicked overcommits, and he misses the apprehend, and Wicked will just walk away.
He got that covered, don't worry. I was just glossing over that one, Jack.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I mean, like I say, they know how to react to this. They've been in these situations. They are 3-man stacking that top lane, and immediately Snoopy is reacting. He's going to come up there, and they're not going to be able to tower dive. I mean, tower diving in Aurelia is a dangerous thing in itself, but to tower dive in Aurelia with a Maokai in the distance is definitely death, and it's waiting to happen. Meanwhile, this mid lane, Crepo has been staying in the mid lane. You know, Froggen's returned to here, and he's actually doing a good job. Crepo has been roaming a little bit, not nowhere near as much as Patoy, but again, he's keeping the experience up because he's just sticking around long enough.
Here's the big thing about that matchup, though. You'd think that normally the support's there to allow the AD carry to farm, but Yellow Pete is nearly doubling Scar's score in the bottom lane minion-wise, so Crepo's going to go where he's needed because he does not need to help Yellow Pete from farming. This is working out fantastically for CLG EU.
Yeah, when you compare it, technically the AP versus the AP, it's a huge difference. Orianna 56, 30 for Gragas. And at the moment you can see Yellow Pete quite happily just continuing to hammer down on Scar from range, and that's why I think they were expecting this, you know.
That Kog'Maw pick is really lethal up against Scar, at least for now, until Scar gets some burst, but he's not going to have the big burst unless he gets some more farm, because every time Kog'Maw turns on that Bioarcane Barrage, he just pushes Scar away from being able to get minion kills. And really, down the board, everyone's out farming except for Snoopy, and that's because he's been spending so much time counter-ganking.
Counter-ganking indeed, and honestly there's a 20 CS difference already on that top lane. Look at that, Crumbs has just returned to lane, he's already getting hammered down, and I think Wicked might be able to finish him off here. He just backed away from it, and already he's literally just walked back into that lane and down to a third health, and Wicked completely healthy. And well, he sent him packing, which means he's just going to fall even further behind in CS.
Wicked still has that ignite for when he comes back. Crumbs in big, big trouble that lane. Still not very many items. And you can see Dignitas trying desperately. All these 3-man roams are coming around, but they're never running into accessible ganks. They're maybe trying to take down the first tower here. What's CLG EU going to do to try to hold it?
Yeah, you can see that Maokai is just around there. Snoopy's going to linger on if there's distance. Has got his ultimate if he needs it. Kog'Maw's going to be joining him, and you can see the Crepo's making his way through the jungle as well. And Snoopy wisely just wipes out the creep wave and doesn't get engaged on, and happily backs away from that one. As it is at the moment though, Wicked is completely farming on his own. He's getting close to double the CS now of Crumbs, and that is a dangerous, dangerous situation to be in.
CLG EU, even though they haven't had practice against this specific strategy, have had to deal with many, many lane swaps against Chinese and Korean teams. So many of those are 2 guys top,
and then they'll swap them around bottom, maybe run into mid occasionally. And this is really just a 1-1-1 roamer jungle rather than a 2-1-1 jungle swap. But either way, CLG EU is using the same strategies to counter it. Wicked is making sure to get as much experience as possible, and whenever he has a 1v1 in that lane, he punishes since he knows he's ahead. And with that, it creates a lot of pressure for everyone else, and everyone else is really just holding strong. So overall, they're just out-golding, out-farming, out-experiencing Dignitas right now. So when the roam arrives, it's not strong enough to do anything.
Yeah, and every time Patoy is just following, I will dominate like a lost dog at the moment, and there's nothing coming from it. That one attempt they've had at the gank has backfired. They are 2-1 down. They're nearly 2k gold down. Just 10 minutes gone in this game on already 80 CS to 55. That top lane definitely in favor of Wicked. And you know, we talked about it at the start, you know, how much Wicked needs to be shut down. He is not being shut down. He's been let free on that top, on Aurelia, the champion that he's probably most famous for.
He's right at home right here, just tanking the minions, keeping Crumbs out of experience range, and just look at that 85 to 57 total domination really when you look at that top lane. And CLG EU keeping the wards on the jungle exits up as much as possible. So anytime Tarek and I will dominate want to come out of their lane or come out of their jungle, they get seen. The only spot where there isn't a ward is here in bottom with Kog'Maw, but the lane's pushed up and they're really trying hard to force here. Scar missing us all.
They're desperately going on to win. Yellow Pete at the moment seems quite happy. He's just tanking it through. Now he's in trouble. He will certainly go down, and Scar picks up the kill. It took all three of them, and it took them a long time, 11 minutes to make it finally work, but eventually it did. And is that going to be the turning point for Dignitas? Because CLG were in a farming heaven at the moment, and that is exactly what CLG be happy to do. They'll quite happily grind this one out, just farm it away. Froggen is causing IMAQTY problems in that mid lane.
And this is one of the dangers, laning an Ezreal up against Orianna. While ADs are okay solo laners, there is a reason the game has evolved to have the AP in the mid lane. Their harassment, their burst, and their dueling is generally higher than the AD carry early game, which is why you normally see him with supports. Scar getting interrupted, cannot get back to base from Snoopy being a little pest. That gank is still pretty good though. They caught up a lot of gold in that regard, and here they come top trying to bait Wicked.
Yeah, Wicked going aggressive, gets baited, and I think he may well go down. The dunk went through, the exhaust goes down. Patoy's surely going to get one more dazzle off in a moment. He saw the Ezreal ultimate just missing. The dazzle is not going to quite be up. Oh, and he just gets to the tower. I do not believe Wicked walked away from that one and just strolls off like a boss.
Using actually all the healing from his kit, those Transcendent Blade ults going out, heal off everything they see, and because of that, CLG EU taking the dragon down. Everyone on Dignitas' top. This is how CLG EU keeps control. They're just getting the gold. They know if they reach late game, they're going to be okay against this roam strat.
Yeah, that is the first dragon of the game, picked up 12-23. CLG EU, are they going to turn this into a push? Are they going to turn it into a dive? Scar down that bottom lane. Could well be the target. They're hanging in that tri-bush. They are coming to sneak around the side there. Krepo and Snoopy almost doing exactly what I Will Dominate and Patoy have been trying to do for Dignitas. They are coming around the back.
I don't think Scar knows this is coming.
I don't think he has any idea. There's the creep wave pushing up there. They're going to dive in. Twisted Advance will come out. It will be Snoopy that will take the initial attack, and it's going to be Yellow Pete to do the damage. The ultimate barrel coming out there, but is Snoopy going to go down to the turret? He wouldn't lose an Oracle. No, he flashed out perfectly from the tower, and he's got away from it. Ezreal now heading down south. They're going to have to back away, hit and run tactics. Skara did a fantastic job to avoid that damage there. Oh, the Ezreal ultimate just passing by in front of them. Missing by, I think Krepo could well go down. No, he's had to burn his flash as well. So from a 3-on-1 gank, that backfired horribly, but unfortunately for Dignitas, they're going to pick nothing up on the back of it.
Scar's explosive cast was really clutch there. He knocked Yellow Pete, who was the primary damage source on that gank, completely out of it, which just made them over-tank the tower with Snoopy and have to burn, really, I think it was all three of their flashes in that failed gank. So great job by Scar actually living through that, and now, because of all three of them having to shop, they're able to invade and potentially take this blue buff away from Frog.
Yeah, they should be able to take that blue buff, and you can see unabridged and Dominate both with the blue buff of their own at the moment. Dominate, unabridged, you know, it's going to work well for him in the middle there, but Froggen is really dominating. He knows exactly where he's going to be. And while that was all happening, Grums had gone down south, and Wicked continued to farm. He's now 40 plus CS ahead, quite happily, just backing off, slowly building that Trinity Force, so he feels he can be aggressive. He's going for the Trinity Force first off.
The good thing for Dignitas and all of this is when they did get that two-man gank on Wicked, the global gold caught up because they took the tower for the dragon. So overall, that trade wasn't absolutely terrible for them. They looked like they started very slow because the roaming strat initially didn't work. But since then, they've actually pulled off some pretty good moves. It seems it's a very well-practiced strategy. They're not panicking necessarily. I Will Dominate now has an Oracles. They're clearing out that ward in the bottom, but they really need that to set up. You can still see Patoy really just tag-teaming it with I Will Dominate. It's almost like they have just an increased gank presence because Tarek is a stun for I Will Dominate. They're camping this brush, actually. They're hoping that they forget about it, and they're going to potentially try to turn something up here if Yellow Pete and Crepo shove.
So how dangerous will this be once we start getting to late game? You know, if Patoy continues to fall behind on the levels, he could be a lot weaker right now. It's level 6, he's not too bad, he's got the ultimate in there, but he will fall further and further behind because he's just going to be missing out on that experience.
To be fair, though, Crepo has spent so much time trying to react to what Dignitas has done. He's level 6 as well. He doesn't even have boots yet. So he's actually went for the double gold per 10 items. He's waiting for late game. They're just trying to turn around. And here comes the dive top lane. Wicked and Snoopy just tanking tower hits.
Oh, but Snoopy might go down. He gets hooked in, but that's going to be the kill, and it was good exchange of tower damage there. And, well, Snoopy tried to get away from it. I think he did a flash, which lost the turret damage, and it turned it to Wicked. So that hook that pulled him in didn't lose out. And again, he got away with the Oracle. So very nicely played by CLG EU at the moment. Going to continue pushing that top down tower.
Wicked and Snoopy, experts at taking tower aggro, just duty one after the other. The tower does increasing damage the more it hits a target. So if you can take 3 or 4 hits with one guy, lose aggro, and have it swap onto the other, you can really... They fooled the 0 Crumbs on top of that tower, so nowhere safe for him at this point.
Indeed, there is the turret to follow it up, so that's going to continue the gold advantage that COG currently have. 3k now, 1-1 in turrets, and Froggen, well, unaided, pushing that mid turret, doesn't want to take the tank turret there at the moment, so Israel clearing that one out. Have a look at unabridged. I mean, how is he stacking up? He's gone bloodthirst.
Bottom lane, they're actually going really aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive. Crescendo goes across. You can see that's going to be Crepo going down. Can they turn this into a couple of kills? The Yellow Pete, the exhaust is about to run out. He's got the turret damage as well. You can see Snoopy's going to have his twisted advance back available in a moment. The cooldown, no! Scarra's flashed out of it. I think he's going to go away. Remember, Snoopy just used his flash in that top lane, so he's not going to be able to pursue anymore.
They were all going for that tower, and then just at the snap of their fingers decided to dive past it. Knew how weak and slow Crepo was because of not having boots at the time of that gank. Able to take the 3-3 kills, they'll be able to get that tower later. They're doing a pretty good job forcing the right kind of engagements here.
Yeah, but right now, we've talked about it in the past, 183 CS on Froggen. He is way ahead of anyone on Dignitas right now. He is just happy farming machine, you know. He'll quite happily stay in that lane and just farm up. You know, if you guys are going to continue playing this way, he'll just get stronger and stronger. There's the first Deathfire Grasp for Scarra. Amikudipie with that Bloodthirst, like I mentioned earlier. Amikudipie actually ahead currently of Yellow Pete in farm, but honestly, it's still going to be a very close thing. But, you know, Wicked and Froggen, they are just continuing farming their merry way.
And you just look at how well they've been holding those solo lanes. It's actually kind of been Snoopy and Crepo who have tried to just deal with the Terra Roam, and all Froggen and Wicked have done has just been farm. They're making sure to get as much as possible, and it shows. If you compare it against Scarra, he'd be up 87 minion kills to him. If you compare it to his lane mate, Ezreal, he's still up 56. So he's just completely out-crushing that lane. They do get the bottom tower, so they are up in turrets now, but really, that farm from Orianna and Irelia is really going to be impactful when they do end up losing up in team fight.
Yeah, he's 1,500 gold ahead. He's nearly a needlessly large rod, complete item ahead, which is what Froggen is completely sporting at the moment, along with that Rod of Aegis. They're going to head themselves south. The Dragon is due in just a few moments, which is why COG is starting to gather for it. You can see Shyvana Will Dominate just lingering around there. Has got the Oracle this time. Doesn't want to go too deep on this fight, not too early on. Yellow Pete continues to happily farm. He's going to join them. It's going to be Wicked that's going to start the fight off.
And Star was off getting the blue buff, so they're really just going to take this. Dignitas is going to try to counter by taking the tower.
Yeah, they're just going to counter it, take the turret. Froggen's just going to cut it off. Actually, an attempt at steal there didn't quite work out. Maokai picks it up, so that's Snoopy closing it out, and that will be a straight trade there.
That's really not bad for either team. Dignitas a bit of an advantage, but here comes the fight, CLG forces.
And that's why I'm not too sure Wicked wanted to go for that one. That was a bad call from CLGU. They might be able to turn it into a couple of kills, but there's Crumbs getting the dunk down on Crepo. They are going to turn it back into a couple of kills, get the double. Finally, the Yellow Pete does take down Crumbs, and that was a pretty even exchange, 2 for 2. Wicked went a little bit too deep.
He really wanted the force there. He'd been farming the whole time, and you can see he may have gotten a little bit impatient, thought they were much stronger than they were because the whole game, all he's been doing is beating up on Crumbs' Darius, so he was
fearless when he dove in. It got turned around on him fairly quickly. Crumbs is back in the game now with the 2 kills he picked up from that battle. Overall, this gold is still about 2,000 away. There's a lot of pressure Dignitas is about to apply on them because they've taken down all of the outer turrets, so now they can potentially invade CLGEU's jungle a little bit stronger. And it's all about forcing DFG Scar, trying to take down Yellow Pete. They have to get the picks in the team fights. If CLGEU protects Cog, they'll be alright. If Scar gets to him, we could see issues.
So Phantom Data being completed by Yellow Pete. So we're going to have the speed, not so much the damage. Obviously, usually the first item we are used to seeing on Cogmore, but I mean, that just goes surely down to Wicked. I mean, he does normally build a fairly tanky Aurelia. He has got Trinity Force straight out here, straight off the bat. So maybe on the back of that, he's just, you know, I'm normally pretty tanky right now. Oh, wait, I just got dumped on.
Misjudged his skills a bit there. He looks to be working on an Aegis Legion or a Guardian Angel. They already have the Aegis on Snoopy. There's no Aegis yet on Dignitas, so if they can fight within Snoopy and within his ultimate, it's going to be a tall task for Dignitas to do enough damage to them. On top of that, Sona can add Armored Magic Resist auras as well, so really, they can build a very tanky, bruisey team. It's just a matter of getting the fights in the right spots.
Yeah, Snoopy very cautiously had to back away from that one. He nearly got caught out of position. Walks back through the jungle. Now, late game teams, I mean, we are going to be looking late game. I feel in this game,
gotta stretch.
It's going to stretch it. 21 minutes gone. 5-5, all squared. How would you rate the two comps? I mean, Cogmore is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
The thing is, though, Scar is going to get stronger and stronger as well. And I don't know if there's a point where Yellow Pete can withstand the burst from Gragas. I do have to give the edge to CLGEU, though, just because
the
dive is going to dive on
towards Snoopy. They managed to get straight in. They managed to catch him out there. There was the casket. Now, Scar's had to flash away from that. Yellow Pete's going to continue putting in damage. Now Wicked's going to try and catch on. Hasn't really got anyone to engage on. CLG going to peel away from this one. Which way will they go? Ezreal Ultimate actually catching the whole team out and the barrel catching on towards Crepo. CLG were trying to bait some engagement into that bush. Dignitas wisely not falling for it. They haven't backed away from this fight just yet, though. Wicked is still looking to try and catch on to anyone. You can see the heals coming out slowly. Patoy trying to top off the rest of his team, but it is a desperate job to do. And Crumbs immediately getting burnt down. You can see Oriana damage the poke coming out from Yellow Pete as well, continuing to just force him away. We are seeing Snoopy trying to catch around the side, though, but I think both teams are going to have to back off from this one.
And this is kind of why CLG does so well when Wicked gets farmed. His disruption in teamfights, even though he's not directly protecting Yellow Pete's Cogmaw, he's diving in and creating so much distraction that they don't have the resources to go for him. Scar needs to be sitting back. He's going to be getting attacked by Wicked in these fights. And here's a pull on a Sube. Might they start something? It's going to be tricky for him.
That's to force the ultimate there, and the Oriana ball just making him defensive straight away. But CLG are slowly but surely poking through these turrets. They've taken the one down. They've taken half the health off the inner turret, and they are going to back away from this one. Wisely so. They do not want to go too deep. They feel they've done enough damage. The question is, will Dignitas react to this one? They could just pile straight up, 5-man up that mid lane. They are full health. That's exactly what they're going to do. CLG need to react to this. They've gone to pick up that red buff. They've got to be careful they don't lose out on the turret. They've got the creep wave coming up. It is only the siege minion that's there, though. And that's surely not going to be enough. The rest of CLG will cut across, and they're going to have to back away from this one. Very much a tactical tit-for-tat game.
This is a lot of Dignitas trying to press, and CLGEU holding them off fairly well. Dignitas is usually here on CLGEU's side of the map, but they're not really gaining anything out of it. They're not stopping CLG from farming. They're not actually getting towers. They're not winning team fights. And that poke from Froggen, now with the death cap, is stopping them from getting into these battles. Very tricky for Dignitas here, forcing something maybe at the next Dragon, maybe if they try to force around Baron, but they're not actually strong enough to force fights because they're actually behind in this game, despite being pushed up.
Yeah, just one attack dissonance combo was stripping around about 800 hit points off Amakutipai. That is less than ideal. Crepo's going to be careful. Crepo's going to walk straight into Crumbs here and actually turned around. I'm not too sure if he realized where he was. The danger he was in. Looks like CLG are going to try and force something on the blue buff. Dominate is there. Crumbs is there. There goes the saplings being thrown out. The barrel rolling through. Scar just keeping the poke back. Does either team really want to engage on this one? They are both poking back and forth. The Ezreal ultimate's going to go across. Doesn't really do enough damage. And honestly,
a lot stronger right now. They should be able to take this.
Yeah, and they are. CLG just take it, walk away, and Dignitas did not want to have anything to do with that fight.
That was just a matter of them not wanting to deal with Oriana and Sona in small choke points. Anytime they wanted to funnel into that blue, they would have gotten caught out by even a Voidooz from Kog'Maw on top of the Crescendo, on top of Oriana's ult, it would have been an absolute disaster. They had to give that away. Fighting them in really close quarters is a disaster. And with that, I believe the Dragon is probably coming up shortly, right, D-Man? And it should be just CLGU potentially taking another one.
Yeah, I don't think Dignitas are really... They are going to start catching up, so maybe they'll be in a position. Wicked has gone back to base, so he's just coming back from buy-in. He looks like possible Guardian Angel maybe coming out there. I would expect it.
That's what he's going for.
He's going to be the dive happy bunny. Question is, will he have a dive buddy? Frogger's ball probably on top. Pull the ultimate in Oriana. That's what it's all about. And CLG will take this dragon quite happily for free. But are Dignitas going to respond to this one? No. They thought about going for that Baron. They immediately spotted the wards in the Baron pit. Back away, cleared it out. Went back about their business. So CLG EU stretching that gold lead. 5,000, not a great deal at the moment. Still 25 minutes gone. 3-2 in turrets. Dignitas with the slightest advantage. But this is just game one of Group B. This is going to be definitely a very tense affair. But there are still 2 games for these teams to go.
If there's anything that CLG EU does better than pretty much every team in the world, it's their patience. Because right now, they have a 5,000 gold advantage. Other teams might be trying to force around Baron. They might be trying to push into Team's towers and put themselves at risk. But CLGU knows that if they're patient, they're going to win. They're not getting out-farmed. They're still getting the important objectives. And when that's not happening, they're putting themselves in no risk whatsoever. They're extending their lead. But from their own side of the map, it's really quite a curious way of playing. It's something they pretty much mastered because they're forcing Dignitas, a team who is losing, to put themselves in bad situations. They're forcing Dignitas to go around Baron, Dignitas to invade CLG, and it's just not going to work out for them if CLG keeps playing it right.
Yeah, no, sometimes I feel it's my fault because every time they find out I am casting the game, they say, we are going to break your voice again. It worked for Moscow 5 CLG. It could well work for this game. We'll see how it goes out. Hopefully not. There's a lot of games to go. CLG EU. In an interesting position. Dignitas got to be careful they don't get caught out in the jungle position. You can see the slow buff coming out. They have been split out here. Are they going to try and dive on towards Skari? It looks like Wicked wants to engage on this one, forces him to dash through the bush, but they could get enough with that creep wipe to just get that poke on towards the turret. Yellow Pete's going to get a couple of shots off, and again, just chips off a chunk of health. And that is exactly what they're going to continue doing. The Ezreal ulti is going to clear out that wave. They can't continue pushing. And again, they back off and continue their merry dance.
At some point, Dignitas is going to get impatient and get tired of this tactic. They're going to try something, maybe a flash initiate from Crumbs, try to get an apprehend onto Yellow Pete. Maybe Owl Dominate would just dive in. But either way, CLGU seems like they're going to be ready for it. They're just controlling what Dignitas is doing here. They got maybe about half of that turret. They're not worried about getting that immediately because they're just really making sure they get the farm. Once Cosmo gets that Infinity Edge, Yellow Pete is going to be obliterating people coming through to him. And Skara actually hasn't been able to get that much out of this. He's 100 minion kills behind Froggen, still only with that Deathfire Grasp, whereas Froggen is actually 2,200 gold ahead of Skara, just AP build-wise. So that's Skara versus Froggen matchup. Despite the fact that they weren't in the same lane together, Froggen doing his farm duty and Skara actually lacking a bit.
Yeah, I mean, 100 CS, that's a huge difference straight away. If we just look at the gold, you can see between the two, you know, 9,500 gold compared to 7,200. It doesn't take a mathematician to realize that Skara is definitely in a disadvantage at the moment. That Deathfire Grasp and the Rod of the Ages definitely stacking up nicely. And honestly, Skara can't really get close enough to use that DFG right now.
He's going to be getting dove on by Wicked and Supe both on top of the Oriana ult for disruption, so it's really... He wants to assassinate Kog'Maw, but right now they have a strong enough wall to obliterate him, and they just reverie away. They knew that Dignitas was coming for them, and they're not letting them get the fights. They're doing such a good job continuing to farm this.
Yeah, well, Yellow Pete was a long way. He was down the bottom turret there, so I think they realized we've got a 4v5 advantage here. We want to push for it. Yellow Pete's desperately scrambled himself. He's now rejoined the team, and you can see Dignitas immediately saying, yeah, we're not really sure on that one. Yellow Pete using a great advantage with that ultimate, obviously getting full vision of Dignitas there, managing to catch on to Dominate and saying, you know what, you guys are well out of position.
Nice
we will tank up this turret, no problem. Ball goes defensive on Wicked, and that is another turret, and that's an inner turret, which is the important one.
So much patience there. They saw Dignitas went down to the Baron. If they could catch a fight at the blue buff, we talked before, the Crescendo and Oriana wall will win it for them. So they knew Dignitas was going to be falling back to that top lane, which meant that that middle tower, which they'd taken out before, was going to drop.
Dangerous, dangerous games here from Dignitas. CLG are going to come up. They're going to show themselves.
This is that impatience. They're potentially forcing an engagement here.
This could well be an engagement, but it is in the open. That's what they want. You can see Crumbs. He's going to hook it. He wants to get on Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete flashes away from it. His ult goes down. Gragas getting dropped there. He's going to be Skara going down instantly. Meanwhile, Crumbs is trying to cause some problems. Snoopy's got to be careful. He's trying to save it, but Yellow Pete has got I Will Dominate all over him, but he's got the support now coming around there. I'm a Cutie Pie's already gone down. Froggen's completely dropped in. That's Froggen getting the double kill, and CLG EU absolutely wiping the floor with Dignitas there. 3 for 0, and a potential Dragon Baron coming out the back of it.
They can go for this. I Will Dominate too low. Patoy, his following buddy, also back in base. They have all 5 members up. They have a ton of damage. They should be able to take this one out. And that was just a huge example of Dignitas getting impatient at CLG, and CLG just knowing how to turn it around. They cornered themselves between a tower and CLGEU, which just forced something. They tried to flash apprehend at the start of the fight. It just didn't work out for them. And now CLGEU, total control.
Total control. And, you know, we said, you know, they got themselves in a dangerous position. That impatience, they went up and they thought, you know what, we're going to force the fight. And it was CLG were like, well, okay, we'll take that action and we'll take you straight away. And honestly, Froggen was just happy to just plane up that. And they dove on Yellow Pete. He flashed away from it from the Darius ulti. They just couldn't lock him down. And then they just wasted too much time in it and just opened the world for Froggen to just completely obliterate the rest of the team. Look at the Ein Solari being picked up by Crepo now, so Crepo being forever the support and really helping out. Let's just check out a replay and honestly just take us through what exactly happened in that replay.
This was just Crumbs getting the flash apprehend on top of that. They go watch Yellow Pete up top. I Will Dominate tries to face him. Remember, Scar just got killed by Wicked, and he just can't get to him. Yellow Pete kiting around so well. In the meantime, everyone on Dignitas gets taken out. Orianna and Wicked did work on everyone from Dignitas. They finish off. They really just split up Dignitas, completely crushed them in that fight, and they burned everything on the initiate. COG finished it off.
And as we return to the game, you can see Dragon being picked up by COG, continuing to just isolate every little resource on the map. COG starting to push their advantage. Once they sense that advantage, they'll quite happily farm it out. Once they realize they've got that advantage, they will push it home, and they are doing just that. COGU taking every advantage now with that Baron buff up. There isn't too long left on it. Is Javanta where I'm just trying to look at the timer on it. About actually 2 minutes left on it, I'd say. Judging by it, and they're going to try and continue pushing. I'm not sure Dignitas want to fight for this turret. I've got to be honest, once the next creep wave comes in, it is a siege creep wave that's going to be joining them.
These turrets are really hard to hold. Normally you have to wait when a team has Baron for your inhibitor turret. They can dive around the back very easily. If Snoopy wants to try to loop around, they're basically going to force Dignitas back. That's why Dignitas has that ward up behind their tower. Because if they see Snoopy coming around, they're either going to try to peel or just run straight away. COG, you could honestly dive straight on top of this because Wicked still has a G up, and yep, Dignitas has to back away. No way they're strong enough to hold that.
They're seeing the shred coming out from Yellow Pete. Half the hit points already gone. It just was not worth fighting for. CLG continue to drive home that advantage, all off the back, technically, I guess you could say, of Dignitas Impatience. Crepo just helping out, putting the speed down, throwing a sapling at the red buff. Red buff being exchanged.
Look at this, Wicked actually building a BF sword on top of his Guardian Angel. Normally he'd go with something much tankier than that, but there's no one on Dignitas who's actually threatening him right now. He's going directly for Scar, taking him out. Crumbs, I Will Dominate, and I'm a Cutie Pie trying to dive through, and it's just not working out for Dignitas, so he's able to get that BF sword and just do more damage.
Do you think he's going to go for Bloodthirster? I'm guessing that's what he's doing. I remember seeing Aurelia with Bloodthirster before.
He could very well do Bloodthirster Aurelia because he's got very generous AD ratios on his ultimate, in all honesty, and just pumping that out during a fight. High effective health. That's just your armored magic resist multiplied with your health, meaning how much damage it actually have to do to you.
He's got Black Cleaver.
Black Cleaver, apparently. Wicked does what he wants.
Wicked does what the hell he likes. And honestly, that's going to help out so much for Yellow Pete. You know, once he gets that Black Cleaver, that armor shred going down there, Yellow Pete just like, yeah, that's my target. I will just kill that one, no problem. Thanks for lining it up for me. And honestly, COG is going to continue driving through that big top creep wave. They're just driving all the creep waves down at the moment, just pushing them all in. There's no super minions up at the moment. The Baron buff has only got around about a minute left on it. If that, I'd say about 10 seconds probably, if anything.
So coming with that Black Cleaver on Wicked, all he actually is doing in these fights is diving onto Scar directly. Scar has no armor. So the 45 potential shred from the Black Cleaver is actually really, really beneficial for his task in these team fights. Pushing on really hard. If they can get this inhibitor defending turret down, they're going to be golden. But with that Baron buff coming off soon, they have to be careful.
Yeah, you can see the minions getting hit by just shy of 900 there. Actually 676, I'll tell it by Yellow Pete. Crits in. The question is, will CLG get stalled out like Moscow 5 did? I think that's a long way back from this one, but that turret isn't touched. And I think everybody learned from that game. And CLG, well, Yellow Peach just going to hit that speed, that range, and he's just going to chip away on that turret and just burn it down. Actually, Crumb's getting a hook on Wicked there. Snoopy actually getting caught as well, and that's not really the damage you want. Crumbs is going to get taken down very low. Crumbs gets dropped, but Crescendo hits the whole team. Oriana ultimate pulling in. Scara getting dropped straight away. CLG just ripping through the entire Dignitas team here. Froggens had to try and back away from that one, but it doesn't matter because there's so many damage dealers on CLG EU right now. Yellow Peach just picking up the kills left, right, and center, and CLG EU taking that first inhibitor. And again, it was Dignitas that actually initiated that fight.
They didn't want to get poked out of the tower. They thought, if we're going to fight somewhere, we need these towers. There's a surrender. Victory coming out for CLG EU.
Well, what do you know? CLG EU go 1-0 in this group. Dignitas, you know, they felt they had to pull something out. They tried a different strategy. We saw I Will Dominate with effectively a dog following him around all the lanes in the form of Patoy. I'm not too sure Patoy would appreciate being referred to as that. It just didn't work out. You know, if they would have got the kills early on, yes, it would work. Were CLG prepared for that?
It really felt like they were. They put very defensive wards in their jungle. They had a ward on their red buff very early on in the game. Snoopy spent an incredible amount of time just trying to counter gank and making sure they didn't get outnumbered anywhere. And just their lane picks, Oriana against Ezreal or Kog'Maw dealing up against Gragas, you could see they kind of smelled it coming. And they really had strong picks and strong strategy to get rid of that.
So, I mean, wow, just CLG EU opening up the group stage, and everybody in this group stage is going to look at this one. Najin Sword is a team that Dignitas fear. So now Dignitas are going to have something in the back of their mind and thinking, wow, okay, this is going to be tough. CLG EU, they're going to need, if they feel they could lose that game, which apparently they do, right. They've sung nothing but their praises, they're going to need CLG EU to 3-0 now.
They really do, because if they lose to Najin Sword, they need everyone else in the group to be 1-2. So CLGU has to lose multiple games now.
Of course, and you know, Saigon Jokers and Najin Sword, both in their teams not to be messed with, both getting here on the merits, and Najin Sword really have just proven how much they've improved throughout this whole tournament. It has been throughout, the OGN qualifiers, the regional qualifiers in Korea. They knocked out some very strong opposition. Zubu Blaze, everybody had nailed on to be coming here after MLG New York. Didn't happen. Najin Sword are strong. So, I mean, I am scared what Korean teams are bringing to this tournament.
I mean, we've seen Azubu Frost in the first standing, and now we have this group with Najin Sword, who's just as strong. Let's take a look at the standings in this group really quickly. And we have, you know, really quick, CLG EU 1-0, Dignitas 0-1.
Who'd have thought?
More to come.
Who'd have thought? We just had one game, you know, and that is exactly how it stands. And as you can see on the screen, it is going to be Saigon Jokers versus Najin Sword. That will be in the next game. So, some fantastic games already today. And, you know, if you've missed all earlier on, then the quarterfinal draws, 2 of them have already been made. It is a Teemo buy, apparently. It is Azubu Frost versus Team Solo Mid. That is one of the quarterfinals drawn. I'm not too sure. You'd have to check out what stage these are going to be played tomorrow. Check out the schedule. They will come up later on. And it is also Moscow 5 versus Invictus Gaming. 2 incredibly huge games already, which means Moscow 5 and TSM are going to be split. But we're going to check out a replay of that last final push from CLG EU. And honestly, it was Crumbs that initiated.
He tried to initiate really quickly with that apprehend, and he did. He got 2 in it, but at the end of the day, they didn't have enough damage. Watch the Oriana all catching 3 members of Dignitas. He waited for the right moment, and just bam! From that point forward, they just rolled through. They had a good Maokai ult on the tower for the majority of that fight, taking 20% reduced damage. On top of all the other advantages they had snowballed throughout that entire game of patience, 4-0 roll through Dignitas at that point. That was a last stand for Dignitas. Probably a good fight for them to take overall, but they were just too far behind.
Because we talked about the Black Cleaver on Aurelia as well, you know, on Wicked had, it was just a case of there was 3 major damage dealers by the end of that. I mean, which one did you focus on? Did you focus on Wicked? He had got a Guardian Angels and Trinity Force and Black Cleaver diving on you. You've got Yellow Pete in there who was just shredding you apart. And you've got Oriana in there. You know, Froggen was just farming machine. He was 300 plus CS by the end of that. He had just got so much AP. So which one would you focus on? I mean, Dignitas clearly didn't know.
And that Froggen Oriana is something that they may not have seen coming, because that's probably something they picked up after the European regionals. They saw how well Ocelot destroyed them with Oriana, and Froggen went, you know, it's probably a champion that I might want to play myself. Yeah. So he picked it up, obviously, because he was crushing in that game with it. Great ults the whole time, great position, really, really strong play.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Indivi's been banned against him so often, he's just opened up his...
you can't play Anivia anymore. You can't consider Anivia one of his champions in a lot of scenarios because it gets banned so much.
Which is, I think he's fine with that. He talked to us enough times. He wanted the champion nerfed, so he didn't play it. Instead, it's just going to get banned instead. So he's just going to get some free reign on other champions. So it looks like Orianna is the new ban you need to aim at Froggen.
Potentially, but then where do you stop, right? There's been tournaments where they spend 2 or 3 bans on Froggen, and he just brings out another guy. So it's pretty much you have to predict what he picks and then try to counter him with something.
Yeah, so coming up, it is going to be Najin Sword taking on the Saigon Jokers. I believe the Vietnam president is in the house, or he was earlier on, which is, incredible in itself. We'll be back in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. More League of Legends action will be coming straight up.
So our first time to travel for game. I love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at the World Playoffs on an action-packed day number 1, continuing Group B now. I'm DJ Wheat alongside Rachel.
Our next game is an all-Asia map-up. Korea's Najin Sword goes up against Vietnam's Dark Horse, the Saigon Jokers. Let's bring out the teams.
Introducing our first team, the blue team, the winners of the Korean Regional Final and finishing 3rd at the OGN Azubu Champions Summer Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Najin Sword! In the jungle, give it up for Watch.
The AP carry, Song.
In the top lane, Maknoon.
And support is Kane.
And rounding out the 5-man team, the AD carry, give it up for Prey.
Going up against Sword is the surprising team from Vietnam. They won the Southeast Asian qualifiers in front of their home crowd. Please welcome the Saigon Jokers. On support, we have Junie.
Support the AD carry, Archie.
In the jungle, it's Violet.
The AP carry, we've got Nyx Water.
And rounding out the top lane, it's QTV.
And of course, to bring you every step of the action in this exciting matchup, let's shoot on over to Jet and D-Man.
Yeah, thank you very much, DJ Wheat and Rachel. And wow, this game is one that nobody expected to happen. Both teams coming into this one as the underdog. Najin Sword beating out heavily favored Azubu Blaze. Honestly, after the MLG Summer Arena, I had them as a nailed-on visitor for this tournament. And of course, the Saigon Jokers coming through to this one against the Singapore Sentinels. Everybody had Singapore Sentinels qualifying that one at Vietnam, but well, Saigon Jokers, they turned up a new result. And honestly, having never beat Singapore Sentinels before, ever, in the Garena Premier League, they came out and won 2-0 in that winners bracket final, lower bracket final, I should say, they came through from. So they had to win, and then they won again, and it was fantastic. So you know what? The underdogs coming into this one, they've got absolutely nothing to lose. What would you expect coming from this one, Jack?
This game, they have to just continue being the underdogs. They have to hold their momentum, and really, a lot of this could be Najin Sword big reveal to a lot of these people, because even for people who followed OGN, if they didn't follow the regionals afterwards for the final qualifying spot, they don't know that much about Maknoon's team and Najin Sword. That team was actually made for Maknoon. He was on Najin Shield, and he didn't really mesh well with their team. He'd dive in and nobody would follow him. So they made Najin Sword with a team of people who could play at his style and just mesh with him. And it's worked out amazingly because they had a crazy run here. They had to beat 3 of the other top Korean teams in a row in one of those like ascending brackets to make it to Azubu Blaze by the end of it. Then they took them out in the best of 5. So everyone thought Blaze was going to be here, as you said earlier.
Yeah.
Blaze beat TSM 5-0 in the MOD Summer Arena, and Najin Sword beat Blaze. So they're pretty good.
Yeah, and it was a pretty crazy back-and-forth match, ending in with a blind pick as well. But wow, I mean, what a crazy, crazy matchup straight away. Saigon Jokers, I mean, they're coming into this one. Unfortunately, we've spoken to them, and they are not that confident themselves, which is a danger coming into a big tournament like this.
They need to have faith in themselves, really, when they come into this. They've admitted themselves that their team fighting is not that good right now, and we actually have a video here which has them explaining it to us.
Southeast Asia, 11 countries covering nearly 2 million miles are represented by just 2 teams here at the Season 2 World Championship. In front of a massive crowd, the Taipei Assassins fought through a 100-team tournament to face Hong Kong's Corsair in the Taiwan Regional Finals. Corsair was no match for the Assassins, who swept the series 2-0, earning their bid to the World Championship. Vietnam, the Southeast Asia Regionals. The heavily favored Singapore Sentinels look to be on their way to Los Angeles after knocking the Saigon Jokers down to the losers bracket. But not going down without a fight, the Saigon Jokers made their way to the finals, setting up a rematch against the Singapore Sentinels. Behind the support of their home crowd, the Saigon Jokers stunned the Sentinels 2-1 to secure a spot in the World Championship. The Taipei Assassins and Saigon Jokers are now poised to take on the best team from around the globe with the hopes of bringing the title home to Southeast Asia.
Yeah, welcome back. I mean, we can talk straight away about that. I mean, they were at home in a massive crowd at Vietnam. They were the home favorites. They've now come over here on a 2-week trip to Los Angeles with a chance at winning $1 million. That would mean a hell of a lot to them, certainly at home. You may have also seen it. There's a video online that Garana have done. It's got all their family, just like we saw with Singapore Sentinels when they went to the IPL face-off, just saying, wishing them luck. They've got the pressure off them, I guess you could say, because even themselves, they don't expect to do well. So they should be able to play with freedom.
I really hope they do, and that goes right into the keys to the match here for them, because Najin Sword, sorry, I'm mixing it up a bit.
You go for it.
But Najin Sword needs to just play what's comfortable against these guys, because overall, we said the Saigon Jokers don't have necessary faith in themselves. Their team fighting is a little weak. Najin Sword is potentially one of the best teams in the world as respected by their peers. So if they play what's comfortable, they'll be pretty solid.
Yeah, indeed. And, and you talked about the team had been modeled around him. They need to follow what McNoon does.
And that was the big problem when McNoon was on Najin's shield, is he would dive in and everyone would be like, oh, I didn't expect you to do that. And he'd just die. But now that he's on shield or sword, everyone just goes in with him. So if they follow him, they'll be set.
Yeah, and they need to be ready to adapt, because we're not sure ourselves what Saigon Jokers are going to throw out there. They had a few little crazy things in the qualifiers, in the finals. They could come up with something completely different in this tournament.
They like things like luck support. Saigon Jokers do. They've
Which
done
we've seen
double
already
mid.
this
They did
tournament.
double mid in the actual qualifier to get here. So it's all about Najin Sword adapting to what they do and just being ready for anything, because they can take them out. I think they're the better team here.
Yeah, so that's what Najin Sword are going to do. Let's see what Saigon Jokers are going to do to continue their run here. Got to hold that momentum going.
It's really that. It's just a matter of, you just won the most unexpected tournament that anyone was there. Everyone in Vietnam was super thrilled that they were able to come from almost nowhere. All they've done is play online tournaments before that final, and they were
14-14 before they got there. So they won 14, lost 14. Nobody had them making it.
And they've qualified for the World Champions, so they just really need to embrace the fact that they're underdogs, keep the momentum going. They can do almost whatever they want, and if they embrace underdog, they're going to be able to throw Sword off of their game. Something crazy. You have nothing to lose. No one expected you to be here. If you do go 0-3, it's quite fine, honestly, because even themselves can embrace that fact, and if they do something crazy and they move on, they're going to surprise everyone, and it's going to be something they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and they've got that factor that, both teams are fairly new. I mean, Saigon Jokers have come across from various other games. They've sort of merged themselves together for League of Legends. You've got Najin Sword that have come together, I think it was like within a week of OGN Summer Championships. The qualifiers, the pre-qualifiers they had to go through, so they went through a hell of a long process in that tournament. As we mentioned earlier, they were in Dignitas group. Now we look back at it, but before we saw Dignitas and we're like, oh, they got knocked out in the group stage and everybody was, dumping on them. It turns out they had Azubu Frost and Najin Sword in their group stage. That's not too bad. and Incredible Miracle, if I remember rightly.
Right,
Actually,
it was.
No, it wasn't. It was
wasn't it?
ROMG.
You are correct.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, so coming into this one, you know, we've seen it already with the Azubu Frost. The Korean teams are drilled with this TV-style setup. You know, they are ready, prepared for it. I don't know whether they came in and asked for makeup earlier, like Azubu Frost did. They were really ready. I was so impressed by their professionalism from Azubu Frost. And Najin Sword, you know, I think they're going to be the same. I saw them up there, so they've been asking for makeup. A lot of these teams, you know, they won't want to go near makeup.
Well,
I'm going to let you in a secret,
OGN.
guys. We have to wear makeup now and again for these things. You know, we have all these lights on us and the sun, etc. But the Korean teams are so prepared for this TV-style tournaments. How Saigon Joker's going to be prepared for it?
And that's the thing, because Saigon Jokers, the only online event they've ever had was the qualifier to actually arrive here. So they need to just not be nervous. Hopefully they're not nervous now. They do have the noise canceling headsets on. They need to focus and just pretend that it's an offline event, that they're just playing at home on their computers in another online event. Don't necessarily think of the huge stakes that are online. Just play for fun.
Just don't think of the huge crowd in front of you.
It's not there.
Yeah, the TV cameras, each little desk has got a camera on it. Just ignore all that. Easier said than done, that's for sure. I mean, how, from you as a player, how would you shut that out? I mean, how would you just tunnel vision yourself and focus on the game?
The biggest thing is, hopefully these guys have pulled onto this, but LAN experience is a really big moment.
Yeah.
TSM, it's the difference between some of the top teams and some of the other ones who just went online. You have to save your settings. You can go in, it's like a game CFG file, you load it onto, you bring your USB drive, you make sure you bring the same mouse, get the same keyboard, try to set your desk to the right height so you're not off. You also got to try to warm up on these computers. I see some guys, they go through kind of keystroke practicing. I was watching Patoy warm up the other day, and before the game, he just spams all of his keys. His 1, 2, 3, 4, his F keys, his tab screen, all those things, just to get a flow and get used to your keyboard. So much of it is just preparation and making it comfortable. Because the last thing you want to do is have a mouse that's at the wrong sensitivity, have a keyboard where you hit the wrong key, and have it cost you the game. And that happens way more than you'd expect at those events like MLG, where 12 teams come in and they don't have any LAN experience.
Absolutely, and you know, you've got to get the right drivers. You've got to make sure you've got everything prepared that you can just possibly, every possible little thing that could go wrong, you've just got to imagine it is going to go wrong and prepare for the fact.
And it's been just such a crazy day of League of Legends. On top of all this, we can do a quick recap on what we've done so far.
There's been some crazy games. We've already had 7 games, actually. 7 games already today of the 12. Well, we say 12. If we get some crazy playoff situation, we could be here for very early hours of the morning. We're hoping it's just 12 right now.
We could have 25 hours of League of Legends today if possible. Might happen.
Let's hope it doesn't go on quite that long. It's been a long day for some of us. So, I mean, earlier on today, we saw the very first game of the day, Azubu Frost versus IG. Both the teams that qualified, and honestly, it met the hype because it was a crazy, crazy match.
It was one of the best matches we've had. I mean, from an excitement standpoint, I have to say the COG NA versus SK game was an absolutely insane ending.
Well, it was okay. It was 30 minutes of boredom, and then it just went boom.
It was worth it. Let me just say that.
Worth it.
Unfortunately for them, they haven't made it on out of the group stage, but that game in particular, if anyone wants to check out the VOD of even just the ending of that game, do it. Because triple teleports, base race, promoted minions, just
it had everything.
Lots of things.
It had everything tucked away in there. And also, you know, we had some fantastic matches, COG earlier on as well versus IG. Actually turned out to be IG showing a really dominant form.
IG really impressed in that group. Even the very first game against Azubu Frost, as you were touching on earlier when I decided to just jump off on a tangent, they gave Frost pretty much everything that the Korean metagame perceives as the best.
They were definitely the closest.
Everything they wanted. Ezreal, just Shen on top of that if they wanted it. And they came out with their own strategy. They played Jarvan. They played Swain. Those aren't particularly popular picks. And they were taking it to them for a lot of that.
And we saw Evelyn banned. Very first game of the day.
Was gone. They banned a Lux against... I'm trying to go too far back. Lux against IG, I believe. No, they banned Lux against...
They banned Lux against the Azubu Frost as well. And we found out why when he managed to get to play it later on. Mad Life, you know, we talked about the players. Who would you really pick for one of the superstars so far of this tournament? I mean, that's I know I'm asking a lot there, but you've got to be thinking, obviously, Azubu Frost or IG, we would have thought.
I'm going to give 2. One from each of the teams that qualified on. So, from... I have the 2. I'm going to get there. The singed player from the IG
Shy.
game. Shy, sorry. Yep. From Azubu Frost. absolutely dominated that game against SK.
2v1 in it.
His just top lane was so impressive. He completely controlled the map and just showed how you were supposed to play Singed. He pulled everything to him on that map and really just gave a clinic on how you can take over a game as a top laner without ever leaving your lane. He didn't have to roam. He didn't have to do anything like that. When you look over at IG, I do have to give it to PDD, another top laner, surprisingly. It's just, even his Jarvan play, just the aggression, and you can tell when they're playing, just with the way they communicate with each other. He's the leader of that team, so I kind of have to give it to him.
Okay, so, well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are going to get ready to go. So let's get in towards Champion Select. It is going to be Najin Sword versus Saigon Jokers, and immediately the bans coming in. And, you know, this is something we've seen for a lot from the Asian teams. Twisted Fate banned out straight away.
That's just quickly done. They don't want Saigon Jokers to get anything creative. They know also Saigon Jokers loves to go for early game team compositions, and a lot of that can be focused around what these bans are giving. Twisted Fate and Lee Sin, TF gets the early lane ganks, Lee Sin also early lane ganks. Looks like Najin Sword is just trying to play it safe, getting rid of all the things that could disrupt them the most, and really, like we said earlier, just trying to keep it comfortable.
Yeah, now I recall Song did play Evelyn in one of those matches in the final, actually, the regional finals in Korea. He played a very good Evelyn, so, you know, that's a fully justified ban. You know, you people at home may be thinking the solo queue, just thinking, what is he doing? This is now a justifiable ban. Lee Sin and Alistair also being taken out. Alistair pretty much a common ban in Korea, so I'm not surprised to see that one go down. Sivir did surprise me a little bit. I'm trying to think of whether Prey's that strong on Sivir. I guess maybe there's something in there that Saigon Jokers have definitely rehearsed on this one. They've all been up practicing throughout the last 2 or 3 days. I think we saw them. I saw them in the Riot offices. They were in the PC bang practicing alongside Type A Assassins, actually, wasn't it? I think they were practicing with for a while.
And they also scrimming up against SK up earlier. Now that SK, they were winning some of those scrims, so they're not a slouch, actually. Saigon Jokers, despite not having faith in themselves, can win a lot of these games. MacDoon with that first pick, Jace. He loves Jace. And there's something he does on Jace that is different. I need to explain this. Is actually really cool.
Oh, go for
the
it.
Acceleration gate into the shock blast. What a lot of players do is they'll shoot the shock blast and it'll go out, then they'll hit it through the gate, and that's when it speeds up the missile. But when MacDoon does it, he'll put the gate right at the origin of a shock blast, so it goes fast the whole time. The reason that's so difficult is because you have to click really close to yourself to aim something really far away, so your variance goes way up.
Right.
But when he does that, the missile gets there faster, it's harder to dodge, and because he's so good at it, it's still really accurate. Just watch
pro. I love these pro players. They pull out things and I'm just like, wow, is that what happened? But Shen and Ezreal being picked up, so immediately they've got that support. Is this going to be a Shen jungle? I would guess so. Ezreal down that bottom lane. Well, I say bottom lane. Like we'd mentioned, there was a Lux down the bottom lane, but that was more of a reactionary move towards Singapore Sentinels.
It could be, but also, Saigon Jokers has been known to run 2 people mid, so that Ezreal could very well go mid.
I remember seeing an interview from Watch here saying he wants to show the world his Skarner, and it looks like he's going to get a chance.
There it is. That's going to be what Najin Sword loves to do. They love to dive in. They jump in with Skarner.
Well.
And Sona is something that they just key off of every game they can get it. Najin Sword picks it almost every game, but so does Saigon Jokers as well, so they're kind of taking it away from them.
Yeah, and I remember Loco Doka mentioning it in the regional finals. It's like, why did they not ban Sona? Because that crescendo is just landing, and basically it's like a full-on we win button. You know, the I win button you can occasionally get in games. That is what Saigon Jokers, Najin Sword use, because they catch it out. And we talked about how much MacNoon likes to dive. The whole team will just take that as the trigger to go.
And these picks actually coming in fairly fast for the rest of it. We got the Lux once again. She's seen a lot of play so far this tournament. This is something they like to run as a support. It's an Ezreal Lux lane in a lot of these scenarios. It's very, actually quite strong. If they both hit level 6, one light binding comes across, and they can both just combo their ultimates for pretty much a clean kill in those lanes.
So Song looks like he's going to be taking Rise as well. So immediately looks like, I'm guessing Corki's going to get locked in. Yes, he is. So Corki's going to be the AD carry. They're going to be using standard stuff here. Didn't go for Graves. I mean, it's really the playoff. It's the Ezreal Graves or Corki. That's the first time we've seen Cogmore already today. And the question is, who will be where in this? Is it going to be the support Lux? Is it going to be a Karthus solo bot lane? Is it going to be Aurelia top lane? Is it going to be Aurelia bottom lane? They could play anywhere. We are unsure really of the exact tactic they want to go with here. We're pretty much guessing it's going to be a support Lux alongside Ezreal, but the question is, where will they play?
If I had to guess, actually, just based on this, Saigon Jokers has decided to not do anything super creative. I could yet to be surprised Guessing it's the Lux Ezreal bottom, Karthus mid, Shen jungle, Aurelia top. QTV, favorite champion Aurelia by far. He just, if he can get it every game, he can. And the fact that they let him kind of last pick that, Macnoon never tried to deny it, they never banned it or anything, shows me a little bit that Najin Sword may not have done full research on Saigon Jokers because they would have been distracted with the other teams that they consider the threats. So here, Saigon Jokers pretty much getting all their favorite money champions. Karthus is Nixwater's favorite thing to play. Archie's favorite is Ezreal. Aurelia's favorite for QTV. They get the Shen. So really, everything Saigon Jokers has here is right in their wheelhouse. And it's just a matter of Najin Sword saying, we'll give it to you. We're going to try to beat you anyways.
We're going to try and beat you with it anyway. And they were happy with that, Jace, regardless. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen what the teams have selected. Let's have a shout-out for those teams. Who do you want to win this one? Saigon Jokers coming in as a surprise guest. Would you like to see them take game one?
And let's hear it for Najin Sword if you guys want to see them take the first game of this group stage.
That's a fairly even shout between the two. There's some optional support between the two. Najin Sword definitely coming into this one as the favorites. I think it's safe to say, you know, Saigon Jokers coming into this one, they just need to forget what they are doing. Let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway. It is, if you've just joined us, Najin Sword playing as the blue team, Saigon Jokers playing as the red team up the top lane. And well, honestly, on your screens, you can see just how awesome it is right here live in Los Angeles at the World Championships. And honestly, if you're not down here, you best get yourselves down here tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of space available, so make sure you are in and around the area of LA Live. Obviously, if you're living in a different country, it could be a problem.
It might be hard to get down here for the next day, but either way, I'm waiting for Saigon Jokers to see if they try anything creative or whether they're just comfortable enough on their champions to take out Najin. Najin's all 5 grouped up in this triangle brush. You can see Saigon Jokers are really playing defensively. They're trying to guard against and invade. Najin Sword might try to make something happy, but if they're not threatened by Saigon Jokers, there's no need to risk a level 1. They could passive farm and hopefully take it that way. It's really interesting to see what they decide here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing which are they going to go into it. It would be death to anyone entering that tri-bush. I think Ezreal's tempted to go near it and probably going to queue towards it. And just taking my eye, it is Archie that's taking a peek there. He's doing a bit of a disco dance. Najin Sword going to go up towards the blue buff. So Archie's going to spot them.
Well, look at this. That's an Aurelia and a Lux in the bottom lane. And they really have a just odd setup right here because they're guarding against a blue invade. They got the pings down, but why, oh why, is Aurelia bottom lane with Lux?
Why, oh why indeed. Who to we to question why? We are just here to call the shots. And as it is, it's going to be Watch starting out on the Elder Wraith. Taking that one down. Golems will be going to Prey, so standard lanes from Najin Sword by looks of it. Prey and Kane on that bottom lane, and like you say, QTV is waiting here. Are they waiting to try and get a gank early on? Because Ezreal is still lingering as well. I think they want to get a level 1
So he still has the teleport. This is something actually the Team Legion in North America does fairly frequently. They'll 3 in the bottom brush and just kind of only show the 1. So 2 will be waiting in the brush and they'll just kind of farm. And they'll wait for them to push up thinking there's only 1 guy there and then try to jump out at them with 2. If that doesn't work or does, they'll go out and teleport out.
They flash straight on towards Prey. The managed to get the light bind across. Surely it should be first blood. It will be! Then QTV picks it up. You shouted yes because you called it right.
It's just, I love it when that play works because it's one of those strategies. The very first game that everyone who played League of Legends, they run into a brush, 2 guys are waiting for there and they kill
5 people down the bottom lane. You're just like, what?
That strategy still works at the highest level is amazing.
Now everybody's thinking back to their, their early days in League of Legends going, and they all know that one guy that checked the push down the bottom.
Did it, I guarantee you.
Double Lift is famous for being space checking, so everybody has done it, even at the pro level. So it worked out very well. We thought, to be honest, he was giving it away, and it worked out very nicely, which immediately means that Golem advantage that the blue side has completely backfired because Archie hit level 2 first.
And the interesting thing about all of that is QTV didn't actually teleport back up to the top lane. He decided to walk, which means he missed a fair number of minions, and Macnoon has an immediate experience advantage onto QTV. QTV got the kill, so he has the first blood gold, but even then Macnoon might still be able to bully him out of that.
So early gold advantage obviously towards Saigon Jokers. Still almost said Singapore Sentinels. I was still that surprised that they didn't make it. But Saigon Jokers here on full merit. And they are representing the whole of Vietnam here.
And even the Singapore Sentinels actually released a video saying they absolutely deserve to be here. They beat us, they've improved so much, and good luck. So that was a really good sportsmanship thing to see from Singapore Sentinels. And it just shows Saigon Jokers did qualify in here. They're completely legit. They won the games. They deserve to be a little bit respected, especially with that first blood.
Yeah, and with all calls to the honor system, Singapore Sentinels definitely singing the praises for that one. Tribush Ward will spot Violet. He's going to try and make his way down that bottom lane. As it stands. Take us through the lanes, Jan. I mean, we talked about this top lane to start with. QTV getting dived on the turret a little bit by Macnoon, taking a little bit of damage. He's got a massive creep wave he needs to fend off here. Meanwhile, down the bottom here, and seeing Archie trying to go aggressive on Prey. Can he finish him off? Archie actually taking a tower hit. Surely will finish him off. He does get the kill, but he went down on the back of it. Kane managed to return the kill. He may even be able to get the kill on towards Lux there, just forces him away.
All aggression in that bottom lane, so let's try to get into
middle lane. Nixwater actually getting caught out here by Watch. Watch wanted to prove to the world that he is the best, well, honestly, the best Skarner player in the world. Well, you got to go against Diamond Prox to prove that one, because he plays a pretty mean Skarner himself.
Looking into the top lane here while we have a second, the Aurelia versus the Jace matchup. Macnoon thinks Jace can beat everything in top lane. That's why he first picked it, and he's very comfy on it. Thus far, with that experience advantage, he's going to look to just keep pressed, counter gank potentially from Skarner here if he sees Violet, and they could maybe get something here going on.
Yeah, and that would also explain why he wanted to see Soaz here from Fnatic. As it is, Macnoon's got to be careful. He doesn't go too deep on this one. Violet is there, but Watch is helping out. Red buff though, Macnoon continuing to get that damage down onto him. Quite happy to just stick it out there. This aggression that he shows on Violet just starting to burn down his hit points. But QTV will be able to manage to sustain himself. But the two junglers, it's almost becoming a double lane at that top.
And in that top lane, Macnoon is going to be a bully to QTV. QTV needs to wait until he's got a lot of levels before he can actually duel Macnoon, or just try to run him out of mana. Since they're both low, that's going to be a tricky lane. Going into the mid lane, we have the Karthus versus the Ryze. This is going to be all about setup for the ganks right here. If he lands that Dark Binding, oh, we have something. Never mind, we don't have something going down bottom. Song is going to try to not get shoved by Karthus. Nixwater, as Karthus, usually outfarms everyone. So far, 7 minions up onto Ryze. It's really all about whether they can turn ganks around for Ryze onto Karthus. Looking in the bottom lane, this lane is just about all up aggression and brawling, because the Lux and Ezreal are in it to fight and they have no sustain. So every time they go in for a trade, every time they go in for a light binding, there's a potential for someone to die. So really the bottom lane, as you've seen already, is most likely going to have the most action.
Yeah, and actually I noticed that, I think it was Kane or Prey, I didn't see who it was down the bottom there, was Kane was staying a long way away from the experience. Prey is just farming it up because he had fell behind. Kane, you can see, he's actually a level advantage over Prey at the moment, and he was just staying out of it, letting all the experience go to Kane. The top lane though, QTV, Macnoon just finished him off there. He just stuck around longer and eventually just got chipped away at.
Macnoon actually putting 0 points in his W thus far. Everything going in to his E and his Q, so all his main damaging burst spells are getting as much ramp as possible. He didn't even level up his ultimate come level 6, which is why QTV got surprised by that burst damage, because most Jaces are not going to have that skill set up come level 6.
And as it is, Archie and Judy down that bottom lane, they've been poked pretty heavily. I think they're going to have to back away from this one, because Kane and Prey definitely working them over slowly but surely. And you can see the health pots being burnt through. Archie now completely out of health pots. Again, that shield from Junie just trying to cover him off there. He has gone for the double door and is trying his best to keep that sustain on, but Prey slowly but surely is going to dive in towards it. Junie will get taken down. That's going to be the QTV teleported in there. Are they going to be able to finish off Prey? The crescendo goes across. It will be enough. Can they get on towards Kane though? QTV just needs to go one dash. Blocked off by the minions. That's too much to tower dive. Now Watch is going to rejoin in. He has got his ultimate available, but he's not going to go for it and just backs away.
He didn't quite have enough mana to combo on the things there with Watch. He would have been able to flash ult someone, but then he wouldn't have been able to follow it up, and he was worried he was going to die to QTV. Didn't want to actually pull someone in to his Sona. Other than that, lots of pings going down. Song getting caught out by a ward. So much aggression going down in that bottom lane, and QTV camping. They don't expect him to still be there, but Song coming down as well. They have to fall back. QTV out of position.
Out of position. He does dive onto a Song now. Archie seems to be the target, but because QTV won onto the Song there, they should be able to pick it up. A brilliant taunt there coming out from Violet. Turns it into a double kill. Absolutely spectacular stuff. And Saigon Jokers keeping themselves in this one, 5-4 up. The top turret will go down though. Macnoon opening up the exchange and taking the first turret of the game.
Macnoon is crushing Aurelia in the top lane, but because of that, QTV realized he's not able to lane against Jace, and he's trying to make things happen elsewhere. All that action in the bottom lane has given them the kill advantage. It's really just a matter of they have to find a way to deal with MacNoon. MacNoon went the Brutalizer. They're going to have to focus him in team fights and try to kill him out early. But overall, 9 minutes into the game, Saigon Joker's doing an amazing job showing Naj and Sword that they're not to be taken for granted.
Absolutely, as it is at the moment, this bottom lane continuing to push on, so Prey returning back, and he's gone. Jace now gone with a Brutalizer in that top lane. He wants to really absolutely knock 7 bells out of him. Looks like FaZe is going to get built up. Kane's getting caught out again here. Archie's going to dive on towards him. There's the Shen ultimate coming down. And he's going to immediately taunt him out there. Can they finish off towards Prey here? Violet went looking for him. MacNoon joins the party though. He comes down. Can they go towards Archie? Yes, they can. MacNoon gets one. Can they get a second? They're trying to go towards Judy. Lifeline just keeping them away there. I feel that MacNoon wants to punish this one. Judy realizes it, tries to take down the minions, tries to force them away here, and they realize they're in danger of being dived on the turret.
And this is actually really quite exceptional by MacNoon. 4 points into Q, 4 points into E. He has not put a point into W or R yet this game, so he's trying to maximize his QE damage. This is something I've not seen Jace's do. Maybe it's my ignorance, or maybe it's just MacNoon doing something crazy, because it is working out amazingly well for them so far.
Absolutely, you can see Prey just going to continue driving home on that turret. He is going to take it down. I was about to say that's very un-Korean of him. The Koreans very much take that advantage. Once they see that turret, they will take it down very quickly. So QTV now starting to farm his way back up in that top lane. He has been involved, but MacNoon, 66 CS to 50 CS, 2-0-0, proving why he's a danger man.
It's really going to be about MacNoon roaming around now and taking down turrets. He took the turret top by himself really easily. The instant he goes bottom, he gets kills and takes another turret. He's probably going to farm up here top very briefly, then maybe try to force mid and get the third. Najin Sword loves to keep on the pressure. This is going to be very interesting how MacNoon transitions the rest. All of his skill points going into Shock Blast and Acceleration Gate. Those EQs are going to truck down Saigon Jokers if they get into any kind of siege situation.
Absolutely, we just seen Judy marking up the territory, as it were, down by the dragon. Meanwhile, MacNoon continues just to farm up on this top lane. He's really caused himself a problem. Where's he heading? He's just got to keep your eye on MacNoon. Once he starts heading somewhere, it generally means there's going to be a kill that will follow. Looks like he's going to go heading in towards the middle here, towards Carper. Sneaks water. Needs to be careful.
Also, the dragon is up. They could potentially...
Archie and Judy are actually heading over towards the dragon already. You can see Shen is there, and they are going to pull out the dragon. See, dragon is going to come out, as it is. Aren't Najin Sword aware of this? And they don't seem to be, or are they even going to bother going for it? Looks like Saigon Jokers are just going to pick this one up without any problems. There it is, free dragon, thank you very much. Can they stop Najin Sword taking down the turret? That's the question. The Ezreal ultimate comes across. They're going to have to tank it up there. You can see Watch just off to the side there, and that's going to be an immediate engage. QTV going in, getting dropped into the crescendo, hitting the entire team, taking them down. Saigon Jokers dropping left and right. Archie needs to be careful. Violet beat the next target. Violet getting dropped by MacNoon again. Another double kill for MacNoon. Now he is 4-0 and absolutely dominating here. Saigon Jokers weren't quite sure of that one. They came in for the fight, but Najin Sword were ready and waiting.
Najin Sword was daring them to fight there. They may or may not have known the dragon, but with how far up they were pushed into that tower, they were just waiting for Saigon Jokers to come fight them. And boy, were they ready. The crescendo really winning them that fight, setting up everything else, and they could potentially take a second turret off that exchange.
Absolutely, they're going to go straight into the second inner turret. Archie can do nothing but watch. He is helpless. Just spectate this one, just like the rest of us here in the crowd. We just have to watch that turret going down, and Najin Sword turning that one small advantage of losing the dragon and fighting and just turning it into such a massive advantage, taking 2 turrets off the back of it.
And with all that, they're all going back whole heaps of gold on a lot of them. MacNoon, 1,900 gold, he's going to turn that in to a BF sword, so he's going to be absolutely crushing with those EQ combos, because that's all he's put points into at level 10. He's maxed his acceleration gate, he's maxed his shock blast, and it's just a huge, unreal amount of burst damage that comes down into Jace at level 10 already. How is Saigon Jokers going to deal with that? 4 turrets to 0 down already. Total aggression coming out from Najin.
Yeah, so watch here. 8-6 up the kills, 21k to 17.2, so gold advantage clearly coming from those turrets that Najin Sword have just been taking down left, right and centre. All the outer turrets currently down, the one inner turret down. Najin Sword definitely with map control. Just going to drive things home and see if they can pick anyone off there. MacNoon And it's like you said about the acceleration game, you know, he's just picking people off left and right with that thing. It's a pain in the for I had to watch what I said there for arrows, but you know, here on the moment on the top lane, we saw SOAS with it so delicately, just ripping through teams at the EU regionals for Fnatic, and honestly, the teams have just picked it up from there on in. You know, Magnu actually mentioned SOAS in his brief, you know, saying that it's a shame that he didn't actually get to meet SOAS here. He just, which is obviously where a lot of players have picked up Jace from. We've seen Dyrus running it as well lately.
It's really, once you learn how to play Jace, you're a huge threat. And MacNoon is just one of the masters, really. He was drawing bans from it during the Korean regionals, and I'm expecting bans from him in the rest of this group because this is so difficult for Saigon Jokers to deal with. They were holding the map pretty well, aside from QTV losing that lane early. Then QTV went to Rome, and we thought that was all well and good, but then MacNoon went to Rome and really just turned the game on its head.
So as it is, Violence trying to farm out in that top lane. Meanwhile, Archie, he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out here. Rise definitely feel aggressive for this one. It's one of the things that's been mentioned. Song has started to go a lot more aggressive than he used to. He used to be that passive.
Oh, Violet up top.
Almost Scara. Violet is definitely going to get caught out. Dropped in seconds there. And watch just popping that ulti, just hooking him in. There was no escape from that one. MacNoon just picking up another assist. 4-0-2 for MacNoon. 2-1-2. And you talked about this build earlier on with the boost mobility and the Oracle being built very early on.
And now with Watch, since they have the advantage, since they've taken down towers, there's not much Saigon Jokers can do to farm because, as we saw there, Najin can wait in brushes and know that they're not have vision on because they just both followed in the brush. Everyone on Saigon Jokers really restrained to their base. These outer turrets could very well fall. Their jungle is no longer their own. The lanes are no longer their own. And Najin doing a great job at just pressuring around and keeping Saigon Jokers on their heels.
QTV's got to be careful he doesn't get collapsed on here. I can see Song just going around the side there. A whole of Saigon Jokers now. This is going to be a full-on 5v5 in this top lane. The ping's going down. I think Saigon Jokers may have realized it. The whole team is there. QTV getting caught out by the Rise ultimate going across them. You can see MacNoon just trying to get around the side. He wants to really start things off here. The Kane crescendo, I've talked about it earlier on. It seems to be the big thing that starts off the team fights. Once that crescendo hits across, and he seems to land it across a minimum of 3 players every time. They're going to tank up against the turret here. You can see they really want to start to fight, but instead they're like, oh, are we going to have to take this turret down? Okay, fine. We wanted to fight, really.
Saigon Jokers got very heavily poked down there. The Rise ultimate actually did a substantial amount of damage, and then Archie got hit pretty hard by a shock blast from MacNoon. They're most likely just going to go all around the map here and take out the second-tier turrets in every single lane individually. They have 5 turrets now, soon to be 6. They're just making sure to keep up their goal.
And MacNoon's poke, we just saw it blast across there. Carpenter's hit points dropped instantly. He has now got that BS scored. He's just getting stronger and stronger by the minute at the moment, MacNoon. Proving really why he's so popular. He's definitely one of the fan favourites, certainly in Korea and honestly in the Western world as well. You know, he was over here in the Season 2
Riot Games World Invitational.
The Riot Games World Invitational, yeah, that you guys played and obviously made famous for playing Yi.
Yeah, MacNoon may have beat us pretty badly. He clicked Nasus, destroyed us, picked Yi, built 4 Phantom Dancers and destroyed us.
He kind of made you look silly.
Sad memories.
And that was the live testing team, I believe, mainly. Yeah, now that I've seen you all in the office, I'm pretty sure that's all of you guys that are all sat there. So yeah, we guys were spanked by MacNoon, and you know what? It doesn't make you feel too bad when he starts doing it against other pro teams, so honestly, you shouldn't feel too bad for yourself. He has just completed that Bloodthirster 4-0 to 130 CS, and you know, we talked about it earlier, the CS isn't really the thing that Najin will go for at the moment, it's the kills.
It is, and that's normally what Saigon Jokers like to do. They love to just go for kills and try to create a lot of action early. It's just Najin Swords made more action, and they're beating them at Saigon Jokers' kind of own game. Here they're going for another dragon, Global Goal getting bigger and bigger, and Saigon Jokers is too weak at this point to go for kills in a lot of situations.
Yeah, they cannot get involved in this one, and they're wise not to. They're just going to sit back and farm. They're in that dangerous situation where they're group farming. So really the experience, the gold has been spread too thinly. And Archie's got to be very careful he doesn't get caught out of position. And here is a 3-man gang squad coming from Saigon Jokers. You can see they've used the gate, and Archie was well ready for it, but Watch managed to hook straight in, and that is a very dead Archie. And Watch ended up picking the kill. They weren't really that bothered. And now Prey actually picking off Judy, trying to 1v3 them here, and having to back away from that one. He has got the help coming out. Song's going to come around the side. Violet's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out. Here comes Song. He's going to try and get involved. Nixwater could easily get caught out. The wall of the pain diving out towards Song. Could it be a bait? QTV going to be the target. They're just turning around. Looks, he's trying to get forced back. QTV is going to get away. The Ignite is running. Song is still there. The flash from Kane. Flash crescendo from Kane going full on aggression. The rest of his team were not with him, but McNoon from downtown slams it home, and that's going to be the Karthus ulti doing nothing to stop them. And Najin's sword will take the first inhibitor phase. Oh, Song got caught by RTS with an ultimate just as he's about to exit, and that's going to be careful.
Long-range skill shots galore, and that is a big play overall for Najin's sword. Nothing is slowing down McNoon, and that boots of mobility Skarner comboed with the gate from Jace was an unreal amount of speed. Archie had no way of escape at the very start of that huge long engagement.
It was a very long engagement. I wasn't too sure whether Kane had gone a little bit too deep, but I forgot McNoon was in the team. And then he just came back and supported him. It's all good. I love to see those flash crescendos. It's something I'm used to seeing Melisan used to do, and sadly he's no longer playing for Fnatic, has obviously stopped playing League of Legends, but he used to do that quite regularly. We saw it at IEM New York where they went unstoppable, and you know, it's one of those things you don't see. I mean, obviously we see Gosu Pepper going very aggressive on Sona, but we don't tend to see the flash crescendos coming out, the full-on aggression from those support, and you know, that just shows, that backs up the theory that the whole team is an aggressive beast.
Everyone on Najin's sword just goes. You don't see them sitting back. The last game you and I did was the COGEU, just the last one. COGEU is patient.
Yeah.
Najin's sword's not patient. Najin's sword goes. They take every small opportunity and just pounce on it. They execute, and they are all out aggressive, and it catches a lot of teams. They never have a time to think. They don't have a plan, time to get a counterattack ready, because they just get hit again and again and can never stand back up.
Which goes to show, you know, how strong COGEU were to beat Najin's sword 3-1 in that semi-finals of the OGN Summer Championships. You know, how they countered it, well, we will soon find out, because they'll be playing each other in the next 2 games. So, I mean, there's so many good games still coming up. This is the very start of Group B, really. We've just seen COGEU beating Dignitas. If you missed that game, apologies, I've just spoiled it for you completely. You can check that VOD out. It was a pretty slow farming session, though, so I'm not going to lie. It was a little bit of a damp squid, that one. So 12-7 Najin sword, though, definitely an aggressive one. If I would recommend any game through the day, it would involve a Korean team or an Asian team, because honestly, they have all been super aggressive, and I love this style of play.
So far, they've somewhat stolen the show from a lot of the other teams. They've been dominating almost all of their matchups. Really, the only Chinese or Korean team to lose thus far was when they played against each other. So right now, we actually see McNoon trying to split push while the other 4 are posturing around Baron. This is a little curious because McNoon is the strongest member. He has no reason to not be with the team right now. And it's at this point, Najin needs to think about turning the game into a victory. Saigon Jokers is at the point where they have to try to make a gambit play. This is really the last-ditch effort if Saigon Jokers wants to do anything.
Yeah, and they realize, and McNoon has now rejoined the team. He's pushed that bottom lane, so that's going to push itself, which means somebody's going to have to go deal with it. And Najin sort of slowly but surely setting up for a Baron. Do they want the Baron? Or did they just want to force a fight at the Baron? And Relia things seem to be going on towards QTV. QTV's got to be careful. He's already backtracking. He realizes the dangerous situation he was in. And Najin sword, respect that he's going back already and trying to set up for some sort of gang. There's a real lack of wards from both teams in this, though.
Forcing the fight would be ideal. Watch has been taking out all of Saigon Joker's wards, and Najin doesn't really care to ward right now because they win every fight.
Junie.
And Junie, scouting around. So ideally right here, Najin wants to get a fight, trying to take a Baron with the potential of a Lux and an Ezreal coming in for a steal, as well as potential smite. That would be the only thing that could get Saigon Jokers back in the game. Najin sword is so far ahead, they don't actually need Baron to get in this inhibitor, and that's what they kind of realized here. They realized Saigon wasn't going to try to come for a Baron fight. Instead, they're just going to walk up and take this inhibitor if they can get it.
Yeah, there's no tower to stop them, so why not just go for it? McNoon actually opening up on the bush there, just to take a little check there. Oh, he's just going to get a little bit of poke on towards that inhibitor. The question is, can they catch Saigon Jokers out? I'm expecting to see maybe a flash engage here from Song, or maybe even Kane, something to that extent. They are slowly but surely poking him out here. The wall of pain hitting the team, but again, Frey not really that bothered. Nyxwater getting dropped down a little bit there. McNoon managing to land that accelerated gate spoon, and there it is. There's the flash engage straight away. The crescendo goes across the entire team. Saigon Joker's dropping left, right, and center. Nyxwater going down. There's just one member left. It's going to be an ace. It is going to be Junie. And honestly, that Karthus ultimate may as well just throw a towel at Najin's sword, because they have just ripped the team apart. McNoon, you can't tank 2 turrets, son. You may be good, but you're not that strong. And that may be put a little bit of damper on the back of it.
He did the same thing in the final game against COGU. They won an ace, and he just ran straight into the Nexus turret on Jace. Only death of the game for MacNoon. That's almost his victory celebration.
There is a surrender.
And there is a surrender. GG to Najin Sword. Amazing job.
Amazing job. Those flash engages, very strong. And Najin Sword looked very happy with that one, MacNoon. Giving the 2-man arm salute there. Not to be confused with the finger salute, which looks like we are getting from the team. So really happy with that one. I'll tell you what, I'm so impressed with the Korean teams right now. They have turned up at this tournament. You know, we talked about, you know, how nervous they may be coming into this one. They have shown no sign of nerves at all.
You watch Najin Sword play in these team fights, and they're just faster than some of the games we're used to. The things happen in a quicker fashion. The fight starts and it's over before you even realize it. They just so much execution, and Najin Sword is the best example of that.
Okay, so let's just check out the scorecards from that game. And honestly, you know, actually we won't check out the scorecards. I'll ignore that, so it's all good. I was ignoring it anyway, so that's okay.
Fine.
But I mean, honestly, we can look at it. We've got the MacNoon there, 7-1-6, double bloodthirster. That's aggression.
He's going for the EQ combos, right? There is an amazingly large AD ratio on that Shock Blast once you throw through the acceleration gate, and there just wasn't the defenses. They didn't have the time to farm up. He was just blowing through them. In those team fights, they had way too much AoE, and it's just the speed at which they team fight and the coordination of everyone going. There's absolutely no hesitation with what they do, and that's one of the big differences between them and the rest.
And that aggression, as you can see, let's check out the board and see where that puts them. It is going to be 1-0 alongside CLG EU. Saigon Joker's going down to 0-1 alongside Dignitas. Obviously, the first two games of Group B now being played out. And honestly, there is still another 4 games to go. It's already getting dark, ladies and gentlemen, here. The lighting will really start kicking in. You guys can see on your screen, that is Najin Sword. What a fantastic, fantastic performance those guys just put in.
I just can't say enough about how strong they were coming into this tournament. They were unexpected at the start of OGN Season 2. Newly formed team. They were really supposed to be Najin's just kind of secondary team, but they've blown everyone away. They beat Azubu's almost A-team coming in here, Azubu Blaze, in the regionals. And really, you have to take them extremely seriously because they went through the gauntlet, essentially, and came out surprisingly on top.
Could we possibly see 2 Korean teams 3-0 in the group stage?
It's not out of the question because it's going to be, at least out of these first 2 games, the 2 1-0 teams. Obviously, a lot can happen in this group. But Najin Sword, COG EU, that's a matchup that happened before. COG EU came on top. But Najin's done a lot of growth as a team. They were still very young when that happened. It would be a great game to see, and I wouldn't be surprised if both Korean teams were 3-0.
And the Saigon Jokers didn't start off too badly in that game. You know, they started off, they got the first blood. How are they going to pick themselves up off the back of that one? They've lost to what, you know, even we count as one of the top teams.
It's going to be really interesting for them because Saigon Jokers, they got to just come up out of that. And in that last fight, we're talking about how fast Najin Sword creates these team fights. Are they able to just, let's see that replay real fast, can they just crush down on this last team? Because as soon as they landed the crescendo, as soon as they landed that Skarner ult, they just created the fight, and it was over before it started. The flash ult at the start of it, and watch MacNoon's E and Q after the Skarner pull is going to be almost immediate. There's nothing Saigon Jokers could do to react because everyone died before they're able to do something. And they're, boom, everyone pretty much obliterated. Even though they were sitting in Karthus Defile, the fight was over so fast that was the only damage they had to worry about, and they could just tank it.
And the problem is they actually followed the hook. You know, we saw the Skarner hook go in, and everybody followed it because Karthus said, oh, I'm going to defile in there. Everybody went in, so it's just like, oh, thanks. Kane's just like, I'm going to crescendo the entire team. Thank you. Have a merry dance.
Multiple crescendos of the entire team that game.
Multiple crescendos.
If we have to see some
is that a ban
adjusted
viable?
Bans for Najin Sword almost. The bans that game, while they were targeted, I got to say, Jace and Sona from Kane and MacNoon are really threatening because the way they were playing those, really, really hard just to counteract. Jace pokes you and pokes you and pokes you, and you try to come in, and all of you guys get crescendoed. So what do you do against that?
What do you do indeed? Well, we'll find out, because coming up next, it is going to be Najin Sword going up against CLG EU. It is a replay of the OGN Summer Championship semi-finals. We'll be back in a few moments. It will be Freak and Riv taking away the action.
Ladies and gentlemen,
By all means, sir, if you would like to.
no, ladies, go ahead.
You're so sweet. Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the World Playoffs. I'm Rachel, and with me is DJ Wheat.
Sorry, I'm so excited for this next matchup, Rachel. I just couldn't contain myself. We have got widely considered the two favorites in Group B. We have Najin Sword going up against CLG EU. So without further ado, let's bring out the teams.
First up, playing as the blue team, they competed all over Asia. They are one of the most popular teams in the world. Please welcome to the stage Counter Logic Gaming EU.
Next up, playing as the red team, they are looking to avenge their loss to CLG EU in the semifinals of the Champions Summer. Welcome back from Korea, Najin Sword! Both of these teams have a lot to prove. Let's shoot it over to our casters. Give it up to Freak and Riv.
Thanks, guys. Incredibly excited for this matchup. You can see the players are having an amazing time out here. Are the fans having an amazing time? All right, guys. As DJ Wheat mentioned, this is a battle between what many consider the favorites of Group B. What should we be expecting from this game, Freak?
Well, we're going to see a very hungry Najin Sword. They lost 1-3 the last time these guys met in a best-of-5 in a LAN in a tournament in Korea. Now it's a best-of-1 in a LAN in a tournament in America. So really, really good teams here on both sides. And I'm expecting a tooth-and-nail match. But I've heard a lot of different predictions here. So talking with Team Solomid, but backstage before the matches, Reginald tried so hard to bet me that Dignitas would make it out of the group. So everyone's been saying these are the top two teams in the group, but maybe not. TSM really convinced that Dignitas can pull it out, and we saw CLG beat them earlier. Maybe they are the top dog here, but at the same time, Najin Sword really looking to prove themselves. We saw a pretty strong game from them just a second ago. And this is really a very important match for both of these teams, especially if Dignitas is to show up and be a heavy contender here. Both these teams need this win.
So, Freak, these teams coming into this matchup, Najin off the win is going to help. We haven't seen much from Counter Logic Europe, obviously, but they are a team to be reckoned with. They have a lot of strategies to come in here, and those are solid. They're not hugely innovative, but they work time and time again. Sometimes they falter. We saw that happen in Korea, but we'll see if they can pick it up here.
Yeah, so CLG EU, they're very, very strong, and we've seen them time and again, and we mentioned a little bit ago, this is a rematch of the on-GameNet Champions Summer League semifinals. And we talked to CLG EU about the recent trip to Korea and what it's like to play abroad.
To Korea, and I thought it was pretty damn cool. We were invited by OGN to participate in OGN Summer Tournament, but it wasn't really only for the tournament. It was also about having, for the first time, having a gaming house experience. And that's one of the main reasons we wanted to go to Korea, not just for the $40,000 tournament, mainly for the practice. We were a team relatively new together. We hit the professional scene rather late, in the beginning of June. So for 2 months, every single day we were together. We're learning each other's weaknesses or strengths.
We got regular practice against, the top teams in the world.
Korean style is very, very aggressive. They just have the most good players in league. If you were just to tally up the number of super, super good players from each region, Korea would definitely have the most.
We got whooped at the start, but as we progressed, we started fighting back.
We had to adapt to the Koreans' early game aggressiveness to make sure we got to late game. So by playing against the Korean teams, we learned how do you respond to this aggressive playstyle early. We started off really well, did really good in our group stages, went 3-0, and then kept winning every week until we went to the finals.
I think it was really, really nice to be in Korea.
It's definitely something new for me because I've been living in Denmark.
Living in Korea was interesting, especially food-wise. You were eating different food every day.
And the Asian food is not really my type. It's like a lot of seafood.
The food's a lot more spicier. It's a lot more meat-oriented as well. Like you're eating, it's pretty much Korean barbecue a lot of the time. Yeah, it's been an awesome experience. The tournament itself was absolutely amazing. Not only from the games we played, but also the production value and the venues was just on a whole new level from what we knew before.
It's like the mecca of esports, so it's like really professional there.
And it really brought us closer together, and I think from it we became a much stronger team. I'd say if we survived those 2 months without killing one another, so I think we're good for the future.
And there you have it, guys, straight from the words of their own mouths. It's so big to get that international experience. It pays dividends in the end, and you can see just how much they've really taken from it. But now let's talk about Counterlogic's opponents, Najin Sword, and their keys to beating CLG this time around. Freak, they're going to come in here, and they're going to have to make some early openings in CLG Europe.
Exactly. This is really, it just plays into their playbook so very well. Najin Sword is a team built around Mach Noon. And Mach Noon is a player all about fighting early, fighting often, and fighting hard. And everyone on that roster is all about that. You just saw CLG's interview where they said, all the Koreans play really aggressively. We had to learn how to deal with this early aggression. But even still, this is still what Mach Noon and co. really need to do here, is make some early openings in CLG.
And we've seen it. It's a bit of the history. They have had trouble with it, but they need to close the game out, especially against Counterlogic Gaming.
And this you really saw in the first game of their semifinal match, where they opened up with a huge lead, and it all turned sour at that one dragon fight. And this is back in OGN Summer, where Yellow Pete refused to die and picked up basically a triple kill as Kog'Maw, just picking off the enemy champion at the very, very end. This can't happen again to Sword. It's a best of one. They need to come out strong and close the game out. They need to not throw that lead away.
And Freak, the last point talks about top, but it's really about the bottom and mid lane. They cannot focus Wicked this matchup.
Yeah, that top lane matchup is really, in Wicked's words, actually, the top two, or the best two top laners in the game. I asked Wicked, I was like, hey, can you beat Mach Noon? He said it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? Well, it's the best two players in the game. It's just we're gonna play. It's gonna be fun, but it's not a big deal. And we really think that what it's really about here for Sword is actually shutting down Froggen and shutting down Yellow Pete. Yep. Where I've always felt that Wicked's a player that no matter what happens to him, he bounces back and is always very successful in his gameplay, no matter what happens early on. Whereas the rest of that lineup, that late game back line dealing all the damage, you can actually shut them down. And when you have an aggressive team, you can put that pressure on, deal a lot of damage, and really bring back those late game carries. If you're worried about CLG making a late game comeback, and you delay those late game champions from really getting any items, there's no real leg to stand on, and that's what they need to do here.
Now, he was let slip through and given to Jokers in the last matchup. The next key that comes out for CLG EU towards Najin is to actually break Mach Noon from getting Shen. But from what we saw, that could also be Jace as well.
So Mach Noon is really the star player. I mean, the team was built for him in the first place. He picked all the players. He's the captain. He's, really that big shot caller for that team. But the games I saw where Najin stood a chance against CLG EU was when he actually had that Shen, because it allowed him to leave his top lane, support his bottom lane there with Prey and Kayn, and make sure that they got ahead. They could crush down on a Yellow Pete and kind of shut him out of the game. And I really felt that global presence, when you've got your best player and he can go all around the map, that's really, really important. Apparently Froggen looking forward to Anivia in this game, putting the wings out. But again, they need to shut down Mach Noon's ability to roam around the map and assist his other lanes. They can isolate him. It's a lot better for CLG.
And obviously something they can always rely on, where they feel most comfortable, is to play for the late game.
Yeah, it's pretty much an easy key for CLG because they're going to do it anyway. They are all... Froggen, you're distracting my audience. I don't like you very much. But CLG, they're a late-game team. They've always been this way. Maybe they pull out something new in this tournament, but I really feel that they're going to build that late-game power, and they're just going to keep themselves strong and build themselves up through this match.
And you know what? It looks like Snoopy's not worried about it. They just don't need to worry about falling behind.
That determination. Snoopy refuses to give up. Oh, there's a smile. You can't break. There we go. See, Wicked's at least human here. The rest of them are cyborgs. And anyway, the final thing, though, for CLG EU is not to worry that much about falling behind. After that semifinal match in the Summer League, there was an interview with all the players, and Snoopy said, yeah, we tend to lose in lane. We tend to lose early game. We're not really worried about it. We just win with team fights late game. And they said they've gotten better at fighting those early game battles, but overall, they've still shown the best team fight consistency of any team here. They're still great at late game. As long as they don't get down on themselves, they're still going to bounce back.
All right, Freak, the Gay are in Champion Select. We're ready to jump in and see what Najin Sword and CLG EU can put up for each other. We do have Skarner, Evelyn, and Nivea on the ban list already.
So
Two of those for CLG.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of respect bans right off the bat, and CLG EU banning out Jace as well. This is interesting. All the blue teams here have been banning out Evelyn as a primary pick. I think that's sort of denying that as an option for that 5th slot counter pick there, making sure that she doesn't kind of roll the game around. And the insta-lock looking is going to be Malphite, which does give Mach Noon Shen, if he wants it, which does give me a little bit of worries here. But I know Mach Noon's been favoring Jace and Malphite both a lot as well, so I guess that makes sense to deny that Malphite away. It's going to give Wicked really good initiation overall in this lineup. So having Malphite means a couple of different things. He can go into the jungle, he can go into the top lane based on what's available and what he needs to do for his team. That's very, very strong overall. The second point, though, is he's got 2 different roles even among those lanes. He can play as a primary tank, get Frozen Heart, Sunfire Cape, jump on a carry and just kind of sit there and be a meat wall. Or he can go full out damage. Sorcerer's Shoes, Abyssal Scepter, Deathfire Grasp, which is the build that Mach Noon actually really likes to play, and just kind of jumps in and one-shots a carry and plays as an assassin. There's 2 different styles here really available.
And it looks like Counter Logic Europe looking for a little bit of aggression with their picks. They go for the fast, clear, aggressive jungle Shyvana, as well as that support Lulu. Quite a safe support.
This really sets them up for a very huge, beefy front line. So Snoopy's going to be jungling there on Shyvana, and anything that's backed up with a Lulu just makes tanks that much better. Her ultimate just synergizes with that front line so well. It grants bonus health, and it grants them an aura that slows nearby enemies. So when Shyvana or Malphite dives in, then gets that wild growth triggered, there's not much that they can really do. This tank is now slowing everyone around them. You can no longer evade this guy. He's going to completely just dash the hopes of your opponents. Now Najin Sword, they rush to pick up Ezreal, who's very safe. He can kite around, he can dash to the back, he can get away from a lot of things, but he's still a bit frail, and he still, has to, kill the front line before he can move on to kill the back line. So if they can put a giant meat wall in front of Ezreal, they can really delay his damage output and keep him from killing other champions.
And we do see somewhat of a team that can poke a little bit here, and there's another one that will as well, the Orianna Sonograb.
This is really, really strong. So now they've got actually very similar to Lulu when you grab Orianna, is you've got, you can put the ball on a teammate and then really set yourself up for some really big successes. If Maokai jumps on, she puts the ball on, tosses on Shockwave, puts on Dissonance afterwards. You just put a lot of crowd control on the enemy team. Basically Maokai becomes a vessel for that ball to come out and land more crowd controls. They've got a lot of disruption on this Najin Sword lineup. If someone initiates on, they can keep locking up CLG's lineup and keep picking up kills. They've got crowd control in so many places. Ezreal starts out strong and doesn't fall off. They've got a lot of power overall in this group.
Looks like Yellow P is on Tristana, has not locked in yet. We do, however, have that Karthus lock, and they're really looking for a safe pick for the AD carry.
This is basically CLG EU saying we want to pick 2 late game champions, but we want to pick somewhat safe late game champions. Now, no matter who he's against, Froggen really just always does well on Karthus. It doesn't really matter so much. He just always does phenomenally, so he's going to grab that Karthus over and over and over again. There's almost never a reason for him to pick a different champion. He just loves it. It works so well with his team's composition. The Tristana pick is basically just a sideways version of Kog'Maw, where long-range, hyperscaling in a late game does a whole crap ton of damage. But the difference is, instead of having quite as much damage as Cog, is instead super safe. Has that rocket jump to get out of bad battles, has that Buster Shot ultimate to disengage the opposition, and when you realize that you're against an Orianna with a Maokai, you might want to pick something a bit safer and instead go for that pickup on that Tristana. So a full late game lineup is here for CLG EU. They've got a great, very disruptive front line and a hugely deadly back line in the end.
I really like this. Mach Noon going on to Nidalee to verse Wicked's Malphite.
So this is very, very interesting. Mach Noon going for that Nidalee wants to play a heavy assassin role, which is scary to me because they're against Tristana, who's going to be able to escape from these kinds of situations. And Nidalee's mid-game is very precarious as well. You often see it being an AD Nidalee who runs for a fast Trinity Force and then builds tanky from there and does all of her damage in Cougar form. Well, when you're up against, Malphite and Karthus and things like that, you're going to take a lot of damage being in melee range just from Defile, just from area of effect damage. It's a pretty risky situation to be in if you're Needly. Now, if it's AP Needly, maybe that's a bit of a poke comp here. They've got, Orianna in here, they've got Ezreal in here, but they don't really have that same disengage that I would expect to see from a poke comp. So it's Machnoon just really trying to shut down an early mid-game lineup. But as far as endgame goes, they don't have nearly the same kind of endgame as CLG. We'll see if Najin can pull it through, but they've got to pull it through fast.
All right, guys, the teams have made their selections. Najin looks to take game 2 for themselves here in Group B versus CounterLogic Europe. The teams are going into game right now, guys. If you would like to see Najin take a second game as they go back-to-back, let's hear it for Najin Sword.
And if you want to see CounterLogic Gaming EU avenge their North American counterparts and push on forward, let me hear you for CounterLogic Gaming Europe.
The name still holding true and strong on American soil. You can see that those cheers very much so behind CounterLogic, but the Najin fans are also in the crowd as well. And we are now ready to go in game. Najin Sword on the red team. Blue team is going to be CounterLogic Europe. And I have to say, a very somewhat, not very somewhat, yeah, that works out well, right?
No,
very
great,
somewhat, I'm going to keep going. Squishy, but really no team, you're going to see turret dives coming from Najin Sword. This team does not look like they can play aggressive under turrets. A lot of them are squishy compared to the Malphite Shyvana and Lulu coming in with shield as well. So we'll have to see what they can do.
It just works out. They've got enough elements that of champions that can just kind of make those turret dives just barely work. So Maokai can disengage from a turret with Twisted Advance. It'll drop him off that turret aggro list, and the turret will switch to someone else. They've got heals and shields coming out from Song and from Machnoon. They've got a pretty decent chance of this, of opening up a turret dive and following through with the various supports around the map. If you look at the bottom lane, again, you've got Kayn on Sona. When she heals a teammate, gives an extra armor and magic resist boost as well. So in any lane, if someone dives, there's someone there to grant armor or health or a shield and keep that person on that dive. So they've got just the elements they need, just barely. It's not one of those primary tanks like an Alistar who hits level 6 and laughs at all damage forever, but they've got what they need to actually make those dives happen. The scary thing, though, still, is that they're trying to dive champions who are very, very safe. Trying to dive Lulu Tristana is going to be super hard, especially Tristana with Cleanse.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. She can already jump away, then cleanse that out. It's going to be very safe. I don't think we've said it enough, so one more time was perfect. A minute and 30 into this one, no invades coming from either side here. We do see that Maokai starting at his regular rates, and it's just going to be Malphite down with Karthus. They're going to go ahead and grab that. We've seen a lot of teams doing this now. If it's not going to be a jungler that specifically needs that blue, they just go ahead and give that whole lane to that top side.
And it's a really good way to just share resources amongst your team and make sure that you're kind of capitalizing on everything. So Yellowpea and Crappo right now finishing the double golems, pulling actually the Lizard to give Snoopy a nice easy start on this red, and they'll still be able to walk in a lane in time to not really sacrifice much experience overall. On the flip side, Machnoon not doing much but dropping traps around the map and trying to keep himself safe. So there's a bit of an advantage here for CLG EU right off the bat. They've got just a little bit more golden experience to share amongst their team.
And that blue buff now going to Wicked as he makes his, actually going to middle, I should say, as he makes his way top lane. So he's going to be actually quite hurt coming to this one, but Machnoon has expended his mana, so he won't be able to harass as much as he would like. Wicked trying to get that passive to come back up before he moves up to that Machnoon. I believe it was actually on. The shield's quite low at level 1. There it is, broken, and the harassment already starting from Machnoon. Invasion here by Snoopy in the jungle. He finds Watch, and going into the bush, he wouldn't allow him to take the red. He is going to push the flash out, and that is a lot of aggression taken away from Najin Sword from the jungle.
The difficult thing, though, is Snoopy does not have his smite back up. He's going to pull onto this Lizard. They've actually pulled Frog to kind of fence out and zone away Song, so no one's really here to stop this. Wicked takes a bit of punishment, but ultimately with no one around to stop Snoopy, his teammates doing a great job of calling out who's around, who's moving, and who's not. Despite having no smite and being in the enemy jungle, Snoopy is ultimately safe here. He will steal this red away. That is a very big boost to his team.
And that was huge. If somebody were to walk by that, they would have seen that the spawn camp emblem had not died. So you can still figure out that he's taking it. Now that it's down, we're going to be moving off of that. And like you said, Freak, refreshing that red buff and really slowing down that Maokai jungle. He was able to get his blue so he can continue with that speed, but the presence in lane just won't be as strong. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in, we are going to follow if Europe continues to counter gank these objectives.
This is really going to be the core strategy here for Counter Logic Gaming Europe. They know, without a shadow of a doubt, that their late game is ridiculously strong as long as they keep the early game from snowballing out of control. Well, right now, they're keeping the early game very, very tight. They're down a couple hundred gold just from minion farm, but in general, they're stopping all the possible aggression opportunities. By denying a red buff, you really deny a lot of that gank power that might come out from Maokai. That early slowing from that lizard buff is very, very powerful. It really helps you pick up kills here. So they're just removing options from the table. Snoopy constantly clearing, leveling up as fast as he can, and he just wants to be present and there to counter gank if something goes wrong.
This is really great harassment by Kane. Usually it's onto the AD carry, but they're just hitting Crepo so hard, forcing him to use all those potions. He's not going to be able to help Yellow Pete in a fight. So what they're doing right now is setting him up almost for the kill, having to flash away from that one. The aggression so strong from that Sona Ezreal poke bottom. But we do see Snoopy coming in, trying to push that lane back and say, not going to go down without a fight in this lane. I am helping each one.
This bottom lane is Kane being a complete boss. He is constantly harassing the opposition. He had a ward down aggressively in the enemy brush. He's going to flash in for some damage on Crepo, and there's the exhaust.
Oh, a little too antsy there. A beautiful shield by Crepo, but he goes in the ignite. Mystic shot for first blood going to Prey.
That was amazing, and Yellow Pete was a little bit greedy there. He refused to cleanse the ignite that was put down. That little bit of damage, I think, helped take him down because there's only one bit of damage left, and that was that one Mystic Shot. And I'm pretty sure it was no, he did hit it to level 2 Mystic Shot at this point, but even still, I think he would have been just tanky enough to survive it if he had just, just cleansed that away and said, I don't want to take that damage. But either way, a beautifully timed aggress right there. Najin's sword opening up strong. That is exactly what they need to do. But again, they're on a clock here. They've got to keep it moving because when you hit 40 minutes, it's all going to turn around if they don't end it.
Wicked getting so aggressed on right now, but he's kind of hanging out because he knows MacNoon does not have much mana. He's not going to be able to heal, and he's not level 6 yet, so he can't be in and out on an attack if he needs to. Wicked still playing quite strong here. Like he said before, two of the best top laners in the world going at it. It's no big deal. We do see Snoopy coming up top through the ward. MacNoon heading back to his tower. But he actually, I like that strat. He made it look like he was heading back, seeing the ward, moves back in, but he sees Snoopy again. So he's only trying to play the mind game here, not the visual game.
Yeah, he is absolutely wasting a lot of Snoopy's time. Snoopy will eventually come back in. Wicked, though, still is going to have enough mana for one more Seismic Shard if he does finally come back in. MacNoon with great ward coverage keeps that one away. Snoopy putting an aggressive ward there by the Wraith Camp, and now he's sneaking around through the jungle. MacNoon will not see this come in.
This is the perfect thing he needs to do here. The turret will give him vision right now, and MacNoon is still not level 6. His speed is slowed there by Wicked. The flash is out, the exhaust goes down with the ignite, and MacNoon will surely fall to Wicked. One for the top lane.
Excellent gank overall. That is all using their summoner spells, and that is why you bring exhaust on Shyvana. She's normally not the best ganker without any innate crowd control, but she's so fast, durable, and just safe overall that you're allowed to bring an offensive summoner, no flash at all on that champion, and still make those ganks happen without dying in return.
So he does have teleport. He's getting back to lane quite quickly. He's not going to lose too much experience off of that. But now as they go back, that's two Dorans going in the hands of MacNoon, and the AP build starting out from Wicked. It looks like they're going to use this ultimate now that he is 6 to start something bottom.
This is going to be very, very scary overall. MacNoon putting on some aggression. He used his summoner teleport here, MacNoon, so he's not going to be able to really roam around the map. I actually don't like that very much. As soon as Nidalee hits 6, she gets a giant spike in power, and with that bottom lane only being 5 and 4, that's actually a very huge relative power jump. So, she really would be able to bully out these champions to make dives happen, but that's not going to be the case here. She's actually going to stay isolated in the top lane for a while and hope that Wicked won't leave either.
They did see Malphite coming around there. There's that vision ward in the brush. They're going to stay back here. It looks like they are making for the counter gank. Prey actually fires one off. They know that this fight will not go well with Unstoppable Force, so he gives away that they have a ward there. He didn't even want to deal with that situation. Sometimes you want to bait it out, Freak, but that was smart play there with the amount of strength they had.
Yeah, even though they had Watch waiting around on the wings, it was still a level disadvantage. If Kane were 6, they'd say, sure, go for it.
Oh, and as soon as he leaves, they are going to get the kill down, and they just play the momentum of that bottom lane.
Hitting level 6 first is always a huge deal. That is exactly what happened there. They said, okay, Prey, you've got True Shot Barrage, go. No matter what happens, the root will last long enough, and we're going to get that kill onto Crepo. If Crepo were 6, he might have withstanded that damage, but that's what happens. One early advantage means you've got a half-level window to jump when you've got ults, and they don't, and they played that one perfectly.
MacNoon throwing a ward down at the blue bush. They're trying to really get aggressive warding down here. Yellow Pete getting a little more range on his shots, and you can see he's harassing a little bit more with that as his passive makes that range longer and longer per level up. Snoopy down bottom as they're waiting. Prevo to get back to lane. The turret's very low here. They've prepped it to be taken down. The aggression from this lane is definitely to dive this turret after it's taken. And Yellow Pete has been staying there quite a bit. We saw Prey pushing him back past the turret as they were farming the minions there. They have their own minion wave coming back up on this. So they should be safe for now. And we'll see Snoopy return to the jungle.
Yeah, ultimately, they can't aggress on Kayn. He's level 6. Sona has Crescendo and Exhaust up. There is no dive in the world that would work on these guys. As I say, they're going to die.
Crescendo goes out. The power cord killing Yellow Pete right away. They turn this one out. Keep trying. Prevo taking a lot of damage. The shield is on. Essence Flux. The caster minions could be the kill, but Prey finally gets the basic attack.
And that is just an ill-fated dive right here. CLG, they know they had the numbers advantage, but they had no health. Kayn just simply sat there and was like, okay, Crescendo to the face, no problem, thanks for the burst damage, and just picked up the kill, and suddenly all the damage up that they were relying on was just gone. The exhaust came out again, and those cooldowns, those are so incredibly important as cooldowns. They were there, and they just turned that fight absolutely around. 2 kills for nothing. Najin's sword, not only are they taking the aggressions right here, and then of course as they have matches where they go for the dragon, picking themselves up even farther ahead, but on top of that, they're just getting kills thrown at them as well. This is exactly what Najin's sword wants.
So that turret goes down, a little bit of a gold lead coming in, 3,000 there. Dragon goes down, and they make it 4,500 gold. It's going to be very big for Najin as they come into this game. Kind of finishing some good items, just the boots of mobility for Cloud for Watch to get those ganks down for himself. Healing up off of his passive, continues to go around, but here comes Requiem. It may find him 2 kills, but no, Watch has just enough health, and we see MacNoon go down.
That was actually absolutely perfect play by Wicked, who actually kind of baited some aggression at the turret, and as soon as MacNoon pulled turret aggro, he immediately jumped the Unstoppable Force, bursted all of his cooldowns, including Ignite, and said, Froggen, pick up 300 gold, man. It was very, very good coordination overall, and really good reflexes, Wicked knowing that MacNoon just overextended, and he was going to be low enough to get killed.
CLG getting some pings down bottom saying, I think somebody's in this forward bush, and we can actually see Prey playing quite aggressively as well, going past that river, no wards as the jungler comes up above him, or support rather, in the jungle. They're going to be able to get those safe wards down, going towards Dragon, making sure it's all clear, but they're going to ward Tribush, and that gives them a lot of room here. Warding that Tribush allows them to see everything coming from the opponent's jungle, and not just down the river. Pings going down in mid, and they say they put a ward there, so be careful.
This is really just great ward coverage overall. If you want to check down the mini-map at the bottom right corner, these are the 2 major ward spots you care about when you're the red team. It's the ward by the Wraith camp over towards the middle of the map, and then that ward by the Tri-Brush. You cannot get into the river as blue team without running by one of those, and of course those are the other 2 major gank spots, going through Tri-Brush to lane sneak, or just kind of coming down the jungle. So they've completely shut off all of the aggression opportunities, with the exception, actually no, not even with the exception, because they've also warded their very bottom lane brush as well. So there was simply no way for Snoopy to sneak in and screw up their bottom lane. And what Najin's sword is doing, once they've killed that first turret, is they are now freezing the lane. They are refusing to push. They are letting these minions push out to their own turret. Again, they still have the ward coverage to deny any pushes.
A flash in from Froggen. He pulls Watch under the turret. He takes some unnecessary damage. Here comes Snoopy. Snoopy and Froggen get the kills assist. And it looks like Song will stay to fight. He has no mana left as he throws out auto attacks, but they find the kill onto Snoopy to trade the 1-for-1 retribution.
That is why he runs Summoner Teleport on a top laner. You're going to have so much gold and experience being stuck up there farming minions day and night that you will be a huge force to be reckoned with in a battle. Excellent play there, MacNoon turning that one around. But at the same time, look at just the damage output that came in from CLG EU. Snoopy and Froggen working together, really picking up the kill onto Watch. That is painful. He had an Oracle, so another 400 gold down the drain. That's really not tracked in the scoreboard.
MacNoon completely healing that Q damage as soon as it came off. He didn't even see it hit his health bar. And he does have quite low mana here, taking a bit of damage there, puts himself in and out of bush. Not really going to help him too much, denies vision, gives him a little bit of speed, but he's really just going to push this lane up into Wicked's face and try to continue to break that passive as his, take some damage down after that. The red buff will also help, and he can really kite this lane. Like I said, out of mana, doesn't really have to use that in Cougar form, just has to wait for the cooldown. So he's not in a terrible position, but still, MacNoon playing up to his regular aggressiveness.
He is playing this lane as perfectly as possible. You look at the minion farm, it's 52 to 108, and he's got a Phage and a Lizard buff, meaning if he ever pulls an advantage, he can just completely shut down Wicked. Just watch him try to run away. That movement speed steal from Seismic Shard lets him run from that battle, but in general, he's going to have a horribly tough time fighting MacNoon here.
Yeah, it does look like he leveled that shard up already. Going for the ground slam and does not yet have anything into brutal strikes. Goes ahead and takes a chunk of McNoon, and McNoon says that's enough of that situation. I have 964 gold. Gonna go back and finish an item for himself. And we'll see if that'll be boots. He may not need that just yet due to his passive, but he does finish those Merc Treads to cut away that, to give him tenacity, to cut away that crowd control that Malphite will be doing. Now top lane, as the bottom turret goes down, we see them transfer up to the top three.
This is really very typical for a team that starts to play very aggressively. You normally see this kind of play when you lane swap to 2-on-1 lanes from the get-go. But either way, what you've got here is Najee and Sword saying, look, we picked up one turret, and now we could build a total lane mismatch here by putting our AD carry and support up against just a 2 versus 1 against Malphite. They're going to go for a lot of turret pressure here. CLG must react to this or lose even more early game advantages.
Snoopy waiting in Baron Den, knowing that Kane is kind of in that bush and he wants them to come down and ward. Little does he know he already warded. I don't think Snoopy has caught that one in front of him with his Oracle just yet. They are setting up top. They know Crepo is with Wicked now, so they got to be thinking, besides seeing Triss bot, actually, where is Snoopy? Chilling out in Baron Den. We see Orianna going back once again to grab the Wraiths. More CS and minion kills. 165 now for Orianna to 182 of Froggen. That early blue buff top lane is going to be hit hard. Kane goes in. The crescendo stops them, but the wild growth comes out, popping up prey. He had enough time to just while out on that CC, and then they continue to go after the fight. A sliver of health for Snoopy, but Wicked is still quite tanky. They're going to hold off on this and run in with the minion wave. Middle lane going down. Froggen gets hit hard as McNoon transfers from top to mid.
And that was just amazing reflexes overall. Actually, the fight might still be on. Watch taking a lot of punishment. Prey and Wicked now standing off in that lane. Snoopy with a really nice move. He knew that ward was actually in that river and simply ulted over that Baron wall, tried to flank on behind his opponents. The unstoppable force nearly catching Kane, but he had the reflexes to flash it away and not get harassed there. He managed to turn that fight around and make it safe. As you mentioned, McNoon making the plays in mid lane. There's a second turret kill picked up for Najee and Sword. They want to keep this pressure on. Again, they are on a clock, and the clock only has about 20 minutes left. We need to keep this game forward and really push to the point where even the late game scaling of Karthus can't keep this team alive. If you look at the farm, he's getting there. He's got 180 minions. He is still rich overall. He's containing most of his team's kills. Froggen is going to be the playmaker here for CLG EU. Watch him. He's going to be the guy to make things turn around.
That super early Bloodthirster coming in for Ezreal. It was about 15 minutes actually when he had that. He already has about 30 stacks. He does have 30 stacks on it. You see there's about 80 gold right now in the hands of Yellow Pete, and he has that BF Sword and Scepter. So he's got a good 700-800 gold to go before he can get that. See now as they take down Dragon, that gold going to Najin, and that is just going to put them up 7,000 gold at 16 minutes.
They need to keep doing this over and over and over again. The Dragon kill's good. Mid turret's got to be next. They need to keep pressing onto their opposition. There's not a lot of great wave clears here from CLG EU. They can't really do much except for Froggen and a little bit from Crepo, but Crepo's not going to be doing all that much damage to him either. It's going to take some time for them to really crush down that minion wave. And meanwhile, Najee and Sword, they've got 2 healers. They've got a lot of long-range damage output. They're putting kind of all their tanky cards on Watch and hoping he can scale through this game. And that's actually one small deficit here for Najee and Sword. Watch now with Boots mobility, his second Oracles as well, only 2 assists and kind of low minion farm. Watch is going to be very, very frail throughout this game.
The jump on from Tristana, the buster shot, or rather explosive shot, goes down to try and mitigate any of that healing McNoon can do to himself. They continue to poke down onto this turret. McNoon using that poke ability of Nidalee to get back and trade damage in his favor. Looks like he will be returning to base as well with 1,700 gold in his pocket. Gonna get some good items for him, and he'll definitely feel good in that solo lane by himself, picking up the Sheen and starting the Zeal to his Triforce.
Now, Counterlogic Gaming Europe making a good move, pushing for that bottom turret, but the teleport from McNoon is going to stop them. They all run away afraid. They actually had a ward, seeing that Song was running down as well. They did not want to put themselves into a bad fight situation. Really what CLG wants to do is buy time by starting a turret push and then saying, oh, okay, you're showing up, cool, we'll leave. They just bought another few seconds on the map. And if they keep making moves like this, forcing Najee and Sword to run around and react to them over and over, they're going to keep buying that time and keep building themselves great advantages. The difficulty here is it looks like Sword knows about this Golem. They actually do have it warded. They're going to make the play here.
You know, Freak, I'd say at some point it's going to be very scary for CLG EU to fall this behind. Froggen gets almost wiped out instantly. It only took a few spells. Kane follows right behind him in the 1-for-1. The focus is on Snoopy, and all the Najin health bars are still halfway full as Wicked drains down to nothing. double kill coming in for Prey. Mac Noon following from the backside as we have a slow coming from Crepo. And will they follow over the wall? They do. Mac Noon in super aggression mode, trying to find that way out, but he cannot do it. Crepo goes down, and it's going to be YellowP left alive bottom. 10-4 in 19 minutes.
And it looks like it's now daylight savings time for Najin's sword. They've just added more time to that clock because when you realize that Tristana is super awesome late game, but only has a BF sword, look at Ezreal. Look at those 6 kills on Prey. He is going to be doing so much damage here that there's not an easy option here. You're just watching these team fights turn around so very quickly. So much crowd control from Najin's sword. They didn't even have to use Crescendo. That's still up for Kane. He was like, yeah, triple kill, no problem. No ult needed. We'll just keep fighting you one at a time. And really, that kind of happened there. CLG EU kind of limped in one at a time, and they're just continually putting on the pressure. They finally picked up that middle turret. That is 3 turrets for them. The Dragon coming up before too terribly long as well. They're going to keep that underway. The Dragon 22:30. It's still a 3-minute timer to go for that to be back up. And you know, they're going to keep pushing onto this, but now it becomes a little bit more difficult for Najin's sword. Again, they're getting very far, and they're getting very far ahead, but it's going to be harder and harder for them to force fight. These turrets are now harder to reach. The impact of a single dragon starts to mean less and less as these teams get more gold. The pressure is still on them to make some moves.
So, Freak, we see the importance of farming. 225 minions in mid for Karthus, 221 for Orianna. Obviously, these minions don't just spawn in lane. Where are they getting all of this?
They're running into their jungles and sharing the resources with their teammates. They're running in there and saying, hey, you know, this camp, and it's typically the Wraith camp. That's usually the most frequent one there, is they just run off to that side and pick them out and pick up a bunch of gold. Now, those Wraiths aren't worth as much gold individually as lane minions, so you have deceptively large numbers of minion kills that aren't really worth the same amount of gold each, but it still builds in these really good advantages. They're still getting a lot of gold every time. It's about 60 gold every time you clear that camp out. It's a nice chunk of money. Some even go for the Wraith camps as well and keep clearing more things out.
You see bottom lane going quite aggressive on YellowP. The cleanse is used, and he pretty much avoids everything there. And we can just see Najin hightail it out of there saying, wow, we just blew a lot of cooldowns, and we're being closed in on. But this could be bad. EU has been on their heels in every fight as Najin turns it around seamlessly within a bush, within the open. And it looks like CLG knows this. They turn around and say, that was not our engagement. But look at the split push coming now from Najin. They just leave Prey top, and that is going to be a huge split pusher. Ezreal can get that attack speed up as he hits his abilities and really crush down turrets.
That was a really risky move because they had what was a 4v5 at the bottom half of the map. If CLGE was able to catch them, they could have turned around a 4-for-0 trade right here. Froggen in a duel with Prey, doing so much damage back to him. Can he pick this up?
Oh, he gets the heal. That may be very helpful for him. Wicked is there, however. They put Karthus on the other side as the flash went down. A lot of damage going towards Wicked. He unstoppable forces out of the fight and gets Crescendo to go down. After using his ultimate, the focus on Crepo will for sure be a tower dive. And another double kill coming in for Prey. Najin sword support. Kane picking up a kill as well.
And now up 12,000 gold. They're going to make a move for Baron. They feel strong enough that they've got what it takes to kill off this epic monster here before 22 minutes. CLG EU, Snoopy could attempt for a steal, but he's back in the base right now. And with Ezreal so farmed, I don't know if they quite have the damage out, but Orianna is also great at DPSing single targets. Looks like it's not even going to be an attempt by CLG EU. This will be a free Baron pickup for Najin's sword. They have made all the right moves this game.
Freak, I believe that's the second fastest Baron we've seen in the tournament here. 22 minutes in. They have great items under their belt and almost finished Triforce, which just got finished due to that gold coming from Baron. 8-0-3 on Prey this matchup. So well chunked down, just missing that. Top lane, Snoopy grabbing up these minions, just continuously pushing out. Everything is on their side of the map except for bottom lane right now. And since that Baron objective is down, they can focus there because of Dragon, but it's just going to be hard for them to really stop anything top with a split push bottom.
Exactly, and they're just continuing to scale as well. It's the one really big saving grace here for Najin's sword. While a lot of their champions are mid-game focused, any attack damage carry, especially ones like Ezreal, will scale phenomenally with items. And if you compare directly those two AD carries, you only see a 60 minion kill difference, but actually Prey has about double YellowPete's gold. They're about to duel. Watch how easy this is for Prey.
As they come into the lane, YellowPete is going to jump. No
YellowPete runs
arcane
away.
shift follow. Yeah,
really hard fight.
Complete runaway. That was a huge fight.
That was a lot of damage being dealt on both sides. That rocket jump really destroying the ground.
How much damage?
A little.
Oh.
They didn't actually kill anyone. I can't say it.
We do see Froggen chasing here. The layway's just missing. And you're going to catch one of the best escape artists in the game. If he can hit that bush, it's over, and they know it. Getting that passive move speed. Going back into the fight, however, MacNoon loves to taunt.
Yeah, maybe he'll start dancing as they chase him around too. Maybe got some Phantom Dancers, boost mobility, control everyone like he did Riot, the Invitationals. Jack knows about that one. But 19 Sword, they're just going to keep the pressure on. This is still exactly what they want to do. CLG will never forfeit a game. They will always stick this one out. I mean, there's that legendary group stage game against M5 BenQ at DreamHack where they were down like 17,000 gold, still won.
Always Crescendo bottom. Crepo with one swipe. Actually, rather, that was Froggen going down. Snoopy coming in here. MacNoon able to try and do something for his team. He may go down here. MacNoon just getting out. Can Crepo make the slice? And he does. Hitting him with Glitter Lance. It will be a trade there, however, with the support. Sona now with 3 kills. They take out Shyvana, and it just looks like they will start to crumble under their own turret. They proved me wrong. They have a team that can dive turrets.
And they got to that point there where they've got so much money and so many items. Watch, finally there with the Heart of Gold, and the Aegis of the Legion is just tanky enough. And again, they've got heals and shields and more heals. It is so hard for them to actually die when they're together as a team. The extra ability power from Baron Buff going to help that as well. The inhibitors now open as well as Prey just stayed at that top lane, dealing more and more damage here. This is looking like a very nice push here for Najin Sword.
Yellow P is just forced to watch his structures go down. The inhibitor falls top. They are split pushing the bottom freak, and this is what I just said. It's going to be very hard with the amount of control they have over this game to even stop this right now. The Aegis is out as well. They're starting to help each other in the area of effect zone. So this is going to be very big for them. Trying to initiate on this fight. MacNoon right in the front with Song. Song being very aggressive right now as they just wipe out Crepo. As they see the health bars go down, this says we want to initiate that much more. Going right in on Yellow P. MacNoon hardly taking any damage. And there the Twisted Advance locking up Yellow P. They're all about the Nexus turrets now. The inhibitors are down, but they're just fighting for the fountain steps. They are keeping them on the fountain and not even letting them heal. MacNoon getting hit up by the fountain laser, but making it out. The Hexbreaker keeping him alive after that shard hits him. They drop another inhibitor freak, and right now they are just burning down this base with fury.
And this is so good for them. They can actually keep pushing despite being a little bit low on health. The Baron buff offering health and mana regeneration. 2 members of that team actually have heals. MacNoon is back to half health despite almost dying, taking a lot of damage from that fountain laser just a little while ago. They are ready to push down this mid lane as well. CLG knows it. They're actually set up and ready to defend this. They know that they can really not hold against 3 dead inhibitors. But look at the burst. Froggen taking a lot of punishment as punishment for trying to be, nearby to the enemy team, and they're just going to keep pushing forward. Another turret is about to go down.
This is not going to be good. They have a little bit of time to work with here. EU needs to at least hold off for 3 more minutes. At 29:06, that Baron is going to come back up, and they need to dance it out in the best dance they've ever had of their life. Najin is so far ahead right now, 20,000 in gold, and they have 8 turrets to 0. They have a complete shutout game going for them right here, and that momentum from the first game is just carrying over in numbers.
Oh, wow. And Najin Sword finally getting themselves back into the base as well. Just bought a whole bunch of items. Zeke's, Shirelia's, Rabbitin's Deathcap, another Oracle. So, hey, why not? Let's bring 2, sure. They are just completely scaling throughout this game. You can see a 20,000 gold lead. But the one good thing here for Counter Logic Gaming EU is if they can hold, those 2 dead inhibitors are actually going to feed them a lot of gold. You'll notice that Najin Sword are only farming in their jungle. There's not a lot of gold in the jungle, really. There's a lot more gold coming in from those side lanes. You're seeing Yellow Pete finally finishing that Infinity Edge. You've got Wicked on Malphite finally starting to get some items for himself as well. The Sunfire Cape is done. He's still able to initiate. He's still got a lot of base damage. You've got to realize that even though Ezreal is super farmed, he's level 17, he's got a lot of offensive items, he doesn't have a lot of defensive items. Now, unless MacNoon and Song can really put up a lot of support onto him in a burst scenario, he is still burstable and killable if all of CLG EU is able to collapse. This might still be risky if the fight goes exactly perfectly for CLG.
Now, Freak, when you're this far behind in the game, and so actually the fight may happen here, so we're going to get ready for that, as Wicked tries to Unstoppable Force through there and execute onto Prey. If his team doesn't have enough damage to follow up, how do you now start this fight that you came to try and do?
Well, they want the turret on their side if possible. Like, this is an example right there where Prey is in there in minion range. He's going to initiate it. Let's see what they can do.
Unstoppable Force and Wild goes slow off. Wicked is the focus, and he gets out alive. 2 members drop instantly. Froggen and Snoopy go down. The Requiem comes out for a bit of damage, but it looks like it just tickles Najin. The GGs are coming out as they push the final turrets in the game, and that is going to be Yellow Bee heading for his fountain. MacNoon jumps on the fountain and flashes off the fountain. They are finishing the last Nexus turret. It's now We do see them just milling about right in front of the fountain. They are just messing with the fountain laser. The damage is going down on the Nexus. Najin going up 2-0 and taking out Counterlogic Europe.
Nice job, Najin Sword, playing that one so clinically. This was like a different team from the one we saw in the OGN Champions Summer League right there. They came out with a vengeance, aggression from minute one. The confidence too, picking early game champions over and over again, saying, you know what, yes, we'll pick Melee to shut down Malphite. We know Malphite's better late game. Nah, they're not even going to get to late game. Karthus, Tristana, no problem. Let's press it now. Let's go for kills now. Let's keep the pressure going. They grabbed a heavy ganking jungler from Maokai who can clear the jungle pretty rapidly and then move on to those lanes and pick up kills. And pick up kills they did. Najin Sword opened up a lot of openings there, dealt a lot of damage, and then closed the door. And they shut that game out. That was amazing play by Sword. Every single move they made was the right one. Beautiful job.
You know, Freak, it's different. Usually you don't see a team consistently going for the support. But when it's not a sustained support and you have somebody that's going to help out their AD carry by a shield and has to stay close in the fight, they picked up so many kills off of Crepo because they continued to power court him. Just Kane doing such an amazing job, continuously harassing, setting up that lane to be ganked, and just killed whenever they wanted. They prepped the turret really early, they were diving under it, and they were just having the time of their life in that bottom lane.
Yeah, it was just absolutely perfect. It was a full poke lane with Sona Ezreal. When you've got a lane like that, you just keep looking for damage. And it seemed like Crepo just wasn't quite ready for that. He kept taking harassment over and over. And I don't want to clown on him. He's an amazing player overall. But that lane really was opened up by Najin Sword and especially Prey and Kane together, opening that bottom lane for all the aggression. So now let's take a look at what that means for Group B so far. We are halfway through Group B. We've got a lot of games played. Let's see what the standings look like here. Najin Sword starting up at the top with 2-0. CLG EU, a little bit of a mixed bag here at 1-1. We're going to see Saigon Jokers versus Team Dignitas up next. The thing to remember here is there is still the option of all sorts of crazy, weird ties to still play out here. We've got a lot of games still left to play. The last 3 matches coming from Group B, we still don't know quite who's going to come on through. It's going to be neck and neck. These guys are fighting for elimination with a chance to move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
So, Freak, how do you feel about a game? If you were in this one, I love Froggen's build as well at the end. Selling out and buying 4 haunting guys, just knowing. But coming into this game, when you can't even build what you need to build, your composition isn't even working, then innovative strats need to be brought in. Is there any way to really flop a composition to work a different way while in-game like that?
I think really a lot of that was more their play style than their composition. Okay. I think they weren't prepared for a lot of the openings that were made. I think the general builds they were going for, the champions they went for, those were all still going to work actually quite well. That it was just getting caught out one too many times. You know, we saw that gank at bot lane where they threw away a double kill by jumping onto a Sona with exhaust and crescendo. It was just mistakes made in game. I think they had what it took. They just made a couple of bad decisions. Now, we're going to see one of those game-winning pushes up on the replay to see just exactly what it took for Najin Sword to close this game out. You can see as they go up into that mid lane, it is just Prey dealing so much damage. Wicked dives in. There's that combo. It's Lulu into Malphite. The knockouts everywhere. But there's too much damage. They're so high level, they withstood all that burst. And you can just see how little they cared about Requiem because it's only 28 minutes in. Froggen doesn't have 7 items yet. Normally he does by like 35 or so, but it wasn't that time just yet. There's not enough farm for him, and they're just an unstoppable train at this point. When you're a team based on damage more so than utility, all you need are golden items, and they were not able to get those, that gold and those items. They were not able to sort of scale up throughout that game. That was Sword putting on that pressure and making that one happen.
You know, Freak, the way they played, and when you're winning in a game, it just opens up so many avenues of ways to win. Usually you see the top lane pushing, but that was all Prey by himself, pushing top, double lift style into the base with Yellow Pete on him the whole time. Just like Double Lift had Shen on him the whole time. Just continuously knowing the mechanics, knowing the limit of your champion and saying, I can get the most out of this right now. And having that in different parts of the map, knowing that your team just has a complete upper hand to dictate the game is really what just made it look like that was an easy game for them.
And it was a couple of tricky risks as well, though. You know, the dives early on, the pushes on the turrets, especially that split push where they knew it was 4v5 on the bottom lane, and they still went for it. They actually still went aggressive. Sword, they went in, oh, there's 5 of you? Okay, we'll back out. I think Wicked went back. Now let's go back in and try to bait some more effort out, right? Let's try to keep them, down to this bottom lane. And the entire time, Praise like, no, I'm not helping you guys. I'm going to kill a turret. Like, don't worry, you guys are fine. I believe in you, right? And so, to have that confidence to say, it's hard to kill secondary turrets. It's hard to get turrets number 4, 5, and 6. It's a bit difficult overall for a team. And one of the best ways to do that is to split push. But you have to have the confidence to sit in that 4v5 and the mechanics to not give up those kills. Prey was pretty easy. It's 1v0 for a long time. He just started killing minions and the turret fell. That was not too bad. The rest of that team to have the confidence to still pull that out and not give anything up, because that's where you open up comebacks, when you make these silly little mistakes where you get outnumbered on purpose, but it worked out for him, so really great play.
All right, guys, so coming up next, we see Dignitas go up against Saigon Jokers. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the League of Legends Season 2 Championship matchups.